When he regains consciousness, he is horrified to find himself transformed into a tree. Yup, just an ordinary, helpless tree. He can't budge and can hardly move even a single branch. He's completely baffled as to why fate has cursed him this way. Normally, people are reborn as heroic figures with groups of admirers. Instead, he's left as a pointless tree. To make things worse, there are insects buzzing around him, pestering him endlessly. He swats away a couple of bothersome bees with his branch. This triggers a system notification about his double kill. More system alerts pop up. One shows his name, UZU, and his tree species, mutated willow. His lifespan is 0.1 out of 20 years with 0.2 evolution points. Another window explains his power, mutated branches. It explains that he can earn evolution points by eliminating creatures and soaking up sunlight daily. He realizes he will earn just 0.1 points for each bee he takes down, and 0.1 for daily sunlight. The next window explains that 0.1 points can be used to enhance his branches. At first, he hesitates to strengthen them, but the presence of danger nearby pushes him to take action. So Yuzuyu invests points into fortifying 3 of his 50 branches. Unexpectedly, he finds he can now control those branches like arms. Thrilled, he believes he can overcome any obstacle now, so he attacks a nearby bee nest to gain more points. 2 weeks later, Yuzuyu has strengthened all 50 branches. Feeling incredibly powerful, he creates a whirlwind of branches, launching tornadoes. He targets a large rock ahead. Unfortunately, his branches don't touch it, but the shockwave from them shatters the rock. Realizing this, he decides to strike from afar using this technique. After half a month as a tree, our protagonist has grown taller. Much faster than typical trees, he can absorb energy through his roots, leading him to believe he can grow stronger even without effort. Additionally, he has an attribute called longevity. As a tree, he cannot tire or fall ill, even though his lifespan is currently limited to just 20 years. Yuzuyu believes that with enough evolution points, he could grow to be as mighty as the world tree. Yu enjoys his tree existence, with no concerns about studying or food. As chicks begin chirping in a nest on his branches, our hero remembers that the nest landed on him when he broke his branches, blocking the sunlight. He assumes these are peregrine falcon chicks, a species of medium-sized, fierce creature. An adult falcon can reach a height of about 1 meter and dive at speeds ranging from 270 to 360 kilometers per hour. This kind of speed would easily suffocate any prey. Fortunately, the air in his current world is much different from his previous one. Moreover, lacking aerial combat skills, he decides to tame the falcon chicks to use them to enhance his strength. After his first death, our protagonist is determined to survive in this new world, no matter what. It turns out this world is home to powerful mutated creatures, like storm wolves, giant ants, and the spider queen. There's even a massive gorilla that feasts on trees and a gigantic blade snake. This snake appears and destroys everything in its path, causing chaos all around. Later, our hero is out hunting a white rabbit. After capturing and killing it, he feeds it to the chicks, who devour it greedily, as if it's their first and only meal. The system then notifies him that he has earned 1 evolution point. Excited, Yuzuyu contemplates how to use the point, since all 50 of his branches have already been enhanced. In the end, he decides to upgrade his roots before his trunk. Oddly, it costs a full evolution point to upgrade just 1 root. This is 10 times the price of a branch upgrade, but this high cost leads him to believe the roots are far more significant. Excited, he wonders if this will allow him to move freely once he completes the upgrade. As soon as he presses the button, he experiences sharp pain and yells out. Meanwhile, his roots begin thrashing about, startling the chicks. After a brief moment, our protagonist is left breathless, likening the pain to being struck by an electric drill. Despite the agony, it's worth it as his roots have thickened, and he now has control over a newly formed red root. For now, his strength and tree root status stand at 1 out of 9. He's curious if he'll be able to move freely. A sharp pain strikes him again as he tries to lift his roots. This pain is even more intense than before, and despite his best efforts, he remains completely still. Yuzuyu abandons the idea of running, realizing he's stuck in place. Thus, he chooses to rely on the roots to shield his trunk instead. The thick red root, which holds the most destructive power, is buried deep underground. With all of his points used up, he plans to acquire more, but his thoughts are cut short by a sudden explosion nearby. Noticing the disturbance, our hero activates his combat mode. Yu spots an injured fox on the ground. After inspecting it closely, he sees it's still breathing. However, the wound is black, indicating it has been poisoned. He first considers using the creature to gain evolution points, but he realizes he can't feed a poisoned body to the falcon chicks. Unexpectedly, a system message appears, revealing that his branch fluids have healing properties, capable of detoxifying and stopping bleeding. Yet using this fluid will cause that branch to lose its enhanced strength. Nonetheless, Yuziyu decides to apply the fluid to heal the fox. His plan is to kill it afterward to collect points and provide food for the chicks. He applies the branch fluid to the fox, and before long, the animal fully recovers, its energy restored. As a result, the number of his reinforced branches decreases from 50 to 49. The hero prepares to strike, but when he sees the fox's gleaming eyes, Yuziyu hesitates. To his surprise, the fox begins rubbing against him, prompting him to shout at it to stop, insisting it is nothing more than a source of evolution points. Soon, however, the fox's cuteness causes our protagonist to melt. He forgets his original intentions and holds the creature as they affectionately rub against each other. Out of nowhere, the fog begins to glow, and the system alerts Yuziyu that the red fox is evolving. Once the process finishes, it transforms into a mutated red fox. Now 3 years old and at beginner stage 4, it gains a special skill known as Charm Eye. It has grown in size and its fur now resembles flame. Upon learning this, our hero immediately checks his own stats window. He discovers that he's currently at beginner stage 9. This makes him 5 times stronger than the red fox. He realizes that not only does his branch fluid have healing abilities, but it can also induce evolution in other creatures. As he contemplates his growth, he believes that as he advances, he will be able to assess his own power more precisely, especially as he reaches rank 1, rank 2, or higher. With this insight, he feels that his life is ascending toward a greater state of being. Oddly, the fox suddenly dashes off. Yuzua wonders if humans were pursuing it, as its injury appeared to be caused by an arrow. Deep down, our protagonist is hesitant to interact with humans, fearing they might see him as a malevolent tree and try to hunt him. So he decides to maintain his role as an ordinary tree for now. Suddenly, the fox jumps away after noticing something. Unexpectedly, 2 young girls approach Yuziyu, carrying fruits and water. Sensing danger, our hero activates stealth mode and conceals the face on his trunk. It turns out the girls are there to offer fruits and water to their late father. This causes our hero to internally scream in shock, not expecting a body to be buried beneath him, though he senses something isn't quite right about the situation. As the girls finish their prayers, the one with a ponytail begins eating the fruits, even though her sister tries to stop her. The ponytail girl insists their father would have allowed it. Meanwhile, Yuzuyu just wishes they would leave. Soon after, the girl suggests they go take a bath. Our hero slowly opens his eyes and watches them leave. The girls head to a nearby river for a bath. Yu feels frustrated since he can't see the sisters bathing, as a tree in front of him is obstructing his view. Determined to get a glimpse, he decides to change his position, but to his dismay, he experiences sharp pain throughout his body. He sobs, feeling utterly powerless in this moment. Later, after their bath, the girls finally return. Though our hero doesn't want to encounter them again, the 2 girls turn back and decide to return in the future to visit their father. A week passes, and the canyons remain fraught with dangers. Yuzuyu's peregrine falcons, now at beginner stage 3, face off against a mutated golden eagle. Together, they unleash their bullet divine move. But sadly, it has no effect on the eagle. The golden eagle roars at the falcons, causing them to lose focus. At that moment, the mutated fox attacks the eagle, but it too proves ineffective. In retaliation, the eagle grabs the fox and slams it into the ground. The fox is thoroughly defeated. Now the eagle shifts its attention to our hero. It begins flying toward him. Yuzuyu uses his tornado pierce and finally takes down the mutated golden eagle alone. By defeating a stage 5 creature, our protagonist earns 70 points. Our boy reflects on how he has been feeding life essence to the peregrine falcons recently, which has allowed them to grow faster. He praises his companions and notes that the red fox has stayed with him ever since he saved it. Meanwhile, the mutated eagle that had been soaring through the skies all week is now dead. Consequently, our hero decides to hide his energy. He believes his aura may have been the reason the eagle was attracted in the first place. He notes that handling a stage 7 golden eagle would already be a tough challenge. Had he encountered an enemy on par with him, it could have cost him everything. This experience strengthens his resolve to grow more powerful. He feels certain there's a creature out there capable of ending his life with ease. This realization makes him understand the need for caution. Yu desires to become more powerful alongside his companion. With 70 evolution points in his possession, he believes it's time to enhance his strength. At present, his 8 peregrine falcons have reached beginner level 3, while his red fox is at level 4. He eagerly anticipates how they will evolve into their next form. Before anything, he feeds them his life essence to boost their strength a little. Suddenly, a massive attack descends from the sky. This strike obliterates Yuzuyu's roots and branches. Out of nowhere, an enormous serpent appears in front of them. It starts twisting its body around a tree, uprooting it with ease. Sadly, our hero is left with only 24 branches to work with. He realizes he hadn't sensed the creature's presence and concludes that the snake must have hidden its aura. Quickly, he summons his stats to check the snake's detail. He discovers that it's a stage 9 Warax snake. Its fang blade is sharp enough to pierce steel, and its tail is like a cleaver, capable of slicing through anything. To his horror, the creature is a stage 10. With urgency, he calls Xiao Hong, the red fox, who immediately growls at the serpent. She recalls that it was the same snake that poisoned her before. Meanwhile, the serpent consumes a tree similar to Yuzuyu and begins charging towards our protagonist. Yuzuyu shouts at his team to take cover behind him, thankfully. At the right moment, he blocks the snake's tail with his strong red roots, though he knows deep down that this enemy is formidable. Despite the threat, he refuses to back down since he's also a stage 9 creature, as the snake strikes with its tail. He gathers points to boost the strength of his tree roots to level 3 out of 9. Shuddering, he grabs the snake and in that moment, fortifies his roots even further. Now all 9 of his roots are empowered. He decides to aim for the serpent's belly in an attempt to end the battle once and for all. Though the snake spits blood, the roots only manage to leave a small dent in its tough scale. Frustrated, our hero realizes that the snake could easily kill him, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. Nevertheless, he won't surrender and channels his will to kill. As Yuzuyu relentlessly attacks, the serpent begins to retreat. At the same time, our protagonist is utterly drained. His body begins to crack, and he honestly believes he might not survive this. His companions rush to him, clearly anxious, but he reassures them that he's all right. However, deep within, he feels guilty for the situation, blaming his own weakness. Acknowledging that rapid growth is difficult, he fears the Warax snake will continue advancing quickly. If he remains passive, he knows he will eventually perish. Unfortunately, his core is on the verge of breaking due to the excessive strain on his roots. Unexpectedly, a system notification informs him that he can now level up, requiring 10 evolution points. The message asks whether he wishes to evolve. Stunned, he realizes that just as he had suspected, there are levels beyond beginner. Fueled with determination, he vows to become stronger than the creatures surrounding him, because he refuses to die again. Without hesitation, he presses the yes button and his evolution begins. Yu is eager to keep evolving as his branches regenerate, light spreads throughout the area. The light engulfs his companions as well. After a few minutes, he emerges transformed into his next stage, his appearance drastically changed. His missing branches have regrown and his frame has doubled in size. Unexpectedly, Shaehang steps forward, now having reached beginner stage 7. Meanwhile, all 8 peregrine falcons have advanced to beginner stage 5. Our hero believes the light affected their evolution. He concludes this is why they all evolved. He then orders the falcons to track the snake's direction. Surprisingly, they soar through the air at lightning speed. This leads Yuzuyu to think that they could now easily take on a mutated golden eagle or a creature of similar strength. Additionally, Xiao has also grown stronger. He can clearly sense her power emanating outward. Just as he decides to check his status window, he hears a cry for help. To his shock, it's the 2 sisters who are running in terrible condition. Sadly, they are being pursued by a horde of monsters. The girls are desperately fleeing, unaware of the reason behind their pursuers. Meanwhile, our hero realizes that all these monsters are being attracted by them. Releasing the essence of his transformation, he enters full combat mode, knowing he can't allow anyone to drain his power. As the creatures close in on the girls, a sudden explosion erupts. When the dust clears, the sisters spot Xiao standing over a defeated monster. Frightened by his terrifying gaze, the sisters scream in fear. As more monsters near, falcons quickly deal with them and return to his side. Meanwhile, the sisters watch, bewildered by what they've just witnessed. The monsters halt briefly as our hero commands his allies to retreat. He decides to show the monsters who the true threat really is. Yuzuyu starts moving his roots with deadly intent, urging his enemies to attack him all at once. But effortlessly, he fends them off using his roots and branches. His goal is to collect all of them as his evolution points. A mutated hippopotamus charges at Yuzuyu, but is swiftly defeated instead. This gives our hero 50 points. Then, the mutated rats provide 20 points, the rhino gives 30, and the giraffe adds 20 more. As he continues taking down the creatures, his points steadily rise. A mutated bat attacks with sonic wave. However, our protagonist quickly vanquishes it. Next, a mutated cow appears and surprisingly manages to block his attack. Seeing this, he decides to spare a few to nurture later. He gathers a group of them and eliminates the remaining enemy. After wiping out all the others, he leaves 8 alive. Now, only the 2 sisters remain. If he lets them go, they might uncover his secret. But if he eliminates them, he will turn into a monstrous tree. If the villagers find out about their disappearance, others will start to investigate, and if that happens, the military might take control. There's even the possibility they could imprison Yuzuyu in a zoo, ridiculing his hideous form. At that moment, an idea strikes our hero, and he thinks it just might work. After a brief pause, both sisters regain consciousness and are terrified by his stare. As he raises a root, they scream, fearing an attack. To their astonishment, he writes something on the ground using his root. However, their reaction is not what our hero expected. Deep inside, he hopes they will believe that their father has turned into a willow tree. He begins to panic, thinking he saved them both from danger. Hoping they will trust his message, he pauses. Before he can act further, the ponytailed twin speaks up. She asks if he knows her name and dares him to reveal her deepest secret. Our hero consults his system, and it reveals her name is Xiolin. Her secret is that she has feelings for Ernui, a boy from a neighboring village. Her sister's name is Xiaoking, who has been skipping school to look after both her sister and their grandfather. Our hero writes down the secret, causing Ling to shriek in embarrassment. She denies liking him, admitting that she had only ever shared that secret with her father. Afterward, Yuzuyu gives each of them a hairpin. He made them from his branches while bored. He mentions how people grow deeply attached to those who are no longer around and feels that it's fate. That their father's resting place is beneath him when their father was dying. He entrusted the responsibility of caring for Ling and their grandfather to Qing. Now, our protagonist gently places a branch on Qing's head. He thanks her for everything she has done for her family and apologizes for leaving so much on her shoulder. He believes that time causes things to merge and wonders if perhaps their father's soul has merged with him. Later, Qing explains that the past 2 months have been full of surprises. An airplane was ambushed by a flock of crows and nothing was left behind. There's also a dark figure in the sea that swallowed an entire cruise ship. She's heard that the air has changed, causing all living things to evolve. The East calls it spiritual energy, while the West refers to it as magic. At first, Qing didn't believe the reports, but after seeing our hero now, she believes it all. Next, our hero watches as Ling tries to feed the caged animals he caught earlier. When the beasts begin growling threateningly, Xiao Hong glares at them and they quickly retreat. Ling praises Hong as the beasts begin eating peacefully. Meanwhile, Yuzuyu observes how Ling is playing with 4 wolves, but he feels there's no danger since Hong is keeping an eye on them. He then turns his attention to the white crane and monkey he captured. They are tied up with his branches to keep them from causing trouble. The mutated cow he caught is surprisingly friendly. Realizing it can't defeat him, it lies down to sleep while Qing rests beside it. One of the other creatures is making a lot of noise, and our hero speculates it must be from Africa or Southeast Asia, as it doesn't belong here. Setting everything aside, Yuzuyu opens his status window. He discovers that he has reached level 1. He gains the ability to envelop himself in a dense fog for protection, along with a hallucinogenic skill to bewilder his foes. Although now at rank 1, Yuzuyu still has the capacity to enhance all his skills. With 149 evolution points available, he can significantly boost his strength. The 2 newly acquired abilities appear promising, and he contemplates their usefulness in ideal conditions. He spends 20 points to unlock both powers. Once activated, he realizes that hallucinogenic effects are fairly common. Many plants already have this trait, yet combining it with the thick fog is something he hadn't imagined before. Having achieved rank 1, he sets his sights on reaching even higher level. He considers it too risky to attract stronger adversaries while hunting the Warax snake, so he resolves to neutralize nearby threats from other monsters before confronting the serpent. Ling cannot locate him within the mist, but he reassures her from behind and instructs Hong to escort the sisters back home. Before departing, Yuzuyu tells them to keep his identity secret, even from their grandfather during the journey back. The sisters reflect on their rough morning and the fortunate turn of events as they ride atop the fox. Meanwhile, Yuzuyu begins a second round of upgrades through the system interface. He allocates evolution points to enhance his roots, branches, and ability. Blue energy surges through him, causing the ground to quake as his roots expand, with both hallucinogenic and dense fog powers strengthened. Surrounding creatures sense the shift in power, stirring unease and signaling the emergence of a new dominant force. By sunrise, he examines his reinforced form beneath the misty light. Nearby, wolves in a cage react anxiously to the purple glow now emanating from his eyes. He observes the amplified effect of his abilities on the wildlife, confirming that his fog can now confuse and disorient them. Accessing his system panel, Yuzuyu notes his current skills, but laments that only 14 evolution points remain. These points are insufficient to upgrade his powerful super regeneration. Turning his attention below ground, he senses his main route extending deep. It draws power from an underground stream he calls the Spirit River. To prevent alarming his companions, he retracts his ominous red roots from sight. Soon, the peregrine falcons return, reporting that the deadly tomahawk snake is still missing, likely recuperating from the previous fight. Yuzuyu instructs them to keep searching, anticipating another confrontation. The caged wolves suddenly howl, prompting him to quiet them using a whip made of green vines. The commotion draws Xiaoling and Xiaoking into the clearing with their animal companion. Xiaoling tends to the wolves' injury, while Zioking scolds Yu for scaring them. Her gentle touch quickly soothes the animal, astonishing Yu at how compliant the fierce beasts become. Meanwhile, the honey badger escapes to steal food, but he captures it again with vines. Shaoling offers the animal some jerky to appease it, then feeds the black cow and other creatures as Zioking bonds with the wolves. Yu marvels at the rapport between the girls and the animals, recognizing the potential of their taming abilities. The group gathers beneath his branches, giving Yu a rare moment of calm, but the view shifts to a dark cliffside cave, where the Warax snake's eye opens, hinting at an emerging threat. At dawn in the Tranquil village, Zioling races ahead, calling for her sister to keep up. Zioking struggles to maintain the pace, while their grandfather watches from the courtyard. His worry is evident as he cautions them not to venture far into the back hill. Despite this, Qing dismisses his concerns, and the sisters vanish into the distant forest. Left alone, the old man reflects on their uplifted spirits since their father's passing. Yet unease lingers as he wonders why the girls are drawn so strongly to the mountain. Meanwhile, deep within the canyon, Yuzuyu awakens and immediately notices the absence of the red fox. Watching the wooden cage still holding wolves and other wild creatures, our hero deduces that the fox must have gone to find the sister. Our protagonist sighs, feeling that the creature has become more attached to them than he had. Despite his attempts over the last few weeks on the forest path, Zio Hong waits eagerly for the siblings, greeting them with excitement when they arrive. The sisters are overjoyed to see her, and soon they're riding on the fox's back, soaring above cliffs with delight. During the ride, Ling proudly shows off a dark bag. She has taken fertilizer from her grandfather to use for their father. She believes it will help him grow stronger and healthier. She mischievously explains that since her grandfather can't enjoy sweets, she's sure their father would prefer them instead. Suddenly, the weather shifts as heavy swirling clouds fill the sky. Zio Qing notices the change and urges them to hurry back, but without warning, the enormous Warax snake drops down from above. The sisters panic as the massive purple serpent attacks, its blade-like head and tail creating a destructive shockwave that fills the air with danger. Unaware of the new danger, our protagonist stays focused on hunting in his own domain. He commands his peregrine falcons to lure a swarm of giant mutated bees. As the birds swoop by him, the insects are drawn straight into his range. Our hero unleashes a flurry of glowing white branches, quickly cutting through the swarm and gathering evolution points from the success. The falcons return, and Yu rewards them with drops of glowing life essence, which they eagerly accept to strengthen themselves further. Having earned more points, Yuzu turns to his system interface and decides to evolve one of his mutated roots to a higher level. Despite the excruciating pain of the process, our protagonist completes the upgrade. His new root emerges thick, black, and brimming with power. To test its strength, our hero targets 2 mutated animals in a nearby meadow, striking them down instantly and gaining additional points from the kill. After the upgrade, our protagonist uses his evolved root to form an underground defense, sending out sensory waves through the soil to detect any incoming threats. The honey badger bound nearby reacts to the vibrations, but Yuzi Yu dismisses the protests, noting that Ling will eventually bring food anyway. As night falls and darkness spreads, our protagonist realizes that the red fox and the sisters still haven't returned. His worry grows as he sees how late it has become. On the opposite side of the forest, the Warax snake still lingers, its scales bloody. Its rage still simmering, leaving the fate of the sisters uncertain. Increasingly unsettled, Yuzuyu grows anxious about the missing sister. He immediately orders Ada, the peregrine falcon, to lead a search. He sends the other creatures with strict orders to leave no stone unturned. As he waits, our protagonist's attention is drawn to the ground, where Zio Hong lies, collapsed and bleeding. Without hesitation, our boy channels life essence through his vines to stabilize her, only to quickly realize she is alone. Worried, Yu asks anxiously about Zioking and Zioling but receives no answer. His gaze shifts to the horizon. Our hero spots a horrifying sight, the Warax snake. Its massive form stands against the setting sun on the cliff, its tail holding Zioking's lifeless, bloodied body, reacting with panic and fury. Our boy screams at the snake to stop as the beast tosses her body into the air. The protagonist extends a thick black root to catch her before she crashes to the ground. Realizing it's outmatched, the Warax snake quickly flees into the forest, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Although the snake had gained considerable energy and a new appearance after devouring Yu's branches, it still cannot defeat the willow tree, forcing it to retreat hastily. Afterward, our hero gently lays Zioking on the ground. She remains motionless as Yuzi Yu begins to infuse her with more life essence. Hoping for any sign of improvement, the system continuously notifies him that her vital signs remain unchanged. But our boy insists on continuing, pouring all his evolution points into the effort. The surrounding creatures, including the monkeys, wolves, and the honey badger gather in distress, their cries echoing his own desperation. Despite numerous attempts, the system confirms no vital sign. Yu eventually drains all his energy, and the light from his vines fades, signaling the end of his efforts. Meanwhile, in a nearby village, Zioling lies unconscious in the clinic. The doctor explains to her grandfather, the village chief, that although the poison was removed from her arm and abdomen, it has already spread to her brain and heart. Even if she survives, she will be left permanently paralyzed. Stricken with grief, the grandfather is then approached by a returning search party. The group informs that Zioking remains unaccounted for and is likely consumed. This devastating news leaves the elderly man in disbelief, unable to respond while others urge him to accept the truth. In the canyon, the peregrine falcon watches the village and reports back to UZU, with the full scope of the disaster revealed. One sister has perished at his side and the other lies paralyzed in the village. Overcome with sorrow and fury, our hero struggles to contain his emotion. His anger builds and his eyes glow with a fierce red light. The falcons and other creatures sense this rage and respond with bared fang. With a final command, our protagonist calls his allies to prepare for battle, signaling the start of his revenge. As the era of spiritual energy begins, global disasters escalate, centering on the Penghu archipelago, where 17 planes have crashed, and 20 ships have disappeared in a span of 6 months. Mutated crows darken the sky, and colossal sea creatures rise from the depths to wreak havoc. Authorities confirm that these mutated crows and sea monsters have claimed the area as their domain, turning Penghu into a no-man's land, where planes and ships become easy prey due to the noise they produce. As these mutant creatures grow more powerful, their territorial instincts intensify, marking the beginning of the spiritual era. At a high-tech command center, officers report a surge in attacks by mutant creatures, as readings of spiritual energy rise sharply across multiple regions. The commander orders all areas with spiritual readings over 5,000 to be mapped, knowing that creatures of this strength can resist conventional weaponry. As the map fills with danger zones, a new alarm sounds, signaling an even greater threat as the spiritual readings exceed 18,000. Feeling overwhelmed, the leader realizes humanity is facing a true existential threat. The scene shifts to a canyon battlefield, where a white crane stands amidst the chaos. The enormous and wild tomahawk snake dominates the field, effortlessly crushing everything in its path. Nearby, a mutated black cow trembles in fear. Meanwhile, the honey badger remembers a moment of kindness from Zioling and launches a desperate attack on the serpent. But despite its bravery, the badger is swiftly knocked aside, though mutant wolves join the fray. Their bites fail to pierce the snake's thick scales, and they are thrown away by its violent movement. The tomahawk snake remains unharmed, standing tall as the unrivaled ruler of the battlefield. Suddenly, the red fox appears, surrounded by blazing flames, marking the fourth encounter between the two. Flashbacks of past moments flood her mind, especially the time she failed to save her sisters, who were slain by the snake. When the serpent was weaker, her sorrow transforms into determination as she swears to risk everything for vengeance, ready to use her newfound power against her old nemesis. The tomahawk snake senses the fox's rising strength and rage, preparing for their final showdown. Its natural weapons, diamond-hard armor, lethal fangs, and its axe-like head and tail, along with its venom, are all ready for combat as these two apex predators face off. The red fox, though still outclassed in terms of raw power, charges with lightning speed, aiming directly for the serpent's head. Just as their clash reaches its peak, a golden peregrine falcon dives from above and strikes the snake. Shattering part of its tough hide, the red fox seizes the opportunity and launches a fiery attack at the vulnerable spot. More falcons swoop down to join the assault, combining their strength with the fox in a coordinated strike to bring down the tomahawk snake. As the battle for survival and revenge nears its peak, 8 peregrine falcons gather high above the canyon, bathed in intense golden light. In perfect unison, they dive to form a concentrated spear, aimed directly at the Warax snake, feeling the immense pressure of their attack. The serpent shows its fangs, ready to face the oncoming strike, while even the red fox feels the overwhelming force. It's clear now that the falcons are willing to sacrifice themselves. They burn their life force to unleash their most devastating technique, bullet dive. This attack channels their combined energy into a cataclysmic blow. Despite the friction and heat generated by their high-speed dive, which will certainly harm both their enemy and themselves, they press forward, determined to land the fatal strike. As the attack begins, a memory surfaces from the falcon's past. They recall how their mother was killed by predators, leaving them to fend for themselves, hungry and alone, awaiting death. Before UZU's branches saved them, under the protection of our protagonist, they flourished and came to see this guardian as a maternal figure. Their resolve now is strengthened by the recent death of their sister, Zio Qing, whose loss further drives them to fight with all their might. The avian guardians of our heroes are determined to secure a win, even at the cost of their lives. The golden spear soars through the air and strikes the Warax snake with tremendous force. The impact creates a violent shockwave that sends the red fox skidding across the ground and scatters debris everywhere, while the concentrated energy penetrates the snake's body. The creature writhes in pain, Once the dust clears, the falcons are cast from their ranks, battered and wounded. Some lie motionless, while others try to move despite their severe injuries. The snake, however, remains alive, roaring angrily as it looms over the fallen birds. Nearby, an unconscious white crane and wolves lie sprawled across the ruined battlefield. Afterward, the red fox rises on unsteady legs, bloodied but alert. The relentless snake rears up to strike, its axe-like head smashing into the earth with violent force as the fox narrowly evades. The ground trembles from the collision, leaving the predator momentarily alone in a shattered clearing. Suddenly, massive roots erupt from the earth, ensnaring the beast. The towering form of Yuzu materializes in a glowing purple haze. Seizing the chance, Yuzu traps the enemy completely. A flashback reveals the snake's past with our hero. The serpent remembers devouring Uzu's stump to gain its power and fleeing after being injured in a prior clash. It becomes clear that Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling were killed simply because they bore the scent of our protagonist. Now the snake understands too late that our hero has set a perfect trap, working with the other creatures to surround it in a deadly ambush. The roots of Yuzu tighten around the snake, lifting it off the ground. With a silent gesture, a huge sharpened spike shoots up from the earth, piercing the snake through its jaw and head. Blood pours from the wound as the creature's body goes limp, hanging motionless. The ground shakes from the heavy impacts as Yuzu looms over the battlefield, its vast roots glowing with unnatural energy. They spread across the earth like a giant web, trapping the tomahawk snake inside. Trapped and consumed by fear, the serpent is overwhelmed by the fury of our protagonist. With no chance of escape, the snake prepares for a final, desperate effort. It bares its fangs and thrashes at the tightening roots, while on the trunk of Yuzu, a face pulsing with purple energy radiates anger, mocking the snake's futile attempts. Without hesitation, Yuzu channels his rage into a savage assault. Red energy bursts upward, crashing into the snake's body. Scales shatter and blood is drawn as our hero demands vengeance for Xiao Qing, sending spear after spear until the snake is pinned and broken. Its jaw is crushed amid the continuous barrage. The beast howls in agony as a final burst of yellow and red power engulfs it. Brief flashes of Xiao Qing and Shaolin appear in our hero's mind, fueling his wrath. The battle ends when the mighty roots tighten around the tomahawk snake, crushing it. As energy floods the air, our protagonist's enraged screams echo through the canyon. A colossal spike emerges from the earth, piercing the serpent's body. The battle ends in a cloud of dust and debris. When the haze clears, the snake lies shattered and still, a lifeless corpse in a crater. A green system window confirms the kill, granting evolution points to Yuzu. As the battlefield quiets, our hero's face remains twisted in sorrow. Around him, the mutated black cow lies exhausted and steaming. The golden monkey crouches in shock, and the wolves slink away in fear. The thick black root grabs the lifeless body, and in his inability to accept the outcome, our hero lifts the corpse, shaking it violently. Screaming in denial, he orders the body to rise. The wolves and the red fox, Shaehang, watch in a mix of concern and dread as Yuzu slams the body into the ground again and again. His face contorted in madness. Suddenly, the rage collapses into profound sorrow. Tears stream down his glowing face as the reality of the situation sinks in. He tries to justify his actions by recalling the snake's role in the deaths of his companions, reflecting on the world's cruel survival law. The cycle of life and death in the animal kingdom leads to a grim realization. The strong prey on the weak, and the lost lives fuel new life. Despite understanding this, grief overwhelms him, and he can't hold back his tears. As night falls, Xiao Hong weeps silently. The honey badger sobs openly, and the golden monkey sits in quiet sorrow. Together, Yuzu and his companions mourn beneath the fading sunlight. At midnight, panic erupts in the human village. Chief Grandpa and others rush through the streets, their faces drawn with shock and fear. Xiaoling lies unconscious, her skin pale from the venom of the Warax snake. The villagers gather helplessly around her, unable to help. A sense of fear spreads through the village as they realize the venom's toll. Xiaoling's condition worsens, and the villagers look on in helpless horror. The village chief and others work desperately to save her, but their efforts seem futile as the deadly poison continues to spread. Hidden in the thick underbrush, the red fox Xiao Hong observes the scene quietly, her eyes glowing a vivid red. It was obvious that she had carried the body to the village, but after a brief pause, she turns away and vanishes into the darkness. The viewpoint shifts to Yuzu's canyon, where the night sky is clear and open. The protagonist stands proudly over his domain, surrounded by all his trained creatures. The falcons, red fox, wolves, cow, badger, and monkey. Yu acknowledges their collective efforts in avenging Xiaoking and Xiol. As a token of gratitude, he produces a glowing drop of green liquid at the tip of his branch. The animals stare, mesmerized by its energy, while the honey badger King too gazes at it hungrily. The protagonist declares this liquid to be the very thing the tomahawk snake had desperately sought, promising it will greatly aid everyone. He instructs his beasts to treat the drop as a farewell drink, assuring them that anyone is free to leave whenever they choose. As the drop falls, the waiting beasts gaze on with eager anticipation. When it touches the ground, blinding light envelops them, and spiritual energy surges through their bodies, triggering an incredible transformation. The mutant black cow changes into a mutant bison, gaining enhanced abilities and a more formidable form, while the wolves morph into mutant wind wolves with sleek blue fur and glowing forehead symbol. Status windows appear to showcase their newfound power. These include the bison's crescent crash and ground trample, alongside the wolves' mastery of wind. Yu watches in awe as these transformations unfold, noting that his followers now possess both innate talents and special ability. Even though the white crane and golden monkey only level up with no visible changes in their appearance, the overall strength of the group rises significantly. The four wind wolves bow in respect to the protagonist. Soon, the crane and honey badger follow suit. Our hero inquires if they are willing to remain at his side. The golden monkey steps forward and responds with courage. Still grieving from recent losses, he promises to safeguard and strengthen his comrade. He stresses that in this new world filled with spiritual energy, survival hinges on becoming more powerful. As the protagonist solidifies his determination, Yu expresses his ambition to grow so strong that all will fear him, proclaiming himself the origin of everything within his domain. The night settles down as peregrine falcons rest in the trees, and the red fox curls up at the base of the trunk. Our protagonist contemplates deeply. He is acutely aware of the changes that have come with this new stage of evolution. By dawn, the canyon buzzes with activity. The falcons patrol above, while the wind wolves cover the ground below. The mutant bison, white crane, and golden monkey clear the area of debris with their special abilities. The red fox stands guard from a high cliff, overseeing the territory, while the honey badger lazily sleeps in a hole. Yu, displeased, uses a red root to drag him out and scolds him for neglecting his responsibilities. The honey badger retorts defiantly, but before the argument escalates, a sudden burst of golden light shines in the sky. The hero and his companions look up in astonishment as a glowing humanoid figure with long hair descends from the golden beam. This figure, curled into a fetal position, radiates intense energy and opens one glowing red eye, signaling the arrival of a new and mysterious force. A brilliant golden orb streaks down from the heavens. It targets Yu's willow tree form in the canyon, alarming him. The protagonist attempts to block the orb with his glowing branches, but the attack passes right through, unaffected by physical defense. The golden light settles at the tree's roots and reveals the soul of a humanoid woman with long hair. Radiating golden energy, Yuzu immediately recognizes her as Zio. He is shocked by her sudden appearance at his base and struggles to make sense of the situation while the soul curls around his root. As the protagonist wonders what is happening, a system interface appears to provide an explanation. The system reveals that his mutated tree roots have a unique power to nourish soul. It further clarifies that Xioking's soul is a mutated human one, immune to physical harm and possessing rare psychic powers. These abilities allow her to linger after death, her consciousness attached to another body. Yu reflects on ancient myths about soul-preserving trees. He recalls that certain sacred trees could house souls within their branches. The protagonist realizes that, although his power is not as strong as those ancient trees, he still offers similar protection. Slowly, Xioking's soul stirs. She remains confused, unable to recall her identity or surroundings. Yuzu reassures her, promising to protect her and acknowledging her importance this time. During this moment, the honey badger Ping 2 watches timidly from behind a root. The creature responds to the emotional environment, though it cannot fully understand the soul or its importance. Suddenly, Xiaoking is struck by a headache and starts hearing voices in her head. Along with this, she sees visions of distressed villagers calling out for someone named Xiaoling. She feels overwhelmed by the surge of emotions and memories linked to these individuals. Meanwhile, our protagonist reflects inwardly on the possibility that her memories might be returning. Yuzuyu suggests that Xiaoling, who is currently unconscious, could be her twin, proposing that their souls may have merged or become connected after death. To stabilize the spirit, our hero directs a pulse of green life energy into her. The soul absorbs it, growing brighter and more focused. Xiaoking then sends him a vision, revealing a room in the human village where Xiaoling lies in a coma, surrounded by mournful villagers and the village leader. Xiaoking realizes that her consciousness is inside Xiaoling's body and can exert some influence over it. This is shown when the girl's fingers move, surprising the onlookers. However, this effort quickly tires the soul, breaking the connection. Our boy observes this and suggests that if possible, Xiaoking might continue living as Xiaoling to stay in the world. As this plan takes shape, the focus abruptly shifts to a rainy, gloomy cliffside. Two soldiers in military rain gear stand near a jeep, discussing their next mission. In the misty mountains, hinting at new developments on the horizon, heavy rain pours on a foggy mountain path as two soldiers march through the downpour. The younger soldier checks a GPS, and suggests seeking shelter in a nearby village. Meanwhile, his older, more seasoned companion watches the path ahead in silence. Soon after, the older man is revealed to be Yan Gaeyu, first-generation superhuman with glowing red eyes and a dark mask. He takes charge, leading the team forward toward their target, undeterred by the harsh weather and poor visibility. Meanwhile, in a canyon, Yu Ziyu communicates with Xiao Qing's golden soul, who proudly displays signs of her awakening. Our boy notes how rapidly her spiritual awakening has progressed. Far quicker than normal, but he keeps his thoughts to himself. He remembers that both Xiaoqing and her sister Xiaoling were recently killed by wild animals, and suspects the villagers will seek vengeance. Despite his current strength, our protagonist is determined to avoid direct conflict with humans, and prefers to keep his true power hidden. To bolster his territory's defenses, Yu Ziyu releases a thick fog throughout the canyon. He explains that it reduces visibility to less than 4 meters and could paralyze an entire city. Our hero commands his tamed beasts, "Let's move out." Even the azure wind wolves and the crimson fox are being shaped to live with the mist, as he reminds them that change through evolution never stops. Yu lays out his goal of establishing an area ruled by dense haze and illusions, planning to transform the mountain into a fortified refuge known as the Land of Fog. When rain starts falling within the canyon, Xiaoqing detects a strange spiritual presence and her eyes shine a brilliant gold. At the same time, Yuzuyu feels a formidable intruder drawing near. Beyond the canyon, a military convoy fights the harsh ground, and the fog leaves the soldiers nearly blind. The seasoned officer tells part of the unit to guard the vehicles while the rest advance toward the village, stressing they must bring specialized arms for mutant beasts. The troops grow tense at the thought of using them, since they know this isn't an ordinary enemy. Yang Ayuan suddenly picks up the sound of sobbing from the village ahead. He immediately volunteers to recon the area, bursting forward at dazzling speed and leaving a golden streak of energy that leaves the soldiers impressed. Back in the canyon, the boy becomes alert. The protagonist senses these arrivals are different from anyone he's met before, and he questions whether they're here for him or for some other purpose. Yuzuyu presses Xiaoqing for answers, but she's distracted as she struggles to keep her shape steady. She soon admits a lingering soul fragment is fusing with her. Memories of her past with her sister then surface. Ya realizes Xiaoling's soul remains partly preserved and offers Xiaoqing a single drop of radiant life essence. He tells her to take it, saying he needs her help to carry out a task. Moments later, the view shifts to a home in the human village. Xiaoling lies unconscious on the bed as Yan Gaeyuan stands close by. Her grandfather anxiously asks whether his granddaughter can still be safe. Standing over Xiaoling, Yang Gaeyuan explains that the villagers panicked and her weak spiritual aura led him to the clinic. He silently examines her, noting her uncommon affinity for fire and how her awakening is unlike the others. Taking out a vial filled with red liquid, Yan says the medicine will draw in spiritual energy from the surroundings to help bring her back. As Yan readies the mixture, Yuziyu watches from afar while Xiaoqing's golden soul thrashes violently within Xiaoling's body. A system alert announces the soul has reached entry level 5, yet even with repeated doses of life essence, her progress remains constrained. Xiaoqing's soul is tugged by a mysterious force. Back at the clinic, Yan Gaeyuan tips the potion into Xiaoling's mouth. At once, red energy erupts from her body and fires. Beam of light straight into the sky, catching the attention of the soldiers outside and their veteran commander. Soon after, Xiaoling wakes up and slowly pushes herself upright. As Yan and her grandfather watch intently, the villagers rejoice at her recovery and marvel at the man's skill. The officer, however, can't make sense of how fast she recovered. He suspects her elemental resonance is extraordinarily strong. As Xiaoqing settles into the body, she tries out her limbs and adjusts to the unfamiliar form. Meanwhile, the protagonist weighs the chance to collect information, while the humans stay in the village overnight. The awakened tree speaks to Xiaoqing through telepathy, warning her not to arouse suspicion while talking to others. Later, during a bustling village feast, Xiaoling quietly mingles with the soldiers as Yan Gaeyuan sits close at hand. When she asks what brought the soldiers here, Yan explains they're investigating irregularities in spiritual power. According to their spirit satellite, this region is a hotspot for mutant beasts. He adds that the satellite can't identify the exact source, but it can register dense spiritual concentration, guiding field teams to verify how severe the abnormalities are. He also introduces a new unit of measure called the Spirit Bead. The boy grows uneasy upon hearing the spirit satellite exists. Realizing humans can track spiritual energy with advanced technology, Yu Ziyu pushes Xiaoqing to learn more about it. Yang Guoyuan adds that although the satellite senses anomalies, it still can't precisely trace where they originate. That leaves the hero somewhat reassured. He concludes the humans likely noticed his power during an earlier clash nearby, yet he trusts his thick fog will conceal his signature to stay hidden. Yuzuyu decides to avoid major spiritual flare-ups. He also suspects the soldiers are carrying tracking devices, making him even more wary. The following morning, Yan Gaeyuan tells the village chief that plans are in place for Zioling to receive additional care. Due to her memory loss and lack of experience, the chief agrees reluctantly, relying on their promise to find help. For her, as the soldiers get ready to leave, Zioling stays close behind her grandfather. The team quickly enters the forest, moving into an unnaturally dense woodland. Engulfed in Yuzuyu's fog, the soldiers soon realize they are lost, repeatedly circling the same marked tree. Frustration mounts as the fog thickens, and despite their attempts, they cannot locate a way out, growing increasingly anxious. On a nearby cliff, a pack of blue-winged wolves and a honey badger lie in wait, observing the confused soldiers below. Yang Gaoyuan and his team navigate the thick, mist-filled forest, quickly realizing they are disoriented and wandering in circles. He senses the area's spiritual energy is unusually high, alerting him to the presence of a formidable mutant creature nearby. Scanning the surroundings, his instincts signal imminent danger, raising his guard. Meanwhile, deeper in the fog, Yuzuyu silently observes the humans, confident that the mist and hallucinogens will keep them confused and trapped. He hopes they will turn back, yet prepares for the chance they might venture further into his domain. After hours of wandering, Yan Gaoyuan's squad finally emerges from the disorienting mist, only to step into even thicker fog. Tension escalates as the soldiers grow aware of the surrounding threat, some voicing fear as the oppressive atmosphere weighs on them. A sudden piercing wolf howl shatters the silence, putting the team on full alert. The veteran warns that encountering wolves in such thick mist could be disastrous. Without warning, a mutant wind wolf with glowing red eyes bursts from the fog, moving with blinding speed. The soldiers fire instinctively, but their bullets bounce off the wolf's resilient blue fur, causing no harm and ricocheting dangerously. Yang Gaoyuan reacts instantly, leaping into action to kick the creature and rescue his trapped comrade. He pulls the man free, briefly forcing the creature to retreat. The wind wolf recovers swiftly, baring its fangs and releasing powerful gusts. Yang Gaoyuan braces against the force, cursing the unnatural fog and suspecting a deeper intelligence at play. Before regrouping, chaos erupts as Ping 2, the honey badger, charges in, crackling with lightning energy. The soldiers open fire on the new threat, but bullets and explosives fail to harm it. The honey badger bites a soldier, throwing the squad into panic. Such mutant creatures possess immense spiritual power, making them nearly impervious to ordinary weapons. They pose a serious danger even to well-equipped teams. As gunfire proves futile, the veteran officer, wounded and on the ground, readies an armor-piercing shot. He fires at the honey badger, causing a massive explosion of yellow energy and dust. The soldiers watch anxiously, hoping the strike succeeds. When the smoke clears, the creature remains unharmed, revealing the futility of their efforts. At that moment, 3 enormous mutant wind wolves emerge from the fog behind the honey badger, escalating the threat. Seeing their most potent weapon fail and now facing multiple deadly beasts, the soldiers are gripped by fear. Recognizing that escape or victory seems impossible, the protagonist hovers above his beasts, revealing his glowing purple visage. Yuzuyu declares that the humans ignored his warning and brought this situation upon themselves. The wolves, honey badger, and a red fox assemble, readying a final assault. As the creatures charge, Yan Gaoyuan moves to protect his injured men. He unleashes a golden spiritual flame, ordering the others to fall back. He stands resolute to defend his squad, while the mutant beasts under his control converge on the beleaguered soldier. After a fierce encounter, the human military team retreats, visibly battered, supporting their wounded as they navigate the thick fog. Yang Gaoyuan, worn and frustrated, vents his anger over the confrontation with the honey badger. He remembers how relentlessly the creature pursued him after being attacked. Despite his frustration, he believes the honey badger cannot survive the 2 armor-piercing bullets it endured. As the squad regroups, the veteran officer looks back at his heavily bandaged men. He mourns the loss of 6 soldiers before the team disappears into the fog. Their mood is somber and defeated. Meanwhile, Yuzuyu observes the retreating humans from his domain. His radiant face glows with satisfaction, acknowledging the success of driving the squad away. The boy realizes that wiping them out completely would have drawn far more human attention. He hopes the wild animals and dense fog will keep any further interference at bay. Determined to grow stronger before facing humans once more, he silently vows to evolve until he is no longer vulnerable. He shifts his focus to Zioking, whose spirit lingers near his roots and checks on her well-being. The scene transitions to a military jeep, where Zioling, now possessed by Zioking, travels with another team. She looks fatigued and uncertain in her new form. Through their spiritual connection, the boy explains that Zioling was chosen for the secretive sector after unintentionally unlocking elemental powers. The boy sees this as an opportunity to influence human affairs from the inside. As the jeep drives down a sunlit road, the soldiers are all captivated by Zioling's presence. Each soldier lost in their thoughts about her. Suddenly, she falls asleep, amusing them as they joke about her sleepiness and possible new problem. Back at the canyon, Zyoking's human form weakens. She has been controlling a human body for 15 hours straight. Yutsuyu assesses her condition and promises to provide life essence to help sustain her control and speed up her evolution. With hope returning to her face, green energy swirls around her. The boy notes that the essence nourishes her soul and accelerates her growth. His attention shifts as he notices movement approaching. Mutated wind wolves bringing the unconscious honey badger. The creature is gravely injured, bloodied, and barely clinging to life. The boy examines the badger's wounds, realizing that a direct life essence infusion would overwhelm its weakened body. Seeking another approach, Yuzu uses his enhanced vision to find a nearby natural depression. He uses his roots to gather rocks, forming a circle, and channels fresh water into it, creating a makeshift pool. Once the pool is filled, he adds a single drop of glowing life essence. The water begins to glow with a vibrant green and blue light. The diluted essence ensures the healing effect is mild enough for the wounded creature to absorb safely. As the pool glows brighter, the white crane, golden monkey, and mutant bison watch in awe. The boy reflects quietly on the pool as a reward for his loyal companion, a sign of his growing strength and resourcefulness. At the Extraordinary Research Institute, the elderly director, dressed in traditional robes, speaks with Yan Gaeyuan about the latest development. Yan stands respectfully, reporting on powerful mutant creatures and the strange fog surrounding a nearby mountain. He suggests that the fog may be affecting human minds, contributing to the region's changes, though no clear explanation exists yet. The director, after thinking it over, decides to issue a yellow warning for the area. This indicates that the situation is dangerous but not critical. He instructs Yan to raise the alert to red if any abnormal occurrences arise. The director then recalls that Yan brought a gifted girl with him. Yan confirms she has impressive fire abilities and may be the most powerful among her peers. This piques the director's interest as he becomes intrigued by her potential. The scene then shifts to an overview of the new global system. The world is now divided into danger zones. Cities are designated as green zones considered safe, while most wilderness areas have become yellow zones, signaling latent threats. Red zones are under constant surveillance and suppression, and prohibited areas like the Bermuda Triangle are entirely off-limits. These areas have grown especially hazardous since the recovery of Aura, making them inaccessible to all forms of life. Back at the canyon, the scene shifts to Yuzuyu's domain, where his mutant creatures are interacting. The mutant bison stamps the ground, asserting its presence, while the red fox, surrounded by flames, effortlessly sends a smaller beast flying. The creatures engage in playful disputes. The honey badger, irritated, walks off, while the boy watches the group's interactions from afar. He notes the calm atmosphere as no new threats have appeared. Soon, the blue wind wolves return from a hunt, dragging wild boars. Pleased, Yuzu quickly uses a purple root to secure the struggling animals, gaining evolutionary points for each kill. The boy observes that even the seemingly weaker creatures contribute to the territory's safety and food supply. Yuzu tosses the boars back to the wolves, who devour them eagerly. The red fox, however, watches quietly from a distance, choosing not to join the others. Noticing the fox's distance, the boy remarks on its preference for elegance. He then turns his attention to the golden monkey, who is busy consuming leaves and has awakened a rare absorption talent. This allows it to efficiently absorb energy from what it eats. The white crane drifts by as the boy contemplates his own evolutionary possibility. As the white crane drifts by, the boy reflects on his own potential for growth and the choices he faces ahead. Yu opts to use his points to enhance his branches, unlocking new abilities like releasing toxins that cause paralysis and stun. He tests these skills on a honey badger, which gets stunned briefly but recovers swiftly, showing no effect from the toxins. Zyoking's appears in her spiritual form and clarifies that the honey badger is naturally immune to poison. Yu finds this both informative and mildly frustrating. Suddenly, Yu realizes Zyoking's has returned. The scene shifts to Zyoking's inhabiting Ling's body in a human facility, where she reveals she's been under routine surveillance. She is scheduled for a test before gaining access to the Spiritual Power Research Institute. Our protagonist sees a potential advantage, recognizing that Ling's body now possesses fire ability. Meanwhile, Zyoking's soul holds spiritual talent, suggesting a future strategic edge in their dual role. Yu encourages Zyoking's to take this opportunity to infiltrate human ranks and eliminate any barriers, should they arise. She agrees, her expression turning determined. Shortly after, Ling, controlled by Zyoking's, strides confidently toward the testing room at the institute. Yan Gaeyuan watches her enter, signaling the next stage of the mission. Inside, the hall is packed with newly awakened youth from all over the country. Yang Gaeyuan, standing beside Ling, explains that the institute focuses on spiritual power. It serves as both a research institution and a training center for supernatural individuals. The focus shifts to the bustling hall of students. Among them is Yan Lingling, a purple-haired girl who immediately looks down on the others and mocks Zio. The director then appears on a high balcony and calls for silence. He speaks to the crowd, stressing that the future of humanity depends on their evolution. He urges them to strengthen themselves and take on the responsibility of leading the next generation. He emphasizes that the Institute's purpose is to prepare them for this very task. With his speech finished, the students cheer, and the examiner steps forward to start the first round of testing. The examiner, holding a clipboard, introduces a giant blue monolith inscribed with runes, explaining that it will measure each student's spiritual power. As students take their turns, their scores are announced. Most results are low, leading to disappointment and frustration. The examiner grows increasingly discouraged, as he notes that these students are much weaker than the first generation. When Yan Lingling's turn comes, she confidently approaches the monolith and triggers a surge of blue light. Her score reaches 2,000, and the examiner reacts with excitement, calling her high class and remarking on the rarity of such a result. Male students in the crowd are impressed, and she basks in the attention. After several low scores, the examiner calls the final name. Zio Ling, currently possessed by Zioking, walks towards the monolith as Yan Lingling glares at her with clear hostility. Meanwhile, Yan Gaeyuan and the director watch attentively from the observation room. They quietly discuss whether Zioking can match Yan Lingling's extraordinary performance. Gao Yuan hints that her fire elemental powers should not be underestimated. This piques the director's interest. Zioling places her hand on the monolith, and immediately, a blinding golden light erupts. The light is far brighter than anything seen so far, drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. The examiner, stunned, watches as the score climbs past 5,000 and continues to rise. It eventually reaches 6045, and the energy output becomes so intense that the monolith can no longer withstand it and explodes. Debris and dust scatter across the hall, knocking the examiner and several nearby students off their feet. When the dust clears, Zioling stands in the middle of the destruction, looking apologetic for the damage caused. The examiner, overwhelmed and in tears, declares her the best student he has ever seen. Yan Lingling, still watching from the crowd, is left speechless. She is visibly shaken by the outcome, with the first round concluded. The examiner announces the second test, explaining that students with higher spiritual power will move on to the next phase. The floor opens, revealing different pathways, and the group heads to an outdoor training field. Yang Gaeyuan, now acting as an instructor, explains the next challenge. If any student can land a hit on him, they will pass. The students look apprehensive as they prepare to begin. The scene shifts briefly to the canyon of you. Sunlight streams through the forest as our hero grows irritated by a honey badger at his camp. He swings a vine to chase it off, ending the disruption. With the threat gone, he settles back down, and Yuziyu remains calm in the peaceful woods. The scene shifts to the institute, where Gaeyuan swiftly overpowers the students attempting the combat trial. Bodies are scattered across the field as he critiques their skill. Only Yan Lingling and Zioling remain standing. Yan Lingling is visibly enraged and focused, while Zioling crouches, poised for her chance, as Yang Gaeyuan stands at the center. He announces that just 10 minutes remain in the round, with only Yan Lingling and Zioling still on their feet. Exhausted and desperate, Lingling struggles to keep pace, while Zioling stays resolute, refusing to yield. Gao Yuan, unmoved, mocks the two girls to intensify their efforts or face defeat. Lingling's frustration mounts under the pressure. She tries to summon more power, but it is Zioling who suddenly erupts with a towering column of golden flames, filling the area with fierce energy. Using the fire to accelerate, Zioling charges at Yan Gaoyuan. He barely avoids her attacks, noticing her remarkable growth. Pushing her limits further, the duel intensifies as she launches a flurry of golden energy beams cutting through the air. Forcing Gaoyuan on the defensive, Lingling is left stunned by a skill level far beyond a typical novice. Meanwhile, the director and examiner watch in astonishment as the relentless assault continues. Gao Yuan is surprised by the speed and ferocity of his student. Both Ling and Zioling close in at blinding pace. Zioling crashes into Gao Yuan, generating a massive energy explosion that sends him sprawling to the ground. The round concludes, leaving those in the control room visibly shocked. Ling mocks the instructor, who quickly focuses on Zioling. Now kneeling and injured, Zioling draws Gaeyuan's concern. As he moves to assist, her demeanor abruptly changes, triggered by Yuzu's earlier guidance. Her eyes shift from yellow to red, her expression dark and unhinged. Ling nearby taunts her, but the girl snaps, declaring she will eliminate anything in her path. She vanishes and instantly reappears before Ling. She slams Ling to the ground with immense force. Gao Yuan watches in shock as Ling panics and pleads, completely defenseless. Zioling raises her fiery fist, ready to finish her opponent, but Gao Yuan intervenes just in time, restraining her from behind and shouting that she is Done, her aggression dissipates instantly, replaced by an innocent smile while Ling Ling collapses, terrified and drained. Afterward, Gao Yuan approaches her with concern, admitting that her power may soon surpass his ability to manage. Above, the director and examiner are elated, determined to nurture her extraordinary talent. Montage shows her gaining recognition as a prodigy. She joins the 8th class at a young age, her fame within the institute quickly rising. The scene shifts to Doksunt village, where residents evacuate by truck and car. They leave their mountain home behind as winter blankets the village in snow. Canyon falls silent, with the massive willow tree continuing to glow and grow. Yet the peace is fleeting for Uziyu as a new threat looms. A colossal shadowy beast with glowing blue eyes and giant tusks emerges from a dark cave, signaling that danger persists despite the winter calm. Even as our hero develops, this presence reminds him that safety is not guaranteed. In the Northwest Territories, soldiers traverse a harsh terrain dotted with luminous purple crystals, reflecting on the sacrifices made to protect a valuable spiritual stone mine, when suddenly the ground shakes. A massive silver centipede, segmented and metallic with blazing purple eyes, bursts from below, spreading fear among the soldiers. Far away in a misty canyon, Yuzuyu focuses on enhancing his branches, channeling Blue's spiritual energy. Our protagonist counts down to reaching the pinnacle of the First Order. He contemplates the next stage of evolution, aware that reaching the Second Order will make him nearly invincible, save for Second Order forces. Yet he knows the immense surge of spiritual energy will inevitably attract human attention. For the first time, he feels uneasy about humanity's potential threat. Suddenly, Xiaoking's golden projection appears before Yuzi, urging him to focus on an emerging crisis. The narrative shifts to a flashback at the Extraordinary Research Institute. Frantic news broadcasts report that a local unit at the Northwest Mine has been completely wiped out. Spiritual energy leaking from the mine drew hordes of mutated creatures, culminating in the sudden arrival of the Silver Centipede. This second-order extraordinary being, wielding 120,000 spiritual power, unleashes chaos across the site. Elite human troops, the Extraordinary Division, quickly reach the scene. They stand amid the flames and wreckage as a dragon-like figure emerges from the inferno, readying themselves for a fierce battle and noting the peculiar challenge posed by this enemy. Meanwhile, the protagonist is taken aback to learn that humans have located a spirit stone mine. Yu realizes this could allow humans to rapidly enhance their evolution, narrowing the gap with extraordinary beings. Xiaoking explains that the discovery has triggered intense competition among human research institutes, as spirit stones greatly improve bodily enhancement. Seeing his advantage slipping away, the hero grows frustrated, fearing his carefully planned strategies may collapse now that humans can advance quickly. Xiaoking adds that the Silver Centipede annihilated most of the defending forces, catching both the Federation and extraordinary troops completely off guard. Unprepared for such a formidable foe, Yu wonders how the centipede reached second-order status undetected and suspects a hidden ability. He asks if humans launched a counterattack, but Xiaoking admits this is the Federation's first encounter with a second-order monster. She emphasizes their utter unpreparedness. When Yu considers fighting the centipede, she stresses the vast difference in spiritual power. The centipede has 120,000. Yu has only 16,000, making a direct confrontation almost impossible. Yutsuyu dismisses her warning, instructing her to keep him updated. The scene then shifts to the Extraordinary Research Institute. Xiaoking, now in human form, approaches her mentor to request permission to investigate the Northwest situation. This alarms her teacher, who eventually agrees to take her there if the centipede is captured. He speculates on the creature's uncanny ability to appear unseen and wonders if the ore itself might be responsible. Back in the canyon, falcons fly overhead carrying large white larvae, while a massive swarm of giant ants panics below. Yu, irritated by the birds seizing ant queens, decides to exploit the situation for his own advantage. As snow falls, a red fox waits beneath the branches near the protagonist. Determined to prepare for future dangers, the hero begins the next phase of his evolution. He chooses to enhance his remaining roots, and as Yuzi confirms the upgrade, a surge of raw energy courses through him. Pain strikes as massive red roots erupt from the ground, thrashing in the snow. Despite the suffering, the hero perseveres, enduring the transformation with the goal of becoming strong enough to challenge beings like the Silver Centipede. At the same time, in another area, a trail of blood stains the snow. A wounded white wolf lies collapsed, twitching feebly, signaling the arrival of new dangers and trials. Brother Ping 2, the honey badger, fishes on a frozen lake. After catching a fish, he enjoys a small victory. He shares it with a group of curious otters observing from the side. Once finished, Brother Ping 2 bids them farewell. He slides away through the snow, but his calm retreat is interrupted by a massive shadow looming over him. Looking up, Brother Ping 2 faces a gigantic creature. An elephant-like turtle, its eye glowing with rage, terrifies him. He scrambles back, only to collide with one of its clawed clawed limbs. The encounter escalates as the creature advances, its attack leaving only flashes of red behind. Soon, blue wind wolves arrive, investigating the blood-stained snow. In the center, they find Brother Ping 2 gravely wounded and unconscious, his body marked by deep cuts. Our protagonist assesses the situation, noting that the honey badger survived a far stronger opponent by luck. He channels healing energy, gradually reviving Brother Ping 2, who opens his eyes as consciousness returns. Following Yuziu's guidance, the injured honey badger begins further recovery. Aware of the attack's severity, the hero quickly mobilizes his subordinates, directing the wind wolves and red fox to track the assailant. He stresses the importance of eliminating such a threat before it can endanger him directly. As Yuziu conveys these orders, his worry and frustration deepen, especially given the attacker's ability to evade detection. In that moment, Xia Oking's radiant soul manifestation appears before him, urgently announcing her return. She informs him that she has returned to update him on the spirit stone. She explains that it might possess the ability to sever spiritual energy. This revelation helps Yuziu understand why previous attempts to detect it were unsuccessful. It also provides clarity on the earlier incident with the silver centipede. Xia Oking suggests waiting to secure the spirit stone. However, our hero dismisses relying solely on her asset. He points out that his forthcoming leap to the transcendental third order will demand far more than a few spirit stones. Xia Oking agrees, remarking that once he makes this breakthrough, it will be impossible to hide. This conversation leads Yuziu to consider other sources of spiritual power. He realizes that the underground river beneath the spirit mine, possibly teeming with spiritual energy, could be key to both the enemy's ability to conceal themselves and his own potential for growth. This realization prompts our protagonist to rethink his previous strategy. He concludes that the adversary's use of the spirit stone to evade detection only makes them an even greater threat, possibly more powerful than anyone they've faced before. No longer seeking immediate revenge, Yuzuyu halts his beasts and advises them that going solo would be far too dangerous. Instead, he suggests a careful investigation and divides forces into 3 squads. The Red Fox and Wind Wolf are to return to the attack location and look for clues. The aerial team, including the peregrine falcon and white crane, is dispatched to survey from above. They are to check for any unusual features in the terrain, like caves, cracks, or waterfalls. Xia Oking has the most perilous task. She is to accompany our hero and explore the underground river through a freshly dug tunnel. Yuzuyu stresses the importance of caution. He instructs all teams to report back immediately if they find anything, and to avoid direct confrontation with the enemy at all costs. With the plan in motion, each team sets off to carry out their role. The blue-winded wolves race across the snow-covered land. The birds soar high above. Xia Oking plunges deep underground, navigating the vast network of black roots that the protagonist has cultivated throughout the cave, heading upstream towards the source of the river. Meanwhile, the red fox and wind wolves trek through a snowy mountain path, eventually discovering a shadowy fissure beneath a cliff, suggesting the next step in their investigation. Xia Oking's golden soul form descends further into the cavern, where she is immediately struck by the abundance of spirit stone. They are scattered throughout the area, just as her master had described. While she takes a moment to marvel at the discovery, a deafening roar suddenly fills the cave. The sound sends shockwaves through the dark expanse, forcing her to shield herself from a crushing spiritual pressure, far stronger than even Yuziu's. As she recovers, Xia Oking spots a gigantic creature lying dormant in a recess, the Earthstone elephant turtle. She immediately recognizes it as the same beast that once injured Ping 2. The turtle's enormous eye slowly opens, casting a menacing yellow light. Xia Oking realizes its spiritual power is overwhelming, and she contemplates the danger it could pose if left unchecked. Nearby, she notices a striking red flower, blood grass, growing out of a glowing purple crystal close to the creature. She recognizes it as a companion to both the spirit stone and the elephant turtle. She understands its great value, particularly for the protagonist's advancement. This rare find would be invaluable to our hero. She surmises that the turtle's fierce protectiveness stems from the presence of this unique herb. Meanwhile, the giant begins to stir, scraping the stone floor with its claws, slamming its foot down, causing debris to scatter. The entire cavern shakes. Xia Oking narrowly avoids falling rocks, realizing the beast has sensed her presence. The creature is likely aware of her due to its advanced cultivation. Away from the chaos, our hero feels the disturbance. While observing Brother Ping 2 resting elsewhere, Yuziu suspects Xia Oking has provoked the formidable guardian. Meanwhile, Xia Oking grows anxious as the turtle positions itself between her and the treasure, blocking her path. Determined, she gathers her spiritual energy, and her form begins to glow with a brilliant golden light. As she prepares to confront the massive beast, her resolve strengthens and her aura intensifies. She readies herself for the confrontation, but the Earthstone elephant turtle responds by slamming its feet onto the ground and triggering a massive quake, with violet shockwaves tearing through the cavern floor, sending enormous rock spikes shooting upward. Above ground, the disturbance reaches the snowy canyon, grabbing the attention of the red fox and blue-winged wolf, who pause to listen to the distant rumbling. Back below, Xiao Qing races through the collapsing tunnel, dodging attacks while trying to lure the turtle away from the blood grass. The creature charges after her, smashing through barriers and relentlessly chasing her as though it were an unstoppable tank. Amid the chaos, she seizes an opportunity to snatch the blood grass, but the turtle's massive shell guards the plant, blocking her approach. She realizes the turtle's primary goal is to protect the spiritual plant, and worries she won't be able to hold it off long enough for our boy to arrive. Just when things seem hopeless, a white streak blurs into the cavern, landing between Xiao Qing and the turtle. A cloud of snow and dust erupts. As the dust clears, Brother Ping 2, the honey badger, is revealed. Crouched low, claws gripping the ground and a new scar on his forehead, he faces the giant turtle without hesitation. Xiao Qing tries to warn him, aware of the immense difference in their strength, but realizes he can't hear her. Ping 2 roars and charges forward, turning into a blur of yellow lightning. The turtle retaliates by conjuring gigantic earth spikes to block his way, but Ping 2 weaves through the obstacles with incredible speed, leaping straight at the creature's face. He clamps down hard on the turtle's nose, tearing into the tough skin and drawing blood, causing the beast to thrash in agony. The turtle quickly retaliates, slamming Ping 2 with one of its massive claws, sending him flying across the cavern and into the snow, bruised and bleeding. Ping 2 lies in the snow as the turtle looms over him, preparing for another strike. In that moment, a memory flashes in the honey badger's mind. He recalls peaceful moments spent sharing a meal with otters before the turtle's attack shattered that serenity. Fueled by this memory, Ping 2 forces himself to rise. Bloodied yet resolute, he bares his fangs at the towering enemy. The narrative continues by emphasizing the honey badger's resilience and fearlessness. In the next moment, Ping 2 stands encircled by blue lightning, as his fur transforms into a brilliant white-gold hue, indicating his evolution. Energy builds up around him before he erupts forward, surrounded by electricity, and crashes into the Earthstone elephant turtle with tremendous force. The impact sends debris flying, while Xiao Qing, watching from the sidelines, is left astonished. Afterwards, Ping 2 attacks swiftly, weaving around the turtle in a blur of golden light. However, despite his speed, he begins to suffer severe injury. He skids back, bloodied and exhausted. Xiao Qing realizes he is up against a far stronger foe. The turtle soon retaliates with a devastating energy beam. Ping 2 narrowly avoids the blast, landing heavily but undeterred. Despite his injuries, the honey badger defiantly roars at the creature, unwilling to give in. Xiao Qing cheers him on, but Ping 2 can barely stay on his feet as blood drips from his wound. The turtle takes advantage by striking the ground with its colossal claw, sending a shockwave that knocks the badger down. He coughs up blood as the onslaught continues. The turtle unleashes another brutal attack, sending Ping 2 flying. As Xiao Qing desperately pleads for the fight to end, Ping 2 lies battered but still conscious, his spirit unbroken. The story reflects on the philosophy of growth through adversity, stressing the need to confront stronger opponents without fear of defeat or death. Even as he drags his battered body forward and refuses to accept defeat, the honey badger charges one last time at the turtle, ready to sacrifice everything for his honor. Suddenly, Xiao Qing senses a new presence. A massive black root crashes down from the cave ceiling, slamming into the turtle and sending Ping 2 flying to safety. The badger collapses, unconscious and bleeding, while the glowing purple eye of Yuziyu appears within the entangled roots. The roots quickly restrain the injured badger, and Xiao Qing recognizes the arrival of our protagonist, whose energetic face emerges from the shadows. Our hero communicates with Xiao Qing and instructs her to assist in transferring his consciousness. After she connects with the root, the focus shifts above ground before returning to the cavern, where the massive roots of our boy rise up and bind the turtle. We witness the powerful dragon-like energy avatar of Yuzuyu towering over the subdued turtle, signaling that our protagonist has arrived to finish the battle. Deep inside the underground spirit mine, the enormous black roots of Yuzu descend from the ceiling, surrounding the Earthstone elephant turtle. As his violet energy avatar hovers overhead, observing the creature, our protagonist confirms his suspicions about its mutations and elemental ability. He notes that the beast had used its mind to conceal its presence. A system notification reveals the turtle's unique seismic power. With his attack ready, he turns toward Brother Ping 2. Ping remains ensnared in the roots, his body battered and bruised from the earlier confrontation. He recognizes the honey badger's bravery and resilience in the face of a tough adversary. Our hero gently moves him aside, urging him to rest while he takes over the fight. As Yuzi prepares for battle, his energy avatar flares brightly. Pingtu looks up tearfully as the Earthstone turtle roars and stomps, shaking the ground beneath them. Zioking appears, warning him not to confront the turtle directly due to its formidable defense. Undeterred, our boy channels his energy and shoots a sharpened root at the turtle. The strike sends a shockwave, stunning both Shaoking and Ping-Tu. At that moment, the red fox arrives, cloaked in flame. It grabs the injured badger and swiftly carries him to safety. Enraged and in pain, the Earthstone turtle attempts to free itself. However, the roots of our hero tighten, lifting the turtle off the ground. Yuzi mocks the turtle's helplessness, noting it cannot use its earth powers while suspended. With the creature completely immobilized, our protagonist gathers his energy for a finishing blow. His roots form a massive fist, crushing the turtle's shell and sending it into a crater with a burst of blood. The system message confirms the turtle's death, granting our hero significant evolution points. Ping-Tu, still recovering, watches from afar as Calm returns to the cavern. The focus now shifts to the spirit mind itself. The cavern opens up, revealing an expansive field of glowing purple crystals, while Zioking and the blue wind wolves celebrate among the bounty. Yuzi's avatar beams with satisfaction as he admires the vast supply of spirit stone, claiming the area as his own. Xiaoqing brings over a rare spiritual herb she found in the turtle's lair, adding to the spoils. Our hero reacts with excitement. He then dons a miner's hat and grabs a pickaxe, preparing for the harvest. With the operation in motion, our protagonist uses his roots to dig tunnels and small caves beneath the tree. This allows the animals to efficiently transport spirit stone, the red fox and blue wind wolves being the fastest. All nets full of crystals through the newly created tunnel. Meanwhile, Yuzuyu expands the network, creating more caves for Zioking, the red fox, and others to cultivate using the spirit stone. In one of the cozy, crystallit caves, Ping-Tu rests while the others continue gathering resources. Our hero surveys the scale of the mine, noting it far exceeds the previous centipede-infested one, and begins drawing energy from the gathered stone. As the harvest nears completion, the entire willow tree form of our hero shines with powerful golden and purple light. The roots extend, signaling an imminent major evolution. In the snowy canyon, regular birds migrate south to escape the chill. However, the large golden mutant birds remain, confident in their strength. This decision proves catastrophic as massive dark purple roots suddenly burst from the canyon floor. They surge upward with incredible force, decimating the flock of mutant birds in midair. On the ground, wild animals are attacked as the roots spread panic in all directions. Focus then shifts to Uzu, now a towering mutated willow tree. Our protagonist has grown much more imposing after his recent evolution. He notes changes in his appearance and focuses on his newly enhanced features. Despite this, he observes that his head remains bald, accepting his transformed appearance. Our boy accesses his system panel to review his updated stats. The system reveals a longer lifespan, a significant increase in evolution points, and new abilities like super regeneration, enhanced mutant branches, and advanced mist skills. Most notably, Uzu has now acquired the earth element, allowing him to control the land after absorbing earth attribute spirit stones. He also gains the essence of the elephant turtle. Eager to test this new power, our hero channels his energy, causing enormous rock spikes to erupt from the earth. The spikes form a deadly stone forest. He quickly realizes the destructive capacity of this ability, though he notes its current range is limited to 100 meters. As the earth spikes turn to dust, our boy contemplates how this ability will improve with further upgrades. He also considers the strategic advantage of being able to move by manipulating the earth, even though he cannot completely uproot himself yet. Turning his attention to his natural abilities, Yuzu decides to enhance his super regeneration. He activates the upgrade through the system, triggering a surge of radiant energy that transforms the surrounding canyon. The surroundings quickly fill with vibrant blossoms and radiant mushrooms, all flourishing due to the amplified vitality of our hero. His ability to heal escalates rapidly. The roots move with incredible speed, pushing a mutant bison back with great force. Soon after, the ethereal golden spirit of Zioking appears to commend our hero for his impressive progress. She remarks on his extraordinary growth, estimating his height to now be nearly 20 meters more. She observes that the protagonist's spiritual power now exceeds 300,000, putting him far ahead of previous adversaries like the silver centipede. Shortly after, the peregrine falcon and the white crane return from their scouting mission with a report about a suspicious target. Yuzu acknowledges the update and calls them back, while Zioking translates the urgent message from the birds. Nearby, the mutant bison approaches our hero's roots, focusing on a glowing yellow rock flower. Sensing the bison's intent, our protagonist drops the flower into its mouth, triggering a dramatic transformation. The bison's eyes shine with golden light, and electricity sparks around its body as it ascends to level 9. It speaks for the first time. It addresses Yuzuyu as the god tree, revealing that spiritual awareness is awakened at such an advanced state. Our hero then notices the red fox, which is nearing level 9 as well. He realizes that with further training, his followers may also awaken their consciousness, granting the group even more power. Over the following days, our protagonist expands the underground tunnel system, the red fox. Mutant bison and other creatures collaborate to transport nets full of purple spirit stones, aiding in the group's continued progress. The scene shifts to the Institute of Transcendence, where Xiao Qing returns to Xiaoling's body. Inside a training hall, the girl displays flawless integration of body and spirit, using both fire and earth elements. She later enters a cutting-edge laboratory, where an examiner introduces a new experiment. A creature floats in a glass tank, formed by merging human and wolf DNA. It represents the birth of a formidable new life form. As snow gently falls over the canyon, the honey badger sits by itself, looking visibly depressed. A manifestation of Yuzuyu's face, made of swirling purple energy, appears above and sharply rebukes the badger for its inactivity. Undeterred, King 2 ignores the scolding, lost in his own solitude. Nearby, other mutants peer out from behind trees, puzzled by the badger's behavior. The story then shifts back to the Institute's laboratory. The horned examiner stands before a large tank with a half-human, half-wolf hybrid suspended in green fluid. Xiaoling asks if this creature is the result of merging humans with evolved wolves. The examiner explains that thousands of experiments have failed because human regenerative cells cannot resist the wolf cell. He adds that the next batch of volunteer test subjects will arrive shortly, stressing that these sacrifices are crucial for humanity's future. Looking up at the tanks, he remains resolute, determined to succeed for the sake of those who volunteer. Xiaoling silently recalls the words of our boy regarding cellular regeneration. She believes that capturing creatures with advanced healing powers is essential for ushering in a new era for humanity. Meanwhile, at Bayou Gorge, Suhu leads a team through the misty, lifeless forest. As they venture deeper into the gorge, he reassures the group that the dangers of the mountain have lessened, especially with Kyankin's intuition guiding them. The members discuss their goals, including gathering spiritual herbs and hunting mutant beasts for a sizable reward. While the powers of Qing Zhao and Ling Feng are introduced, the latter shows little enthusiasm for the mission. Suddenly, Kyankin senses a threat and warns the team. Moments later, a gray mutant creature emerges from the fog, but Qing Zhao quickly captures and crushes it effortlessly. The team regroups as Suhu downplays any further threat. However, the girl's intuition intensifies. She urgently tells the group to flee before they can escape. A massive white tiger with glowing blue eyes and sharp claws appears behind Suhu. The team freezes in fear as the tiger lets out a deafening roar. Xin Zhao tries to fight back but is struck down by a fierce swipe, sending him flying as blood sprays across the snow. Glasses Boy fires his handgun at the beast, but the bullets simply bounce off, doing no damage. The tiger turns on him next, killing him instantly. Ling Feng draws his katana and urges the others to flee and inform the military, but the tiger ends him with a devastating blow. Qin Qin is thrown back by the impact and lands in the snow, realizing the entire team is being wiped out. The white tiger focuses on Xianqin and opens its jaws, preparing to finish her off. Just then, thick black roots controlled by our hero burst from the ground. They slam into the tiger, wrapping around its body to restrain it. The creature freezes in astonishment, completely overpowered by Yuzuyu's immense strength. The enormous black roots of Yuzuyu wrap tightly around the white tiger. It becomes utterly immobilized as Chen Qin, lying nearby, watches in disbelief. The roots tighten further. The tiger, eyes wide and sweating, panics as it realizes that escape is impossible. The camera briefly shifts to the mist-covered mountain, emphasizing the seclusion of the clearing beneath the towering figure. Looking up, the white tiger notices the hero's subordinates assembling around him. The honey badger stands with arms crossed, a confident smirk on its face. The group completely surrounds the small, defeated tiger, clearly demonstrating both dominance and solidarity among the hero's followers. Yuzuyu's spirit avatar appears above the tiger, producing a glowing green droplet that hovers in the air, representing the enhanced life essence. As streams of green digital energy flow behind him, the hero studies this newfound power, realizing that the upgraded essence accelerates evolution. It also strengthens the connection between him and any creature it touches. Testing this ability, the protagonist commands the droplet to descend onto the tiger's head. The essence is absorbed instantly, and the tiger's aggressive demeanor vanishes. Its eyes dilate as it transforms into a gentle, kitten-like form. It nuzzles the avatar affectionately, meowing, while UCU observes, pleased with the effectiveness of the enhanced essence. Contemplating its impact on humans, UCU considers the potential. Meanwhile, Chiang Kai, battered and on the ground, slowly regains consciousness. Opening her eyes, she is immediately faced with the imposing presence of the hero's subordinate. They all loom over her and fear grips her instantly. She attempts to get the attention of her allies. Ling Feng and Qing Zhao, still entangled in black roots and disoriented, mumble incoherently as they come to. Changkin finds herself similarly trapped and despondent, recognizing the terrifying tree demon looming above. A glowing blue tentacle from the hero's avatar reaches out, gently lifting her chin. Confused and scared, she panics as a luminous droplet of life essence descends onto her. The instant it touches her, her eyes widen and she is thrust into a vision. She sees the earth being engulfed by enormous roots, all living beings under control. Animals, birds, and even dragons fall under the dominion of a colossal world tree. The vision concludes with the creation of a new land, completely ruled by the hero's power. Back in reality, Qin Keen stares blankly at Yu's avatar. The hero immediately questions her about her capabilities. Under the influence of the essence, she instinctively responds through intuition and a sixth sense. She is taken aback when she realizes the tree is speaking, but our protagonist presses on, insisting that she remain to care for his animal. The essence's power surges through her, and a green leaf-shaped mark lights up in her eye. Her will is wiped away, leaving her in a state of blank compliance. Satisfied, the boy tests how far his influence extends. He instructs Changkin to praise him, which she does immediately. Encouraged, he issues a more humiliating command. She struggles, her face flushing, and fights back. Despite the essence's hold, she briefly breaks free. She voices her anger and refuses. Yuzua notes the boundary of his control, feeling uneasy about the situation. Turning his focus to Ling Feng and Qing Zhao, still unconscious and restrained, the boy applies the green droplet to them both. He intends for them to instruct his beasts on humans, deciding they are better suited for the task than Zio Qing. Finally, he commands his roots to construct a house for the captive, recognizing their utility in supporting his expanding community within Yu's domain. The root-built houses become the human's new prison. Shenkin resists, but the roots force her inside, thus establishing the human's confinement. The spirit avatar of the protagonist, a glowing blue orb, floats above, clearly pleased with the work. Yuzu turns inward, examining his core and reflecting on his dream of becoming a godlike willow, able to traverse land freely. A thought he admits he had never dared to entertain. He motivates himself, recognizing that extraordinary circumstances have made new feats possible. Opening his status interface, he evaluates his development. He sees the evolution points earned from recent achievements, over 5,000 for reaching the next level, and another 8,000 from advancing further. 8,000 points come from defeating the Earthstone turtle. A mini-tutorial explains that weaker creatures grant few points. Defeating powerful beings awards points based on their spiritual strength. A being with 80,000 spiritual power provides 8,000 evolution points. Next, Yuzuyu focuses on developing his Earth Element ability. He uses his system to strengthen it, confirming the cost of 1,000 evolution points. As a second-level transcendental, he reflects that evolving demands more resources. When the upgrade starts, energy surges from his base, violently shaking the ground. Nearby subordinates are startled, and the boy orders the earth to rise. Giant stone pillars shoot upward, lifting the mutant bison and honey badger into the air. Yuzu evaluates the outcome, realizing his power has grown, though its reach is still within 100 meters. As the pillars stabilize, the ground beneath Ping 2 collapses, sending him plummeting. He lands painfully, but the protagonist ignores him and continues upgrading his Earth element. Spending 3,000 evolution points this time, he generates an even stronger eruption of energy. From the cliff, Ping 2 watches as a colossal rock-armored tree root shoots from the ground like a spear. UCU notes that every root now possesses turtle-like strength and can tear through the earth, triggering quakes. The protagonist realizes that unleashing all roots simultaneously could raise a land wave hundreds of meters high, engulfing everything nearby. Yet he recognizes the danger. Controlling spiritual energy at this scale could harm his body. He decides that once he masters his territory completely, he will move freely across the land. The scene shifts to another continent, where a man uses binoculars on a sunny coastal balcony. He sees a towering wall of water on the horizon, and the tsunami soon crashes into the city, submerging skyscrapers and streets. Inside an apartment, a mother clutches her child as the water bursts through their window. Giant jaws emerge amid the flood. Mutated sea creatures, sharks, prehistoric fish, and monsters attack civilians attempting to flee. Among the chaos, a gigantic red octopus wraps its limbs around buildings, later identified as a first-order transcendentalist. Soon after, a massive golden eel, speckled and towering into the clouds, appears as a third-order transcendentalist. 5 hours later, the perspective moves to the White House, where papers scatter across a frantic office. The commander lashes out at his staff over the military's sluggish reaction and the devastation of Jinshan City, demanding a full report from Eren. Eren stands before a screen showing the golden eel. Eren explains that the creature is an enormous, ancient basilisk. It measures roughly 100 meters in length, weighs 70,000 tons, and possesses a spiritual power rating between 170,000 and 250,000. She notes that of 3 nuclear missiles launched, only one struck the target, and the creature's location is now unknown after retreating into the ocean depths. The leader is visibly concerned. Eren stresses that mutated deep-sea creatures have become a direct threat to humanity. Within Yuzuyu's territory, human captives establish a disciplined routine under strict watch. Lang Feng assumes a leadership role. He signals the start of daily work by striking a stone gong. Qingqin directs tasks while overseeing Qing Zhao, who labors intensely. As time passes, the humans adapt to their new responsibilities. Lang Feng prepares meals for the group, aided by a mutated goat delivering utensils. Meanwhile, Chang Yin attempts to train the white tiger using a whiteboard, growing increasingly frustrated at its lack of comprehension. The golden monkey provokes Qing Zhao by hitting him repeatedly, ignoring his attempts to remain calm. The girl's patience with the white tiger wears thin as it fails to follow her guidance. Qing Zhao tries to calm her by offering food, but the group's fatigue is evident as they eat together. Signs of strain are visible in everyone. Ling Feng strikes an exaggerated pose, claiming leadership over these unusual creatures. The others quietly accept their odd situation. Later, the 3 humans gather and reflect on their circumstances. They note that 3 days have passed since their capture, crediting their survival to complying with the beast's demand. The immense mutated willow, Yuzuyu, towers in the background. The humans are astonished by the existence of such an intelligent being so far from the city. They realize the potential consequences if the human military discovers sentient supernatural creatures. Qing Zhao concludes that teaching the beasts human knowledge offers their best chance for survival. Ling Feng and Kaienkin reluctantly agree to the task. At the base of the colossal tree, Zioking questions the protagonist about why the humans are being kept alive. The hero explains that human knowledge is valuable and could be vital for the beasts in future conflicts. Xiao King warns of emerging developments among humans. Later, the protagonist learns that humans deployed nuclear weapons against a massive sea monster. Despite the assault, the creature survives and even deflects part of the attack using sound pressure. It escapes into the ocean depths. The protagonist recognizes the mounting threat from evolving beasts and human destructive power. He discusses the dangers of radiation-driven evolution in sea creature. Aware that such monsters could become radiation-resistant, he sees a heightened risk to humanity. Determined to prepare, Yuzi Yu instructs Shaoqing to form alliances and speed up the building of an underground kingdom. The protagonist then focuses on strengthening his own forces. Using his black roots, he captures several animals, including a boar and a large green crocodile. The animals are gathered in a pit while humans watch nearby, speculating on the purpose. He drops a bit of essence of life onto the mutant boar, causing it to grow and gain formidable abilities. The system window confirms its new rank and skill, signaling a successful evolution. Yutsuyu notes that though the boar isn't top tier, it now ranks among the stronger second-tier subordinates. Next, he applies the essence of life to the green crocodile, triggering a dramatic transformation. Its skin shifts to purple and red. Ice spikes emerge from its back and it grows in size. Zio Qing identifies it as the emperor crocodile, an ancient, formidable creature. Once transformed, tension rises between the crocodile and the red fox. They square off as the protagonist watches, considering how these powerful subordinates will influence his expanding kingdom. The training ground erupts into chaos as the red fox, its 9 tails ablaze, charges the emperor crocodile. The crocodile braces, armored with purple scales and ice spikes. Above, the other humans cling to a tree, watching the fierce battle below with apprehension. A digital display shows the red fox's rank and abilities, highlighting its fire mastery and its intimidating gaze that can disorient foes. The crocodile counters by slamming its claws into the ground, sending a shockwave of energy toward them. The fox, our protagonist, twists gracefully midair to dodge the strike just as the ground fractures beneath. The impact ripples through the surrounding air. From a distance, Zio observes and realizes the unseen attack is actually a sonic wave. Landing swiftly, the fox immediately counters by sinking its teeth into the crocodile's armored neck and clawing fiercely. The crocodile thrashes violently in an attempt to shake off its attacker, but the fox clings relentlessly. The battle escalates until the crocodile slams the fox to the earth. A thick dust cloud rises. The humans shield their eyes, trying to follow the skirmish. Amid the haze, the crocodile snaps its jaws around the fox. Yet a sudden light radiates from the fox's grip. Undaunted, it releases a concentrated burst of fire directly into the crocodile's face. The resulting explosion sends shockwaves and debris flying, even brushing the spectators. As the smoke clears, the ancient emperor crocodile stands unharmed, dusting off its bone armor with a hint of amusement, while the red fox pants but remains resolute. The apex predators lock eyes, silently acknowledging each other's strength. In quiet observation, our hero studies the crocodile's display of power and confirms it is a true match for the fox. A digital interface highlights the crocodile's formidable abilities, showing its bone armor, mighty bite, and sonic shockwave attack. With no decisive victor, Qing Zhao expresses his frustration, eager to know who prevailed. The scene shifts to the next day. Large wooden structures now populate the gorge. Our boy notes that the growing numbers have made food supply a pressing concern. That the arrival of humans helps in preserving resources. Days later, Yuzuyu brings newborn piglets to Leng Feng, who is visibly touched. Daily routines begin stabilizing as humans and beasts interact more frequently. The red fox and the bison begin communicating with our protagonist, exchanging greetings on special occasions. Efforts to teach the beasts yield mixed outcomes, however. Ping 2 and the golden monkey remain unruly and fidgety, unable to focus during lessons. In contrast, the white tiger proves diligent, quietly practicing simple arithmetic. Among the humans, Qing Zhao stands out, actively hunting with the red fox and providing new attire for companions. His efforts culminate in a breakthrough after drinking from the spirit pool. Our hero notices a golden aura radiating from him. Observing his progress, our boy keeps watch as he approaches. The red fox tracks the human's movement and alerts Yuzu, while the bison positions itself to block the way. Our protagonist steps in, instructing the bison to stand aside, placing himself before the imposing hero. Qing Zhao kneels, offering inflated praise while nervously revealing his true purpose. He seeks to enlist in the sacred tree's army, awaiting a response. The outcome remains uncertain. Qing Zhao pleads openly for training to strengthen his awakened abilities. Our hero reacts with visible anger, firmly rejecting him. Yuzuyu voices distrust of any human willing to betray their own kind. Acknowledging this harsh verdict, the man bows his head and departs in defeat. As he leaves, Xiao Qing's golden soul avatar appears beside our protagonist. She questions his choice, suggesting that retaining humans could aid future interactions with human society. Our boy brings up a system interface to review Ling Feng, Qian, and King Jiao's current strengths. Yuzuyu recognizes their growth, yet he remains cautious, believing some individuals are innately defiant, warning Xiao Qing that excessive leniency may lead to betrayal. As Qingzhu disappears, our protagonist decides continued observation is needed. Focus shifts to the canyon's development. The hero notes the area is now well fortified and resource-rich, deciding to maintain a low profile. Xiao Qing informs him that the silver centipede has been captured by humans for experimentation. Our boy is surprised by the speed of this development. Xiao Qing plans to absorb the centipede's soul to attempt a breakthrough to the First Order. Our protagonist warns her of the dangers in absorbing a second-order spirit. Undeterred, she insists she is prepared. He quietly observes, acknowledging her growth and resolve. Tension turns to the ancient emperor crocodile, which emerges and struggles to restrain its anger after being captured. Meanwhile, a montage depicts beasts training and battling. Brother Ping 2 reaches the peak of the 7th level. The golden ape and armored wild boar also achieve the 7th level. The hawks, except the white crane at level 7, ascend to the 8th level. The wind wolf rallies a pack of 30 wild wolves, rapidly expanding its influence. Next, the ancient emperor crocodile looms over the canyon, his purple armor gleaming. Yuzia wonders if he should keep these powerful creatures under control. Xiaoqing points out that if the crocodile is freed, it will soon dominate the area. Our hero decides it's time to move forward and calls all the elite beasts to gather beneath his tree. The three humans watch anxiously from below. They are fully aware of the overwhelming might surrounding them. Yuzuyu speaks to his generals, telling them that those who have reached their peak must go out and train, but only those who are fully upgraded can lead. Our protagonist picks the red fox, bull demon, and emperor crocodile for this mission. The white tiger mistakenly believes it is chosen, but our hero quickly sets him straight. He assigns new ranks and titles to everyone. The red fox is named Ninetails and is made the leader, while the bison is now called Bull Demon, ranked second. The white tiger is placed third, and the emperor crocodile, arriving late, is ranked fourth. Yuzuyu officially names them his 9 monsters. He orders them not to enter human cities. Some, like Bulldemon, hesitate to leave, but our protagonist insists they obey. Once the orders are given, the chosen beasts set off. Ninetails leads the group, flames swirling around him, while the emperor crocodile bows and solemnly walks away. The scene shifts back to the human lab, where Xiao Qing, in Xiaoling's body, observes the silver centipede. It now exists as a mechanical creature suspended in wires and tubes, She comments on its durability and suggests its soul would be better off powering her. As she begins to absorb its energy, the centipede's mechanical eye glows purple, and the girl's eyes fill with vitality. High above the canyon, the red fox watches over the land as the emperor crocodile emerges from the water below. He shakes off the water in preparation for his own journey. Empowered by their master, these two mighty beasts separate to carve their own paths. Meanwhile, in the canyon's human settlement, Chang tries to teach the white tiger by pointing to the word for tiger on the whiteboard. The tiger ignores the lesson, instead playfully forming a heart shape with its paws, much to her annoyance. Deep in the crystal mining tunnels, blue-winged wolves hustle with spirit stones on their backs. Nearby, Brother Ping 2 naps on a pile of crystal. He remains oblivious to the activity around him. Suddenly, a dark shadow, the enormous black root of Yuzu, draws near and shocks the badger awake just as the root strikes at him. Back in the canyon, our protagonist tests a new offensive move. He forms a glowing green blade at the end of his branch and sends it forward. However, it shatters against a rock formation, proving ineffective and draining. Our hero decides to spend evolutionary points to upgrade his willow blade skill. His branches glow more brightly as he tries again. This time, multiple branches release waves of crescent-shaped energy blades that slice through stone and sever massive roots. Yuzu notices the significant boost in power and range, but he also realizes the high energy cost and the need to carefully visualize the attack. Reviewing his progress in the system interface, our hero sees that all his abilities except the main tree root have reached level 2. He attempts to upgrade the main root, but the high cost causes him to hesitate, opting instead to improve the fog spread skill. After confirming, a thick mist rapidly spreads from our protagonist's body. As the fog thickens, Yuzu contemplates the potential of advancing to the next level and imagines the new capabilities it could unlock. Within the mist, a giant white dragon materializes and descends. Below, Chenkin and Lingfeng react with surprise and wonder. The system interface explains that with fog spread at level 3, our hero can now use the mist as his eyes and manipulate it at will. Our boy realizes he hasn't seen Shao King recently. At that moment, a beam of purple light shoots up from his underground root chamber. Inside, Xiao Qing is wrapped in a cocoon, undergoing a breakthrough after absorbing the power of the purple centipede. At the same time, inside the Human Research Institute, Xiaoling is surrounded by golden flames as she progresses. This draws a concerned crowd of students and researchers until the horned examiner arrives and orders a high-quality fire spirit stone to aid the process. Back in the canyon, our protagonist helps Xiao Qing's transformation by sending her the essence of life. A researcher at the institute throws a firestone to support the evolution, and the energies merge as Xiao awakens with newfound power. As the light dims, Xiao Qing emerges in a glowing new form with long blonde hair and a mechanical purple centipede floating behind her. Our hero observes her success, while at the institute, the horned examiner confirms Shaolin's advancement. Shao King stretches, accidentally causing enormous bone spikes to erupt near our boy, who quickly urges her to stop before she causes more damage. Eager to show off his own enhanced abilities, our protagonist gathers mist around his branches and forms it into a giant white dragon and a massive bison. Both mist forms appear solid and imposing. Yuzu notes that although their offensive power is limited, they can absorb physical attacks and create potent illusions. Shao King examines the figures and remarks that the pressure comes from the moisture in the air, but she remains unfazed. With a snap of her fingers, she disperses the mist creatures and warns that their spiritual link could allow enemies to track them back to the true location of our hero. She advises embedding a spirit stone into the constructs to mask his connection and make them more convincing. Following her suggestion, our protagonist places a spirit stone inside the mist dragon. This enhances the construct, making it stronger and more lifelike. The dragon now possesses glowing purple eyes and an aura of energy. It releases a powerful blast, and Xiao Qing, visibly impressed, compliments its improved strength and disguise. She then playfully teases our hero, hinting that she has more to share. The scene transitions to a coastal city, now in total chaos. Explosions and giant ice shards tear through buildings and streets. In the harbor, enormous sea creatures rise, threatening everything in their path. Fighter jets attack from the sky, launching missiles at the monstrous invaders, but the destruction continues unchecked. Amidst the wreckage, soldiers entrenched in the streets desperately fire at the creature. Their position is suddenly compromised as a massive pink claw bursts through a nearby wall, revealing the giant coral crab's advance. As bullets light up the sky, the soldiers lose all hope, realizing no external help will arrive. They come to terms with their grim fate as the colossal crab looms over them. The city is shown consumed by flames, with the enormous crab in control. The scene shifts abruptly to a tranquil butcher shop, where a butcher works peacefully in the calm region of our protagonist's domain. In the canyon, Xiaoqing appears as a soul form, and asks Yuzi to send a falcon the following day to retrieve something she wants to deliver. Curious, our hero agrees. A brief flashback shows Xiaoling under Zhao Qing's influence standing by in a tracksuit. Peregrine falcon lands nearby, and its loud cry worries the girl, fearing it might attract unwanted attention. But after a brief interaction, she hands the bird a metal canister. She instructs the falcon to deliver the item safely to our hero. Back in the present, our protagonist opens the canister with his blue spirit tentacle, revealing a tiny golden ant inside a glass tube. Looking at the system information, Yuzuyu sees the ant is near death, but it has extraordinary potential. It is a mutant with a lifespan of only 2 days and abilities far beyond ordinary ants, though many remain dormant. Xiaoking's soul form appears, excitedly explaining that this ant was the result of countless ants being sacrificed for experiment. It was only given to her because of its brief remaining life. Our hero acknowledges the ant's uniqueness, recognizing its special attributes and how rare it is. Determined to help, he begins by diluting powerful life essence with spiritual water to avoid harming the ant. He bathes the ant in the energy, reviving it and causing its single green eye to glow brightly as its health stabilizes. Pleased, our hero then exposes the ant to undiluted life essence, sparking a rapid transformation. The ant's body cracks and grows, transforming into a large armored insect with golden scales and sharp sickle-like limbs. Testing its new form, the golden ant shows incredible speed, vanishing in an instant and zipping around the spirit avatar of our protagonist. Leaving trails of blue light behind, Xiaoking comments on its newfound agility and strength, noting its impressive size. The ant then kneels before our hero, expressing its thanks and swearing loyalty for being saved. Yuzuwa is surprised to discover that the golden ant has already mastered telepathy, though at a lower level than the white tiger, one of his previous subordinates. The nearby white tiger, embarrassed and frustrated, tries to assert dominance but is ridiculed by the ant. This leads to a brief confrontation before the white tiger storms off, upset. Chen Qin in the background reassures the white tiger, suggesting that sometimes greater intelligence takes time to manifest. Our hero officially names the golden ant his fifth beast. He instructs it to train in the underground cave and gives it the name Flash, inspired by its golden appearance. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing quietly recalls Flash's painful past, having witnessed the death of countless companions in human labs. It endured endless experimentation, and she fears that the more power Flash gains, the stronger its hatred for humans will become. However, our hero reassures himself that as long as he is its protector, the ant's loyalty is secure. Suddenly, the scene cuts to the Emperor Crocodile, writhing in agony as its armored body fractures and blood pours out, indicating the beginning of a volatile evolution. A pillar of white light erupts from the beast, and our protagonist realizes the risk of evolving in such an exposed location. In a nearby city, the Spiritual Monitoring Bureau detects a surge in spiritual energy and triggers an emergency red alert. The operators identify the disturbance as the appearance of a mutated creature at Sector 9 and immediately command the Air Force to take action. Meanwhile, in the canyon, our hero remains focused on his mist manipulation as Kaienkin quickly pulls Ling Feng and King Jiao to safety, warning them about the reappearance of the creature and urging them to hide. Later that night, military helicopters search the rough riverbank, their bright beams illuminating the area as they track their target. Deep beneath the surface, the Emperor Crocodile senses the disturbance and detects the humans, the enormous beast, armored in purple scales and jagged bone spikes. It looks up as it notices the searchlight. Soldiers quickly spot the crocodile, but before they can respond, it coils its enormous body and spins violently. The creature destroys a surveillance camera, causing the feed to immediately cut to static. Inside the command center, Erin scrambles to understand the situation. As she and her technician confirm that several camera feeds have gone dark, she realizes the true scale of the threat. She determines that standard fighter jets won't be able to handle the crocodile, and urgently orders an all-out attack by the Air Force, insisting on missile strikes to prevent the creature from escaping. Meanwhile, far beneath the sacred tree in the canyon, Xiao Qing appears in her golden soul form, rushing toward the glowing blue orb that represents our hero. She urgently reports that the Emperor Crocodile's movements have been tracked by the humans. They are now deploying numerous combat aircraft and elite forces to the area. Our hero becomes visibly concerned, wondering how the crocodile was found so quickly. Our protagonist wonders whether the Federation is overreacting out of fear, or if there is something more to the situation. Xiaoking clarifies that the crocodile was exposed during its breakthrough, prompting the authorities to immediately classify it as a major threat. As she begins to fade, preparing to return to her physical body at the Human Institute, Yuzuyu warns her. Our hero comments that the Emperor Crocodile has not yet encountered her true form, and a confrontation could occur if they meet. Acting quickly, our protagonist extends his roots and telepathically instructs his creatures to step in. He calls on the peregrine falcon, his first and most powerful aerial allies, to intercept the helicopters and help the crocodile escape. The falcons dive through the sky as the military continues its assault. Below, helicopters unleash fire upon the crocodile on the river. The emperor crocodile counters with a thunderous roar, showing its sharp tusks. At a nearby military base, soldiers gather to receive their briefing and study a holographic map to plan their next move. Among them, Zioking stands quietly in human form, unsure about the situation. Back at the command center, a subordinate questions whether it's necessary to take such extreme measures against the massive crocodile. He proposes pushing it into the restricted zone and letting the elite troops handle it later. Eren quickly dismisses the suggestion, stating that the Biology Institute has just confirmed the crocodile carries retro-ancient genes. This makes it far more dangerous than regular mutants. She points to footage of other ancient creatures, like the giant moray eel that caused havoc in the Freedom Commonwealth a month ago, and the ancient crab from Sakura country that destroyed an entire coastal city. Eren stresses that if they let the crocodile escape, it will only grow stronger and wreak even more havoc in the future. Therefore, it must be eliminated now. Returning to the battlefield, the emperor crocodile uses its enormous tail to hurl boulders with precise accuracy, deliberately knocking them into the path of incoming missiles. This creates thick smoke and debris, obstructing the pilot's visibility and interfering with their targeting systems. As the helicopters struggle to navigate through the chaos, one pilot observes that, unlike previous giant creatures, this crocodile manages to dodge every direct hit. Seeing its deliberate evasive maneuvers and the creature's quick reflexes, the pilots begin to realize that the emperor crocodile exhibits signs of higher intelligence. The beast is far more advanced than anything they've encountered. As the crocodile tries to flee into the forest, Eren orders the helicopters to continue their assault, using bombs to trap it at the edge of a cliff. Cornered, the crocodile taps into its primal power and surrounds itself with a shield of frost and ice for protection. Pilots watch as the creature grows motionless and stiff, recognizing its exhaustion. Seizing the opportunity, the military unleashes a final overwhelming barrage of missiles and ammunition, engulfing the frozen emperor crocodile in a series of violent explosions. Everyone at the command center and across the battlefield observes anxiously, with the fate of the mission hanging by a thread. They wait to see if their efforts have finally managed to bring down the legendary beast. A cascade of golden energy beams erupts, filling the battlefield with violent explosions. The battlefield is consumed by fire as the beams strike. The emperor crocodile, wounded and bleeding from a deep neck injury, struggles under the relentless assault as the bombardment intensifies. Meanwhile, within the high-tech human command center, operators rush to manage as multiple units report running out of ammo. Commander Eren, clearly on edge, urges her team to launch the final bomb, determined to complete the operation. The final strike lands around the emperor crocodile, who is now seriously wounded. The area is enveloped in flames and debris inside the command center. New threats emerge as operators spot multiple unknown creatures rapidly approaching. Red and blue dots flash across the screens, but the images are too unclear to identify, and the operators struggle to keep up with the rapid movement. A brief sighting of a golden-feathered peregrine falcon appears on the monitors, confirming the arrival of advanced predators. At the same time, pilots in the field are urgently warned about high-speed targets traveling at Mach 4.6. Before they can respond, a yellow beam of energy destroys one of the cockpits. All communication with air units is suddenly lost. Eren, facing blank screens and absent targets, realizes the mission has gone awry. After regaining composure, she receives an image of the peregrine falcon. The operators explain that these birds, once top predators, have now evolved to 9th-level strength, surpassing the current capabilities of the Air Force. A group of these falcons is shown heading toward the Bayou Gorge. At Bayou Gorge, the golden monkey, riding the white tiger, leads a pack of mutated creatures toward the injured emperor crocodile. The crocodile lies in a pool of blood, covered in wounds. While the honey badger watches anxiously, our protagonist steps forward. Acknowledging the crocodile's severe injuries, he remarks that gunfire nearly killed him during his transformation. The golden ant responds to the situation as our hero inspects the wounds. Yuzuyu points out the numerous holes caused by armor-piercing rounds. He advises the emperor crocodile not to rely on his body alone in the future when facing such powerful weapons. Our hero explains that human ammunition, especially armor-piercing rounds, can deal massive damage even to first-order transcendent beings like the crocodile. He also stresses that these injuries are severe, as these rounds are specifically designed to breach defenses. Our protagonist warns that continuous exposure could be fatal. This moment highlights the vulnerability of even mighty mutant beasts to advanced human weaponry. He then presents the protagonist with a snake egg he found. Admitting he couldn't save the mother who had awakened the ice element, the crocodile offers ice spirit grass found with the egg, suggesting the egg may possess ice power. As the protagonist reflects on these items, a translucent blue snake hatches, emitting a powerful spiritual energy that hints at its enormous potential, possibly surpassing the current tomahawk snake. Back in the command center, staff notice a strange fog vortex forming on their screen. Aaron and the operators theorize that elemental forces may be evolving into life forms. When they spot movement in the trees on the images, Aaron orders her team to recheck the mountain. She suspects it could be the habitat of a mutant creature. She commands the area to be designated as a red exclusion zone and insists on constant monitoring. She stresses that the giant crocodile must not be allowed to leave the mountain under any circumstances. In the red zone, a military camp stands within a canyon, surrounded by an unnatural white mist that conceals the camouflage structure. Soldiers fully geared for combat stay on high alert, underscoring the seriousness of the situation, as signs warn of strict security. Above, on a massive tree branch, Flash, the golden ant, watches the camp from the shadows, silently assessing the humans below. Elsewhere in the mountains, the Emperor Crocodile, clearly wounded and bleeding, listens to the instructions of his master, Yuzu. Our hero tells him to head to the heart of the Misty Mountains, claim the land, and form a lake. Yuzu assures the crocodile that life essence will be provided to help create a spiritual lake when the time comes. The Emperor Crocodile agrees and lies down to recover, while the Blue Monkey and Honey Badger, King 2, stay nearby. The crocodile reassures the smaller creatures that once he heals, they can play together. This statement brings laughter and relief to the group. Meanwhile, in the core of the sacred tree, our protagonist talks with Zioking about the escalating human threat. Zio expresses concern about the humans' knowledge of the giant crocodile. Yuzu stays composed, noting that humans have only recently stumbled upon this knowledge. He suggests leaving them alone for now, while our hero decides to use the fog beast to better mask their presence, trusting that the mountain's natural mist will keep humans at bay. Soon, Zioking reports that a small squad of soldiers is moving to enter the mountain. Our protagonist confirms he has already spotted their activity and has formulated a plan. As the soldiers advance, one wanders into the dense fog and quickly loses contact with his group. His comrades sound an alarm, and fear spreads as the remaining troops scramble to alert the camp. Suddenly, a massive leg of a fog beast crushes a soldier, triggering panic, and a dragon-shaped mist creature appears. Its eyes and fangs glow through the haze, leaving the soldiers paralyzed. Gunfire erupts, but the creature instantly regenerates where struck. Bullets prove ineffective. One soldier steps forward with a flamethrower, hoping to try a new tactic, just as Qing Zhao, a human under Yuzu's command, receives a psychic order to enter the battle, proving his allegiance. The soldiers are shocked to see a human allied with the monster. Before they can react, Flash emerges from the shadows, openly showing disdain for the humans. The troops panic and fire at both Qing Zhao and Flash. Their attacks are largely futile. An overhead view shows the fog dragon and golden ant decimating the outpost effortlessly. Back at the sacred tree, our hero and Zioking watch the destruction unfold. Shayaki notes that the mountain's menace is now exposed, and our protagonist realizes hiding is no longer an option. Yuzu resolves to deter humans by showcasing the mountain's full terror, knowing inaction would only invite further incursion. Zioking mentions the traumatized soldier captured earlier, prompting our hero to release him, intending the fog beast's fear to ripple among humans. Shao King warns that this will provoke stronger human retaliation, but Yuzu, with his spirit orb radiating ominously, is ready to go to war if necessary. After the battle, Flash stands atop a heap of human corpses under the crescent moon. The tale recounts that the Misty Mountains are now dreaded as a place where people disappear. Both the giant crocodile and the fog beast are confirmed to inhabit its depths. The Emperor Crocodile, now submerged in a spiritual lake, receives 10 drops of life essence, transforming the area into a sanctuary for these creatures. Afterwards, our hero tests his newly enhanced branches. Observing improved speed, strength, and the ability to split and ensnare targets, he is stunned by the escalating cost of further evolution. He realizes that reaching higher tiers demands immense resources. With spiritual power at 490,000 and above the second level, he understands the need to evolve quickly against the human threat. Yuzu summons the Emperor Crocodile and asks about the river's peril. The crocodile warns of treacherous waters that suppress spiritual power and conceal even stronger beings. The narrative hints at higher-order monsters lurking below. Meanwhile, in City Z, the freed soldier is confined in a padded cell, mentally shattered, able to offer only vague warnings of the fog beast. Human leaders grasp the severity of their losses and the magnitude of the threat. They mobilize their army, enhanced troops, and the Federation's 10 heroes for a decisive strike. Commander, eyes blazing with rage, announces he will personally lead the operation, vowing to obliterate the mountain and its mutated beasts at any cost. Deep in North Canyon's waters, Yuzu surveys the Emperor Crocodile. The crocodile senses a transcendent presence, and remains cautious. It recognizes that these depths may harbor not just second-order, but potentially third-order transcendent. This revelation makes the river feel far more perilous than it first appeared. The crocodile then glances up at the towering willow. Suspecting the god tree Yuzuyu has grand design. In response, our protagonist's consciousness pulses with intent, planning to draw the powerful river into his domain. Seeing this as vital for his growth, Yuzuyu aims to control the river's flow directly into the sea. It will grant a major strategic edge in any future clashes with humans. As our boy's resolve sharpens, a golden radiance washes over the horizon, marking the dawn of a new chapter for those who follow him. With the objective now unmistakable, Emperor Crocodile proposes taking the nearby mountain range first. He advises dispatching the honey badger, the armored boar, and 2 others to handle it. Knowing his own overwhelming strength could draw human notice, our hero accepts the strategy. Yuzuyu concludes it's wiser to let his underlings drill and grow tougher while he stays out of sight to safeguard them. He assigns Emperor Crocodile as the leader, ordering him to seize any foes with notable potential, and vowing to personally handle the most valuable target. Before they set out, the protagonist gives the crocodile a dose of concentrated life essence so the operation won't go awry. As Emperor Crocodile hauls himself up from the river, his towering presence summons the honey badger, the armored boar, and the orange monkey, signaling their journey has begun. At the same time, Yuzuyu turns his attention below ground. There, he inspects how the underground city is progressing under King Zhao's oversight. The servant reports major progress, explaining that 3 levels are nearly linked thanks to the wind wolves and the mutated mice sent earlier, which dramatically sped up the work. New additions include a central water supply, tiered walkways, and spirit stones that both light and nourish the subterranean plants. King Zhao proposes expanding more rooms and training spaces, and requests permission to bring in a friend to assist. Our boy remains suspicious of outsiders and refuses to rely on anyone who hasn't sworn allegiance. He cautions Qing Zhao about how dangerous betrayal can be in wartime and makes it clear that only those who openly pledge loyalty may stay. Yuzuyu adds that treachery will be met with 0 tolerance, even if enforcing that stance risks sparking infighting. Our protagonist emphasizes that information must be kept from humans to preserve their shared survival. Then, without warning, Zioking tells Yuzuyu a snake egg is about to hatch, urging him to rush out of the tunnels and up to the surface. Our hero and Zioking are met by a brilliant blue glow as a mutated white snake breaks free of its shell. The newborn shows gifts for controlling ice, exhaling freezing breath, and protecting its body. Both of them are pleased to welcome this new member. As Yuzuyu revels in the breakthrough, the scene cuts to night in the far-off mountains, where the expedition team has reached its destination. They wait before the peaks, poised to wipe out every threat at Emperor Crocodile's order. The squad bursts ahead. The orange monkey vaults onto the armored boar and the white tiger spearheads the push. The golden ant, riding atop the thundering goat, darts into the woods to move first, but is cautioned not to pick fights with powerful enemies. A well-timed offensive begins. The orange monkey restrains a massive spider. The honey badger slams a dark spider-like beast aside with a headbutt, and the white tiger quickly finishes off a local tiger. Elsewhere, the golden ant dispatches other creatures, asserting control beneath the moon. Soon after, 2 pairs of glowing red eyes emerge from the trees, exposing hidden chameleons. First-order transcendents, silently watching the newcomer, foreshadowing trials still ahead. In a desolate valley of bone-like arches and jagged stone spires beneath overcast sky, green system alerts tick through the kills and the evolution points earned, hovering over the remains of various fallen beasts. The readouts highlight how quickly strength is piling up through ruthless, efficient hunting. Inside, our protagonist's thoughts echo a raw impulse to keep slaughtering, as the system logs an ever-rising stockpile of evolution points. After briefly considering the latest hunting gains, Yuzuyu speaks to a pack of mutated blue wolves, telling them to feed and regain their strength. Behind him, he also urges his white snake to rest and recover, restoring its energy. The view then shifts to a faraway, jagged cliff. On its summit, an enormous dark-furred gorilla with crimson eyes and jutting tusks bellows, its presence rattling the land. Zioking watches, gauging the gorilla's terrifying power as it pounds the earth and flings a boulder. Answering that display, Zioking unleashes her own strength, conjuring a huge, segmented purple scorpion tail as she braces for a fight. Back in our boy's domain, the battlefield cleanup concludes as Yuzuyu looks over the neatly cleared ground. Out of nowhere, the gigantic gorilla drops from above, slamming into the grass and losing consciousness. Zioking follows it down. Touching down softly and delivering the gorilla as ordered, she shares her worries with our protagonist, highlighting that primates stand apart from other animals due to their intellect and social behavior. She elaborates that these characteristics make them more difficult to control, potentially erratic if not handled properly. While Yuzuyu listens attentively, he contemplates the dangers, yet also suggests that, with the right training, a primate's ability to learn and adjust could allow it to evolve beyond other species. Our protagonist observes that if the gorilla absorbs human knowledge, it could quickly evolve into an entirely new species, which could be a strategic advantage in a world already plunged into turmoil. Our boy examines the chaos caused by the gorilla's arrival, noting its sheer size in comparison to other creatures, as the gorilla regains its senses and bellows up at the daunting gaze of our hero. Yuzu swiftly neutralizes it with a neurotoxin shot from his branches, rendering the creature immobile. Our protagonist presents the gorilla with a stark choice: surrender or face death. The gorilla, struggling under the toxin's influence, promptly capitulates and astonishes Yuzu by speaking. Bypassing the need for a name, our hero dubs it King Kong and channels a surge of golden energy into it. King Kong undergoes a profound transformation, expanding in size and becoming far more powerful. With a prominent red mark appearing on its forehead, a system display shows the gorilla's ability: berserk and brute strength. Although our protagonist considers that these powers alone are insufficient for the gorilla to be counted among his strongest allies. Without hesitation, Yuzu commands King Kong to summon its kin. The gorilla beats its chest and lets out a deafening roar, sending out a shockwave that forces even. Zioking and our companion cover their ears as dozens of mutated gorillas emerge from the dense forest, forming around their new leader. Meanwhile, the protagonist's spirit orb intensifies with a bright glow. He takes in his expanded army, fully aware of the importance of this newfound alliance and the immense possibilities it holds for his expanding territory. A fierce battle erupts amidst the shattered rock pillars of a secluded mountain range. Two mighty mutant creatures clash as the golden mutant ant, at entry level 6, darts across the rough terrain, narrowly avoiding a relentless barrage of green energy beams. It moves swiftly, skillfully dodging, while the blue mantis, at entry level 7, charges with a deadly scythe-like arm and an intense blue aura. The opponent, a fierce blue mantis, is a challenging adversary, boasting scythe-like limbs and a powerful glowing aura. The golden ant soon realizes that despite his own confidence, he is being outmatched by the stronger beast. As the blue mantis strikes, unleashing a sweeping arc of wind energy, the golden ant propels himself directly into its attack. Their clash sends shockwaves through the ground, tossing slabs of earth high into the air. In a fierce contest of strength, the two engage in a flurry of strikes, each blow sparking with energy. The golden ant realizes the mantis' strength but, in a burst of speed, manages to break through its defenses and land a decisive blow. The mantis crumples to the ground, paralyzed by a toxin prepared by our hero. Old Bull, the massive second-in-command, rushes to the battlefield, worried about the ant's condition. Flash reassures him quickly, explaining that he's unharmed, and goes on to describe the enemy's wind powers and speed. As dawn breaks, the bull signals that the hunt is over. Yuzu's subordinates begin returning from their respective hunts. They gather at the foot of the mountain. Flash, atop Old Bull, observes the returning group but soon realizes the white tiger is missing. Old Bull explains that the tiger ran off right after capturing the blue mantis, likely hoping to bring the captive directly to the god tree for early recognition. As they look around, our hero also notices the emperor crocodile observing them from a distance, ready to offer backup if necessary. Meanwhile, in the heart of the misty forest, our protagonist reflects on his cultivation. Yuzu senses his fatigue from drained spirit energy and takes note of the branches and evolutionary points still in need of development. The white tiger returns shortly after, howling triumphantly as it deposits the now-evolved blue mantis at entry level 8 at the base of the tree. Our hero examines the mantis' abilities, acknowledging its wind powers and mimicry as valuable traits, and praises the white tiger for its success. The blue mantis is immediately sent by Yuzu to recover in the spirit pool. As it heals, the creature suddenly stirs, attempting to escape. But our protagonist swiftly traps it with a thick root, forcing it back into the pool. Moments later, Old Bull approaches Yuzu, his face etched with concern. He voices his worry over Ninetail, who has been missing for over 2 weeks, and requests permission to search for him. Our hero acknowledges Ninetail's strength and reassures the bull that while the disappearance has been lengthy, Ninetails is likely not in immediate danger. However, Yuzu warns that searching the desert would be a daunting task and questions if Old Bull is truly ready to face the challenges that lie ahead. He advises the bull to wait until he has reached the transcendence level before embarking on the search. Old Bull, understanding the need to grow stronger, decides to head to the Spirit Stone mine for training, hoping that the energy-rich surroundings will help him achieve the breakthrough he seeks. Our hero silently watches the bull's determination and reflects that after accumulating spiritual power for so long, Old Bull is on the brink of reaching a new level of strength. 3 days pass quickly as the White Tiger and Flash undergo intense training under Yuzu's guidance. With their help, the branches are fully strengthened. After these advancements, our protagonist decides to push his evolution further by channeling all his spiritual energy into the branches. As he channels his energy, the branches rapidly multiply and stretch skyward, releasing a dazzling display of pink light. The resulting supernatural aurora illuminates the sky above the mountain, catching the attention of both human explorers and nearby beasts. They gaze up in awe and confusion. Chiang Qin, imprisoned among the humans, stares upward in a trance, recognizing the phenomenon as the aurora borealis. The scene widens, revealing that the branches of Yuziyu have multiplied and now glow with a white light, stretching across the sky, pulsing with pink and blue energy. The beauty overwhelms Chiang Qin. As Lang Feng stands beside her, troubled by the overwhelming force above, he voices his concern that if the branches were to fall, everything would be obliterated in an instant. As the humans watch in awe and fear, Flash, the golden ant, approaches with a sense of pride. He declares that witnessing the power of our hero is an honor for all those present. He proudly explains that the spectacle is proof of the immense power his leader possesses, leaving the humans in awe. As the humans watch, amazed and fearful, Flash continues to stride forward, knowing that they will now recognize the true strength of their new leader. The protagonist's subordinate quickly reminds them of their dire predicament, pointing out that their survival depends on their value to the EU. Tension builds when Qing Zhao questions the ant about its clear animosity toward humans. In response, Flash displays open disdain, making it clear that his feelings go beyond mere hatred. Meanwhile, the protagonist privately reflects on the draining spiritual cost of wielding his current power. He realizes that the rapid loss of spiritual energy is not sustainable. He decides to retract the aurora, concluding that this power must only be used in life-or-death circumstances. As the supernatural light fades from the sky, attention turns underground to the mining operation. There, Kingju supervises a group of mutated gorillas toiling with logs and stone. He projects his consciousness through a black willow branch. He praises Qing Zhao for his effective control over the gorillas and orders him to train them into a well-disciplined force. Qing Zhao acknowledges that the gorillas can be dominated as long as they respect his strength. Without warning, the ground shakes violently, and rocks begin falling from the ceiling. While Qing Zhao suspects an earthquake, the protagonist quickly senses that the disturbance is more akin to Xiao Qing's breakthrough. He suspects the bull demon is evolving, noting that spiritual energy is being blocked by spirit stones within the tunnel. Our protagonist struggles to perceive the situation clearly until a massive surge of purple energy erupts from the tunnel. This energy originates from the storage of spirit earthstone. As the tremors intensify, a colossal silhouette appears from the glowing fissure. The enlarged figure of Old Bull steps into view, steam pouring from his nostril. As he absorbs the spirit earthstones, yellow flowers blossom around him. Our protagonist eagerly anticipates the full breakthrough. The breakthrough occurs with a deafening roar that shakes the entire mountain, causing the tunnel floor to collapse. Above ground, the roots of Yuziyu shift violently, and he surveys the damage in frustration. He recalls similar destruction during Xiao Qing's breakthrough. As the dust clears, the bull's new form becomes visible. He now towers over others, his horns emitting golden energy, exuding an aura more powerful than the white tiger's. The protagonist examines the beast's new attributes via the system interface and uncovers the newly awakened gravity field ability. This power allows the bull to manipulate gravity through his connection to the earth, leaving Yuziyu astounded. He acknowledges gravity as the most powerful force in the world. Shortly thereafter, Honey Badger and Flash approach the transformed bull in awe, while the bull himself expresses confusion about his newfound power. Our protagonist offers him the opportunity to test his abilities in battle. Flash and Blue Mantis step forward to challenge the bull, moving at such speed. They become blurs of blue and yellow light streaking across the battlefield. Yuziyu and the gathered beasts observe as the bull unleashes a wave of gravity, quickly demonstrating the effectiveness of his new power. Energy beams slice through the forest as the bull demon deftly avoids Flash and Blue Mantis attack. He overpowers them with ease, standing proudly amidst the chaos, surveying the fallen. Watching the scene, Yuziyu realizes that conventional speed and stealth attacks have no impact on the bull demon. He cautions against any reckless attempts to engage. As the bull checks on his injured comrade, Flash reports that his internal organs have been crushed and his limbs shattered. He tries to minimize the severity of the damage. At that moment, a pink mist known as the Rain of Vitality, summoned by the protagonist, envelops the wounded, accelerating their healing and reviving them. The protagonist observes that although Flash seems stable, his internal injuries are grave. Without the Rain of Vitality, his recovery would take much longer. Soon after, Yuziyu sits calmly, addressing the bull demon. He acknowledges the breakthrough and advises refining his powers further. He promises the bull that his strength will grow significantly in time. The protagonist reminds the bull of their agreed journey to find Ninetails. He urges caution, instructing him to return immediately if Ninetails is found. The bull demon bows respectfully and receives final permission to depart. Before leaving, the scene shifts to a military camp at night. Soldiers patrol nervously near heavy trucks. They discuss the threat posed by the crocodile and the presence of transcendental forces, preparing for an impending operation to level the mountain. The story then moves to the Transcendental Research Institute. Inside a shattered training room, Xiaoling stands amidst the debris. She reflects on the significant changes in her powers since reaching the transcendental stage, contemplating the fusion of her physical and spiritual ability. This fusion has dramatically enhanced her flame. An assistant arrives to escort her to the mentor. As they depart, the extent of the damage she inflicted on the superalloy walls becomes apparent. The assistant is visibly impressed. Xiaoling steps into a large hangar, surrounded by scientists and soldiers. The professor and his team greet her, while a tall man with silver hair, Li Hao, watches her intently. Internally, Li Hao is taken aback by the girl's strength and appearance, noticing the powerful aura of energy radiating from her. He confidently introduces himself, but Xiaoling admits she's unfamiliar with him. The professor laughs heartily at this, while the assistant quietly informs Xiaoling that Li Hao is a top-tier talent. Having recently reached the transcendental stage, coming from a prestigious family, he's already a major general due to his accomplishments. Li Hao, attempting to regain composure, invites Xiaoling to join the 2nd Military District, but insists that she must first prove herself in a fight. Scientists and assistant cheer for Xiaoling, warning her that Li Hao is an expert in thunder-based combat. Among the onlookers, Yan Langling watches with a competitive edge, eager to see Li Hao demonstrate his skill. As the battle begins, Li Hao charges at her, his body crackling with blue electricity. Xiaoling calmly summons a fire butterfly, which Li Hao dismisses as a mere spectacle, until he realizes its immense power. Li Hao strikes with a thunder-infused punch, but the butterfly explodes in a burst of intense heat, sending him flying and leaving him scorched. The professor reacts with excitement, while the assistant looks on with concern at his enthusiasm. Yan Langling urges Li Hao to stop holding back and give it his all. After recovering from the hit, Li Hao's fury surges as he envelops himself in a massive electrical storm. Determined to unleash his full power, Xiaoling responds confidently, surrounded by a swarm of fire butterflies, ready for the climax of their confrontation. She remains calm, locking eyes with her opponent. Li Hao, with electricity crackling around him, rushes toward her, his fist raised. Just as he attacks, Xiaoling releases her power, unleashing a brilliant explosion of golden butterfly-shaped energy that engulfs the arena and shatters the ground beneath them. Onlookers react in astonishment, shielding themselves from the debris. Li Hao is left crouching, coughing up blood before collapsing and conceding defeat. The crowd erupts in applause for Xiaoling, while Yan Langling glares from the sideline, visibly upset. The focus then shifts to a high-tech office, where a director reviews the footage of the duel, noting Li Hao's overwhelming loss. He instructs his team to gather and secure all data on Myth. Acknowledging her immense strength, the director muses about where to find even more powerful transcendence, as Li Hao no longer stands at the top. Meanwhile, in Beiyu Gorge, Yuzuyu continues his intense training. With the support of his beast companions, he strengthens his body, preparing for a breakthrough. In an expanded underground cavern, a dark red aura begins to pulse, hidden behind spirit stones that block detection from all but Chiang Qin. With her keen intuition, Chiang Qin senses strange waves of unease and investigates, immediately feeling the surge of dark energy. Suddenly, thick red vines burst forth, ensnaring her and dragging her into the darkness as she desperately calls out for help. In his tranquil domain, the protagonist is suddenly disturbed by a faint, urgent cry, immediately recognizing it as Changkin's voice. Alarmed, he quickly surveys his surroundings, using his roots and senses to search the usual places she could be, but finds no trace of her. Realizing she has disappeared without a trace, Yuzuyu blames the thick fog for clouding his perception and wonders if she left the mountains to seek her out. He activates his missensing ability, sending waves of spiritual energy through the gorge. This technique allows him to pinpoint her location deep within the cave. Hidden from ordinary senses, he extends his consciousness to the cavern's depth. He discovers Changkin trapped and immobilized by a mutated plant monster. Recognizing the plant as a mutated blood-red species from the Spirit Stone mine, he enters the cave, wielding a massive black serpent-like branch. Sensing the creature's deadly intent, he strikes with overwhelming force, crushing the mutated plant and eliminating the threat. After defeating the creature, a green interface appears in front of Yuzuyu. It informs him that he has gained a new ability known as Seeds of Vitality. This ability allows him to direct his life force to rapidly create several trees simultaneously. Our protagonist reflects on how this is a shift from his prior encounter. He realizes that instead of animals, absorbing mutated plants seems to grant him extraordinary new powers. With this thought, he understands that seeking out rarer or mutated plants could significantly boost his growth and power. As his focus changes, he sees Kyankin's lifeless body still caught in the decaying red vine. Recognizing she did not survive, our hero quietly reflects on her passing. Meanwhile, Changkin lies gravely injured, bound by the crimson vines. Above her, Yuzi Yu observes how these blood-red tendrils have been attempting to use her as a host for escape. Seeing her battered form, our protagonist resolves with quiet respect to bury her right where she lies, Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupts from her, throwing her away. As light fills the area, a new figure appears. Jiang Kan rises, now restored, clad in armor made of green leaves and with thorny vines growing from her back. Our hero is stunned, quickly realizing she has forged a symbiotic bond with the blood-colored plant. As she stands, pain crosses her face and she grabs her head. She questions her own identity, asking Yuzu Yu if she's still human. He bluntly tells her she is now more plant than human, pointing out that she can't return to normal society. The weight of the transformation hits her, leaving her silent, but our boy assures her that she can join his group and start fresh there. After a brief moment, Qin Keen accepts, choosing to walk down this new path. The scene shifts to another part of the forest, where a mutant chameleon attacks a white tiger. Its tongue pierces the tiger's chest. The golden ant, Flash, manages to bring the tiger to Yuzi Yu, who examines the injured beast. Flash explains that the white tiger rejected the Emperor Crocodile's offer of aid, preferring to fight alone. Our protagonist responds by releasing a glowing green life force to heal the tiger. Yuzu Yu then demonstrates his newfound power to rapidly grow trees, though they soon wither once his energy fades. A sudden disturbance shakes the group as Flash is struck and sent crashing through a stone wall. He quickly recovers and charges back to confront the attacker, facing Kaienkin in her transformed form. Our hero introduces her to the other mutants, officially naming her Theta Thorn and placing her in the 6th rank. Flash immediately protests, refusing to accept a human as an equal. When he threatens to attack her, our protagonist swiftly subdues him. Reluctantly, Flash accepts her status, while Yuzu Yu notes the depth of the ant's disdain for humans, realizing how difficult it will be to lead such a group. The scene shifts to a mountainous area, where a mercenary team is trekking through a dense forest, searching for the Emperor Crocodile. One mercenary warns them about the dangers of Misty Mountain, a red zone filled with fog creatures. As they venture deeper, they are startled to see Qin Keen high in a tree. Her sudden and unexpected appearance baffles the mercenary. Now known as Thorn, she searches the forest for spirit fruits. Her arms fill with the harvest as she fondly thinks of her companions who have long been without such delicacy. As she stands beneath a towering tree, pleased with her find, a massive mercenary approaches her from behind, eyeing her with greedy interest. He is drawn not just by the fruits, but by her striking mutated appearance and vine-covered form. Before she can react, he grabs her by the head and slams her against a tree, knocking her unconscious. The fruits spill to the ground as the mercenary lifts Thorn by her hair. He gloats to his comrades about the unexpected treasure he's found. Nearby, an older man in white protests angrily, but the mercenaries ignore him, focusing instead on Thorn's appearance and discussing her potential value on the black market. They treat her like a rare commodity, careful not to damage her features. Several men begin making crude suggestions. One even proposes they have some fun before selling her. Tension builds among the group, and a female mercenary, frustrated and envious, forces her way through her teammates and scolds them, directing her anger toward the captain. Approaching the unconscious Thorn, the female mercenary pulls out a dagger, threatening to ruin her beauty. At that moment, Thorn's body reacts instinctively. The power of her bloody vine surges, sending thick, thorny tendrils flying through the air. One vine wraps around the mercenary's neck, lifting him off the ground, while others lash out, forcing the rest to retreat. The female mercenary, startled but observant, quickly realizes the mutation is recent and unstable, urging her team to attack together. Suddenly, a golden flash cuts through the clearing. Flash, the golden ant, appears and immediately takes down one of the mercenaries, shocking the attackers with his ability to speak. The female mercenary quickly decides the battle is lost and abandons her team, leaving them behind as Flash confronts the group, accusing them of trespassing on his master's domain. He swears none will get away and blurs into motion, rapidly subduing the mercenaries with overwhelming force. The fight concludes with the mercenaries defeated and strewn across the snow. Thorn, regaining some clarity, spots the golden ant and realizes it was responsible for intervening. The situation shifts again when Flash notices a small, flashing bomb attached to his body. It erupts violently, injuring the ant severely and leaving it immobile. The wounded female mercenary rises, mocks Flash about the bomb's unique design, and readies her dagger to strike. Amid the snowy terrain, she pins Flash down, raising her weapon with lethal intent. As she swings the dagger, thick, red, vein-like roots suddenly erupt from Chankin, impaling her and flinging her backward. She coughs up blood, eyes wide in disbelief. Flash's subordinate stands among her own writhing, massive vines. Stunned and frightened as the tendrils coil tightly, leaving her shaken, Jenkins sits nearby, overcome with remorse, crying aloud over her first kill. The golden ant, perched on a rock, scolds her for making noise. Through tears, she admits she only sought to earn money collecting spiritual herbs. But now she faces a transformed body and the weight of taking a life. Flash gazes across the field, reflecting on the burden of killing and recalling his own torment from human experiments. He reassures Chiang Kin that her actions saved him, and she has no reason to feel guilty. His loyal follower thanks her, though tears begin to fall again. She admits his words touch her deeply. When asked if she misses her family, she reveals she is an orphan with no one waiting. Quietly, the aunt tells her she is no longer alone. Kyankin, reassured, manages a smile through her tears. Meanwhile, deep inside a luminous cavern entwined with roots, Yuzi Yu silently observes their interaction. He realizes Kyankin has discovered her own resolve without his interference. He remains silent, simply watching. The scene shifts to a foggy forest where Ling Feng, accompanied by a large pink rabbit, questions whether Kyankin is fully certain of her choices. With vines extending from her back, she insists he prepare for the challenges ahead. Ling Feng, frustrated, reminds her that his family awaits him, making it clear he isn't ready to follow her path. Next, creatures attack as the narrative explains that spiritual recovery has brought about a dark era. Inland cities face constant assault, while coastal regions endure even greater devastation from sea beat, resulting in massive casualties. In a high-tech boardroom, the China Federation leader convenes top officials to discuss the escalating crisis. The Inland Spiritual Power Bureau director activates a hologram, displaying the rapid, dangerous growth of spiritual power beneath the ocean. She explains that high concentrations of this energy are toxic. This forces deep-sea monsters into shallower waters, pushing weaker sea creatures toward coastal cities, making attacks by sea beasts worldwide unavoidable. General Zhao Jianjun asks how long this turmoil will continue. The director warns this is only the beginning, presenting another alarming chart showing that spiritual energy is also rising inland. The upcoming spiritual surge will trigger a second wave of mutations in land beasts, leaving inland cities exposed to wild animal attack and unable to deploy heavy weaponry effectively. After a pause, the Federation head signals he has further information to present. Far beneath the earth, the main route of UZU reaches 10,000 meters. Our hero senses a looming disaster as Zyok, in spirit form, joins him. They approach a massive, glowing energy core underground, feeling the power surge around them. Zyok marvels at the cavern's dense spiritual energy. Our protagonist declares a new cycle of evolution is beginning. Back in the boardroom, officials are stunned by footage of the golden ant defending Qin Qin. They debate whether the ant is human or plant, and note its ability to speak. Federation head explains the footage was captured by a mercenary's eye device, and mentions that other unusual creatures, such as peregrine falcons and fog beasts, it appears someone is manipulating their actions, suggesting a hidden mastermind behind the recent events. Meanwhile, in his domain, Yuzuyu examines a glowing mechanical chip and identifies it as a spiritual barrier. He quickly suspects this device has been blocking his ability to spread fog and grows concerned about the advancements in human technology. Realizing that these shields will hinder his ability to detect life forms with his fog, he becomes increasingly cautious. Our protagonist recognizes the serious threat this represents. Afterward, he checks with Flash to verify everyone's presence, learning that 5 are gathered. As he assesses the situation, the golden ant urgently reports a strange mist appearing. The hero grows more anxious as the scene shifts to the sky. A fleet of military helicopters fills the sky, and tanks roll across the ground as a massive, organized human force assembles. They are preparing for a large-scale conflict. A transport helicopter lands, and specialists from the Transcendent Force Genetic Modification Department exit. Among them is Yan Lingeling, appearing in her mutant form with distinct cat ears. At the same time, the Federal Transcendental Academy mobilizes its forces. At the gorge's depths, a small blue mutant beast rides a wolf, growling in defense. The golden ant watches the growing human presence with hostility. Suddenly, the white tiger lets out a furious roar. A terrified human soldier looks out over the misty, towering peaks and comments on the formidable challenge that lies ahead. Within his spiritual space, Yuzu watches the advancing human army and quickly realizes they are moving faster than expected. He grows suspicious as he notices shocking silence and worries that something has happened. Observing the size and coordination of the force, the protagonist concludes that the humans have a much larger goal than simply capturing the Emperor Crocodile. This suggests a more complex motive behind their actions. A flashback to 5 days earlier reveals a high-level strategy meeting within the China Federation. The Federation leader demands to know who controls Misty Mountain. Discussion ensues about the possibility of humans domesticating mutant beasts. They reference Flash's ability to speak human language, with a scientist pointing out that this skill couldn't have been acquired naturally. A bearded analyst suggests the existence of a powerful organization capable of genetic engineering. The group singles out Bayou Gorge as the most dangerous of the 8 red zones and stresses the importance of eliminating key targets. Before the second wave of the spiritual tithe arrives, the gray-haired commander presents the battle plan for Bayou Gorge. They plan a strike in 5 days, before the beasts regain their spiritual strength. Meanwhile, in a laboratory, robotic arms finish creating a glowing yellow mutant elixir. The old horned scientist, pleased with the result, says that the elixir will enhance the girl's control over fire and prepares to deliver it to her. Suddenly, a shadowy form of Yan Lingling materializes behind him, causing visible anxiety as she inquires about his loyalty to Ling's safety. Back in the strategy room, a heated debate breaks out over the morality and scale of the upcoming conflict. An official protests the use of certain technologies and the overdeployment of troops. However, the commander insists that failure to act could result in uncontrollable consequences if the beasts evolve further after the spiritual tie. The bearded man notes that the battle plans are classified, accessible only to high-ranking officers. The commander then requests the inclusion of General Li, a powerful figure, to counter any human-level threats among the enemy. After the meeting, the Federation begins constructing protective walls around neighboring cities, hoping to at least keep weaker beasts at bay. The focus then shifts to Z City People's Hospital, where Zioking strides through the hall. Her expression grim as a nurse rushes to catch up. The protagonist's ally enters a hospital room where the old horned scientist lies gravely injured, on life support, surrounded by somber doctors. As she takes in the sight, the eyes of the protagonist's servant flare with intensity. The doctor ended up in the hospital because Lingling took the elixir made from the fire leopard's inner crystal. She went wild as a pseudo-elementalist, attacking the doctor with her claws. Now, Ling learns everything and finds out that Lingling fainted before being detained by the military's genetic unit. Surprisingly, she was spared the death penalty because she was under the influence of the drugs when she attacked the doctor. Lingling is currently in custody and will soon be sent to the front line. However, Dr. Key's situation is dire. Dr. Key is in critical condition and faces a very uncertain future. On his final moments, the doctor summons Ling and hands her the half-fireball he managed to safeguard. He tells her not to hold anyone accountable for his passing. He urges her not to sacrifice her future because of him. Ling reluctantly agrees, and the doctor closes his eyes as the machine signals the end. With his passing, Ling's gaze hardens with lethal intent. While walking down the corridor, someone informs her that the Second Army commander has ordered her deployment to a new battlefield. The first team of the Transcendence group has already arrived, while Ling belongs to the second team. For now, the messenger keeps the battlefield location secret. Later, Ling surveys the area from a transport helicopter. She had no idea the fight would unfold in Bayou Gorge. After a few minutes, all fighters stand ready for the briefing. The gray-haired commander addresses them, introducing himself as the supreme leader of the operation. He explains that this is humanity's first offensive against inland beasts. Their mission is to eliminate the fog beast and the giant crocodile. Additionally, they must defeat every beast they encounter. He warns that they cannot underestimate their foes as their true strength is unknown. To ensure victory, they have assembled 30,000 personnel to outnumber the enemy. The commander urges his troops to win at any cost to secure a peaceful future for humanity. The operation is codenamed The Hunt, and the soldiers respond together. Meanwhile, Ling worries about Yuziyu. At that moment, someone tells her to see General Li, so she heads to the operations department. Li mentions her hometown at the base of Bayou Canyon. He has discovered that Ling and her sister were attacked by beasts in Misty Mountain. Ling survived, but her sister did not. He wants Ling to guide them to the mountain's center, knowing she likely seeks revenge. However, he realizes Ling remembers little of her past. The general grows suspicious when she asks if that is the sole reason for her summon. Later, the protagonist reacts in surprise when Ling says she will become Li's disciple. Yuzia observes her exceptional physical ability, making her a desirable disciple for anyone. The hero agrees that joining the general is wise. He then learns the army plans to attack the mountain the next day. After a pause, Yuziyu remarks that every problem has a solution. No creature wants to die, yet reality often refuses to align with wishes. The protagonist prefers neutrality, but realizes that is impossible. As the human army prepares to strike, the hero begins briefing his beast forces. Yuzuyu warns that war is imminent. Loss means death for all, and even victory comes with casualties. Survivors, however, will live free from human threats. The hero tells them to be ready to die and fight with everything they have. Yuzuyu stresses the importance of tomorrow's battle, which will shape their future. All beasts roar in determination. Meanwhile, Ling Feng contemplates fleeing with his small treasures amidst the chaos. The battle day arrives and the human army is poised for attack. Ling becomes anxious at the sheer number of troops. At that moment, the frightened soldier informs her that their combat team is split into 3 groups. The other 2 groups also have substantial numbers due to the large deployment. They are stationed to encircle the hills, preventing beasts from reaching the city. Suddenly, another fighter argues that sending 50,000 troops is overkill, yet the frightened soldier insists it's essential, recalling that in the past, a 4th-level mutant antelope wiped out 100 men from a rescue unit. He emphasizes that if a single level 4 beast can wreak such havoc, then the mountain beasts could inflict unimaginable destruction. Level 4 creatures are merely appetizers to them. Thus, the frightened soldier believes overwhelming numbers are key. Ling, meanwhile, can only worry about Yuziyu. Elsewhere, a briefing is underway where the special commander lays out the plan. The operation is divided into 3 directions. The central forces are the primary attackers, while the left and right flanks encircle. He plans to use tanks to clear the path, followed by the transcendental troops as the main force to encircle and neutralize the targets. The commander instructs his troops to use spiritual suppression devices to mask their energy and scent, keeping the beasts unaware of their presence. The clash commences as all 3 factions charge ahead, blasting their way through the battlefield. One soldier grows anxious, fearing the attack could spark a wildfire across the mountain. Another reassures him, explaining it's a strategy to gather many beasts in a single spot. Meanwhile, Li appears, advising the troops to stay focused. The soldiers quickly recognize General Li, one of the Federation's most formidable leaders, whose strength rivals that of an entire army. They are astonished as Li leaps from a great height. As their path clears, the soldiers advance, only to be attacked unexpectedly by one of our hero's roots. Other beasts emerge along the route, howling. From a distance, Ling notices it's one of the protagonist's roots. Chaos erupts among the soldiers as they report the sudden appearance of trees and fog beasts to their commander. At the same time, the commander receives identical reports from the right and left flanks. Observing the scene from the base, the commander is filled with dread. Meanwhile, Yuziyu has resolved to prevent them from entering his territory. The commander immediately asks for a count of fog beasts and trees, before instructing his assistant to deploy Air Force support to both wings. At the same time, advanced human weapons fire at the beast, but the protagonist's routes soon obstruct their attack. Mutant gorillas then appear, hurling massive rocks at the machinery. The beast army's power quickly overwhelms the human forces. Yutsuyu is pleased with the outcome. The hero, meanwhile, receives a report about nearby enemies but pays it little mind. Elsewhere, soldiers armed with laser weapons encounter mutated beasts. In the briefing room, the commander calculates their strength: 50,000 troops, including 100 tanks and 75 helicopters. They also have 1,000 transcendental soldiers and 2,000 genetic force operatives. He tells Li that their goal is not the giant crocodile but to uncover the hidden organization behind the scenes. Even though the army is stationed away from the fog, the beasts have now engaged at the front. The commander is certain the enemy leader possesses tremendous power, equivalent to a first-order transcendent or greater. With 23 hours and 41 minutes remaining in the battle, he wants Li to ensure all mountain secrets are uncovered in time. On the left wing, soldiers struggle against the onslaught. Thorn riding the white tiger appears, eliminating the human troops. Perched on the tiger, Thorn commands it to target the approaching enemies. Unexpectedly, a bomb detonates near them. Lingling and her partner Lion arrive. Both are members of the Transcendental Genetics Department. Lingling confidently believes they can defeat Bai and Thorn with a single strike, but remembers Thorn is part of the mission. Lion notes that the shells just fired were designed specifically to counter mutant beasts. Yet Bai remains unaffected, surprising him. Lingling plans to capture Thorn for intelligence, while Lion focuses on the mutant tiger and instructs her to handle Thorn. Elsewhere, Golden Monkey fights a soldier. Armored Warthog takes out 3 soldiers at once, while Honey Badger also tackles the enemy troops. Shortly after, the trio stands victorious over several soldiers. During a brief celebration, Golden Monkey spots an approaching transcender. The monkey is struck by a poisonous whip. The purple-haired transcender declares the creature will perish in minutes. Warthog rushes to attack, but the transcendents evade, while a female strikes the beast with her hammer. The enemy squad includes Thunder Ray, Hammer Girl, and Venomous Scorpion. As they approach, Badger leaps to attack. Thunder Ray taunts the beast's courage. Unaware, the Badger releases a lightning bolt, striking all 3 transcendents. This shifts the battle's momentum, giving the beasts an advantage. Locusts are arthropods, with over 10,000 species worldwide, and even harmless ones become overwhelming in large swarms. No matter human strength, they are overpowered. On the battlefield, Golden Monkey coughs. These monkeys possess extreme absorption, able to draw all beneficial substances from others. However, toxins cannot be purified, causing extreme pain when absorbed. This incapacitates the primate. More soldiers arrive near the trio, firing bullets, but soon realize they must use specialized ammunition for high-level beasts. As Honey Badger and Armored Warthog engage the enemy, the mutant monkey is spotted by a new transcendent. Just as the monkey is about to be struck, Warthog intercepts and absorbs the blow. Both the monkey and the badger are overcome with emotion. Soon, the Warthog's heart is crushed by the transcendent, and Golden Monkey wails in sorrow. Meanwhile, Honey Badger is struck with a powerful hit by another transcendent, as more of them show up at the scene. Despite the pain, the monkey tries to fight back. At that moment, the badger grabs the primate and retreats. As they flee, the badger feels a sharp pain from being struck by a transcendent earlier. Elsewhere, Flash and the Green Mantis break through a group of soldiers as they push forward. The Mantis urges Flash to slow down or he'll tire himself out quickly. However, Flash is consumed with rage, determined to wipe out every last human. Meanwhile, Bai and Thorn are completely drained on the left flank. Lion and Lingling are also exhausted. Despite Thorn's group defeating hundreds of enemies, more reinforcements arrive. Lion believes the beast forces won't last much longer, with only one tiger left. He spots Thorn and decides to use her as bait for survival. Meanwhile, Thorn realizes Bai can't hold up much longer, as the shells have severely wounded the tiger. She knows that if it weren't for the tiger, she would have been captured. Unfortunately, transcendental reinforcements arrive as well. Among them is their high-level transcendent Gullah, who mocks Lion for still struggling against the tiger. Thorn, on the edge, wonders how much longer this battle will last. She feels an unsettling presence from Gullah, as his overwhelming spiritual energy sends a chill down her spine. He commands his troops to continue their relentless assault, knowing the beast's side will eventually fall. This time, he orders all transcendents to attack simultaneously. Thorn's group holds their ground, but unfortunately, Langling throws flash bombs directly at Thorn. Seizing the moment, the woman strikes with her claws. The air forces are still in action on the front line. Even though bombs are dropped one after another, Yuzuyu's path remains unscathed. The guerrillas continue charging at the soldiers while the falcons engage the enemy air forces. Meanwhile, our protagonist is confident that a missile of this power won't penetrate him. Unexpectedly, just as the moment arrives, Lee makes his way toward our hero. On the other side, Thorn takes a heavy hit. Langling notices that Thorn smells just like Ling, making her nauseous. Before finishing her off, Bai strikes and tosses her aside. On the ground, Ling cries out in pain. Meanwhile, Bai unexpectedly begins speaking. He tells Thorn to find our hero. He warns her that many transcendental forces are closing in, and if she doesn't leave, everyone will perish. However, Thorn refuses to comply. Bai then howls loudly, urging her to flee. As she runs, a few transcendents pursue her, but her allies shield her from the attacks. As a result, the crane and the wolf take brutal blows. With her comrades fighting fiercely to protect her, Thorn grits her teeth and pushes forward, refusing to look back. A transcendent delivers a crushing blow to the crane. The crane, however, never wanted to fight. It had no emotional ties to the two girls. It didn't understand why the fallen should be mourned in this way. Ultimately, the crane went into battle and met its end. Cranes live in groups with multiple families. They were once on the brink of extinction. But with the resurgence of spiritual energy, they have avoided extinction. After a tragic encounter with the Warax snake, the creature found solace under the protection of the willow tree. During that time, it felt safe and at home. Over time, it came to understand the meaning of vengeance through interactions with other creatures. The more it learned, the more painful it became, and it grew ashamed of its own helplessness. Thus, the creature resolved to give everything it had when faced with a similar crisis. Unexpectedly, the crane begins to speak. It shouts that it will not allow them to pass. Meanwhile, Bai is also battling the humans. Now, Bai and the crane stand together facing the human forces. Bella commands his forces to wipe out the beasts. Bai recalls what Yuzuyu had told him before. Our hero had said he was seeking greater power, and believed that his fighting skills would never be surpassed. But Bai reminds him that physical strength is not eternal, as the body's power wanes over time. Though the protagonist told him to focus on sharpening his intellect, Yutsuyu wanted Bai to develop the courage to never back down before a formidable foe, and to build the moral fortitude to bear any responsibility. These traits will be vital for Bai in the future, as he is destined to become the king of beasts. Later, when Flash finds Bai, he sees the tiger standing atop fallen humans. The question arises, when do a tiger's royal instincts truly emerge? Is it inherited from their mother, or does it appear after their first successful solo hunt? Or perhaps it shows when they narrowly escape death and display unwavering bravery? None of these. Instead, Bai still clings to his pride. Suddenly, the blue ant starts weeping upon noticing that the skin on Bai's right side is completely gone. Flash's eyes fill with tears too, his hatred for humans intensifying. He cries out in anguish, lamenting how much humans have taken from him. Elsewhere, Honey Badger finally finds a safe spot, a place to tend to the golden monkey, but soon they hear humans approaching. With a heavy heart, the badger leaves the monkey behind and rushes to confront the humans. Meanwhile, the approaching transcendents are determined to eliminate the badger, viewing it as a major threat. From behind, the badger attacks one transcendent. Another strikes him, while a third smashes a heavy hammer down on him. The badger crashes to the ground, but as the hammer-wielding transcendent raises her weapon, she realizes he has burrowed into the earth. As they search, the badger emerges from the ground to strike one of them. Unfortunately, he suffers a sharp injury. The transcendent retaliates with a devastating blow. The strike is so fierce that the ground beneath them shatters. leaving the badger in dire condition. The same transcendent continues hitting the badger relentlessly until throwing him forcefully aside. The badger's body trembles with pain, drenched in blood. The transcendents resolve to finish him off, aiming to clear out the other beasts as well. Meanwhile, the badger wishes he could ask Ling for more meat because it was so delicious. Sadly, all 4 transcendents strike him at once. Taking his final breath, the badger releases a couple of bombs from his mouth, causing a massive explosion. This marks the end of the badger along with the 4 transcendents. Elsewhere, the emperor crocodile moves onward. After death, the badger enters the afterlife and finds Ling. Tears fill his eyes as he hugs her tightly, weeping openly. They then walk together hand in hand. Meanwhile, the golden monkey discovers the badger's lifeless body. Nearby, a transcendent cries for help. He curses the badger, vowing to skin it alive and swearing not to let the matter rest even in death. The monkey strikes him forcefully. Hearing the vile words, the primate is consumed with pain and rage. The transcendent pleads for mercy and promises never to return to the forest. This only fuels the monkey's fury. He continues to strike the man until he is dead, eliminating the loathsome transcendent. The monkey carries the badger's body back. Along the way, his own wounds continue to bleed. Eventually, he reaches Warthog's corpse. There, he recalls the moments they shared among fallen comrades. The monkey too meets the same tragic fate. Meanwhile, Thorn heads back to locate Yuziyu, unexpectedly sensing Bai approaching. But when she looks back, she sees Ling Ling wearing the white tiger skin. Disgusted, she remarks on how warm the fur feels. Thorn screams in pain, launching her stems toward Ling Ling, who skillfully dodges and grabs Thorn instead. Suddenly, an explosion occurs, causing Ling Ling to recoil and leaving the skin in Thorn's grasp. The blast is caused by Feng and Qingque. Ling Ling is shocked to discover humans have joined the organization there. Gullah, however, decides to capture them for questioning, intending to personally deal with their opponents. Meanwhile, Lee faces the protagonist. He senses that our hero is the leader, and Yutsuyu nods with pride. Lee reflects that they always suspected such powerful beasts existed, but encountering one in person is astonishing. He then admits surprise that the hero openly acknowledges it, demanding to know if the protagonist is responsible for the fog beasts. It turns out that Lee is a remarkable second-tier transcendent. His unique skill, Sword Kai Alchemy, allows him to drain the lifespan of his adversary. Our hero nods, admitting he is the architect of all that has happened, asserting that humans should never have arrived here. But Lee counters, reminding Yuzuyu that it was the beasts who took over human habitats. Therefore, removing our protagonist is necessary for peace. Yuzuyu dismisses him as arrogant. Realizing negotiation is pointless, he suggests a battle, as Lee swings his sword. Our hero shatters the blade with a root. Then, Yuzuyu entwines Lee tightly with his roots. Before the war, the special commander points out the location where the giant crocodile was last seen. Now, the area is blanketed in fog. He then shows an image of Misty Mountain before the spiritual energy resurgence. Everyone notices the gorge and suspect. It might be where the enemy is hiding. The commander hints that this group may not be human controlled. Next, a photo taken by a surveillance drone is shown, though it was promptly shot down by a fog beast. Still, the image reveals several unknown beasts. After enhancing the picture with technology, a mutated tree becomes visible. Everyone suspects this tree is responsible for evolving the beasts. Commander explains that within just 6 months of spiritual energy revival, the tree beast has dominated various creatures and tamed the giant crocodile. He estimates that Yuzuyu's strength could be on par with a first-level transcendent. Additionally, the tree has influenced multiple beasts and even evolved humans, acquiring knowledge of human language. However, certainty can only come once General Lai reaches the enemy's base. One thing is clear, they are not dealing with humans this time. Instead, they face newly awakened intelligent monsters. In the present, our hero forcefully throws Lee aside. Consequently, Lee lands on his knees, missing his sunglasses. After the strike, our protagonist aims a sharp root at Lee's neck and reminds him of his earlier boast about conquering this place. Now kneeling, Yuzuyu clarifies that he does not intend to fight humans. He gives Lee an opportunity to retreat, vowing that human lands will remain untouched. Lee, however, is skeptical. He rises, revealing that his soldiers are equipped with devices that suppress spiritual energy. These devices block spiritual energy within a 5-meter radius, severing the powers of Yuzuyu's ally. They can't see the mist rising from Yuzuyu. In addition, all the predators who were attacking the human forces have been wiped out. From the honey badger to the white tiger, every one of them is gone in these mountains. Lee says that only a massive elephant remains, and humans are just like ants who will be crushed by him. However, our protagonist understands that this battle can't be won without sacrifice, but that doesn't mean they fear death. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the falcons are slowing down, taking down the enemy air forces one by one. At the same time, Qingquan is on the brink of death in Gulla's grasp. Our hero reminds Li that this world belongs to all, and they can't give up now. Surviving and continuing to fight is the only option for them now. Meanwhile, Emperor Crocodile notices the corpses of the three warriors. Seeing this, it tears up in sorrow. Our hero has resolved to keep fighting until the very end. Even in the face of hatred, he asks Li outright if this world is only meant for humans. Yu laughs at the notion that humans started this war. Yet when they fail to defeat him, they demand he stop and abandon their quest for vengeance. Our protagonist elaborates, stating that they don't need anyone's permission to live wherever they choose, as the world belongs to all creatures. Meanwhile, the massive crocodile lets out a loud roar. Just then, Flash arrives to assist Thorn's group. With that, he's finally found the ones responsible for Bai's death. All the human foes recognize him as the Golden Ant. At the same time, Green Mantis enters, taking down some human soldiers. Gulla is surprised by another swift and clever beast. Seeing the tide shift, Lingling attempts to flee, but Flash pursues her. Unfortunately, Gulla counters and throws Flash away. Green Mantis steps in to challenge Gulla, but gets its arm snapped when Gulla activates his Bi-Shadow impact ability. Enraged, Flash stares at Gulla with deadly intent. It turns out, Gulla is an exceptional genetic level 1 transcendental being. Fueled by hatred, Flash strikes Gulla with all his might. Gulla remains completely unaffected, and Flash keeps attacking relentlessly. But Gulla dodges every blow. Flash's speed is so great that even Mantis can't track his movements. At that moment, Flash unleashes a powerful attack. To his shock, his strike doesn't even break through Gulla's skin. In return, the ant is struck. Mantis panics and rushes to him. Luckily, Qingquan grabs Gulla from behind while Ling Feng delivers a crushing blow from above. Unfortunately, Gulla's form morphs into numerous bats. This allows him to escape. From behind, Thorn advises them to target the bat with red eyes. Thus, Mantis strikes the bat with the red eye. Before the wounded bat can hit the ground, Flash catches it and slams it hard into the earth. Qingquan wonders if they've won. But just then, a massive blast erupts from the bat, revealing it to be Gulla's shadow impact ability. In that moment, Qingquan pushes Ling Feng away and takes the hit in his place. As the smoke clears, Gulla's form reverts to its original shape. But he is badly wounded. The move he executed took an enormous toll on his energy reserves. Meanwhile, Qingquan is gravely injured and unconscious. Meanwhile, Flash is shocked to see Mantis lying there with only the left side of its body intact. The insect sacrificed itself to protect Flash. As Gulla approaches Flash to finish him off, Thorn steps in and takes the blow instead. Tears in her eyes, she makes the ultimate sacrifice to shield her fifth brother. Afterward, Gulla mentions that the war would end once he reports this to his superiors. However, he adds that he won't report back because he's enjoying the killing too much. He decides to wipe them all out, claiming that Qingquan and Thorn were merely appetizers. Suddenly, Ling Feng lands a hit on Gulla and tells Flash to flee with Mantis. Unexpectedly, rats emerge from the ground to face Gulla. Meanwhile, Mantis urges Flash to escape and let the humans destroy each other. Flash reflects on his past when all his fellow ants were massacred. He resigned himself to the fact that he too would die someday because for an ant, life is worth less than paper. Now in the present, Flash remains determined to fight, even knowing victory is impossible. Yet Mantis grabs him, reminding him that he has no chance. Flash tears up, deciding to protect this place so their deaths won't be meaningless. He believes that there's no difference between dying and fleeing. Seeing Flash's resolve, Mantis insists he eat it and let it become his strength. Flash, however, is confused. The insect explains that its mother consumed its father before giving birth, and that's how the father became part of the mother's strength. Flash protests, unwilling to let Mantis face such a fate. Nevertheless, Mantis asserts that this choice is its own, deciding to enhance the ant's power by boosting its strength and agility. While in tears, Flash is still hesitant to proceed, as he doesn't want to lose another friend. Meanwhile, Gulla takes down several rats. Struggling with deep internal pain, Feng prepares to strike Gulla. At the same time, Mantis, coughing up blood, stubbornly orders Flash to step aside, reminding him that they found no living allies on their journey, everyone is dead. Mantis has always seen Flash as a friend. This is the fate Mantis has chosen. With no other option, Flash follows Mantis's command. Feng takes a heavy blow while trying to protect a rat. Gulla, however, mocks him for defending a mutant rat. After dealing with Feng, Gulla targets the rat. At that moment, Flash appears enhanced, blocking Gulla's strike. Gulla immediately notices the ant's altered form, with a significantly stronger aura. Flash has now reached entry level 9. This makes Gulla confident that the creature has no chance against a first-level transcendent being. He scoffs, criticizing Flash for choosing to stay behind while his comrade risked his life for him. However, to his surprise, Flash appears behind him, moving with incredible speed. Flash then dodges the cloak impact. In a shocking move, Flash swiftly gathers all the fallen rats' bodies and arranges them next to Feng, recognizing Feng's sacrifice. Even though the human never fully sided with their master, Flash is determined to avenge his fallen comrade. Meanwhile, Gullah swears to make Flash regret being alive. His arrogance crumbles when Flash lands a punch. As Gullah stumbles back, Flash dares him to ride. Because Flash intends to make his suffering endless, Gullah is bewildered by Flash's newfound strength. He wonders how Flash at entry level 9 is able to surpass a first-level transcendental being. Gullah unexpectedly transforms, unleashing a powerful aura and strikes Flash directly. Flash manages to counter, but Gullah relentlessly attacks him. Gullah is convinced Flash will fall before him. Believing raw strength outweighs speed in a battle, Gullah is taken aback when Flash emerges from the smoke to land a brutal punch. Suffering intense pain, Gullah retaliates by sending a whirlwind of bats at Flash. Flash narrowly avoids the attack, but the swarm causes a massive explosion. This is Gullah's special move, a bomb made of bats. Knowing Flash will dodge, Gullah decides to destroy the surrounding allies with these explosives. Determined, Flash takes it upon himself to take down every bat. Gullah doubts his ability, believing there are over 13,000 bats in the air. He unleashes the entire swarm toward Flash. Empowered by Mantis's energy, Flash starts sending the bats back one by one, causing them to explode near Gullah, knocking him down. In midair, Flash delivers a devastating blow, sending Gullah crashing to the ground with force. Before Gullah can react, Flash grabs his head and strikes it hard, causing an explosion that sends heavy smoke throughout the area. At that moment, Gullah flees, realizing he cannot keep up with Flash. Frantic, he wonders how an entry-level 9 ant can rival a first-level transcendent. In a fit of rage, Gullah tries to land a decisive blow, but he misses as Flash appears right behind him. Gullah swings aimlessly, only to be met with a powerful punch, briefly giving Flash the upper hand. Seizing the moment, Flash grabs Gullah's arm and delivers a crushing strike. In the process, Flash recalls Yuzuyu's words that not all humans are evil. Flash had once predicted that Flash would eventually change his view of humans and become their true ally. In the present, Flash blocks Gullah's violent attack, remembering how humans killed his comrades. They offended their master and trespassed in their territory. For Flash, these actions are unforgivable. Driven by rage, Flash punches Gullah hard in the face, sending him into the ground. The earth cracks as thick smoke fills the scene. Flash looks down at Gullah's fallen form, filled with nothing but hatred. Unfortunately, Flash's body suffers an explosion. He realizes that his body cannot handle this immense power. This strength doesn't truly belong to him. As he continues to move, his form begins to disintegrate. Reaching his fallen comrades, Flash declares he has avenged them. Though it is late, he is grateful for having known them. Their spirits seem at peace. Meanwhile, Flash's body continues to disintegrate, and he apologizes to his master for finally resting. Elsewhere, Ling Ling flees in fear. Unexpectedly, she encounters Ling, who reveals himself to be Qing, blocking her path. Ling glares at her with intense loathing, while Ling Ling hadn't anticipated her sudden arrival. With the intent to ultimately end her life, Ling Ling warns Ling that the situation is dire. She points out that the battle between the beasts and transcendentals is still ongoing, and orders Ling to assist their forces. When Ling attempts to defy her, she is struck hard by Ling. Furious, Ling Ling asks if Ling truly wants to die, but Ling responds that it will be Ling Ling who falls instead. Ling Ling questions if she's serious, and Ling nods, clearly showing her intent to kill. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ling Ling tries to de-escalate, suggesting they join forces to defeat the beasts, rather than fighting each other, but Ling remains resolute in her stance. This prompts Ling Ling to explain that her attack on the doctor was due to the effects of a drug. Ling ignores the explanation, striking her in the face, sending Ling Ling crashing to the ground with a broken nose. In a fit of rage, Ling tells Ling Ling that despite her promise to Yuzuyu not to kill her, she will not cease her assault. This causes Ling Ling to activate her powers and leap at Ling to strike. However, Ling retaliates with a punch, releasing Flame Fist. Ling Ling is severely injured and crashes to the ground. Ling then summons Fire Butterfly, engulfing her in flames. After crashing down again, the bloodied Ling Ling pleads for mercy. Ling ignores her cries, conjuring her sword and driving it through both of Ling Ling's hands, pinning her to the ground. Not yet satisfied, Ling orders 2 wolves to finish the job. Ling Ling pales with terror, cursing Ling as she realizes what's coming next. But it's too late as the wolves swiftly begin tearing into her. After defeating Ling Ling, Ling, who is truly Qing, is left completely drained. Even so, she presses on in search of Uzi Yu. Meanwhile, the battle rages on at the front lines, with beasts and the human army locked in combat. Every beast and all the roots connected to our hero fight on amidst the blasts and flame. Special Commander orders the deployment of incendiary bomb. The army launches the bombs at the beasts, injuring many of them along with the roots, However, the roots quickly regenerate. In response, the commander orders a relentless bombardment until the roots' regenerative abilities are exhausted. He also notes that the roots are unable to reach the missile launchers, so the machines begin firing from a safe distance. Meanwhile, 3 falcons attempt to destroy the bombing machines but are all shot down. Unexpectedly, a 4th falcon appears and destroys a missile truck. It attacks right behind the human soldiers. The soldiers feel the earth tremble. To their astonishment, the Emperor Crocodile is responsible. He emerges, attacking the soldiers. They fire relentlessly at the enormous reptile. A woman in the observation room, seeing the beast, believes they will defeat it this time, despite the soldiers' barrage. But the Emperor Crocodile is unaffected, using Sonic Blade to blast away many soldiers and transcendentals in its path. The remaining soldiers struggle to shield their commander from the beast. The commander, seeing this, orders everyone to retreat and calls in the Air Force to deploy muscle-paralyzing bombs. Although the crocodile burns under the bombs, it spots the commander standing his ground. Just then, a root belonging to our hero destroys the helicopter launching the bombs. The crocodile leaps toward the commander. Before it can reach him, a bomb strikes the beast directly in the eye. A massive explosion follows, but when the smoke clears, the crocodile is completely unharmed. Believing the commander to be the leader of the humans, the crocodile decides to finish him off to end everything. As the beast moves in to devour the commander, the officer remains resolute, commanding his forces to launch everything at the crocodile. Back at headquarters, the spiritual missile is prepared as humanity's final weapon. They plan to deploy it, even if General Lei is unable to handle the beast leader. An assistant informs an official that they've received no word from Lei for over an hour. Meanwhile, Lee is in critical condition. Yu, on the other hand, asserts that Lee cannot defeat him, but Lee refuses to back down from the fight. At that moment, our hero decides to reveal his true strength before finishing off Lee. The general is left in shock as he realizes that our protagonist wasn't using his full power. At that moment, Yu lets out a roar and channels all his energy. Massive, spine-like projections erupt from the ground. Meanwhile, Lee struggles to comprehend the immense spiritual energy being emitted by our hero. Then, Yuzuyu's enormous roots start tearing through the surrounding earth with incredible force. Lee grows irritated, acknowledging that the tree was formidable before and has now become even more powerful. He resolves to defeat it no matter the consequences, or risk it becoming a significant threat in the future. With no alternatives, he swallows a pill. The pill alters his body. His objective is to destroy the tree before the effect fades. He pledges to eliminate our hero even if it costs him his life. The system notifies our protagonist that his foe's strength has risen, though his health has diminished. Lee has now attained mid-3rd level spiritual power. Meanwhile, Yu is fully energized for the confrontation. Moreover, he is at 2nd level spiritual. Suddenly, he unleashes his landslide technique, sending a barrage of giant spines toward Lee. Lee, however, dodges and retreats. He realizes our hero intends to maintain distance to fight from afar. Lee decides to close in. While advancing, he slices through all obstacles with his cane, moving closer to our hero. Our protagonist counters with his branches, then he strikes Lee with an earth punch, propelling him backward. Lee regains control and cuts through roots and spines, using his 10,000 swords technique. As he hurls the swords toward Yuzu, our hero lifts the spines using a root to block them. After smashing the spines into the ground, our hero launches his willow leaf flying knives at Lee. Meanwhile, Ching rushes to reach her master. At the same time, in the president's office, a report arrives that a massive crocodile has attacked the front lines. Additionally, there's no information regarding the commander's status. The director of the supernatural unit temporarily assumes command in the commander's absence. The president starts sweating, asking whether the spiritual missile is ready. His assistant confirms it's fully prepared, and they plan to launch it after General Lee retreats. However, they've lost contact with him since he entered the mountain. All they know is he's engaged with the enemy leader. Back in battle, Yu regenerates his damaged roots, prompting Lee to boost his power, realizing direct attacks are ineffective. He plans a rapid strike to destroy the tree's core. He also accelerates as he aims for our hero's core. Now at transcendent 3rd level, as his cane nears our hero's face, the ground shatters beneath them. When the dust clears, Lee is stunned to see that our hero has countered. Yuzia wonders if this truly represents 3rd level power. Lee's strength is nearly 3rd level, yet he only managed to damage Yuzi's core. Still, Lee is determined to protect his people and continues the battle, while our hero shouts, questioning whether his people deserve death. Our protagonist asks if their lives are worth less than human. Landing a hit on Lee, Yu reflects that humans have sent hunters and armies to wipe them out to safeguard humanity. Yet the beasts have never attacked or ruined any village or city. Our hero grows frustrated, questioning whether humans have the right to annihilate them out of fear, as no one granted that authority. Suddenly, General Lee receives a message via his transmitter. He is instructed to evacuate, as the spiritual missiles will launch soon. He's told he's exceeded the battle time and must move at least 10 kilometers away. Lee refuses, claiming that being a third-stage transcendent is insufficient for a second-level beast. Yet he intends to defeat it. Meanwhile, Lao Zhao reminds him of other urgent matters requiring his presence. They cannot afford to lose him. Lao orders him to return. With no choice, Lee ceases the fight. He explains to our hero the truth about the incoming spiritual missile. It will obliterate everything, and this destruction is unstoppable. Lee reveals his mission was to locate the mastermind behind the scenes and eliminate them to gain control of the mountain. However, the time limit for defeating the beast was 60 minutes. If a top-level transcendent cannot defeat it in that hour, his side will collapse from exhaustion. Additionally, they were reluctant to deploy that spiritual missile. Its energy is almost at 1,000,000. Though its radiation is less intense than nuclear weapons, the blast zone will ultimately become uninhabitable. It was initially intended to help expand areas for human use, but now it will cause them significant harm instead. The missile is their final option. In the meantime, the spiritual missile is fired. Lee begins to move away, shouting that the biggest flaw of UZU is its lack of mobility. The missile heads straight for the mountain. Meanwhile, our protagonist calls for his roots to return. As a result, the roots on the front lines begin to pull back. Unfortunately, the missile comes very close to hitting him. Determined not to perish, Yuzu gathers all his roots to form a protective shield. Sadly, the missile cuts through his shield and damages his core. The roots are entirely destroyed and the ground beneath him cracks apart. The missile passes through his core and continues beneath him. As it detonates, the ground is torn apart. Meanwhile, our hero thinks of his comrades and swears to ensure their survival. He cries, wishing that everyone makes it through together. However, as the missile explodes, the entire mountain, along with UZU, is obliterated. The mountain has suffered catastrophic damage, and the destruction is plainly visible from the front line. At the same time, the president is informed that the missile struck its target, marking the mission a success. In the mountain area, Lee coughs up blood. He feels incredibly drained. Just then, a group of transcendental beings arrives to assist him. They notify Lee that the military is pulling back and explain that they were dealing with the remaining beasts. The soldiers took down any creatures in their path, fleeing from those too powerful to fight. However, the massive crocodile caused significant losses. It destroyed nearly every tank and helicopter, wiping out thousands of soldiers and their commanding officer. Fortunately, it was finally brought down by a barrage of missiles. Now, the mastermind has been eliminated by Lee with the final missile strike. Because of this, no formidable beasts remain in the mountain. The spiritual energy in the area has dropped drastically, from 300,000 down to only 1,000. Suddenly, Ching steps out from the smoke. She eyes the group with a murderous glare, crying out in anguish as she can no longer sense the presence of UZU. Lee and the others are confused by her statement. Ching unleashes her spirit, believing Lee to be the one responsible. At that moment, one of the transcendental group shouts for her to retract her energy. She strikes him with force. She reveals that the tree they destroyed was actually the form of their boy. The stunned transcendental reacts sharply, realizing she was the traitor in the army, but Ching swiftly eliminates him with her centipede. Lee is left in shock as he realizes the centipede was absorbed into her. When the remaining transcendental beings decide to attack her, Lee stops them, choosing to confront her on his own. Just then, Ching lands a heavy blow on him. Sadly, it has no effect on Lee. He feels betrayed, never expecting her to be the one he was searching for. His heart aches as she was once someone full of potential. Ignoring him, she activates the spiritual Empress ability. But Lee reminds her that defeating a third-level transcendental is impossible when she is only at the first level. Their powers clash, filling the area with thick smoke. After the exchange, Lee stands unscathed while Ching is severely wounded. General Lee demands she cease the fight, warning that she will die if she continues, but she glares at him with lethal intent. As Ching begins to activate another power, Lee lands a blow to stop her. He offers to raise her as his daughter, but only if she surrenders and joins him. Naturally, she responds with fury, silencing him. Anger builds up in Lee as he points his sword at her. Suddenly, two massive wolves appear, biting him and dragging him into a dark space. Uzu remarks that everyone is dead, including White Tiger, Bald Head, Monkey, Boar, and Dazzle. This loss leaves our protagonist feeling utterly alone. However, he hears Ching's voice calling him her father. Her words ignite something deep within Lee. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lee is being bitten by the wolves. Sadly, he strikes them with his blade, and the wolves perish. Ching screams in agony as she remembers her comrades and master. On the other hand, Lee feels his strength rapidly fading. Ching then shouts at her foes, accusing them of erasing everything when they can't find a solution to their problem. In tremendous pain, she questions why they always turn to war as a solution. Tears streak down her face as she wonders if the only fault of the beasts is that they exist. Lee stands firm, insisting that the creatures only understand human language and do not behave like humans. He argues that there's no certainty about whether they will attack the city, and even the slightest risk must be prevented. Lee feels that his actions are justified, so he summons his strength to send Ching to accompany the fallen beast. Just as he's about to strike, Yu suddenly appears, causing everyone to freeze in astonishment. His body has completely changed. He moves with ease, and our hero devastates the earth beneath them. He looks enraged. Meanwhile, Ching realizes that it's indeed her master. Yu only tells the Transcendentals to stay away from her. The area descends into chaos, and Li is furious to see our hero alive. The system reports that his branches and 9 roots have been severely damaged. Additionally, his regenerative powers have completely halted. He has only 10 minutes left before the system collapses. The battle between the Transcendentals and Yu kicks off, but Li tries to intervene, knowing they are no match for the power of the tree. In his fury, Yu vows to leave none of them standing. He uses his roots, enduring great pain, to eliminate the human. Flames erupt as bodies fall. Meanwhile, Li, with only 57 minutes of life left, steps forward to take part in the battle. On the other hand, our hero has just 9 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. General Li makes a direct strike at Yu's core. He assumes our hero lacks the strength to defeat him due to the missile's effect. However, to his surprise, our protagonist lands a crushing blow and grabs Li tightly with a root. With overwhelming force, our hero declares that they will survive here. He leaps away, dragging Li as a hostage toward a new goal. Despite the immense pain, Li realizes where he's being taken. Meanwhile, at the front lines, all the beasts are dead, including the Emperor Crocodile. The Transcendental group has been reduced to just 30 soldiers. The new commander orders a headcount of the survivors and bullets. His plan is to clear the mountain as quickly as possible to claim all the credit. He commands his troops to head up the mountain and finish off any remaining beasts. Unexpectedly, a path belonging to Yu appears and obliterates the way forward. Our protagonist emerges, filled with rage. He starts eliminating the human soldiers, destroying even the remaining tank. The Transcendentals quickly realize they can't compete with our hero and decide to retreat. Before they can escape, our boy eradicates them in an instant. Grabbing massive chunks of earth, Yu demands they leave and never return. He yells that they are banned from ever stepping into their territory again. He continues tearing apart the ground, wiping out his enemies. The shockwave is so powerful that even Ching, far off, can see the ground cracking beneath her. Moments later, Yu lifts Li into the air. The scene is clearly visible on the headquarters monitors. People there soon realize that all their soldiers have been eliminated. After destroying the final surveillance drone, Yu stands victorious. Ching stands by his side. He urges her to leave as her identity has been erased. No one remains who remembers her. Ching, however, cries, unwilling to part from him. After a brief silence, our hero finally admits to her that he was once human. He also reveals that she carries Xiaoking's soul, but her body belongs to Shaolin. The two of them were sisters, and Ling perished in a disaster. But Ching survived using her sister's body. Our hero expresses regret for not saving them both. His heart aches when he recalls their past, but now, he urges her to return to humanity. He tells her that humans are the ones who ultimately won the war. As Yu begins to fade, he encourages Ching to live on with confidence. With a faint voice, he expresses sorrow for not fulfilling the promises he made. With that, our protagonist vanishes into the air, leaving behind a trail of sadness. Meanwhile, the president is left in stunned disbelief as he receives the report. The report states that 50,000 fighters have been lost, leaving only Xiao Qing. Furthermore, all the beasts have been wiped out somewhere deep in the ocean. A baleen whale of the Transcendental First Order and a killer whale of the Transcendental Fifth Order glide through the waters, unchallenged, in a dark abyss. The system weekly issues a warning that it is critically damaged. Even so, it begins a backup. Against expectations, it comes online. And our boy appears to be there too. When he opens his eyes, he jolts at realizing he is still alive. Yet he cannot see a thing because everything is completely dark. At that moment, the system tells him he is, in fact, dead, and it switches to the settlement interface. Our hero accepts that he has died, but he cannot understand why his awareness remains. He wonders whether he will be reborn once more. The system says it is not finished yet. He died as Yu, but not as the willow tree. When our protagonist becomes perplexed, the system, still restarting, reveals that the world will soon come to an end. He must be dead when the darkness descends in order to become a god. But our boy asks who will unleash the darkness. And the system only says there are entities far more terrifying than humans. Now it chooses to grant our protagonist even greater power. When catastrophe arrives someday, it will support him without any condition. When the system asks if he agrees, our hero points out that he has no real choice to reject it. Then, driven by curiosity, he asks what the system truly is. However, it only tells him to wait until the proper moment to learn. The system takes on a human shape as it begins the procedure. Soon, as Ching looks around, she notices scattered shards of light. Then our boy forms beside her, his roots spreading out around Ching. Meanwhile, Yu uses his roots to pull in every corpse of his fallen comrades. Before long, radiance pours from his body together with his crimson roots. Held by Yu's root, Ching clutches our protagonist's core and moves closer to his main body. She wishes that everyone can live on together. A booming laugh rings out the instant our hero's core is set back inside him. His body surges with renewed energy as the roots sink into the earth. In an instant, our boy's leaves and stems shoot upward. Wielding a willow leaf blade, he strikes, shattering space itself, and completely obliterates a passing satellite. At the same time, Qing's body starts to mend. In addition, every dead comrade of Yuziyu begins to glow. One after another, they open their eyes as revival takes hold. All of them rise, brimming with strength and confidence, yet some soon stare in disbelief at being alive again. Flash and Mantis are also baffled, since their bodies had been utterly destroyed. Thorn and Ling Feng embrace the others with emotion. Moments later, they are stunned to see Qing standing in front of them. Our hero finally opens his eyes and declares that they have won the battle. Everyone answers with a confident roar. Next, our boy admits he was wrong to stay neutral in order to avoid war. Because of that, things spiraled too far, but he decides he will make it up to humanity. So he announces they must reestablish their stand. They must do it in a way that humans will never again dare set foot in their territory. The Emperor Crocodile asks what they should do. Our protagonist says that once humans learn he is alive, they will attack again. Therefore, he intends to recruit more allies. Bau Gorge alone will not be enough, so they must scour the mountain ranges within 5 days. He commands the beasts to bring in every kind of rare creature, whether or not their abilities are impressive. Moreover, anyone who refuses to submit is to be killed. The beasts roar back as he sends them out to seek more allies. Baldhead reacts oddly, then embraces Qing along with the wolf. Yu Ziyu remembers that Xiao Qing and Xiaoling had been seen dead, so they are overjoyed to find her alive once more. He then tells Qing to return to the human side. Since he needs her assistance, she gladly agrees. Our protagonist plans to begin spiritual restoration after 5 days. Meanwhile, Feng Leng and his partner blush when they realize how beautiful Qing is. Elsewhere in a desert, the nine-tailed fox swears under her breath, thinking about how much time that desert king cobra made her waste. However, the horned bull stops her from cursing, but Hong objects, believing they would have reached their master already if not for that snake. Qingquan weeps when he sees their homes in ruins. Still, Lung Feng is simply glad to be alive. Qing Quan agrees, saying that being brought back is an incredible feeling. Putting that aside, he asks Feng to help rebuild their home, but Feng walks off, saying he has children to look after. On the other hand, Yu Ziyu observes that rank 2 tree roots have spread throughout the underground, extending several hundred meters deep. Half of the mountain is now interwoven with our protagonist's roots. After his revival, the growth rate of his 9 roots has increased dramatically. He feels his strength rising and lets out a chuckle, relishing the surge of power within him. He opens the status window for his mutated roots, revealing that they have achieved the maximum possible rank. One transcendence has been reached. The roots now have the ability to convert enemies into nutrients and absorb their spiritual energy for himself. Yuzuyu grows curious about testing this on someone, noticing a group of bald heads sleeping nearby. He siphons energy from one of them, gaining 3,000 spiritual energy instantly. Seeing this, he realizes that in battle he could drain enemies to replenish his own spiritual energy. He concludes that the conflict with humans was not entirely meaningless, and decides to enhance his life force ability. Presented with 3 options, he selects strength and regeneration. This means even if his entire body is destroyed, he will gradually recover over months or years. While upgrading, he begins to wonder who revived him, and what the darkness referenced by the system truly is. Later that evening, Qing arrives at the 2nd military base. The guards recognize her but are astonished she is alive. Inside, she takes a shower and freshens up. She recalls her master instructing her to investigate General Li. He wants to understand what their awakeners truly are. After her shower, she heads directly to General Li's office. At first, she finds nothing useful, but by using her mind perspective ability, she uncovers a hidden door. She enters and discovers something entirely unexpected. Meanwhile, in Bau Gorge, Yuziyu's spiritual field spreads across several miles. This field affects only those on the same level. Though it can weaken weaker opponents, its range will extend further once upgraded. Suddenly, a holographic image of Qing appears, contacting our protagonist. It appears she has obtained the information he sought. She discovers that General Li was awakened from a previous era and retained the memories of a sword cultivator. Additionally, he discovered an alchemy furnace and other items not belonging to this era. She found this recorded in a book. When asked about the contents, she explains that in the past era, Taoism manifested in this world. Hundreds of ethnic groups possessed supernatural powers, but eventually the era ended in chaos. Those with great abilities tried to change their fates, but they were suppressed, scattering their souls and preventing rebirth. According to General Li's description, some survived. She adds, however, that it is almost impossible for truly gifted individuals to reincarnate. Our protagonist observes that with the arrival of spiritual energy, all that history disappeared, and their downfall became legend. Qing notes that after this loss and the influx of spiritual energy, their return is unlikely in the near future. Although Li is dead, His 8 disciples remain and may divide their forces. Considering humans should not be underestimated, Ching decides to reach the highest federal authority to gain power. She intends to prevent humans from being an obstacle to our hero, ensuring the same tragedies do not happen again. At Rhea Mountain, Flash reaches a red ant colony, offering them strength if they join him. One red ant attacks, but Flash counters effortlessly, causing it to collapse. He bluntly tells them they must die. As they do not submit, he asks the fallen ant if it wants to live or die. Suddenly, the red ant leader, far larger than the others, appears. Elsewhere, the monkey arrives at an ape tribe, standing with firm determination. The tribe leader is present. Across the mountain, Yuziu's allies are mobilizing to gather as many comrades as possible, subduing other beasts. Meanwhile, the green mantis returns to his mother, informing her that the war with humans has concluded and they need power to expand. Back at Bau Gorge, our hero notices the evolved flower has reached rank 3, but he does not know who to give it to as the demon cow is absent. Suddenly, he has an idea and calls Qing Quan. When Qing Quan answers, Yuzuyu offers him a flower to consume. Following instructions, Qing Quan eats it and begins to wait. Immediately, his body starts transforming, engulfed in golden energy, while he screams in pain. The energy surges through him, reshaping his body completely. Though the transformation is agonizing, his form grows stronger with every second. As the golden aura envelops him, he grits his teeth, enduring the intense pain, knowing that this process will vastly enhance his ability. Our protagonist reveals that this magical flower has the power to transform his body into a pure elemental form. Observing that Qing Quan's abilities are quite ordinary, Yuziu reflects on how he can maximize the potential of the elemental flower. As the transformation finishes, Qing Quan's body is charged with immense power and he has become incredibly strong. He revels in his newfound strength. He wishes he had this power during his battle with Gullah. Seeing that things are going smoothly, our hero tells Qing Quan to adjust to his new form since they will rely on him going forward. Qing Quan pledges his loyalty to Yuziu. After helping Qing Quan, Yuziu decides it's time to enhance his own ability. He has accumulated 12,000 evolution points and spends 10,000 to level up his elemental control to level 3. With this upgrade, he's eager to make the humans tremble in fear. After a year of waiting, he can finally move freely again. Sitting on her branch, Thorn congratulates him but expresses concerns about using so much spiritual energy. She fears it will attract humans once more. But the protagonist plans to let the humans know that he's still alive. He has decided to publicly announce their existence to all humans. This time, he's not alone. He has gathered more allies. His loyal followers have brought several types of beasts from the surrounding mountain ranges. All stand ready, full of loyalty and aggression. The tree declares that they will now possess an immense combat force. Thorn swears allegiance to Yuziu, seeing that she's still at level 6. He decides to help her break through. He offers her his life essence, which has been enriched due to his 3rd level transcendence, making it 10 times more concentrated. Given that Thorn shares half of the plant attributes and has the same origin as him, he believes she'll absorb the essence more effectively. After absorbing it, Thorn reaches level 9, and her Seed of Vitality skill rises to level 3. It turns out that the Crimson Flora skill has been integrated with her. This ability will grow stronger as her power increases. She now has the ability to instantly create a forest, a skill that could easily destroy an entire city. Our protagonist immediately commands Thorn to gather more allies. Meanwhile, deep within the mountain ranges, the Emperor Crocodile is locked in battle with a 2nd-level transcendent being. Elsewhere, a mutated crane fights another mutated bird. Back in a large cave, Qing Quan senses the presence of a 2nd-level transcendent. He curses as he realizes he's found not just any transcendent, but a 2nd-level beast. Doubting his ability to defeat it, he decides to notify the protagonist. He plans to let the protagonist deal with the beast himself. However, just as he's about to leave using his element-based ability, the 2nd-level transcendent beast detects him. It launches a powerful blast, sending him flying. The beast then wonders who he is. Elsewhere, Thorn uses her vines to capture enormous beasts and commands the wolves to take them to the hero. Back at Beau Gorge, all the captured beasts undergo a purification process in the spirit pool, emerging stronger than before. They are now able to distinguish between allies and enemies within the mountain range. But the mutant hedgehog in the 1st order of transcendence catches the protagonist's attention the most. It possesses the lifeblood spike technique, a deadly one-hit kill move. Noticing its strength, Yuziu asks why the hedgehog didn't use this technique when it was captured. The hedgehog replies that it can only use it once, and there were too many of them at the time. When Yuziu asks if the hedgehog wants to join, The hedgehog immediately agrees, begging not to be killed. The protagonist can't help but wonder how such a powerful creature can be so fearful. Suddenly, he senses an immense power approaching, equal to 300,000 spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Qing Quan is walking with a bag of gems, accompanied by the mutated panda. The panda bombards him with questions about the protagonist, the nine-tailed fox, white tiger, Thorn, and his fighting companion. Qing Quan grows irritated but admits he can't defeat the panda. He wonders why he's always up against opponents stronger than him. Just then the panda stops and notices the protagonist nearby. Yu appears in his root form. He's surprised at how clearly the panda cub speaks, and soon realizes it's the same panda who escaped. The panda chuckles, recalling how foolish they were to let him escape. He then asks Yu to give him a proper name. Our hero brushes the topic aside for now, and offers to let the panda climb onto him so he can transport him to the main location. The panda insists on rolling there instead. To everyone's surprise, as he rolls, he keeps crashing into rocks one after another. Eventually, the injured panda agrees to the proposal as they make their way back to their base. Upon arrival, the panda is struck by the breathtaking beauty of the place. There, Yu, appearing in his true form, greets the panda, the first of the second-order transcendent beasts to arrive. The panda doesn't arrive empty-handed, presenting a basket filled with fire spirit stones as a gift for our protagonist. Our hero is curious about the source of these stones, and the panda reveals he possesses an entire cave full of them. He intends to gift all of them to the protagonist, provided he is allowed to remain. Yu speculates this must be a result of the panda's human upbringing. The panda seems well-versed in the art of gift-giving. In response, Yu offers the panda a gift of his own, a bottle of monkey wine, brewed by the golden monkey after taming a group of monkeys. The moment the panda opens the wine barrel, a delightful fragrance fills the air. Without hesitation, he begins drinking the wine, savoring its excellent taste. After checking the panda's stats, our hero discovers that he possesses both offensive and defensive ability. With his Spirit Devourer ability, the panda can absorb 5 different types of elemental spirit stones and has resistance to the element. As the panda relishes the wine and expresses his desire to stay, our protagonist gives him the name Alcohol Immortal. He also places him as the 9th ranked among the 9 ferocious beasts. When Alcohol Immortal asks if the 9th rank signifies the most powerful, our protagonist affirms and inquires if he understands the responsibilities of a 9th ranked beast. The panda nods just as the golden monkey snatches the wine barrel from him. Meanwhile, a meeting is taking place in the Supreme Council of the Federation, where they discuss the incoming spiritual energy tide set to arrive in 2 days. Its arrival will lead to many casualties. The continent will undergo significant changes, and they must prepare for the Dark Ages, as this tide will affect both cities and mountains. Their primary goal is to ensure the cities remain unaffected and return to their former state. The president quickly orders the news of the spiritual energy surge to be disseminated, along with the methods for spiritual evolution they have compiled. Jay realizes the president is referring to the ancient martial faction, but believes they aren't yet ready to take action. Other members explain that the ancient immortals are too absorbed in their own evolution to interfere at this time. Despite this, the president remains deeply concerned about the future of this world. Back in Bau Gorge, our protagonist senses the approaching spiritual energy. He has sealed the hole caused by the spiritual missile, which has sped up the energy wave's arrival. He predicts the surge may happen tonight. He informs his beasts that the second wave of spiritual energy will arrive soon. He can redirect the energy toward the canyon, but his primary concern is whether they can handle absorbing it. If they can't, they'll be swept away. He tells those unsure of their ability to absorb the energy to step back. However, all the beasts roar confidently, signaling their readiness. The absorption begins. Yuzuyu's body glows brightly, and the other animals feel their strength growing. Unfortunately, one of the wolves explodes. Once again, our hero reminds them to step back if they can't handle it. Unexpectedly, Bald Head and the White Tiger begin to break through. The White Tiger grows wings, while Bald Head's fur volume increases. Both have now reached the first order of transcendence. Over the next 48 hours, their strength will continue to grow. As the spiritual energy wave intensifies, a herd of beasts heads toward our boy's location. Our protagonist recalls when he was once a tiny tree, gathering only 149 evolution points. As he moves his roots, he wonders how many points he'll collect this time. 1,000, 10,000, maybe even 1,000,000. At the headquarters, they detect 800,000 units of spiritual energy coming from Bayou Gorge. Panic ensues as they question the cause of it. They wonder if the demon tree survived after all. They attempt to get a visual on the situation using the Bayou Gorge satellite. However, one female worker reports that contact with the satellite has been lost. The supervisor grows frustrated, wondering how to counter the threat. It turns out the spiritual missile not only failed to destroy the demon tree, but has made it even stronger. Back in Bayou Gorge, the protagonist has accumulated 720,000 evolution points. He never imagined that this surge of spiritual energy would give rise to so many transcendent first-order creatures. If he hadn't reached the third-order transcendent level, it would have been nearly impossible for him to face them, especially the two beasts he's captured, one being an ancient behemoth mammoth and the other a prehistoric giant dinosaur. It's almost unbelievable that even a dominant ancient dinosaur has reawakened. At this rate, the number of dangerous beasts will only rise. The protagonist has also trapped other transcendental creatures, allowing them to evolve within his roots. Unexpectedly, the nine-tailed fox and the mutated cow have finally returned. The fox has reached the first transcendental order and grown an extra tail. Yuzuyu realizes that with each ascension, the fox will grow another tail along with a new innate power. The protagonist wonders if this fox might be the heir to an ancient bloodline. Meanwhile, the cow questions the changes in the land. They soon discover that humans have attacked them. The fox deduces just how terrified humans are of them, while the cow feels the urge to create their own kingdom. With the fox and the cow now by his side, the protagonist has two new generals. It seems the only way to reveal their existence to humanity is through force. As time passes, a tremendous bang shakes the air. The entire world is bathed in a radiant glow as the earth trembles. Everything from land to sea creatures comes to an abrupt halt. The spiritual energy surge has finally erupted. Humans begin to feel the effects. Those who can't withstand the energy wave disintegrate into particles, but those who survive grow even stronger. Spiritual energy rising from the mountains and forests becomes increasingly potent. Bayou Gorge is the first to experience this. Because of the protagonist's presence, the concentration of spiritual energy in that area is even more extreme. All creatures in the vicinity are absorbing this energy with complete focus. Meanwhile, the beasts that can't handle the spiritual energy begin fleeing toward areas with lower concentrations of energy. At the same time, soldiers have been stationed at Bark City's entrance to defend against a wave of mutated animals. They open fire heavily to prevent the creatures from entering the city. However, a massive mutated elephant breaks through their defenses. In Ghazi City, streets are littered with the bodies of the fallen, while wolves howl triumphantly from atop them. Similarly, Bangor City is overwhelmed by a swarm of mutated beasts. In Yasuo City, various mutated beasts lurk in the shadows, soon receiving destructive bombs from the sky. At headquarters, a female worker reports that 80% of the beasts in Yasuo City have been wiped out. Meanwhile, 5 other cities are under siege. In a state of panic, they debate whether to resort to nuclear weapons. Meanwhile, a vlogger enters Bayou Gorge and spots the enormous silhouette of the protagonist. Yuzuyu's body has now transformed into a glowing blue form. The vlogger notices the distant lights from human cities, likely 200 to 300 kilometers away. Meanwhile, officials at headquarters observe the evolved state of the protagonist. Previously, they had deployed numerous fighters and weapons, but these efforts only made the beasts in Bayou Gorge stronger. Now, their leader is no longer hiding his power. In a meeting, the female supervisor reports that the protagonist's spiritual energy has reached around 1.8 million. Jai comments that although the tree has killed many of their soldiers, including General Li, the ancient martial faction remains unresponsive. He further adds that Yuziyu is now confidently flaunting his power and no longer fears humans. Originally, they refrained from using nuclear weapons to prevent turning the area into a barren wasteland. However, they can no longer remain passive and allow the opportunity to destroy the beasts to slip away. As a result, Zhao orders the launch of a nuclear missile to annihilate the 4 mountains completely. Back in Bayou Gorge, the protagonist decides to enhance his abilities as everyone else has become stronger. He opens the system and examines the various abilities available for upgrade, including mist control for stealth, illusion to deceive the senses, and crystallization to create solid defenses for combat. Additionally, there's the power to cause Earth's upheaval. Our protagonist decides to upgrade his illusion ability to level 3, using 30,000 evolution points. With this power, the boy can make his monstrous allies seem far more terrifying to his foes, all while contemplating his next upgrade. He quickly spots a volley of incoming missiles, realizes they are nuclear, and commands his allies to seek shelter deep underground. Using willow flying knives, he intercepts the missile. Each knife strikes its mark, detonating the warheads before they reach the ground. Even the underground creatures feel the shockwaves. Yet our hero does not relax, noticing an intercontinental missile hurtling toward him. This missile was specifically aimed to eliminate him. It strikes, and humans at their headquarters watch, convinced their target has been obliterated by their nuclear strike. Before they can relay the news to their prime minister, they see that he has protected himself with a powerful personal shield. The observers at headquarters are dumbfounded, sweat streaming down Zhao's face in shock. Meanwhile, the boy responds instantly, shaking the earth with immense force, sending tremors even into human cities. Back in Bayou Gorge, he stands on a completely shattered surface, having used his crystallization ability to absorb the nuclear impact. Not only does it resist the blast, but it also endures the searing heat, though he still senses the burn. Suddenly, Qing's hologram materializes, expressing concern for her master, only to realize he is determined to retaliate against the human. Human soldiers fire relentlessly at the beasts from the city wall, prioritizing keeping them from breaching the defenses. But a swarm of mutant bees knocks down all the soldiers beneath, clearing a path for other creatures to advance. A transcendental figure emerges, targeting the intruding beasts inside the wall. This is Mr. Li, who instructs his team to focus outside while he manages the internal threat. The earlier earthquake has left cracks in their walls, weakening their defenses. Despite continuous gunfire, the soldiers are overwhelmed by the sheer number of beasts. Their mission is to wipe out all invaders to protect the city, while Mr. Li struggles to contain the many level 8 creatures. Suddenly, another earthquake strikes, causing all mutated animals to retreat. Human army, initially relieved, is startled when dense fog begins rolling in. From the mist, Yuziu's army emerges, with the boy appearing behind them. Mr. Li panics. His force is unlike any prior wave. Knowing they cannot win, he orders all soldiers to retreat and preserve their lives. Everyone realizes the demon tree is active. The boy's roots spread across the city, completely encircling it. He commands his army to capture every human inside, causing screams as the beasts launch their attack. Some are ensnared in webs, others trapped by the nine-tailed fox's flame. The city is filled with cries for mercy. One man on the 90th floor feels safe, but a root reaches him through the window, revealing that no human remains uncaptured, even in the buildings. Meanwhile, Mr. Li, injured yet relentless, fires at the boy's core. His bullets have no effect. The boy seizes Mr. Li, who continues shouting that humans will defeat him. The hero silences him. He reminds Mr. Li that humans have already tried and failed. Mr. Li pales, muttering agreement. Yuzu firmly tells Mr. Li that humans have no authority to determine the fate of the world. The city is now full of fresh fruits and bakery goods, astonishing the apes in Qing Quan. Meanwhile, Thorn finds a boutique to pick out stylish clothing for herself. Up above, Qing's hologram asks about Yuzu's next move. He plans to wait for Federation negotiation. Qing explains the Misty Mountains lie northwest of the Federation, offering easy defense but challenging offense. She notes a strong Federation attack would face severe obstacles. As he lifts a piece of concrete, she outlines her plan, suggesting Qinfeng City as a boundary line. She proposes claiming northern regions up to the Great River Basin and the desert as their territory. She advises managing these rear areas well so the boy can rule a prosperous domain. Thus, even if the thick fog rises again, humans will hesitate to challenge Yuziu, who fears no nuclear assault. Xing thinks that as long as her master halts the attack, the Federation will no longer interfere with him. Amused, our hero gives a thumbs up, yet still chooses to embrace his darker side. However, the next move rests with Mr. Li, who is on his way to the Federation. Actually, our protagonist instructed him to demand that they surrender the individual responsible for the nuclear assault on Bayou Gorge. Otherwise, the people of Maple City will be wiped out. But Qing Quan doubts the Federation will ever hand over such a person to her master. What our hero desires isn't merely that one individual. He seeks a bargain. If they trade people to save the city, it will be the first time they have humbled themselves before the beast. He believes this will be enough to tarnish the Federation's reputation. If they abandon their own, they will commit an unforgivable offense and face miserable fates, with every person cursing their name. No matter what the Federation decides, they will lose face. Meanwhile, across the sea in Sakura's homeland, two colossal beasts encounter one another, one emerging from the earth, the other from the ocean depths. Also, the wild wolf of the plains, the colossal white rhino from the Forbidden Zone, and the king of the underground giant rats are planning to join forces to strike against our hero in the future. Back in Maple City, our protagonist now possesses a total of 1.6 million evolution points. He believes the city will be useful for further harvesting. He summons the mutated mammoth and the mutated tyrant dragon, both enormous creatures with dinosaur-like traits. He decides to infuse them with his life essence to solidify their status. He names the mammoth Glacier, making it his 7th beast. While the tyrant dragon is christened King Joe, our hero's 8th beast. After absorbing the life essence, Glacier reaches the transcendent First Order, while King Joe attains the entry-level 9th grade. With this, Yuzuyu now possesses all of his 9 fierce beasts. Meanwhile, in the Federation's headquarters, officials gather in a tense meeting room. They never anticipated the demon tree would move, let alone lead an army of even more powerful beasts to attack human settlements. When the Prime Minister inquires about Mr. Li, he finds out that the man is gravely wounded, and has been unconscious for 3 days. Another official points out that although the demon tree has captured the city, it hasn't killed anyone, merely taking them as hostages. The fact that the tree is demanding the surrender of one person makes it appear more human-like. The Prime Minister is torn over whether to surrender the man. Zhao starts speaking, as he was the one who proposed the nuclear strike. He insists that he should go. He argues they cannot risk thousands of lives. The Prime Minister warns him he will die, but Zhao insists he isn't afraid. He has many questions and wants to ask our protagonist directly. Soon, the Federation representatives meet our hero. It's the first time Zhao lays eyes on our hero in person. Finally, the wait comes to an end as the commander of the Federation arrives. Our protagonist opens the door to let him enter. The white-haired commander has evolved to the pinnacle of the transcendental first stage, due to the spiritual way, which is why he believes he can risk everything to defeat the demon tree. However, as soon as he steps inside, the army of beasts roars at him fiercely. The commander is instantly struck with fear upon seeing the mutated cow standing before him. He stammers, reminding the cow that their purpose is negotiation. The cow instructs him to follow, leaving the commander stunned. As he proceeds, he sees the nine-tailed fox glaring at him with murderous intent. Along the way, monkeys, mutated birds, and various beasts roar incessantly at him and at General Zhao's vehicle. The mutated spider, green mantis, glacier, and the serpents all fix their deadly gaze on the human. Eventually, they reach the area directly in front of our protagonist. Zhao steps out with the other transcendents. He feels the intense aura of our hero and realizes that this is indeed the entity General Lei battled against. General Zhao announces his name to the citizens, prompting everyone to beg for his help. Their loved ones. Then, Zhou reveals to our hero that he is the one behind the nuclear attack. He demands Yuzuyu release the hostages now that he has arrived. However, our hero asks if Zhao is giving him orders. This causes the beast army to roar again, filling the surroundings with menacing sound. The Transcendents wonder if the beasts are preparing to use force. Meanwhile, the commander observes the terrifying number of creatures present. Even the weakest of them are at rank 6. He notices King Zhou's unwavering gaze upon them. Were it not for the tree master, the beast would have already torn them apart. The commander swears under his breath, realizing that provoking our boy would be fatal. Gathering his composure, General Zhao pleads with the protagonist to spare the civilians, insisting they are blameless. Yuzuyu, however, only asks how the situation escalated to this point. He is indifferent to the mastermind or the continuation of the conflict. Still, he warns that if they appear before him again, he will reveal his true power to all. Our protagonist vows to drown them in rivers of blood. Meanwhile, live footage of him continues to stream. Back at headquarters, officials watch as well. Soon, the protagonist decides to release the civilian. Though humans must send someone to retrieve them, he proclaims that henceforth, Maple City belongs to the Mist Nation and any human who enters will perish. With that, the live broadcast ends. The officials understand the message is directed at them. They realize that even ancient mammoths and dinosaurs obey our boy. They concede that a war against him is unwinnable. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister instructs General Zhao to hold off on any action for now. He reminds Zhao of the wolf tide on the plateau and the sea creatures along the coast, while the Mist Nation sits in the interior, surrounded on all fronts. He suggests that at least negotiating with the tree remains an option since defeat is unaffordable. Meanwhile, Yuzuyu is pleased to see matters resolved. He believes no humans will disturb them again. He hands the city to the monkey group for proper protection. Afterwards, Qing Quan reports he has collected all the supplies. Though many remain untouched, Yuzuyu instructs him to leave the rest for another day as he wants to return to Bayou Gorge today, with the supplies in tow. The beast army marches back to the mountains. Yu finally reaches the mountain. However, the area is desolate due to the nuclear bomb's effects. Fortunately, this poses no issue for our protagonist. He spreads his roots and channels his life force across the land, restoring the mountains to their former state. At that moment, Thorn, accompanied by the white tiger and crane, arrives to greet him. Unexpectedly, she has news for our tree. She reveals that both the white tiger and crane have learned to speak. Our hero is overjoyed. When Thorn commands them to speak, they repeat phrases from the Bayou Gorge War. It sounds odd to our hero. When Thorn urges them to say more, the crane declares it won't let them go. Yet the more he listens, a stranger it seems. He realizes these are the only sentences they know, as the tiger and crane keep repeating war chants. Yuzuyu ends up with a headache. Testing them, he calls the white crane, teasing it for being as foolish as the tiger. He remarks that the crane is barely noticeable, claiming that if it fled, he wouldn't even notice. Saddened, the crane flies off, screaming that it will die. Naturally, the protagonist simply wishes to prevent rash action. Later, he practices his willow leaf blade, striking spikes in the mountain, noting the level 3 blade is highly effective. Its range is longer and its power greatly enhanced. Checking his system, he sees his hallucination has advanced to level 3 illusion realm. This skill uses spiritual power to craft an illusory world. Additionally, his level 3 spirit field now gathers 1,000,000 spiritual units. By combining these, he can trap foes and illusions while weakening them. With his current abilities, he can envelop the entire mountain in the void. He also realizes he possesses spirit stones and ice spirit stones from Maple City, though in limited amount. Alongside the fire stones from the Raya Mountains where the pandas dwell, he now holds 4 types of spirit stone. He anticipates sea beasts will eventually reach land. Before that occurs, he aims to grow stronger. Yuzuyu has conquered the Raya Mountains and now intends to expand northward. The northern region is frigid year-round, sparsely populated. The kingdom in the north has gradually lost territory due to its harsh climate. The number of wild animals here is surprisingly high, placing it on the same level as the desert, the Great River, and the plateau. These areas are collectively known as the 4 perilous regions. Before venturing further, our hero needs to fully secure the Raya Mountains, which is why he initially began his campaign there. Eventually, our protagonist selects Glacier, King Joe, and the Emperor Crocodile to lead the way toward their goal. Meanwhile, Flash is determined to grow stronger, as he too wishes to leave the mountain someday. It turns out that the King Feng Mantis is at the 9th level, while Flash has reached the transcendent First Order. Our hero observes from a distance and is stunned to see that Flash is already at the First Order. He admits he hasn't given them much attention due to his recent busyness. Looking at the system display, he realizes that this little one has gained the ability to absorb power and is progressing along the right path. With that, our hero begins making his way toward the panda's mine. Later, the 3 exceptional beasts of Yuzuyu take down creatures at the Raya Mountain. A large group of snow apes ambush them, but they can clearly sense an enormous amount of spiritual energy coming from deep within the northern territory. Yuzuyu finally reaches Raya Mountain, the birthplace of the panda. Inside, our protagonist uncovers a mine filled with fire spirit stones. He recalls Qing Quan mentioning that this is only a small mine, but for our hero, it's more than enough. As he begins absorbing the stones, his evolution points rapidly increase. Meanwhile, the 9-tailed fox observes that the absorption of the spirit stones is triggering a reaction for cultivation, so she decides to cultivate there as well. Sitting beside our protagonist, she concentrates fully on her own progress. Yuzuyu notes that the fire attributes around him have become purer thanks to her presence, and he considers it a beneficial complement. As his evolution points continue to grow, our protagonist decides to enhance his branches. It turns out that upgrading a single branch to level 4 requires 10,000 evolution points. After the upgrade, Yuzuyu finds the cost to be rather steep. Since reaching the 3rd transcendent level, his number of branches has exceeded 100, and if he spends all 2,000,000 of his points on them, he will have nothing left for other upgrades. He acknowledges his current power at level 3, but eagerly anticipates advancing to level 5, so that he can truly become a natural disaster. A level 4 branch proves much tougher and capable of harnessing different elemental energies. Outside the cave, Qing Quan and his gorilla companions are taking down wild beasts. A large red bull appears to charge at Qing Quan, but fortunately, the white snake intervenes and takes it down. Both the white snake and Qing Quan are pleased to see each other, although a wild brown bear soon shows up in front of them. They decide to eliminate it together. Meanwhile, the bull demon grows bored in the absence of the 9-tailed fox and our hero. He decides to take a walk outside and unexpectedly encounters King Joe, wondering why he isn't at the front line. To his surprise, King Joe suddenly attacks, but the bull demon uses his gravity ability to stop him in his track. Growing larger, the bull questions whether King Joe intends to rebel. From afar, our hero watches and realizes that the bull demon has become much stronger. Suddenly, the fox informs Yuzu that she has purified the spirit stones and flames for him. Afterward, our hero instructs her to take Flash and Thorn to clear the brass on the outskirts of Raya Mountain. He also decides to leave behind some fire spirit stones for her. As she departs, our hero feels a wave of loneliness like an old man. Back at Bayou Gorge, the white tiger, the spider, and the alcohol immortal are tormenting the 3 vulture brothers. At that moment, Yuzu appears in his root form and frees the vultures after defeating the 3 bullies. Deciding to deal with them later, he leaves for other matters. Somewhere in the mountain, Leng Feng is focused on his training. He remembers Qing Quan telling him that their master had taken Maple City and would be bringing more supplies soon. Leng Feng hadn't expected their hero to capture a city and reflects on the many necessities Qing Quan has already delivered to him. He also learns that Linhai City, where his sister resides, has been invaded by a beast hide and is in very poor condition. Frustrated, Leng Feng slams his fist into the ground. Suddenly, our hero appears before him in his root form. He mentions his younger sister and reveals that he has decided to visit her. Yu considers the possibility that his sister might be waiting for him, so he stretches out and creates a passage for Leng Feng to reach the city directly. Now able to travel there swiftly, Leng Feng thanks him and proceeds toward his sister's city. He offers him 2 choices, one to return after locating his sister, and the other to venture into the world on his behalf. With that, Ling Feng immediately uses the passage you created to leave. Soon after, the protagonist arrives at Ling Feng's place. He is caring for deformed baby beasts. These creatures were born with deformities caused by nuclear radiation, and their shortened lifespans reflect their physical defects. These creatures will eventually perish unless they transcend to a higher level. Despite receiving life essence from our protagonist, the results are minimal. Each day, thousands of mutant beasts are born, but only 1–2% survive. Thankfully, most of them have good abilities. The protagonist believes that those who survive the hardships of birth will undoubtedly grow powerful in the future. Ling Feng finally reaches Linhai City, where the rain pours heavily and the city is devastated. Despite this, he continues digging, hoping to find his sister. His hands start to bleed, but he keeps going. Xin Quan appears behind him and asks how much longer they will continue. Ling remains silent. Xin Quan then picks up a large piece of broken road and asks how deep they need to dig. Ling, in pain, shouts that their house had a basement and they lived nearby. He believes she may be in the basement. They keep digging for a while, but sadly they find nothing. Ling is devastated. He realizes this disaster wasn't caused by the beast wave, as there were no beasts in sight. He suggests that the destruction was due to a nuclear attack. However, Xin Quan reminds him that Yu Ziyu doesn't want him to blame humanity. Even though they are on different sides, the protagonist hopes Xin Quan won't make a misstep. Crying in the rain, Ling Feng resolves to join the boy's army to seek revenge for his sister. Meanwhile, in another city, a pink-haired girl wearing a transcendental uniform stands on a rooftop. Her friend approaches, asking what's on her mind. The pink-haired girl confesses she is thinking about her brother. Her friend then tells her that, according to Zioling, her brother is training at a specific location and will return when he's done. When her friend asks about Sister Ling solidifying her position in the 2nd Military Region, the pink-haired girl confidently nods. Soon after, Ling Feng returns to Beiyu Gorge with Qing Quan. Upon his return, all of his baby beasts eagerly gather around him for affection. Just then, Yuzu Yu appears and inquires about his future plans. Ling replies that he cannot abandon these young beasts. Additionally, he finds the human world too full of conflict, preferring his current life. He finally refers to the protagonist as Divine Tree and kneels to pledge his loyalty from now on. Qing Quan is thrilled, and the protagonist acknowledges that Ling possesses remarkable talent. He is unmatched in his abilities and has a deep sense of pride and determination. Yuzuyu proudly declares that they are officially partners. Yu now commands fire and earth elements. If he masters ice and lightning, he will be able to wield 4 different elemental attacks. Once the protagonist fully strengthens all his branches and absorbs the last 2 spirit stones, his spiritual power will soar from 2 million to 5 million. At that stage, no human will be able to challenge him. Meanwhile, in the northern outskirts, a musk ox resembling a cow but with sheep-like horns rules the snowy plain. The resurgence of spiritual energy has made it the dominant force in the region. At this moment, the musk ox fights against a bull demon. The bull demon delivers a powerful blow, breaking the musk ox's horns. Next, the golden monkey and boar step forward to finish off the remaining musk ox. Glacier and King Zhou are also present to defeat the enemy. The bull demon uses its gravity power to overpower many of the musk ox. After a long battle, King Zhou and the wolves are exhausted. Out of nowhere, a snow leopard attacks one of the wolves. When the boar charges at the leopard in its transformed state, the snow leopard quickly evades by striking the incoming boar. Watching the boar get injured, the leopard laughs mockingly. To its surprise, Bald Head fiercely attacks the leopard, taking it down. Soon after, the musk ox king arrives. Meanwhile, in the Rhea mountain range, a fire elemental flower has formed. Yuzi wonders if his power has grown. At that moment, his beast army arrives, bringing the bodies of their fallen foes. King Zhou carries the body of the snow leopard. It turns out this leopard was a transcendent first-order creature. The protagonist comments on its incredible speed, curious as to how it was captured. When he asks who defeated it, Glacier reveals it was Bald Head. After a brief pause, our hero observes that this snow leopard possesses impressive skills. Consequently, he decides to take it in for training. Aside from that, there is a first-tier musk ox, but its abilities are underwhelming. So Yu opts to gather the rest for evolution points instead. A month eventually passes since the battle in the north. Any group encountering the bull demon's team fled in panic. Yet the team did endure some losses. Only 10 gray wolves remain from an original 30, and just 7 wild boars survive. However, 2 wild boars and 3 gray wolves have advanced to the transcendent first tier. They also faced a formidable foe, the Arctic frost bear. At transcendent second rank, Yu's army would have been wiped out completely if not for the bull demon's gravity power. Additionally, Glacier and King Zhou played crucial roles in diverting the enemy, allowing them to escape. Later, Glacier and the bull demon discuss their approach regarding the Arctic frost bear. At that moment, the white snake arrives, reporting that she has located the bear's lair. which is within an ice attribute spirit stone mine. Now Glacier understands the bear's strength, capable of freezing the ground instantly. Yet, the bull demon admits they can no longer face it. He thinks the old mine should serve as an entry point. Within 10 days of Red Fox joining the Rhea Mountains battle, those mountains were added to the Bayou Gorge territory. Some exotic beasts then return to North Valley Gorge, while others remain in the Rhea Mountains. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox goes back to Yuzuyu. Observing her, our hero realizes she has broken through. Soon, the fox begins radiating intense energy as she evolves. Upon evolving, she attains Transcendent First Tier and acquires the Skyward Ascendant skill. Meanwhile, our hero is content remaining at the Transcendent Third rank. He never imagined the nine-tailed fox could fly, wondering if it's due to her celestial fox lineage. Unexpectedly, the fox reveals she has unlocked a new skill called Precise Manipulation, which allows highly efficient use of spiritual energy. This skill cuts spiritual power consumption by 30% and improves the accuracy of energy control. This prompts our hero to consider whether the key to skyward ascension lies in precise spiritual power management. It becomes clear that achieving skyward ascension is far from easy. Our hero suspects it requires massive spiritual energy. Sweating, the fox notes that her spiritual power is insufficient to maintain skyward ascension, meaning she still needs practice. Yuzi offers her a fire spirit flower to boost her spiritual energy to 400,000. However, the fox declines. She suggests giving it to someone else if the goal is simply to increase her spiritual power. Yet the divine tree has no other intended recipient. Meanwhile, Zioking reports that within a month after the spiritual energy tide, the beast tide devastated the nations around the Federation. Baku and Gazi have enacted nationwide conscription to combat the tide, but some countries have fallen to the beasts. The remaining nations are barely surviving. Amidst this, the 10 Nations Alliance has been established. They plan to convene in the Federation to strategize a joint attack on the Federation's alliance stronghold. Back at Bayou Gorge, the Bull Demon's team finally returns. Though exhausted, our hero notices the number of beasts has diminished. Only 3 wolves remain, but the 2 surviving wild boars have reached Transcendent First Tier. Still, our hero believes that intense battles are the best way to strengthen them. Next, the Bull Demon informs him they returned after discovering an ice attribute mine, housing a Transcendent Second-Tier exotic beast. Our hero is shocked, never expecting such a powerful creature in the northern outskirts. He anticipates even stronger beasts in the deeper region. Yu then summons a falcon, ordering it to call the panda cub and the vulture. He activates the Rain of Life, fully healing all his beasts' injuries. Meanwhile, he notices several beasts breaking through after continuous battle. The remaining 9th-tier gray wolves show signs of advancement. However, seeing the bull demon, Yuzu instructs it to hold off on the next level. When the bull demon appears puzzled, our hero explains that he himself is about to break through. Thus, the bull must remain here. Meanwhile, the panda and the 9-tailed fox will depart tonight to take control of the spirit stone mine. The bull demon is worried because they can't underestimate the Arctic frost bear. However, our hero reassures him, as the 9-tailed fox has already managed to break through. With renewed determination, the 9-tailed fox assures her companions, the white snake, the vulture brothers, the panda cub, and the 9-tailed fox are heading north. As always, the panda cub keeps asking the fox unnecessary and pointless questions. Irritated, the fox picks up the pace, leaving the panda behind. Riding one of the vultures, the panda cub shouts for the vulture to speed up as well. Back at Bayou Gorge, Yuzu wonders if things will be fine in the north. He has actually sent the bull demon back to the canyon mine for training. Moreover, nearly all of the fire spirit stones have been consumed. All 2 million points have been spent upgrading every branch to level 4. Level 4 branches can now merge with various elements to gain different powers, though only some of them have elemental abilities right now. Once our hero absorbs ice and thunder spirit powers, he'll be able to merge even more elemental abilities. Branches enhanced with spitting powers will make him even stronger. He plans to upgrade his roots next. When thinking about the powers of sea creatures, our hero refocuses on himself. He opens his system window and thinks about his Blood Covenant ability, which is currently at level 1. This ability, recently acquired by taking blood samples, is something he wants to enhance. Using 1,000 evolution points, he upgrades the Blood Covenant ability to level 2. With still 106,000 points left, he continues to improve the ability, and with the next upgrade, the Blood Covenant reaches level 3. Now our hero can make anyone his devoted servant by using blood as a link. Essentially, Yuzu can turn anyone into his servant, much like a vampire. He believes this method is more efficient than using life essence for controlling minds. Next, he calls Qing Quan to assign him a mission. He explains that the 10 Nations Alliance and the Federation are planning to meet at the border soon to discuss their attack strategy. Therefore, he wants Qing Quan to cause disruption so their meeting can be delayed or cancelled. Otherwise, the beasts will be at a significant disadvantage. Just as Qing Quan is about to leave, the The divine tree instructs him to bring a group of beasts along. Moreover, if he encounters any strong individuals, he should bring them back. Qing Quan then heads to Leng Feng to request his assistance. He needs reinforcements for the border, but Leng Feng is confused and asks about his troops. In response, Qing Quan reveals that his forces were sent to secure the outskirts of the northern region. When questioned about the Ant Legion, Qing Quan explains they are in charge of underground operations and transportation. Leng Feng, frustrated, offers to send his mutant rats to help. 3 of the rats are at level 9, while the Rat Emperor has reached Transcendent First Order. On seeing their levels, Qing Quan is intrigued and asks how Leng Feng achieved this. Leng explains that the Rat Emperor had already unlocked the Dark Element. He believes this will be a valuable asset. Unexpectedly, he adds that he has fed them his own blood and flesh. However, Qing Quan feels the numbers aren't sufficient. But Leng Feng reassures him that these aren't just 4 rats but an entire army. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox's team is preparing for the fight against the Arctic ice bear. The panda cub senses a powerful aura from the enemy and feels thrilled. He jumps off the vulture and lands on the icy surface with tremendous force. Thus, the battle begins. The Arctic bear roars at the panda cub, while the white snake notes that the bear's injuries have healed completely. Although they couldn't defeat it before, they inflicted serious harm. Still, the snake didn't expect it to fully recover in just 5 days. What's more, the bear's aura has grown even stronger. Surprisingly, the panda cub orders everyone to stay out of the way. He intends to fight the bear alone. As the wild bear charges, our hero's ally dodges and delivers a powerful punch. The bear is slammed heavily to the ground. The snake and vultures are utterly stunned by this. Meanwhile, the fox watches closely. The panda cub recalls how he trained tirelessly to grow stronger. He never slacked off even after acquiring the Fire Spirit Stone. Fired up, the panda challenges the bear to unleash its full power. Despite being badly injured, the bear gets back up. But just then, snow starts falling. With the snow, the Arctic bear's spiritual power increases. In response, the panda cub activates the power of the fire element. The Arctic bear strikes by hurling icy spears at the panda, but the panda's fire element causes the spears to melt instantly. In retaliation, the panda hits the bear, then leaps onto its back, rolls, and delivers a powerful strike to its head. The panda keeps assaulting the bear from various angles, making the bear roar in agony. A sudden snowstorm disrupts the panda's footing. Seizing the chance, the bear attacks and traps the panda entirely in its ice spear. As the white snake is about to intervene, the nine-tailed fox halts it. Then, the panda's voice echoes from within the ice. He asks if this is the bear's ultimate move. Abruptly, he shatters the ice and emerges unharmed, rolling forward to land a devastating blow on the Arctic bear. Snow and smoke blanket the area as the panda lands. As the haze lifts, the injured, sprawled Arctic bear comes into view. The white snake praises the panda, and the vultures cry out in celebration. Looking back, the panda cub notices his head is bleeding heavily from his last attack. While the panda signals victory, the white snake warns him to stay alert. Surprisingly, the Arctic bear is still alive and moves to finish off the panda cub. The vultures make noise, but the nine-tailed fox intervenes and blocks the bear. The bear roars fiercely, yet the fox calmly ignites her power and engulfs the Arctic bear in flames. The panda is stunned by the intense fire. The charred Arctic bear collapses, with the nine-tailed fox standing over it. Impressed by her strength, the panda challenges her to a future life-or-death duel. The scene shifts to Yan City, where Falcon, a Transcendent Level 2, arrives. He brings a message from Yuzi Yu intended for Qing. Through the note, Qing learns that her master sent Qing Quan to disrupt the meeting. She feels relieved, knowing there's a troublesome individual in the envoy group. After burning the note, she reflects that she now controls over half of General Li's forces. However, Li Yuanhu still holds 40% of the military strength within the envoy group. Her thoughts are interrupted by someone suddenly appearing in her office, announcing that Li Hao has come to see her again. The newcomer is from the genetic superhuman blood-sucking clan. Qing instructs him to tell Li Hao she is out training, and the vampire obeys. Unexpectedly, Qing asks when he will refine his innate blood essence. The vampire reveals he only needs one more drop to finish. Once complete, Li Hao will become her subordinate. Back in Bayou Gorge, another fire elemental flower grows, this time with 9 petals. Unlike the previous flower, which had just 4, the system alerts the protagonist of a new skill upgrade, Minor Mystic Art, Feathers of Fiery Shards. The skill summons countless flames from the sky. He realizes it's an offensive ability and proceeds with the upgrade, observing from a distance. Thorn notes the master's increased strength. Activating the skill, the sky fills with fiery orbs. The hero observes that once these shards descend, they'll devastate the surrounding area. He decides against testing it, lowering his branches, causing the fiery orbs to vanish. Yutsuyu notes that activating it would have turned the area from Mist Mountain to his current spot, into a sea of fire. He realizes avatar power is fundamentally different from the willow flying blade. If both the flying blade and fog control are special powers, avatar power is the law's energy. With this, the nine-tailed fox and others return carrying the defeated Arctic bear. The vulture drops the bear's body. The nine-tailed fox explains that the bear resisted fiercely and preferred being burned to surrendering. On the way back, it even wounded the vulture while attacking. The hero notes the bear's intelligence matches normal creatures and its combat skill is terrifying. He thinks taming it won't be easy. Still, he believes it will grow strong enough to be controlled. Yuziyu begins absorbing the bear's body, and its roots start to glow. Both the bear's spiritual and elemental energies are clearly being absorbed. He then instructs his beasts to prepare for the spirit mine. When asked about the ice element mine, the nine-tailed fox explains it is a medium-sized spirit stone mine. Moreover, the white serpent and the young panda have moved in and begun their cultivation efforts. Meanwhile, at the ice spirit mine, the snake feels fortunate witnessing the abundance of ice spirit stone. However, the panda cub is preoccupied with devouring the stones and suggests the snake begin its cultivation before everything is consumed. Back at Bayou Gorge, the protagonist regrets not having enough ice-affiliated companions, making him eager to capture more ice beasts. He then asks the Arctic bear if it's interested in following him. When the bear objects, our protagonist, with no other choice, dispatches it quickly. This results in him gaining 240,000 evolution points and acquiring the Arctic ice bear's powers. The protagonist then recalls that his branches now have the ability to steal abilities from others. This grants him a new skill, Ice Storm Level 1. With this skill, he can alter the weather to bring about a harsh winter. He never imagined he would possess such a power. It turns out this is another form of weather manipulation, alongside the fog ability. If he gains more weather-related powers, it will not only benefit his beast's survival, but also prove invaluable in future conflicts. This makes him eager to venture north. Meanwhile, in the northern part of Shar City, the federal envoy group is on its way to their meeting. In one of the cars sits a formidable transcendent. Among the 10 nations envoy group is the Holy Maiden of the Brahmanic religion, a transcendent rank 1. Alongside her is Po-Su, also a transcendent rank 1 from the same faith. The Holy Maiden asks Po-Su if the Federation truly lives up to its fearsome reputation. Surprisingly, Po-Su admits that in this transcendent age, they are indeed outmatched by the Federation. Soon, the envoy group arrives. A menacing red-haired transcendent steps out of the vehicle. He is Li Yuanhu, General Li's second disciple and a transcendent rank 1. His appearance makes Po-Su and the Holy Maiden uneasy. Down below, Qing Quan detects their arrival and commands the army of rats to prepare for action. Above, Po-Su notices Li Yuanhu and feels the immense spiritual power radiating from him. Yuanhu in turn recognizes Po-Su and the Holy Maiden. He observes their companions, all of whom are at beginner rank 9. He remarks that the envoy group from the 10 nations isn't as weak as he had anticipated. He comments that they've brought many powerful individuals, and Po-Su reciprocates the remark. She notes that those who are unaware of his presence might assume he has come for war. In response, Yuanhu explains that his group is here to assist with tasks or to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Meanwhile, Qing Quan is prepared for an attack. Po-Su dismisses it as a joke, questioning the danger of this place. She motions for him to follow, and both envoy groups start walking. But the moment someone steps on a crack in the ground, Qing Quan receives the signal and immediately sabotages the supports beneath them. As a result, a large section of the surface collapses. Everyone from both envoy groups begins to fall along with it. Yuanhu is enraged, assuming the 10 nations are behind this. But Po-Su assures him it wasn't their doing. They continue to fall, and Yuanhu struggles to comprehend the enormous pit beneath them. Just then, a horde of rats emerges to attack. The Holy Maiden realizes they are mutant rats, but by then it's too late for any counteraction. Meanwhile, at the pit's base, Qing Quan and the remaining mutant rats are ready to assault the humans. Rat tides are the most feared type of tide for humans. Not only do they appear in overwhelming numbers, but they also consume humans alive, torturing them to death. Po-Su orders her soldiers to wipe out the rats, using her wind blade to clear a path. Meanwhile, Yuanhu and the Holy Maiden fight back against the rats as well. From the shadows, Qing Quan observes that these three are the strongest and decides not to underestimate them. He believes the Holy Maiden may be slightly weaker than the other two, but still. The rest of the fighters are insignificant to him. Qing Quan plans to take down his foes with the help of the 4 most powerful mutant rats. After clearing the path, Po-Su looks up and wonders when this place became so barren. Moreover, there's no escape due to the height, so she commands Yuanhu to eliminate the rats and find an exit. But soon she is struck as Qing Quan pierces her with his sand. Both the Holy Maiden and Yuanhu watch as this happens, giving the Rat Emperor a chance to strike Yuanhu. Fortunately, Yuanhu is not gravely injured at that moment. A swarm of rats begins to overwhelm him. Qingquan instructs the remaining rats to finish off the rest of the humans right away. Despite the humans begging for mercy, the rats immediately slaughter them. Before long, every single human is gone, with only the holy maiden left. 3 days later, Qingquan brings her to the Rhea Mountains. He tells Yuzi Yu that she is Isia, one of the 3 holy maidens of the Brahmanic religion from the 10 Nations Alliance. After receiving the report, our protagonist picks up her body. He reflects on how mysterious the Brahmanic religion is, to the point that even the Federation fears it. Our hero observes that even in her unconscious state, she is radiating a terrifying spiritual energy. He then removes her veil and finds her incredibly charming. Finding her physique alluring, our protagonist decides to bind her to him as a loyal servant using his blood covenant power. Once he activates the power, both his and Isia's consciousness merge within her core. Entering this core grants full knowledge of Isia. It also allows complete control over her, even the possibility of shattering her core and taking her soul along with everything else. In fact, the process is completed with a surge of immense pressure. Isia soon opens her eyes, having ascended to the transcendent First Order. She can now heal, move like a snake, and strike with deadly precision. Curiously, she can even tap into her master's power and grant him evolution points. The divine tree is left astonished by this revelation. All the evolution points he's earned have come through bloodshed. But now he has a servant who can directly give him points. When he calls her name, she responds without delay. Our hero commands her to track and capture a beast for him. She immediately acknowledges the command. As instructed, Isia hunts the beast. Quickly, the system alerts Yuzi Yu that his servant has taken down a level 6 mutant gray bear. Our protagonist is granted 12 evolution points. Although our boy notices he is only receiving a fraction of the evolution point, he figures it's still something. Despite this, he decides to hold off on sending her into action again. He believes she would be more valuable if returned to the Brahmanic Holy Temple. Our protagonist assumes the Federation will lack the resources to deal with him, while the 10 Nations Alliance is in play. However, it might be difficult for her to take on the entire Holy Temple with her current transcendent First Order power. If she's killed by a potent psychic, it would negatively affect Yuzi Yu. So he decides to give her a fire elemental flower and tells her to absorb it in one go. He warns her that failing to do so will result in her death. After confirming, she begins absorbing the flower. Soon her body radiates light. This indicates her success. Her powers increase, though she remains at the Transcendent First Order. Our protagonist believes she will soon break through to the Transcendent Second Order. He then instructs her to go to the spiritual pool in Bayou Gorge to continue her cultivation. He assures her that he will soon share his life essence with her. Afterward, he turns to Qingquan, commends his work, and tells him to take Isia with him. Together, they set off toward Bayou Gorge. A few days later, our hero is shocked by a tremor, but he quickly realizes it's the bull demon and wonders if it's finally undergone a breakthrough. Soon, Yuzuyu witnesses the bull demon's transformation, now standing on 2 legs and having ascended to the Transcendent Second Order. When the bull demon calls for its master, Yuzuyu is stunned. It's now in a humanoid form, amazed. Our protagonist asks how the bull demon managed such a transformation. He remarks that it's becoming increasingly demon-like. He admits he also desires to evolve in a similar fashion. However, the bull demon itself is unsure how it happened, saying it simply wanted a more practical physique during evolution. Meanwhile, our hero reflects that what are known as demons are merely another phase of transcendent beings after evolution. In this era of transcendence, more beings like the bull demon will surely emerge. After acquiring a humanoid form, the bull demon requests a weapon. It specifically asks for an axe. Aware of its need, our hero begins refining some of his branches and roots into an axe. In terms of strength and resilience, it might be the perfect weapon for humans. He finally creates it, hands it over to the bull demon, and names it the Magma Warax. Later, our hero shares that he plans to head north in a few days. He leaves behind some fire spirit stones for their companions who possess fire ability. While he's gone, he assigns the bull demon the task of overseeing the protection of the Misty Mountain. 3 days later, Isia is sent back to the Brahmin Holy Temple. She attributes the deaths from the Rat Tide and the Holy Temple members to another faction within the Federation. As a consequence, the 10 Nations Alliance and the Federation officially sever their ties. Meanwhile, Yuzu Yu embarks on his journey to the Northern Territory. While he's away, the Bull Demon and a group of mutant creatures are tasked with guarding the Misty Mountains. During his trek north, our hero takes down all the creatures he encounters. He soon arrives at the island he's been searching for. Suddenly, the white snake and the panda cub come to greet him. Our protagonist senses an immense aura emanating from both of them due to the spirit stone. Panda proudly announces that it has consumed several spirit stones. At that moment, our hero extends his roots into the ice spirit mine, astonishing both the panda and the white snake. Afterward, he instructs the nine-tailed fox to join him in his fire attribute area and tells the white snake and panda to focus on their training. With that, our hero begins absorbing the ice spirit stone. Several days pass, and his accumulated spiritual energy exceeds 5.5 million. His tree roots burrow through the ice layer to catch numerous fish, bringing his total evolution points to 4.5 million. He has specifically gathered 500,000 points recently, while the rest were obtained in a hurry. Most of these gains have come from the sea. But noticing this is just the shallow part, Yuzu believes the deep sea will offer even more resources. Although the deep sea might pose risks to his survival, our hero strengthens the roots of the subtree, sacrificing 300,000 evolution points in the process. Meanwhile, on the Misty Mountain, the bull demon searches for wolf, great serpent, and big ears. He soon finds blood on the ground. His eyes widen as he follows the blood trail. Hearing a sound, Flash and the green mantis decide to investigate from the other side. Emperor Crocodile also emerges to assess the situation, picking up the scent of blood as he moves forward. The bull demon reveals that wolf and great serpent are missing, while the Emperor Crocodile thinks they may have simply wandered off during play and decides to look for them. Bull demon isn't convinced. He senses that the situation is more complex as he carries the unconscious, injured big ear. Soon, all the beasts gather around the unconscious big ear. Lang Feng is in great pain, and Bull Demon admits his mistake for thinking the Misty Mountain was a safe place for them to play. Cradling big ears in his arms, the golden monkey observes that the young one has already used the life essence provided by their master. Though his life isn't in immediate danger, he remains unconscious. Meanwhile, Qing Quan remembers that their master intended to train the three of them. Because of their exceptional abilities, Lang Feng recalls that he entrusted the trio to the bull demon's care. With anger in his eyes, he declares that he will risk everything to eliminate the bull demon if the others are not found. Thorn tries to calm Lang Feng, saying that Bull Demon has always treated the younger ones like family, and that he too is feeling distraught. Bull Demon promises to provide Lang Feng with an answer, and the Emperor Crocodile urges them to stop fighting, reminding them that their top priority is to find the missing ones. Windwolf King has already led the wolf pack on a search, but the enemy is skilled at hiding and leaves no traces behind. Crocodile takes full responsibility, pointing out that the intruders came while their master was absent and even managed to mask their presence. Determined not to let the invaders escape, he uses his exceptional tracking ability. Suddenly, he makes a discovery and realizes that humans are involved. He sees ninjas running ahead, carrying cages that hold the young beasts. Bull Demon is enraged by this revelation. Meanwhile, the ninjas are desperately trying to flee. One of them, Liu Shengzhou Jun, reflects on hearing that they should only fear the demon tree. He wonders if the other beasts are unworthy of their attention. Still, he senses an overwhelming killing intent coming from the mountain. It seems they've been tricked by someone beyond their understanding. Their mission is to transport the reincarnation of the eight-headed serpent to their homeland. To save it, the group soon feels an immense pressure, and another ninja realizes they've been discovered. However, Zhu Tang Jun has a plan to sneak into Sunset City. They intend to escape through the city's other gate, leaving the city soldier to deal with the creatures from the Misty Mountain, when another ninja warns him that many in the city will die as a result. Zhu Tang Jun shows no concern. His primary goal is to bring the eight-headed serpent back to the Sakura Kingdom, and he feels no responsibility for the deaths in the Federation, placing the blame on those who gave them false information. Sunset City is actually one of the 10 major cities rebuilt after the Federation's downfall, guarded by Transcendent Level 2 experts and a military force of 30,000. Each soldier has reached at least Level 7. Zhu Tengjun, an envoy from Sakura Country to the Federation, has arrived at Misty Mountain for this covert mission. He believes that the 3 serpents he discovered could eventually merge into an 8-headed serpent, since these creatures represent the only chance to save his homeland. Retrieving them becomes his highest priority. This mission reignites the conflict between the Federation and Misty Mountain. Under the command of the Bull Demon, all the beasts are mobilized. Previously, Zhu Tengjun had learned from a transcendent human fighter that Bayou Gorge hosts only one intelligent beast, which is the Demon Tree. This fighter offered Zhu Tengjun a proposition. He would provide the genetic modification research in exchange for capturing a Misty Mountain beast for study. With a wicked grin, the Transcendent assured Zhu Tengjun he would remain safe as long as he avoided provoking Yuzi. In the present, a massive wave of beasts approaches the walls of Sunset City. Soldiers activate defense systems and maneuver armored vehicles. Declaring Phase 1 emergency, heavy military equipment moves from all 4 districts while wall defenders take their station. Red laser sights illuminate the walls and Na Yuan stands before them, the Level 2 Transcendent who misled Zhu Tengjun. Na Yuan watches the Sakura Country forces and notes their ineffectiveness. He observes that despite their boasts of hidden powers, they've caused considerable chaos. Yet he regards this as beneficial, as it allows him to study the source of the beast's power. From Bayou Gorge, soon the main beasts emerge from the shadows. Their appearance leaves Na Yuan paralyzed. Leading them is Bull Demon. Seeing his humanoid shape confuses the soldiers even further. Bull Demon demands one thing: return their young or face a slaughter. Na Yuan studies him closely, realizing the beasts are progressing toward human form, which underscores the importance of the captives. Unexpectedly, Bull Demon declares the captives are unrelated. Enraged, he launches a powerful strike at Na Yuan. Na Yuan somehow survives the blow, though wounded. Meanwhile, one human soldier observes that even the city lord, also a level 2 transcendent, was forced to fall back. Na Yuan notes his arm nearly broke from a single hit. Finally, he acknowledges they cannot overpower these beasts and asks Bull Demon for a negotiation. Bull Demon refuses, insisting they only want the return of the great serpent and the wolf, then they will depart. Hearing these names, Na Yuan realizes Sakura country has captured them. Bull Demon warns he will invade the city to reclaim them if necessary. Na Yuan mentions the ceasefire, but to Bull Demon's surprise, a bullet strikes and hits one of their wolves. It comes from Sakura country forces stationed atop a building in Sunset City. They fired a transcendent-level spiritual bullet, designed specifically to target level 1 transcendent beast. The Sakura country intends to escalate the situation to protect the beast under the Federation's control. The struck wolf collapses unconscious. Na Yuan frantically questions his soldiers about the attack, but they deny involvement. This provokes Bull Demon into launching the battle. Meanwhile, Zhu Tengjun returns to his homeland, bringing the genetic modification research and prioritizing the return of the young beasts to Sakura country. Sunset City's garrison consists of the most formidable transcendent warriors, with the lowest rank being level 8. This is the Black Armor Corps, a unit established after the second spiritual energy revival. The soldiers open fire on the beasts, committed to fighting without retreat. Bullets rain across the battlefield. Simultaneously, Bull Demon commands the vultures to attack, and the 3 vulture siblings unleash their meteor fire feathers ability. Igniting the wall, Bull Demon then orders the beasts to breach the city defenses. Mutated falcons charge the wall, inflicting heavy damage. The assault causes the wall to crumble as a transcendent fighter steps forward to confront a falcon. A white tiger strikes, delivering a crushing blow that throws the falcon to the ground. Meanwhile, Nai commands his troops to unleash all their firepower on the creature. This barrage continues briefly until King Zhou advances and scales the wall. Once atop, he begins taking out the human soldiers, leaving them in utter chaos and terror. Elsewhere, a wild boar charges forward, dispatching numerous foes. Bald Head joins in, soon activating his thunder resonance ability. The golden monkey leaps into action, eliminating more enemies. Wolves, spiders, and all other creatures find it effortless to defeat their adversaries. Humans start panicking at the beast's prowess, deciding to launch missiles in response. However, the vulture intercepts them with meteor-like fire feathers. Neil realizes that the Black Armor Corps is vulnerable to these beasts. He knows the Corps typically handles creatures of equal strength alone, so he's bewildered by how easily they're being overpowered. Suddenly, a bull demon materializes before Nai. It reminds the commander that these are no ordinary creatures. Nai loses control and swings his blade wildly. To his shock, the bull demon catches the sword with his bare hand, showing Nai that it too bleeds and feels rage. Convinced that the beasts are akin to humans, Flash, Qing Quan, and Thorn stealthily enter the city. Using his antenna, Flash detects the young ones nearby. Their target seems to be moving southwest in a military van. Meanwhile, Sunset City's wall finally collapses. Elsewhere, Su Dingjin's team rides in a military vehicle. Shang comments on how terrifying the beasts are. He only hopes the city can hold out a few more minutes. Unexpectedly, a man in their van asks about their destination. Soon after, the vehicle explodes. A transcendent human from Sunset City, having located the Sakura group escaping with the young beasts, is responsible. Zhao Tingjun realizes the Federation never intended to hand over the genetic data and actually wants them dead. He declares he will secure the 8-headed snake, but the Federation agent refuses to let them escape. Suddenly, an elder from Jun's side arrives and confronts the Federation fighter. This is Elder Leader Liu Sheng. His sudden appearance shocks the Federation soldier, who never expected him to infiltrate the city. The soldier realizes the Elder's plan was to steal the genetic data from the outset. The Elder remarks that the Federation cannot be trusted. As more Federation fighters arrive, a battle ignites between them and Sakura forces. But before any strikes land, smoke erupts from an explosion. Qing Quan emerges from the smoke, radiating a powerful energy aura. Simultaneously, Thorn appears, having already defeated several enemies with her vine. From behind, Flash appears and instantly takes down the Federation captain. Seeing the situation, The elder orders his men to escort the young ones back to their homeland. However, the old man is struck by Thorn, who warns him not to obstruct them. Meanwhile, Qing Quan handles the remaining Federation soldiers. As Jun attempts to flee with the young beasts, Flash moves toward him. At the same time, the Emperor Crocodile destroys the city wall entirely. Roaring mightily to prevent the beasts from entering, the Black Armor Corps fires cannons and drops bombs. Just as the Emperor Crocodile is about to be hit, King Zhou releases flames, detonating the missiles midair and incinerating the soldiers. Meanwhile, Nai and the Bull Demon continue their battle. Nai admits the humanoid beast is overwhelmingly strong but refuses to concede. He launches his Desert Gale Strike, yet the Bull Demon counters using his gravity ability. Nai pales, stunned that an attack fueled by all his spiritual energy could be nullified so effortlessly. Raising his axe, the Bull Demon declares it's too late for Nai to retreat. With a single blow, he defeats the commander. Standing tall, the Bull Demon now dominates Sunset City, with Niyuan defeated. A soldier, tears in his eyes, wonders why they were beaten despite their greater strength. At the same time, the Bull Demon questions why Flash has yet to locate the young one. Nearby, a wounded Jun runs while carrying the young beasts, frustrated at their incredible power. He realizes he would have perished without using a secret technique to mask his presence. Despite his injuries, he is resolved to return the young creatures home. Flash reaches a position just behind him but halts unexpectedly. Jun is confused, only to discover that Qing awaits ahead. Recognizing her as the Alliance's spirit maiden, Jun assumes she's there to help Sunset City. He approaches, explaining he is a messenger from Sakura country. Beasts are pursuing him, but to his surprise, Qing grabs him instead and rescues the young one. Flash calls her Big Sis, shocking Jun deeply. Qing then instructs Flash to tell the Bull Demon to retreat, warning that Federation reinforcements will soon arrive. As for Jun, she chooses to have him removed for standing against the Misty Mountain. With that, he is consumed by her fire and dies. Soon after, a falcon reports to the Bull Demon that their offspring have been saved, so he commands everyone to withdraw. Qing Quan and Thorn decide to fall back as well. Later, as they head toward the Misty Mountain, Emperor Crocodile questions why they didn't seize the city. Bull Demon says Qing gave the order and they have to follow it. Meanwhile, the little beasts lie resting in Thorn's lap. Bull Demon is thankful they were brought back alive. Otherwise, their master would have been furious with them. He then tells Emperor Crocodile to record every loss, bring the wounded to Spirit Lake, and transfer the critically injured to the Spirit Pool. At the same time, reinforcements arrive at Sunset City. Iron Knights mounted on mutated pandas. They are led by Lan Yi, a transcendent level 2 Iron Knight. When they reach the city, they realize they've come too late. Lan Yi remarks that the Misty Mountain's strength can't be underestimated. Then he senses something. It's Qing Quan concealed in the shrubs. He clenches his jaw after being noticed. The moment Lan Yi leaps toward that spot, there's nobody there. It feels off to find the place empty, because he's certain he detected a presence just a second ago. Spitting blood as he pulls away, Qing Quan retreats, relieved that most of their troops have already departed. He thinks it would have turned ugly if they'd been forced to confront that Iron Knight, as their whole army could have been annihilated. For the Federation, the Misty Mountain is no unknown territory. It's a taboo zone even among forbidden lands. It shelters the fiercest beasts and countless powerful creatures. Now those beasts are striking at human cities, leaving the Federation badly rattled. In a conference room, reports confirm the beast tide in Sunset City was triggered by an envoy from Sakura country. Before the fight, a humanoid mutated beast asked about the young ones. At first, Marshal Nai Yuan and the other warriors assumed it was just a pretext to attack the city. But later, the cage holding the young beasts was discovered beside the envoy's body. Marshal Nai Yuan immediately insists on deploying the Iron Knights or the Dragon Court Guards to make them pay. After a short silence, the Prime Minister orders all resource shipments to Sakura country cut off. He also instructs that a delegation be sent to offer condolences. If the reply isn't satisfactory, they will arrange for the Dragon Court Guards to pay them a visit. Meanwhile, on the edge of the northern region, a falcon delivers a report to UZU about what just happened. Our protagonist decides to let little Ling handle these issues. To stay unnoticed, the boy warns the falcon not to act impulsively while he's away. With the Iron Knights in mind, he wants everyone to proceed carefully, and he tells them to wait until he returns to deal with it himself. After that, the falcon departs from the northern region. Yu remarks that a lot has changed while he was gone. From the Ice Spirit Stone Mine, a panda cub appears, asking who its master was speaking with. But the tree asks whether the cub can keep things in check if it ends up fighting its own kind. Surprisingly, the panda can't be sure, since its kin follows whoever treats them best. When the cub ran off, it tried to bring its brother along too, but the brother refused because he didn't want to go out into the world. He preferred an easy life while waiting for death. With that, the panda returns to the cave to rest. The Iron Eater tribe submits to whoever is strongest. In terms of status, this tribe ranks among the top mutated beast races. With bear-like strength, cat-like speed and terrifying bite power. Plus, they have unbreakable claws. On top of that, their racial gift lets them consume vitality and amplify elemental traits to harden their bodies. Our hero figures they're bound to collide with the Iron Knights sooner or later. At that moment, he gets an idea to raise a few elite squads. A root from Yuzi lifts the panda cub sleeping in the cave and carries it away. Holding it up in front of him, the protagonist asks for help. But the cub is out cold, so the boy starts smacking it to rouse it. With a puffed-up face, the panda cub finally opens its eyes. It says it slept well and feels refreshed. Yu tells it to locate the Arctic bear's den for him. The panda heads off confidently, eager to find more companions. But it stumbles into the snow, falls over, and promptly dozes off again. Later that night, deep beneath the sea, a mighty first-tier sperm whale is consumed by an enormous third-tier octopus. Back in the Northern Territories, our protagonist reviews his stats. He's at the transcendent third-tier level and holds 4 million evolution points. His mutated branches are at level 4, while his roots and flying leaf blade are at level 3. Most of his abilities are at level 3, except for Blizzard and the Wood Dragon, which remain at level 1. His crystallization and flaming feathers are still basic. Thanks to the ice attribute minerals, his spiritual energy has reached 6 million. With 4 million points at his disposal, Yuzi decides to upgrade his Blizzard and Wood Dragon ability. After boosting Blizzard to level 3, he notices no apparent difference. The protagonist reflects that the power-governing nature doesn't seem to be manifesting in his main body. Next, he turns to the Wood Dragon ability. He hadn't focused on it much before, prioritizing skills with greater attack potential. Upgrading this ability demands a hefty 500,000 evolution points. Undeterred, he presses the upgrade button, and immediately, a strange light emerges as he feels an overwhelming surge of pain. A powerful beam of light and pressure materializes from the upgrade, attracting the attention of the massive octopus in the ocean. A mutated orca, a second-tier transcendent, bursts from the water and charges toward Yuzi. It's tracking the spiritual energy released during the upgrade. Though still in pain, our hero must react as the orca opens its jaws to strike. But the orca's body freezes entirely when Yuzi activates his frozen earth ability. Thanks to the elemental attachment of his level 4 mutated branches, which are now tied to frozen earth, Yuzi can freeze vast portions of the sea. Suddenly, a large fish with a long, sharp mouth shoots from the frozen waters, attacking Yuzi's main body. He grabs it with his roots and disposes of it. Surprisingly, he gains 170,000 evolution points, his highest reward from a single source so far. At that moment, he senses another beast lurking in the water. A massive tentacle emerges from the ocean. It belongs to the same giant octopus that had devoured the sperm whale earlier. The octopus bellows fiercely, marking the first encounter between Yuzi and an ocean overlord. He's eager to see whether creatures from the land or the sea are truly superior. Meanwhile, at the Luo Kingdom's headquarters, humans receive a warning about spiritual power exceeding known limits. They quickly detect 2 massive energy sources near the coast. Sweat beads on their faces as they watch live footage of the battle between Yuzi and the giant octopus. They wonder why the Federation's demon tree has appeared there. Suddenly, the screens go black and they scramble to restore the broadcast. On the battlefield, the octopus uses its deadly suction to ensnare Yuzi's body. With this power, the beast begins to drain Yuzi's spiritual energy. He quickly retaliates with his dragon root, but it proves ineffective. The octopus grabs him again with its tentacles, attempting to drag him into the depths. To prevent being pulled under, Yuzi uses his flying leaf blade to sever the tentacles and free himself. However, the octopus opens its enormous mouth and tries to swallow him whole. Luckily, Yuzi blasts it away to escape again. Next, he unleashes his inferno-magnetic feathers, sending a barrage at the octopus. The creature retreats toward the ocean, but Yuzi isn't about to let it flee. He activates crystallization and uses his roots to seize the octopus, but the creature isn't giving up yet. It shoots a corrosive ink. Yuzi has no choice but to release it and protect himself with a root shield. As the octopus slips back into the water, Yuzi notices that 40 of his branches have been damaged. The system immediately initiates branch regeneration, and as his roots are also harmed and weakened, it begins healing them too. The octopus's corrosive power was truly terrifying, and Yuzi is thankful he acted swiftly to protect himself. Unexpectedly, the octopus emerges again, but Yuzi observes the damage the ink has caused to the ground. He prepares himself for the next move. As the beast lunges toward him, Yuzi reacts instantly, freezing the octopus solid. With the octopus finally defeated, Yuzi instructs the falcon to call everyone over for an octopus feast. Soon, everyone gathers around the grilled octopus. When Qing Quan takes a bite, he finds the meat unusually tough. He can't believe how resilient it remains, even after death. Meanwhile, King Zhou struggles to swallow a large piece whole, while the white tiger eagerly devours the innards. From above, the nine-tailed fox comments on how much enjoyment their friends are having. Then, Yuziyu notices that the Emperor Crocodile is nearing a breakthrough, although the crocodile admits that progress seems painstakingly slow. Afterwards, the protagonist lifts the white tiger, reminding it that it is still only in the early stage of the First Order Transcendent level. He tells the tiger not to fool around too much, but the tiger responds as if it's receiving praise. Below, Thorn notes they are soon going to support the whole world. Meanwhile, Qing Quan realizes someone is missing, not Ling Feng but Hedgehog. Since everyone else is present, Qing Quan announces that they should all have fun. Meanwhile, the crane feels excluded, noticing that no one seems to care about its absence. Suddenly, the hero presents the 3 hearts of the octopus. All the animals start salivating as the hero observes how tempting these treasures are. The octopus possesses 9 brains and 3 hearts. The 3rd heart in particular is a precious elixir that accelerates growth for any beast. After breaking the 3 hearts into several portions, Yuziyu distributes pieces to everyone, sharing this rare, divine treasure. After consuming the heart fragments, Qing Quan and the Emperor Crocodile begin evolving. The Emperor Crocodile turns blue, stands upright on 2 legs and reaches the Transcendent Second Order. Qing Quan also turns blue and attains the Transcendent Second Order, gradually surpassing human limits. The protagonist wonders if the earth element is causing Qing Quan's aura to become increasingly indistinct. Thorn steps forward, finding Qing Quan more striking, but he tells her to step back as he prepares to demonstrate a new skill. He slams his hand onto the ground, stunning everyone. From the earth, Qing Quan raises a massive castle that hovers in the air. Our hero gapes in astonishment, joking that Qing Quan would make a fortune in real estate. While everyone applauds, Qing Quan quickly tires, having exhausted all his spiritual energy. The castle collapses and he starts to fall, but the Emperor Crocodile saves him. The crocodile now resembles a massive dragon. Yuziyu speculates that he might eventually evolve into a true dragon, even when suppressing his power. A sharp aura radiates from him continuously. He has awakened the bloodthirsty tyrant ability. When injured, his rage intensifies, boosting his speed and strength dramatically. His healing power also multiplies several times. Suddenly, Thorn senses multiple strong auras nearby. The panda cub has arrived with new allies. Astonishingly, as it walks on water, it freezes. The Arctic bear tribe radiates powerful spiritual energy, and the panda announces that our hero summoned them. The bears respond enthusiastically, and the protagonist smiles to welcome them. Unexpectedly, the bears are scared of him, leaving him puzzled since he tried to appear cute. There are 120 Arctic bears in total, with 4 being Transcendent First Order. The hero soon spots the leader, a Transcendent Second Order mutated Arctic bear wielding thunder power. Even though Big Bald is capable, he cannot match this leader. Our protagonist wonders how the panda cub brought them without force, especially since the previous Arctic bear leader didn't yield, even in death. The panda confidently states that it formed an alliance through food and shelter. The protagonist feels proud and sincerely praises the cubs. The Arctic bear leader roars, and the panda translates that they will be trustworthy allies. Both shake hands to seal the alliance. Then the golden monkey arrives carrying a large barrel of wine, and Yuziyu announces a celebration for their new companion. He gives a portion of the octopus heart to Qingquan to deliver to Ling Feng. Reflecting on his gains, the protagonist notes that defeating a Transcendent Third Order beast was highly rewarding, earning him 1.2 million evolution points and an extra 400,000 spiritual energy. He also gains a new skill, Transference, which allows him to split his consciousness into a new plant. If maintained too long, his consciousness may remain trapped in the plant. The hero realizes that anchoring his mind elsewhere could create multiple versions of himself, but he quickly dismisses the idea as unsuitable for now, far away. A 7-colored flower emerges, radiating energy as the water beneath swirls in a circular motion, then unleashes its power skyward. In White Emperor City, City Lord Wang Hao, one of the 10 great geniuses, senses the aura of an extraordinary treasure and immediately orders his staff to alert the Federation and instructs them to assemble forces for the initial strike. Later, in Zhanhai City, he remarks how fortunate Wang Hao is, since such treasures are typically found near his city. He suggests that Wang Hao probably doesn't realize the immense fortune he stumbled upon. Suddenly, he is struck by a punch from Zhanhai's city lord, Zhao Zhao, one of the 10 great geniuses. Zhao Zhao makes it clear he doesn't need anyone's opinion and orders his people to begin preparations immediately. He is determined to claim the rare treasure for himself. The emergence of this item has involved not just White Emperor City and Zhanhai City, but also other major locations like Yan City and Mo City. Even covert factions within the Federation are at odds, and the Federation is bubbling with internal unrest. In Inferno City, Qing notes that another divine flower, equal in power to the demon tree, has appeared. Her assistant, Kylie Huher, a Transcendent First Order, informs her that major cities have already deployed forces and several secret teams are on the move. Qing reflects that the Federation is collapsing from within, driven by greed. She worries more about her master, knowing the consequences if the Federation secures the flower. She orders her assistant to alert the genetic forces to get ready to seize the treasure. Once the assistant leaves, she tells the falcon to spread the word about the situation. Back at Misty Mountain, the falcon tells the bull demon about the mysterious flower. The bull demon instructs it to report everything to the master in the northern region. He also wants to summon the Emperor Crocodile to guard the Misty Mountain. Gripping his axe tightly, the bull demon decides to go out ahead. Elsewhere, Wang Hao, now a human transcendent, walks through the forest. Wang Hao senses something is wrong and notes that as soon as he entered, it felt as if his consciousness was being stolen. The place seems strange, and the sensation intensifies as he ventures deeper. However, he believes this means he is getting closer to his goal. Soon, Yuan Feng, one of his subordinates, begins coughing and acting oddly. His veins bulge as his body reacts in an unusual manner. Wang Hao suddenly shouts for everyone to back off. At that instant, Yuan Feng starts attacking his own team, who are confused by his actions. Yuan Feng then unleashes his blade strike technique. His companions immediately realize that this move could easily dispatch a transcendent first-order beast. Meanwhile, in the northern region, Yuzu Yu is preoccupied with upgrading his level 4 roots. The process causes him intense pain. Soon after, the falcon appears with news. Yuzuyu is informed about the divine flower, which holds power comparable to his own. Our protagonist predicts that the flower's appearance will rock the very foundations of the Federation. He considers those fighting over it to be making a grave mistake. He understands that the bull demon, who has already set off, won't be enough to claim the flower before it falls into human hands. Therefore, Yuzuyu summons the nine-tailed fox and orders it to seize the flower. Zhao Zhao enters the woods with his men and finds Wang Hao sitting down on a log, looking downhearted. Zhao learns from Wang Hao that those below Transcendent Second Order are unable to proceed. This mysterious flower controls minds, and if a person's level is too low, they will die instantly. Zhao sneers, suggesting that Wang Hao must have killed his own men who were overtaken by the flower's power. Wang Hao rises and asks if he should venture in alone, or if Zhao plans to join him. Zhao orders his men to stay put and guard the area while he moves forward alone. Both Zhao and Wang Hao then proceed together. As they move forward, Zhao notices a group of figures cloaked in shadow, waiting in the grass to take the flower. Zhao dismisses them as insignificant, believing they won't even know who brought about their end. However, Wang Hao points out that Zhao is always underestimating others. Both men push forward with determination, intent on obtaining the flower. From behind, the cloaked figures recognize the two and decide to follow them. They realize that as long as the duo clears the way, it will be safe for them. In other parts of the forest, various groups have gathered to claim the divine flower. Soon, Wang Hao defeats a beast, while Zhao handles the others. It turns out these beasts are all under the flower's control. The further they go, the more extraordinary the beasts become, including several transcendent first-order creatures. Wang Hao urges them to move quickly, as this indicates they are drawing closer to their goal. Suddenly, they both sense a powerful aura. A gigantic mutated horse suddenly appears before them, recognized as a ferocious and wild steed of the Transcendent Second Order. Before Wang Hao and Zhao can even react, another enormous creature emerges, an inferno abyssal falcon, also at the Second Order. Realizing they stand no chance against these beasts, Wang Hao and Zhao decide to fall back. Elsewhere, another person has stumbled upon the flower. Oddly, there are no beasts around the lake where it's found. This person, wearing a samurai hat, intends to use the flower to ascend from the Second Order to the Third, perhaps even to the Fourth Order. However, his plans are interrupted when he spots Wang Hao and Zhao moving forward. Still being pursued by the raging steed and the abyssal falcon, the man in the samurai hat remains unnoticed. Unexpectedly, Wang Hao decides to delay the beast, allowing Zhao to snatch the divine flower. Zhao prepares to grab it, but at that very moment, the man under the hat leaps towards the flower. To their shock, something begins to emerge from beneath the surface. A massive serpent rises from the lake, attacking both of them at once. Standing firm to safeguard the flower, staff members at the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Bureau observe every movement made towards it. Reports show that 20 individuals with over 100,000 spiritual energy have been detected, including 8 with more than 300,000. The supervisor orders the images of the 8 individuals to be frozen for identification. The list includes Wang Hao, Zhao, the man with the hat, Qing, the raging steed, the abyssal falcon, and the bull demon. Zooming in on the bull demon, the supervisor is stunned to learn that even the Misty Mountain has joined the fray. She is equally shocked to see Qing involved. Back in the forest, Wang Hao strikes the abyssal falcon, sending it crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the man with the hat and Zhao face off with the giant serpent. However, Zhao leaves the snake to the other man and dashes towards the divine flower. Before he can reach it, the bull demon enters the scene, forcing Zhao to retreat. Zhao instantly recognizes the bull demon of Misty Mountain. While he didn't expect it to appear here, he decides to deal with it. He unleashes his ultimate power, Hell Serpent, but unfortunately, as the Hell Serpent approaches the bull demon, it strikes with its axe, slicing the serpent in two. The bull demon then uses gravitational force, but the Hell Serpent somehow breaks through. In retaliation, the bull demon ignites the serpent in flames. Just then, Qing, passing by, appears. She advises the bull demon not to engage in a long-range battle. Seeing her, the bull demon's eyes well up with tears. It sends a massive wave to push Zhao away while Qing moves toward the divine flower. She instructs the bull to deal with Zhao. Meanwhile, Zhao notices Qing but is soon struck heavily by the bull demon. Confused as to why the beast ignored Qing, the bull demon only responds that anyone who harms what it holds dear will not survive. Zhao realizes he's in a perilous situation, knowing that if this continues much longer, he'll be in serious trouble. Suddenly, the bull demon activates Heavy Blade Domain, causing excruciating pain throughout Zhao's body. Before he can react, the bull demon swings a massive axe, sending Zhao flying and causing him to cough up blood. But Zhao refuses to back down, activating his ultimate move. He's determined to defeat the bull demon. Meanwhile, Qing stands near the flower, observing it with great focus. The flower senses that Qing is not human and that their auras match. It also realizes that Qing has already awakened her subconsciousness, just like their master. Unexpectedly, Qing's soul separates from Ling's body. She offers Ling's body to the flower, suggesting it could use the vessel due to its power over living beings. Though she can't guarantee the safety of the body because of the powerful people around, with Ling's vessel, the flower could protect itself. The divine flower doesn't understand why Qing is helping, but Qing simply explains that it's because they are of the same kind. The abyssal falcon takes a strong blow from Wang Hao, but to everyone's surprise, it quickly heals itself. Wang Hao watches in shock at its remarkable regeneration. This frustrates him. Suddenly, a beam of light bursts from behind him, drawing everyone's attention. It turns out that it's Qing using the divine flower, and the beam of light is a result of her action. The abyssal falcon, the massive serpent, and the raging steed all undergo a startling transformation, their eyes changing color as they charge toward Qing. Those watching from behind take in the whole scene. One thing is clear, they don't want either the beasts or Qing to claim the divine flower. All the onlookers understand that the stakes have just risen dramatically. As a result, everyone begins to move. Meanwhile, Demon Bull refuses to let Jiao pass. At the same time, the beasts and fighters are nearly at Qing's position, but she releases Inferno Butterfly and directs it towards her foes. This causes a massive explosion, engulfing everyone in flame. The intense heat is drying up the lake. Everyone is knocked down except Qing, who remains standing. As they notice her eyes changing color, a few nearby warriors with golden helmets begin to question whether she's being controlled, having touched the flower directly. They realize that not only have they failed to take the flower, but also that there are other formidable enemies nearby. Meanwhile, Ling's spiritual power has now reached 400,000. Qing's soul tells Now Ling to get used to the body. The divine flower inside Ling notes that she can still grow stronger. Qing becomes confused. Just then, our protagonist leaps and releases an immense amount of spiritual energy. Wang Hao, from a distance, is stunned by the overwhelming spiritual energy Ling is radiating. He's caught off guard by her unexpected strength. Zhao is equally surprised, never anticipating her to be this powerful. Standing atop a fallen beast, our hero now radiates 700,000 spiritual energy. The man in the hat grows frustrated, as he would have taken down the beasts already. However, if he goes after our hero now, the Federation will not let him off the hook. Meanwhile, Qing observes with joy at how the flower has made Ling so powerful. But the flower warns that this power is temporary, and the body will eventually return to normal. It also points out that too many powerful figures are nearby, all searching for an opportunity. Additionally, a large number of powerful beasts are making their way toward them. It will be tough to escape from here, even if they manage to get away with this body. The flower doesn't know where to go. Qing then suggests the divine flower spirit head to Tianshan Mountain. Humans are too fearful to enter, as survival there is nearly impossible. After a brief moment, she adds the option of the Misty Mountain. When the flower spirit asks about the Misty Mountain, Qing explains that it's the only place where survival is possible. She offers that the flower spirit can follow the demon bull ahead, who will guide her. But the flower spirit has a request for Qing. Since she originates from the Misty Mountain, she asks for help. Meanwhile, the battle between Jiao and Demon Bull rages on. Unexpectedly, Ling's body intervenes, delivering a powerful kick to Jiao. Our protagonist then tells Demon Bull to take the divine flower back to the Misty Mountain. Our hero will buy them some time. Demon Bull, panting heavily, agrees. Afterward, our protagonist forms whirlpools in the lake. Then she releases more spiritual energy. The whirlpools begin to clash and spread water, obscuring the view of everyone nearby. The divine flower exits Ling's body and moves toward Demon Bull, preparing to escape to the Misty Mountain. As they begin to move, the group wearing helmets senses the divine flower's spiritual energy. They start moving in response. Meanwhile, the man in the hat remains determined, unwilling to give up. However, Ching strikes him from behind her eyes. The surroundings remain lush and green. Meanwhile, the portly man in the hat collapses near Zhao. Zhao realizes he's been tailing him from the very beginning. The portly man brushes it off, then asks Zhao if he believes he can defeat her. Zhao hesitates, sensing that Ching is under control. On the other hand, Ching observes that the divine flower has moved alongside the demon bull. She recalls how the flower spirit instructed her to feign control and create chaos to assist its escape. In the present moment, Ching decides to fully embrace the situation. Meanwhile, Demon Bull and the divine flower head towards the Misty Mountain. Meanwhile, the abyssal falcon remains in pursuit of Wang Hao. It refuses to let humans flee so easily, but to its surprise, it veers off and flies ahead. At that moment, Zhao and the portly man crash near Wang Hao under extreme pressure. They are badly hurt. They admit they are nothing before Ching. They struggle to rise, as Wang Hao comments on the fact that Ching the Flame Princess is under control. He steps forward. Our hero decides to confront her and orders the other two to pursue the divine flower. He doesn't want the divine flower to fall into the hands of the Misty Mountain. Meanwhile, in the northern region, Yuzuyu sneezes, wondering if they've secured the divine flower. At this point, Ching and Wang Hao face off. They exchange powerful blows as the water in the lake erupts from the force. The Golden Helmet fighters watch the clash. Their leader had anticipated their strength, but seeing it in action, he is still impressed. He reflects that Kaoling's power was always formidable, and it has only grown since being influenced by the divine flower. On the other hand, Wang Hao impresses him by handling such a powerful opponent. The leader speculates that if their boss and second-in-command were here, they would likely be struggling. He decides it's time to act. He plans to have the dragon guards capture the divine flower and demon bull soon. Meanwhile, a large number of beasts in their path begin to act erratically. The beasts are reacting to the spiritual energy of the divine flower. Struggling, the portly man decides to turn Demon Bull into a suit. Unexpectedly, Demon Bull is also in trouble, and the divine flower nearby reveals that the beasts are drawn to its spiritual energy. They see it as a potent stimulant. Demon Bull grits its teeth, knowing that it will soon be caught due to its waning spiritual energy. However, the divine flower intervenes and boosts the bull's spiritual energy. Together, they charge ahead at full speed. Seeing this, Zhao and the portly man grow frustrated. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox, the white tiger, and Thorn are heading to provide backup for Demon Bull. Elsewhere, Panda Cub and Ching Quan on the ground feel envious of their ability to fly. Elsewhere, Demon Bull, while advancing, realizes they have no pursuer. But suddenly, a golden arrow strikes the ground just ahead of them. The arrow was shot by one of the Dragon Guard's warriors. He feels a bit disheartened as his attack misses. Just then, the divine flower senses something. Two Dragon Guard fighters attack Demon Bull simultaneously. Our hero bleeds slightly. He feels a strong aura from these Dragon Guards but realizes they are not invincible. Moreover, a herd of beasts is behind them as well. Yet, our protagonist smiles, finally understanding why Yuzuyu wanted them to join forces. Soon, the Dragon Guard leader offers to spare Demon Bull's life if it surrenders the divine flower. But our protagonist refuses, using his power. All his opponents are immobilized. At that moment, with the last of his spiritual energy, he transforms into a celestial being. This allows him to constantly increase the gravity. The divine flower is bewildered, but our hero declares that he needs to grow stronger. With that, he expends all his strength to amplify his power. Bull Demon releases a vast amount of spiritual energy. Both Zhao and the portly man, high in the air, clearly sense the immense gravitational force ahead. On the ground, a Dragon Guard warrior steps forward, claiming that this power is not something he can't resist. He eagerly wonders if his body will crumble first or if the gravity will crush him. He steps forward to deliver a punch, while our protagonist prepares his own counterattack. Both their punches collide. The hefty Dragon Guard warrior admits that punching is indeed more efficient. He then unleashes a barrage of strikes using his supreme ruler technique and heavy machine fist. He boasts that the energy of the Bull Demon is no match for him. But at that moment, he receives a massive blow from our hero, full of force. Demon Bull manages to throw his adversary to the ground with immense power. At that moment, another Dragon Guard warrior shoots an arrow at him. The bull deflects the arrow, but another warrior strikes him from behind. Fortunately, the blow isn't strong enough to harm him seriously. Furious, our hero hurls the stopped arrow back at the same warrior. Even the opponent's sword is damaged in the process. Observing this, the archer perched on the cliff begins to fire arrows rapidly. The entire area becomes blanketed with arrows. Sadly, the arrows strike Demon Bull, yet they don't stop. Seeing this, the divine flower steps forward to control the archer, but she can only suppress his mind, which causes him to lose focus. This opens a chance for our hero to deliver a heavy blow. Just as our protagonist lands his hit, the archer escapes unharmed. He reflects that even though the bull demon is just a low-tier transcendent, he compares to all three of them combined. He also notes that the demon bull is clearly struggling after taking that strike to his back. Before the dragon guards can capitalize on this, a group of beasts almost engages them. Zhao and the plump guy plan to seize the chance amidst the confusion to steal the divine flower. Before they can act, someone unleashes a torrent of flames from the sky, signaling the arrival of the nine-tailed fox to support Demon Bull. Thanks to the flames from the nine-tailed fox, all their enemies are trapped in a fiery ring. This includes the beasts, and the divine flower feels the presence of formidable foes approaching. However, Demon Bull reassures her, stating that these are allies, not enemies. The plump guy instantly recognizes the nine-tailed fox from Misty Mountain. He clenches his teeth, frustrated that after everything they've done, the situation is turning against them, with stronger allies arriving near the divine flower. Just then the lake snake advances to attack, but as soon as it reaches the ground, it is enveloped in a solid mass of earth. This is the work of Qing Quan, who now appears in his newly transformed body. The bulky warrior of the Dragon Guard refuses to give up, determined to prevent anyone from claiming the divine flower. As he launches a series of punches, the nine-tailed fox swiftly responds with a blast of fire. Even when the bulky warrior attempts to counter the flames, he is completely overpowered. The fox stands unchallenged on the ground, as the Dragon Guard fighters mourn the loss of their comrade. On the sidelines, Wang Hao grits his teeth, realizing that while the bulky warrior and the fox are equally matched, the gap between them is still vast. With one strike, she has taken down the warrior. At that moment, the plump guy spots more beasts arriving, and Thorn, along with the white tiger, enters the fray. The divine flower observes the newcomers, finding them peculiar. She also notes the powerful spiritual energy radiating from them. Meanwhile, the plump guy is struck by Thorn's beauty. This catches the attention of the white tiger, who charges at him. Confused, the plump guy has no idea why the tiger is attacking him. Unexpectedly, the tiger only speaks words unrelated to the situation. Perplexed, the plump guy is soon knocked away by the white tiger. Meanwhile, Zhao charges toward Thorn with his hell serpents, but she counters with her vine. At the same time, the nine-tailed fox faces off against the blade warrior of the Dragon Guard. As the archer fires at the fox, Qing Quan quickly constructs a large earth shield to block the attack. Frustrated, the archer soon finds himself confronted by our protagonist. Elsewhere, the panda cub lies idly, wondering if the fighting has ended. He reminds himself that relying solely on them won't suffice. While everyone is preoccupied with their own battles, the divine flower realizes there's no one left to protect them. Unexpectedly, a massive horse charges toward them. She urges Demon Bull to come up with a plan, but he refuses to acknowledge the threat of the horse. Just as the horse is about to strike, the panda cub arrives. He lands a punch on the horse, sending it crashing into a nearby wall. The divine flower is impressed by the panda cub's strength and finds him attractive. The panda cub stands confidently as he enters the battlefield. The divine flower is completely taken by him. He jokes about how much the demon bull has been pummeled. Shrugging it off, the demon bull explains that all their opponents are transcendent second order, so he doesn't underestimate. The panda proudly claims to be quite strong, and assures everyone that as long as he's here, no harm will come to them. He immediately leaps into action, leaving the divine flower completely unguarded for him. Meanwhile, the white tiger faces off with the hefty opponent. The hefty opponent finds the tiger's energy overwhelming and realizes that continuing the battle will lead to his demise. With no other choice, he decides to activate his secret technique, knowing that even if he wins, the aftereffects will be disastrous. As he unleashes the move, a toxic liquid fills the area, draining the life force of any living thing it touches. To everyone's shock, the hefty man rapidly becomes much thinner as he uses up most of his energy. He explains that in order to consume the divine flower, he had stored a large amount of stomach acid. Although it's wasteful to use it all at once, it was a necessary step for victory. He then decides to make a quick escape. To his surprise, the white tiger quickly catches up to him from behind. He freezes in fear as the tiger sinks its teeth into him. Meanwhile, the archer is trapped under a field of spikes. Qing Quan finally captures him with his ability. The archer curses Qing Quan for betraying humanity and siding with Misty Mountain, but Qing Quan remains silent on the matter. In the next moment, he crushes the archer with his sharp spikes. With the archer dead, only the blade user is left. Not long after, he takes a powerful blow from the nine-tailed fox. She warns him not to look down on her, especially when he tries to turn away. After being struck, the blade user recovers and unleashes his sword-light slash. Before the nine-tailed fox can react, the panda cub steps forward and reveals that such an attack shouldn't be avoided. In the blink of an eye, he shatters the attack coming from the blade user. The blade user is left bewildered and soon. The panda cub strikes, but the blade user manages to dodge. As he observes the cub more closely, he's taken aback by the sight of him in the wild. He wonders why the cub is so powerful and questions whether this is the one who escaped the reserve. After pondering, the blade user asks if his name is Cheesy. The panda cub is shocked that the man knows him. From the panda's reaction, the blade user confirms his identity. However, he's surprised to learn that Cheesy has joined Misty Mountain. He warns that his brother will be furious if he finds out. It is at that moment Cheesy realizes his brother has become part of the Dragon Guards. Nevertheless, Cheesy declares that he doesn't need anyone's permission to join whoever he pleases. The blade user offers Cheesy a chance to join them, but only if he cuts ties with Misty Mountain. The blade user insists that Cheesy come with him, warning that refusing will lead to a confrontation with his older brother. He believes Cheesy wants to avoid that, but to his surprise, Cheesy refuses without hesitation. He's not willing to betray Uzu. While Cheesy doesn't want to fight his brother, he is determined to protect him with his life if necessary. Seeing this resolve, the blade user tightens his grip on his weapon, preparing to end everything with his strongest attack. He's indifferent to his own death and seeks only to defeat his foes ruthlessly as he radiates an intense aura. The nine-tailed fox warns Cheesy to be cautious as the blade user readies his final attack. He claims that even if they dodge, the shockwaves will still affect them. He is confident that whether they evade or take the hit head-on, they are helpless. The aura is so intense that Cheesy begins to doubt whether the opponent is just a second-order transcendent. Finally, the blade user unleashes his attack, the solitary swan heaven slicing technique. Just as the strike is about to land, the king Arctic bear arrives with a fearsome expression. Spotting the nine-tailed fox and the panda cub, the bear hesitates. After a brief pause, the Arctic bear speaks up, saying he has just arrived and inquires about the situation. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, Thorn faces off against Zhao. Zhao grits his teeth, realizing that everyone else has fallen. He privately admits that if the fight drags on, he'll be dead soon. In her combat mode, Thorn wonders why he's still alive. In the next instant, she drives a vine through his body, noting that the Demon Bull's allies have all been defeated. Our hero reflects that this is the true might of Misty Mountain. Far away on a distant cliff, two foxes, one black and one white, are thankful they stayed out of the battle. They realize they would have met the same fate. The white fox concedes that Misty Mountain has become a power they can no longer oppose. She never anticipated a member of the Fox clan would be serving under the Divine Tree's command, nor did she anticipate her own strength being so overwhelming. As they pull back, the black fox comments on the remarkable bloodline of the nine-tailed fox. He can feel her intense presence even from this far away. The white fox then vows to gain similar power. By the lakeside, Kingling stands tall after defeating Wang Hao. Severely wounded, Wang Hao asks if she has truly regained control of herself. He mentions that being controlled by that divine flower is not like her. She simply brushes it off as a small accident, but Wang Hao is unconvinced. He reminds her that this so-called accident nearly cost everyone's lives, and that he gave up 50 years of spiritual energy to rescue her. As he continues to list his sacrifices, Kingling finds him bothersome. Instead, she wonders if the demon bull and the others managed to escape. She turns to leave, leaving Wang Hao behind to see if there's still a way to recover the divine flower. Now weakened, Wang Hao demands she stop, convinced she can't just leave him after all that has happened, especially since he expects her to marry him. Yet she walks away regardless. Alone, Wang Hao wonders where everyone else has gone. Meanwhile, Zhao is struck by the end of Thorn's vine. Miraculously, he manages to save his soul. It begins to move in the opposite direction. He never imagined the reinforcements from the Misty Mountains would be so strong that they even overpowered the Dragon Guard. Although his physical body is lost, Zhao resolves to start anew as long as his soul remains intact. To his shock, Kingling's centipede consumes his soul and transforms it into a small, orb-like form. The following day, startling news spreads across the entire alliance. Every powerful individual who attempted to seize the divine flower has been wiped out. No one survived. Among the Dragon Guards, members ranked 7, 8, and 9 all perished. The prodigy Zhao Zhao and the Lord of Gourmet City also fell in battle. No traces of Kingling or Wang Hao were found at the scene. Their fates remain unknown. In the world of trees, the restoration of spiritual energy is the foundation of all transformation. Ordinary creatures ascend into higher beings through this energy. As it manifests, everything begins to change. The world is full of transformations, and he is not the only one of his kind. A spiritual energy surge occurs when a certain amount of energy triggers a massive explosion. Even transcendent beings have a limited capacity for this power, as excessive amounts can lead to death. As a result, many creatures are slowly transformed into spiritual energy during these surges. Others flee to regions with lower energy levels for survival. Additionally, spiritual energy resources are considered highly valuable treasures, divided into plants and minerals. plants that absorb a significant amount of energy. During their growth become infused with it, though they do not gain intelligence. Instead, they turn into treasures like spirit flowers and spirit grasses. This explains why Kindling gives her master a herb she took from a sandro turtle's remain. High concentrations of spiritual energy also enrich stones under certain conditions, transforming them into spirit stones, which are highly valuable resources. Currently, the entire Federation is in a critical situation. Not only is there an outbreak of rats, but even wolf packs have attacked numerous grassland tribes. The death toll is at 30,000. Meanwhile, Kindling and Wang Hao returned yesterday, both severely injured. The investigation team has also uncovered mutated creatures resembling humans in the withered wood forest. At the headquarters, the Prime Minister learns that genetic experiments on artificial life, which had previously been forbidden, are now continuing under someone's direction. Upon investigation, they discover that all the data from the genetic forces base has been stolen. Moreover, all the experimental personnel have vanished. The Prime Minister wonders if they are all dead. Next, he views footage from Australia showing a colossal ancient creature wreaking havoc in cities. Across the country, around 100,000 lives have been lost, and the death toll continues to climb. Due to this monster, the entire human population in Australia is barely surviving. A reporter announces that the Coastal Defense Forces have sent a warning that an ancient creature is heading toward the Federation. In 1 month, it will reach the inland. All the original commanders are meeting to address this situation. The situation is dire, and all the top commanders are now gathered to discuss the crisis at hand. The Prime Minister inquires about the creature's level. The reporter adds that 2 months ago, the data they received suggested it was at the transcendent third order. However, in a shocking turn, the latest data shows that it has advanced to the transcendent fourth order. The Prime Minister is visibly shocked. The reporter goes on to say that this is the most formidable creature they have encountered so far. It ranks among the most powerful beasts, and its strength may grow even greater in a month. The Prime Minister begins to sweat, realizing this creature surpasses those in the Misty Mountains. He immediately summons all available and retired officers, regardless of rank, for an urgent meeting. He also instructs for a national conference to be scheduled for the day after tomorrow. When the reporter inquires about the divine flower captured in the Misty Mountains, the Prime Minister dismisses it, deciding to wait a month to address it, assuming the Federation can survive until then. Back in the northern region, the young, slightly unusual beasts play with Bald Head. One of the two-headed wolves sneezes, sending flames toward Bald Head. As Bald Head runs, burning in the fire, the other wolf head, with its ice affinity, breathes out a cold blast, freezing him completely. Watching them, Yuziyu remarks that not everyone can handle these young creatures. Our protagonist reflects that after the kidnapping incident, he called them here for their safety. The two-headed wolf can enhance its power by absorbing fire and ice spirit stones. This creature is actually a mutated cyan wolf, a two-headed wolf. First order, it can breathe both fire and ice. Meanwhile, the giant snake is actually a mutant green snake. A three-headed snake, first order. Even if one head is lost, it can regenerate fully. Since the mutant green snake is skilled in underwater combat, our protagonist decides to keep it in the sea. He immediately summons Orca. Orca materializes from the sea. When this orca was tamed, it joined with our hero, along with its entire clan. This marks the first time our hero has teamed up with sea creatures. Yuzuyu then entrusts the snake's training to Orca. He instructs Orca to take good care of it. Although the orca appears fierce, its voice is surprisingly gentle. Our hero, in his dragon form, guides the snake to follow Orca and reach the second order. Once it does, he will pick it up again. As Orca leaves with the snake, our protagonist eagerly anticipates their reunion. Now Yuzuyu carries the wolf and instructs it to consume the ice spirit stone. By doing so, it will fully master the ice elemental power. Afterward, he leaves the golden monkey with big ears. Meanwhile, Bald Head finally frees itself from the ice and begins searching for the three young ones. Unable to find them, it grows frantic. However, just then, our hero approaches, planning to personally train it. Bald Head lags behind the golden monkey and the boar. Our protagonist starts its training, noting that its progress is still too slow. He warns it that if things don't improve, he will eliminate it himself. Seeing the intense training, the leopard and the green mantis find their master intimidating. Meanwhile, Yuzuyu continues the relentless training. 5 days later, Bald Head becomes incredibly muscular. Though the training was grueling, our protagonist is pleased to see the results. Now anyone below First Order would stand no chance against Bald Head. Suddenly, the falcon arrives, bringing a report to its master. From the falcon, our hero learns that his comrades have finally returned. Meanwhile, Bald Head swells with pride, eager to show off the results of its special training. It has now reached the peak of Transcendent First Order. But as soon as the whole group appears, all of them surpass the Transcendent First Order peak, except for Thorn. Bald Head's confidence crumbles and it quietly withdraws. In the meantime, Yuzuyu notices the divine flower. Upon seeing the divine flower, Yuzuyu opens the attribute panel to assess its power. To his surprise, the stats window glows with such intensity that he struggles to open his eyes. Even the attribute panel is remarkable. The divine flower is actually the celestial Earth's mysterious flower, transcendent first order. She has the ability to freeze time. However, this consumes 1 million spiritual energies instantly. After reading this, our protagonist reflects on how her powers relate to time, feeling envious of her control over such a force. However, the divine flower cannot speak much, as she realizes she might be overwhelmed. Yuzuyu reassures her that there's no need to be anxious, as no one here harbors any ill will toward her. In addition to her ability to stop time, the divine flower also has the power to communicate with plants. This allows her to make both spirit flowers and herbs obey her commands. That's why the protagonist asks for her help in cultivating them. She explains that with sufficient spiritual energy, they can grow in just 2 weeks. However, she also needs to consume 1/5 of the flowers and herbs as nourishment. Yuzuyu has no objections to this deal. He decides to leave the task of finding seeds for the plants to the nine-tailed fox. Soon after, Cheesy tells our hero that he plans to return to the mountains to find some bamboo to eat. The protagonist gives him permission and thanks him for his efforts. Just as Cheesy is about to leave, the divine flower calls to him, saying she needs to stay here a while longer before heading to the Misty Mountain. She asks him to wait for her, which causes our hero to blush at the sight of them together. Thorns wonders if this might be a confession. The divine flower finally admits her feelings to Cheesy. However, Cheesy is irritated and doesn't see how this concerns him. He leaves, telling her not to bother him anymore. The divine flower then tells everyone that she has just been rejected. Sadly, our protagonist believes that love always comes with its share of pain. Meanwhile, out at sea, the Federation has dispatched heavy machinery to deal with the giant beast. As fighter jets soar overhead, the giant creature watches them carefully, with more jets soon filling the sky. From the ship, the military locks onto their target. They fire, sending missiles toward the giant. Countless missiles and bullets strike the target, but after a moment, the giant finally responds with a growl. The creature opens its colossal mouth and releases supersonic waves that intercept and destroy all incoming projectiles. Even the jets are obliterated and the ships struggle to cope. Soon, their intercontinental missiles are ready to fire. A missile is launched directly at the giant and explodes on impact. The blast causes damage to their own ships as well. Unfortunately, once the smoke clears, the giant is still standing, seemingly unharmed. The intercontinental missiles were completely ineffective. The giant then begins to destroy the ships in front of it. Live footage of the creature is being closely monitored at the command center. The officials discuss how their thermal weapons are useless against a fourth-order transcendent creature, even though the weapons are the most advanced available today. With that, the countdown begins for the all-out battle between the giant and Yuzuyu. Only 14 days remain. Meanwhile, in the northern area, our protagonist is jealous of the divine flower's ability to absorb spiritual energy directly into her body. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. It alerts him to an unknown power and asks if he wants to spend 100,000 evolution points to unlock it. He quickly decides to activate it. To his surprise, he unlocks an innate ability that allows him to freeze time for 0.01 seconds. However, this comes at the cost of 1 million spiritual energy per use, and its current level is less than 1,000. Yu is puzzled upon learning that he now possesses the ability to manipulate time. Beside him, the divine flower, who looks frail, explains that she transferred all her accumulated spiritual energy into his body. Granting him this new power, our hero is shocked by her weakened state. However, she dismisses her condition, saying she'll recover after some rest. At that moment, our protagonist offers her his life essence. She drinks it, instantly feeling rejuvenated, and wonders about the extraordinary liquid she just consumed. Our hero brags that he is quite strong as well. As he reviews the stats of his new ability, he realizes that while it's very powerful, mastering it will take effort. Noting the current 1000th level, he believes that with time, he can extend the duration. Excited, he orders the divine flower to work continuously, promising to give her more life essence in return. Elsewhere, Qingquan sets up a projector and screen to watch a film. He tells Cheesy that this is how humans enjoy themselves. The equipment he has now was brought from Qingfeng City, and they can watch any movie if they connect to a smartphone. Sadly, the phone signals in the forest are weak. Cheesy comments that he had heard about this when he lived in the zoo. After a few minutes, they begin watching the film. As it plays, more and more animals gather to watch. To everyone's surprise, they're even more hyped than Qingquan. In the film, the main character says during a line of dialogue, "If you go through life with no dreams, how are you any different from a salted fish?" Cheesy finds that line pretty intriguing. All of a sudden, a small pop-up window appears on the display. It's a news update about the giant heading into Gyre City. Chiza points to the report. According to the broadcast, a transcendent fourth-rank creature has surfaced in Huazia's water, and it is expected to arrive in Gyre City in 28 days. The country has declared a level 1 emergency warning, and residents are being urged to evacuate to Kao San City. Cheesy abruptly tells Qing Quan to stop the news. When Qing Quan asks whether he noticed something, Cheesy brushes it off. Still, his gaze is locked on a pink-haired woman sprinting for her life from the giant. After spotting her, Cheesy decides to head back and find something to eat. Qing Quan and Bald Head are left baffled by how suddenly he leaves. At the same time, Thorn, together with the green mantis and Flash, happily soaks in the spiritual pool. Meanwhile, the white tiger can't wait to join in, but our tree blocks it, since the tiger isn't permitted to enter. Flash shows up and tells his master that he's grown stronger again. After checking the stats window, Yuzuyu discovers Flash has gained strength multiplication. This skill burns through a huge amount of spiritual energy, and his power doubles every 10 seconds. Yu tells Flash he can now stack his strength boost multiple times. Flash is thrilled and wants to test the new ability immediately. With that power, he slams the ground hard enough to carve out an enormous crater. He points out it only works up to a twofold boost, because his body can't withstand anything beyond that. Later on, our hero is bursting with anticipation for the showdown between Cheesy and the nine-tailed fox. He even pushes his companions to place bets on a side. Cheesy treats the match with total seriousness, since he's been waiting a long time for it. He admits he's always wanted to experience what it's like for a proud, formidable fight, like the nine-tailed fox, to be trampled under his foot. As it turns out, the fox has been thinking the same thing. The nine-tailed fox triggers Blazing Surge, and the panda activates Fiery Form. Spiritual energy surges outward from both the nine-tailed fox and Cheesy in massive waves. The fox strikes first with blistering speed, appearing directly behind Cheesy. The panda uses petrification, and a tremendous explosion bursts out. Yuzuyu shields himself and the others with his roots, sweating as he watches just how powerful those two have become. Nine-tailed strains to force Cheesy back. Meanwhile, the panda seems pleased with how the duel is progressing. Then he drives a crushing punch into the fox. Nine-tailed is sent flying back, but the moment the panda starts closing in on her, the nine-tailed fox releases an overwhelming flood of spiritual energy. Cheesy halts mid-advance. Out of the flames, Nine-tailed steps forward, radiating a fearsome presence. She pours out searing fire meant to incinerate her opponent, and a huge stretch of forest catches fire. Watching the clash, our hero remarks that they both look like they're trying to kill each other. At the same time, Nine-tailed studies her opponent carefully. Then, unexpectedly, a fireball forms right in front of her. It's actually Cheesy using a technique called Giant Fireball. It lets him become a fireball himself, consuming everything in its path. Cheesy ends up swallowing all the flames. He and Nine-tailed lock eyes, both brimming with lethal intent. Just then, Yuzuyu, in his dragonroot form, moves in to put a stop to the fight, since keeping it going will eventually wreck the entire island. But to his shock, the instant he reaches them, Cheesy concedes. He acknowledges that Nine-tailed is extremely powerful. Our protagonist and the others are stunned to see Cheesy surrender like that. Nine-tailed is puzzled too, since she knows the panda was the one eager to fight. Yet now he's choosing to stop. Chitsi apologizes, saying he only wanted to find out whether he could beat a truly strong opponent. Then he turns to our hero and says he wants to talk about something privately. Later that night, Yuzuyu asks if he honestly believes he can't defeat Nine-tailed, but the panda only replies that she's very strong. After that, he asks with curiosity just how powerful a transcendent fourth order really is. He wants to know whether his master could bring it down. Our tree gives an answer that isn't entirely clear-cut. When Cheesy asks what it feels like to challenge someone stronger than yourself, our hero says fear rules most of the fight. If you're terrified of dying, then nothing you do has any meaning. Cheesy chuckles lightly and comments that even his mighty master is hesitant when facing a formidable adversary. After a short silence, Archery questions if this is the subject he intended to bring up. The panda nonchalantly shrugs it off. Then, our protagonist inquires why he always carries the flute. Cheesy explains that during a surge of spiritual energy, his friend lost it in the zoo while fleeing from the wild animal. He always hoped to return the flute to her one day. After hearing this, Yuzuyu confides that he has little fondness for humans, viewing them as selfish and ignorant. Humans constantly repeat their mistakes, and he believes they are untrustworthy no matter what. Nevertheless, he acknowledges that there are rare exceptions, people worth sacrificing for. However, such individuals are incredibly rare. Cheesy then shares that he was raised by humans and sometimes feels our hero resembles a human. To Cheesy, the way his master speaks and gives orders feels distinctly human. He adds that not all humans are bad, as the ones he knows are good-hearted. Unexpectedly, he poses a daring question, wondering if our protagonist would ever side with humans. Would our hero eliminate him? After pondering for a moment, Yuzuyu shakes his head. the reason being they are friends and he knows Cheesy would never harm him. Cheesy offers a faint smile before deciding to play his flute. As the music flows, our hero's eyes widen and a serene atmosphere fills the space. With fireflies drifting through the air, the others find the music enchanting. Chizu plays for a while, then steps away from his master. He softly bids everyone farewell, but to his surprise, the nine-tailed fox appears in front of him and hands him 2 small vials of life essence. She explains that their master had given them to him, knowing he was about to leave. The fox also expresses her desire for a rematch in the future, as she doesn't consider their previous encounter a true fight. He understands this as he walks away with confidence. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a coastal city is ravaged by a colossal monster. Everyone, including the transcendent fighters, perishes. As the giant departs, a massive tidal wave engulfs the city, submerging the area completely. Soon, a whale shark approaches the giant, a fellow transcendent of the Fourth Order. They clash fiercely and the scene transitions. In the northern region, all the animals are engrossed in a documentary. Qing Quan watches them, feeling slightly irritated. Meanwhile, the white crane soars over the northern region, but cannot find Yu Ziyu at his usual location. In a panic, the crane is struck by one of our hero's roots. Surprisingly, our protagonist has grown to an enormous size. He towers over the entire island, having mastered a new ability called size manipulation. This skill allows him to alter his size without affecting his power or spiritual energy. He is now taller than the mountains, enjoying his time as a towering figure. From below, the divine flower, now at the transcendent second order, comments on how much fun our hero seems to be having. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the giant has successfully consumed the transcendent Fourth Order whale shark. After devouring it, the giant undergoes a transformation, reaching the peak of the transcendent Fourth Order. Cheesy reflects on his past as a baby in the zoo. At that time, a lion broke free from its cage and charged toward him. Just as the lion was about to attack, a girl with pink hair stepped in to protect Cheesy. She shielded him, and the lion was soon subdued by a tranquilizer dart. Though terrified, the pink-haired girl managed to save him. Now, in the present, he has finally arrived at GR City. He silently prays for Zio AI, the pink-haired girl, hoping she has survived. Meanwhile, the giant continues its relentless advance. A month passes. In the northern region, the white tiger approaches his master, and Yuzuyu realizes the beast has made a breakthrough. The white tiger has reached the transcendent second order. Our hero is impressed and incredibly proud. However, the white tiger is still limited to simple phrases. Flash enters and boasts about his own evolution last month. The divine flower, now with fully formed limbs, steps forward, also having reached the second order. Next, the white snake appears to congratulate the white tiger on his achievement. Meanwhile, the Arctic white bear, also at the second order, teases the tiger for feeling proud. It turns out everyone has reached the second order. One by one, they reveal their breakthroughs, showing that reaching the second order is no big feat. The white tiger feels disheartened by their remarks and quickly leaves. Our protagonist advises everyone not to dampen the tiger's spirits, but his words seem to have little effect. Yuzuyu reflects that everyone has made significant progress this month and that their strength has grown. He too has awakened a new skill, dubbed Ice Age. With this ability, he can instantly freeze the land and seas beneath the sky. Additionally, his spiritual power has exceeded 8 million. Moreover, all the spirit stones beneath the ground have been used. He plans to leave the remaining ones for the younger beasts. He has stationed the guerrilla forces along the northern borders, intending to eventually replace them with the Arctic White Bear Legion later, alongside our protagonists. He also plans to return to the Misty Mountains soon. At this point, our hero wonders about Cheesy and if he has located his friend yet. Oddly enough, he's missing him despite the panda having been so bothersome. He hopes Cheesy is unharmed. However, the panda now faces the giant alone. Both are bleeding. Later in the northern region, everyone is glued to the screen. Laughter fills the air as the show is incredibly funny. Qing Quan soon decides to watch cartoons, but Bald Head prefers the animal world. As Qing Quan picks up his phone, he discovers that the giant has destroyed Jir City. At that moment, he opens the news and the screen lights up with live footage of the giant battling someone. Upon closer inspection, they realize the giant is about to devour none other than Cheesy. Qing Quan quickly informs his master. Soon, all their powerful allies receive the news. Yuzuyu immediately commands everyone to return to the Misty Mountains. It's time to prepare for battle. With only 10 days remaining before the ultimate showdown between our hero and the ancient creature, memories flood back. When the beast tide reached Jir City, everyone fled in fear, yet Xiao AI ran in the opposite direction. Despite being warned of the dangerous creatures ahead, she ignored the advice, solely focused on finding Cheesy. She knew the panda was still inside the zoo. Soon, a mutated lion arrived at the young Cheesy. The lion roared, frightening him. Just as things were about to go wrong, Zio AI intervened, buying him some time. Now we shift to the present where the panda has just reached Jir City. Standing in front of the zoo, he announces his return. Looking around, he notices the eerie quiet and the strange objects scattered throughout the city. No humans are visible anywhere. Perhaps they've fled or are hiding, and the panda has yet to encounter the powerful first-order giant. Suddenly, he hears a child scream. The boy stands up, finally finding some food, feeling thankful despite his physical pain. Right then, Cheesy approaches him, eager to learn who the boy is and why he's in his house. The child is terrified, thinking Cheesy is a monster, but after an explanation, the boy calms down, astonished that a panda can speak human language. As they walk, the boy explains that this area is now considered a red zone. Cheesy is more interested in learning about the giant that destroyed the city. However, the boy knows little, only that the giant disappeared without a trace yesterday. He mentions that the giant fought an orca, and as a result, half the city was flooded. When the panda asks why he didn't evacuate, the boy explains they couldn't leave in time since all the roads are blocked by massive debris. The child was separated from his family, and shortly after, the giant beast appeared. Even their military couldn't defeat it, and many lives were lost due to the monster's rampage. When Cheesy asks why the boy is wandering in such a perilous situation, the boy explains that everyone has been trapped for a month. Supplies are running low, so he ventured out in search of survival and to reunite with his family. The boy points to a damaged building from a cliff, revealing a government bunker beneath it. For now, that's where the people are living. He goes on to say that the government first protected the zoo's inhabitants because they understood the monster's habits better than others. He believes that Cheesy's friend must be there. The boy grabs the panda's arm, urging him to come with him. He believes the soldiers won't shoot because they've already protected other pandas. However, Cheesy raises his arm, signaling that he doesn't want to go. Instead, he tells the boy to go alone. The boy, puzzled, can't understand why the panda isn't joining him. Cheesy says he's not ready to face his friend yet. Moreover, there are other matters he needs to take care of. When everything settles, he will definitely seek them out. The boy sighs, and as he leaves, he shouts for the panda not to die as they are waiting for him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, something attacks. Thankfully, the panda dodges, but the boy is badly injured. Cheesy is filled with complete despair. Out of nowhere, the ancient beast emerges in the city from beneath the ground. At the same time, the panda attempts to protect the boy by imparting the essence of life. Thankfully, the boy begins to rise as his wounds are fully healed. Meanwhile, the colossal monster materializes right next to them. Cheesy tells the boy to flee and braces himself for combat against the giant. The monster starts to advance. The panda hadn't anticipated it lurking underground. He urges the boy to escape, but the child worries for him. Cheesy responds that he must face and defeat this creature. After a brief pause, the boy reluctantly leaves. Chitsy begins radiating his spiritual energy as he readies for battle. The giant lets out a deafening roar, generating immense air pressure. The panda grits his teeth, realizing that the sheer spiritual energy of the creature makes breathing difficult. He acknowledges that it surpasses even the divine tree in strength. Its spiritual force feels like an infinite abyss. Encountering a transcendent fourth-order beast of this magnitude, our hero questions whether he can truly overcome it. Abruptly, the giant lashes out with a tentacle. Cheesy narrowly evades by leaping into the air. While airborne, he activates his petrification skill, but before it takes effect, the giant strikes directly at the panda's body. The impact causes him to bleed. Moments later, he lands only to face successive blows from the giant. From afar, a reporter and her cameraman attempt to capture live footage of the battle while remaining unseen. As the camera rolls, the reporter begins narrating. She explains that the giant, silent for several days, has re-emerged in the city and is now clashing with another formidable beast. She doesn't know the cause of the fight, but speculates it's likely about territory. When the camera finally spots the hero, the reporter identifies him as a panda-type iron-eating beast. Meanwhile, officials in the government bunker watch the live feed. One man wonders if another rescue team has been dispatched. He's puzzled why only one panda is fighting. A short-haired blonde girl next to an injured panda questions which team this panda belongs to. Observers doubt Cheesy can prevail, especially given his size disadvantage. Another individual shouts in frustration, questioning why the government hasn't sent stronger operatives, sensing the panda is overwhelmed. Elsewhere, an elderly man calls Zio AI to watch the live feed. Upon seeing it, she immediately recognizes Cheesy. Tears fill her eyes as she notices the flute on his body, realizing he has returned to protect everyone. Back in the fight, Cheesy curls into a ball and charges his opponent at tremendous speed. Sadly, his attack fails to affect the giant. In retaliation, the enormous creature emits powerful supersonic waves. The waves slam into the panda, forcing him to the ground under immense pressure. He coughs violently, severely injured. The assault blurs his vision, rings his ears, and makes breathing difficult. He struggles to believe it, even after holding the nine-tailed fox to a draw. He lacks the power to confront a transcendent fourth-order beast and admits internally that he can't even launch a counterattack. He is uncertain how to proceed. Observers in the bunker can clearly see he is in mortal danger. In agony, Cheesy realizes once again he is powerless. He loves this city deeply. It's not just where his loved one resides, but also where he grew up. He wishes to remain here forever. He recalls how Zio AI once protected him, yet he abandoned her out of fear. Afraid, he deserted the person who loved him most and the one he loved most. He believes she must have felt despair then. For this reason, he feels unworthy of appearing before her now. Accepting his limitations, he resolves to at least drive the giant out of the city. He counters a blow from the giant with one hand while ingesting the essence of life. A completely foreign creature emerges from Australia, wreaking havoc across the continent. It then travels across the ocean, reaching the Federation. This monstrous being is the highest-ranked creature in recorded history. The Federation mobilizes all its military forces to oppose it, deploying 5 times the troops used against UZU. The world watches this crisis unfold, looking to the Federation, the planet's second most powerful military power. In an attempt to settle the conflict, the giant wipes out all 250,000 troops, including civilians, the fatalities near 570,000. By day 6, the death count climbs to 650,000. By the 15th day, it reaches 710,000. By the 23rd day, the total hits 830,000. So far, nearly 1.96 million lives have been lost. At headquarters, they watch the battle between the giant and Cheesy live on screen. The supervisor questions why the Dragon Knight's panda is present when the unit was entirely destroyed. Unexpectedly, the Prime Minister appears behind her. Observing the footage, he wonders if that panda stands any chance against the giant. Cheesy radiates an immense aura as he recalls his last conversation with Yuzu. He had asked how to instantly become stronger. Yuzu explained that the spiritual energy from this world resides in their hearts. Normally, using their body's abilities only taps 30% of this energy. Yuzu warned that unleashing 100% would shatter the heart's stored energy, causing it to surge through every cell, granting temporary power beyond one's limits. Yet he strongly cautioned never to use it, for its danger is extreme. Currently, the panda chooses not to tap into his full spiritual energy. Even on the brink of death, he emits such a potent aura that the ground cracks beneath him. With this, he dares the giant to strike. The giant lashes out with its tentacles, but they freeze entirely. Cheesy leaps and lands a forceful blow to the giant's body. The creature bleeds unexpectedly. The panda then jumps skyward. At headquarters, they note his spiritual energy surging rapidly. It has already surpassed 90,000 and continues climbing. The Prime Minister realizes that the whole world, not just the Federation, is witnessing this battle as humanity's fate hangs in the balance. The giant strikes with a tentacle, and the panda prepares a punch in defense. When his punch lands, the tentacle snaps cleanly. Cheesy struggles slightly, finding the Transcendent Order creature's body extremely resilient. The giant launches multiple tentacles toward him next. Cheesy steadies himself, roaring, and instantly tears all the tentacles apart. As he hovers, the monster devours him. Observers at the government bunker assume he is dead, but the Prime Minister senses something is off. At that moment, the giant feels an internal disturbance. Its torso explodes from within. Panda emerges, injured but unyielding, activating his skill, Crimson Lotus Solar Flare Sphere. From a distance, he appears like the sun. He warns the giant that it should feel privileged to witness this move before its demise, a technique even Ninetales never experienced. Cheesy executes his secret attack, striking his foe directly. The giant screams in excruciating pain. Despite injuries, the panda revels in the moment, attacking the giant repeatedly from multiple angles. Witnessing the damage, the reporter notes this is the first time the giant has been pushed this far. It seems to have no counterattack. She speculates that the panda could win the war. At headquarters, the supervisor is astonished by Cheesy's power. Meanwhile, those in the government bunker cheer for him, and people worldwide hope for his victory at all costs. On the battlefield, the panda continues striking the giant. He tells the beast that this city, once beautiful, will not be taken. Determined to expel the giant, he advances for another devastating attack. The impact is so intense it affects everything nearby. Smoke billows across the area. The reporter worries about the cameraman and his equipment. When the smoke clears, she is shocked. The government bunker falls silent, excitement gone. Xiao AI and the old man share the same reaction. Unfortunately, the giant grips Cheesy, who is severely injured. Observers conclude he has been defeated. Now no one knows who could possibly overcome this monster. At headquarters, the Prime Minister pounds his fist in frustration. Back in the fight, the ancient beast slams Cheesy to the ground. The panda coughs, barely able to move. He questions if he truly has no options. He doesn't even know how many bones are broken. Additionally, all the life energy gifted by UZU is depleted. The panda wonders if this is the human experience when facing the divine tree. He is consumed by overwhelming despair. Meanwhile, the child from earlier approaches the reporter and cameraman. The boy cries as he begs the reporter to prevent the panda from dying, explaining that Cheesy simply wants to see his friend one last time. The boy's plea is captured on camera. This causes Zio AI to realize the full situation. Tearfully, she shouts for the panda to escape. On the battlefield, Cheesy's mind is flooded with past voices, urging him to flee or face death. He stands up, telling himself that he's no longer the old Cheesy. He wonders if Zio AI is witnessing his battle. The fire inside him still burns strong, so he decides this time he won't run away. With a defiant yell, he declares to Zio AI that he won't be fleeing this time. During the surge of spiritual energy, humanity launches a massive offensive against various beings. Yet 2 years after the energy surge, they now see a beast struggling to protect them from a terrifying ancient creature. Previously, after the lion escaped, Cheesy had been concerned for Zio Ai's safety, but she had reassured him it was only a small scratch from the lion, one that would heal quickly. She explained that when people defend something, they instinctively open their arms, even if it means risking their lives. It's a sacrifice they are willing to make. Then she asked Cheesy if there was something he cared enough to protect. Now in the present, she sobs uncontrollably, heartbroken to see Cheesy on the brink of death. At 5:30 p.m., Cheesy is defeated, though his fate remains uncertain. Cheesy stands motionless, memories of his moments with Zio AI flooding his mind as he faces the massive monster. Shortly after, something rises beneath him. The object emerges from the ground and lifts him to the height of the giant creature. The cameraman records everything from a distance, while those watching the live broadcast are left in stunned disbelief. The ancient monster then opens its jaws to devour Cheesy, while Zio AI in anguish shouts his name. Sadly, the monster consumes the panda. In the north, Yuziyu watches the entire live broadcast of their confrontation. At that moment, Qing's spirit appears, ready to deliver a message to her master. She reveals that Jir City is where the panda cub was born. She adds that around 8 people from the zoo helped raise him, and Zio AI was one of them. The list of those who fled the city does not include any zoo staff, and they are also not listed among the casualties. Our boy then asks how long it will take to reach Jir City. King says it will take about a month. He realizes that the panda also left about a month ago. Back at the headquarters, the Federation learns that the panda fighting the giant isn't part of the Dragon Guard squad. In fact, this panda had escaped from Jir City earlier. The Zio AI he mentioned could be one of the zoo staff he's searching for. The Prime Minister is stunned that the panda fought the colossal beast simply to save someone. Their rescue operation has made no progress so far. The area is fully blocked, cutting off the city entirely. Additionally, the explosives have no effect on the monster. If they use helicopters, the giant beast will destroy them mid-flight. Meanwhile, the protagonist plans a direct assault on the monster. Yuzu decides to break through the barrier. At the same time, the Prime Minister inquires about the Dragon Core. His assistant confirms they're ready, with their top transcendents assembled. They will reach the area within a month, but both our hero and the Prime Minister agree that waiting isn't an option. Delaying will put more lives at risk, so they must speed up their efforts. The protagonist's strategy is to protect the people inside the city. Including Cheesy, the goal is straightforward. Eliminate the giant monster, then rescue the panda. With that, both UZU and the Prime Minister set the operation date for 10 days from now. The creatures of the Mystery Mountains are eagerly anticipating the battle. Meanwhile, in Jir City, Zioya grabs her sniper rifle, ready to avenge Cheesy. An elderly man stops her, reminding her that the enemy is so formidable that even Cheesy couldn't defeat it. If she goes out there, she'll die for nothing. However, she protests, insisting that she shouldn't fear death, just as the panda didn't fear dying. Her determination to fight and avenge Cheesy remains unshaken. She is determined to act even if she cannot defeat the foe, resolved to take a shot before her life ends. She prefers death over inaction. Suddenly, the earth trembles violently, and those nearby feel as if an earthquake has struck. In reality, the ground shakes because the colossal ancient creature moves, while letting out a deafening roar. It continues roaring as a green, liquid-like substance pours from its mouth. The creature ejects the green liquid, which immediately lands on a nearby structure, releasing toxic fumes. Soon, the enormous creature begins to morph. A reporter notes that it has assumed the form of a pupa. At headquarters, the Prime Minister's assistant announces that a name has been chosen for the ancient beast. Based on its origin and behavior, the creature is now called the destructive beast Australis. The Prime Minister reads about Australith, born in Australia, and brought here through devastation. Soon after, a report arrives showing footage from Jir City. Australith is seen encased like a pupa. Watching the video, the Prime Minister realizes it is evolving, without immediate action. The entire world could face annihilation. The green liquid from Australith drips off the building, forming numerous monsters. These monsters, created from the toxic substance, pursue terrified citizens fleeing for their lives. The green creatures seize and consume humans. Later, they bring the bodies to Australith, now in larval form. The larva has a massive mouth and immediately devours the human remains. From the shadows, a cameraman films the scene, risking his own life. The reporter reminds him that dangerous work is necessary to capture valuable footage. She explains that these creatures hunt humans specifically to feed the enormous pupa. The green monsters come in various forms. The larger ones act as guards, constantly vigilant, while smaller winged ones fly to oversee the larva's surroundings. They move with human-like coordination, suggesting the creature's intelligence has awakened. Waiting until the creature fully evolves will mean doom. A young man runs as green monsters chase him in the next scene. A panda suddenly appears, unleashing shadow projectiles. This is the injured panda previously in the government bunker. He orders the young man to retreat to safety. Riding on the panda's back is a short-haired girl. She surveys the number of green monsters spawned by the pupa. 3 days have passed since the clash with Cheesy. The giant's aura grows increasingly bright. Soon, a swarm of green beasts surrounds her and the injured panda. The panda calls the girl Zaya-Ozi and advises retreat. They both fall back. In the shelter, people address Zaya-Ozi as captain and ask for updates on the outside situation, or whether she has found any food. She drops a large sack on the ground, though finding supplies has become very difficult. Zio-AI calls to her, and the two sit together. Zaya-Ozi explains that the city outside is overrun by green monsters. Without a way out, they risk either being eaten or dying of starvation. Moreover, all communications are jammed, cutting off contact with the outside world. Even the approach of UZU's rescue team is unknown. Zio-AI is determined to survive, unwilling to let the boy's sacrifice be wasted. Suddenly, an alarm blares. Many are unsure of its cause, but one man urges everyone to look outside. A large number of green monsters approach the shelter. They break in through the windows, swarming inside to hunt the occupants. Zio-Ozi orders the elderly and children to retreat underground and tells the rest to arm themselves. As a young man faces death, an old man saves him by shooting a monster. Bullets, however, do not harm the creatures at all. While many take shelter underground, Zaya-Ozi continues to fight alongside the injured panda. Danbao struggles, still recovering from earlier wounds. At the cave entrance, the boy who met Cheesy urges Zio-AI to hurry inside. Yet she chooses not to enter, opting instead to confront the threat. The moment she shuts the door, a monster ambushes her from behind. She evades it and starts sprinting, glancing back mid-run to fire her sniper. Resolute to survive, she keeps shooting. Whenever the monster nears a door, it slams shut, blocking its path. The creature gets trapped in a tropical area. Meanwhile, 2 hippos in the water are unsettled by Yuzu's roots. It becomes clear that our hero and companions are headed toward Jir City. They've been traveling for 7 days, and at this pace, they should reach the city in just 2 more days. However, the peregrine falcons likely arrived there ahead of them. Yuzuyu commands his beast to pick up the pace. In Jir City, the falcons have already reached the vicinity of the larva monster. Observing it closely, the falcons are taken aback. At the same time, a group of transcendents called the Dragon Team arrives at their target location. The United Team captain surveys the pupa monster. One of his team members notes that it is surrounded by multiple beasts providing protection and supplying it with nourishment. Realizing it requires guarding, the captain comments that the enormous creature currently lacks any means to defend itself. He concludes that this is the only opportunity to destroy it. If they delay, he fears humanity could be annihilated. At headquarters, an agent informs the Prime Minister that the super being team has arrived in Jir City. Heavily armed units are stationed outside, unable to enter the city for now. Additionally, the report states that Qing is advancing toward Jir City with a large force. The agent mentions that Wang Hao and Zioya from Song City, along with Yinsidi's Handu, are also approaching, leading their own teams. All are expected to arrive tomorrow. The Prime Minister remarks that this will be a nationwide conflict. At that moment, his assistant reports receiving a communication from the Spirit Energy Bureau. Sadly, the message warns that a creature with 4 million spirit energy is heading toward Jir City, identified as the Misty Mountains Demon Tree. The Prime Minister is shocked and deeply stressed. Meanwhile, in Jir City, a United Team member appears to be captured by a green monster, though it is only a ruse. His name is Baiju, a rank 2 transcendent, steadily approaching the pupa monster. The United Team notes that the monster's exterior is too tough to break. Since it needs to eat, they plan an internal strike. Baiju carries multiple energy bombs. When the monster tries to consume him, he will use his powers to escape, while Hangying, an expert in stealth, will trigger the detonation. Originally, Baiju was supposed to set off the explosives himself, but the risk of him being caught in the blast was too high. The revised strategy has him escape while the team attacks the monsters from the left, allowing him to retreat safely. Then Hangying will detonate the pupa as it opens its mouth. To swallow Baiju, he reacts, and his teammates watch as he hurls the explosives inside. The monster shuts its mouth. Baiju dodges and runs in the opposite direction. Once he is safe, his captain leads the team in covering his retreat. Reaching the monster's location, they fire spirit energy bullets at them. Meanwhile, Baiju concentrates solely on escaping. After he clears the area, Hangying activates the bombs. Unfortunately, the explosives inside the giant creature remain inert. At that moment, a green monster spots her from behind. Baiju turns toward it while fleeing. As he wonders about her actions, a green monster charges at him from the front. He narrowly avoids the attack by leaping instantly. Using his clan whip ability, he defeats the monster. Yet, he knows the danger isn't over. Soon after, a red monster confronts him. It is partially awakened intelligence. The Transcendents continue battling while the bombs remain dormant. The number of monsters surges, surprising them as they spot a first-order Transcendent beast among them. A green monster devours Hangye, but one hand holding the detonator remains outside. Everyone is preoccupied fighting the first-order Transcendent beast. Their leader attempts to seize the detonator. As his hand nearly reaches it, the red monster intervenes, hurling Bai Ju onto the leader. Under immense pressure, the leader retreats while clutching Ju, who is in critical condition. The red beast is revealed to be a Transcendent second-order shadow beast. At the same time, the leader feels despair upon seeing the newcomer. Suddenly, he finds himself surrounded by numerous shadow beasts. He attempts to scare them off while activating the detonator, intending to die alongside them. Luckily, the explosives trigger this time, causing the pupa monster to explode from within. Several shadow monsters are destroyed in the blast as well. Fortunately, the leader survived. Tragically, all his allies are dead. Suddenly, the Transcendent second-order beast appears beside him. Unexpectedly, it lowers itself toward the remains of the pupa monster. A mysterious energy causes something to take shape in the smoke. Sadly, the emerging figure is none other than Australith, a Transcendent fourth-order peak entity, leaving the leader utterly shocked and questioning how this could happen. Australith engulfs him while he wonders how they might possibly defeat this creature. Meanwhile, outside the city, Federation forces attempt to breach the wall. They struggle until someone reports a breach in the southern wall. The commander questions why it appeared suddenly but quickly plans to advance through it. Meanwhile, many shadow monsters gather around a shelter inside the city. The people inside barricade doors and windows to keep them out. These monsters have been besieging them for 2 days, and the people are exhausted beyond endurance. Here they face inevitable death either from being devoured or from starvation. Zaya-Ozi, Zayai, and the old man are completely drained. Each of them has reached their absolute limit. Suddenly, the shadow monsters break through the barriers. The defenders are resolved to stop them, yet something horrifying occurs. Zayoi and Zyoxi arrive with Sanbao. Too many shadow beasts enter. If the assault continues, everyone will perish. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently. After the quake, all shadow monsters begin retreating. Some new beasts arrive and start eliminating the retreating monsters. The shaking ceases entirely. Unexpectedly, the roots of Yu emerge. Growing from the ground, these beasts are none other than our hero and his army. Yu and his comrades stand before the refugees. Everyone recognizes the hero, but wonders why they have come. Fear grips the people, thinking these newcomers will devour them and that death is imminent. Yuzuyu steps before Zio AI and asks if she is indeed Zio AI, the one the panda was desperate to protect. After a brief pause, she realizes he is Cheesy's friend and asks if they have come to rescue him. Yu nods, assuring that he will protect them all, just as the panda intended. Qing Quan then places a large box of food in front of the people. Brought from Qingfeng City, it is sufficient for today's needs. When asked about tomorrow, Yu promises rescue by then. He instructs half of his team to stay and safeguard the people, while the rest follow him to confront Australith. Australith remains surrounded by its shadow beast. It senses a strong approaching energy, but also feels its hunger. Australith has now reached Transcendent Fourth Order, with 13 million spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Yuzu is at Transcendent Third Order with 9.7 million spiritual energy. Australith's offspring are starving as well. After a few minutes, our hero approaches Australith. The reporter and cameraman document everything, shocked that the demon tree from the Misty Mountains has arrived here. However, the signals cut out as Australith transforms into a new form. Unexpectedly, the signals return. The reporter cheers in delight, but her partner cautions her to stay low. Meanwhile, our hero unleashes his spiritual field. The broadcast station receives footage from Jir City. It shows the demon tree. The director orders preparations for a live broadcast, despite one worker fearing repercussions. The director insists on proceeding, claiming responsibility for any consequences. He reasons that survival is impossible if they fail, so they have no choice but to continue. Everyone deserves to witness the pivotal moment when humanity either survives or vanishes. Audiences worldwide tune into the broadcast and learn that the demon tree has arrived at Ur City. Some speculate it's a territorial clash and secretly hope both monsters perish together. The scenes are projected on giant screens in modern city. A religious faction interprets this as humanity's end, while the Prime Minister watches the footage at headquarters. He is stunned to see both monsters side by side, given their prior fear of nuclear weapons. In Jur City, Yuzuyu finally comes face to face with Australith. Nine Tails senses something amiss. She detects a surge of spiritual energy emanating from Australith, yet she cannot perceive its life force. Our hero senses it too, commenting on the continuous, disturbing aura. Unexpectedly, Australith admits it has been waiting for him. It explains that when it devoured the panda, it detected an unparalleled power within him, the same aura now radiating from our protagonist. Thankfully, Cheesy remains alive inside Australith. It spared him to sense Yuzu's presence through him, aiming eventually to capture and consume our hero as well. Yuzu thanks Australith for this revelation, and angrily declares that now he knows how to save the panda. The fight begins as Australith commands its minions to attack, while our hero rallies his allies to advance. Beasts clash on both sides. The Arctic bear unleashes its powers, the demon bull swings its axe at enemies, and the emperor crocodile employs supersonic wave. When a swarm of shadow beasts charges Ninetale, the fox counters with inferno blast, incinerating them before transforming. Meanwhile, Yuzu confronts Australith but struggles to breach its defenses. When Australith strikes, it easily penetrates his body. The colossal monster lashes out with its tentacles, also harming any allies in its path. Yuzu worries about his friends being caught in the crossfire. Soon, Australith closes in and swallows him. It laughs, assuming victory, but then our hero appears from the other side, having used hallucinations to confuse Australith. Seizing the chance, Yuzu strikes the giant with his root. Australith crashes heavily to the ground. Eventually, both powerful beings reach its nest, filled with countless eggs. Australith warns that its offspring will soon hatch, making all life in the world their prey. It declares that the food chain will be overturned, with all existence serving its young. Australith realizes our hero dragged it here to shield his allies from its spiritual energy. However, it knows its minions will soon target his comrades, especially those with transcendent second-order power. Australith plans to devour Yuzu directly. Our hero reminds it that his allies are far from helpless. He also insists he did not lure the beast this far to protect his friend. In truth, confronting a fourth-order transcendent at full power means he cannot guarantee the safety of his ally. Unexpectedly, our protagonist shifts into a humanoid form, having carefully chosen the optimal combat stance. This form is his best strategy for the fight. He is resolved not to let Australith dominate the world. He aims to destroy all its descendants before they even hatch. Suddenly, a massive explosion engulfs half the city. Though the giant survives, its eggs are obliterated. Yuzu never expected Australith to feel, but it clearly experiences anger. Australith rages, intent on killing our hero. At that moment, reinforcements enter the battlefield. A reporter narrates that the fight is underway. A shadow beast charges toward them, but just as it's about to strike, Sanbao delivers a blow. Meanwhile, more shadow beasts appear near the shelter. The Misty Mountains beasts start counting them as panicked humans flee. Sadly, some people are consumed by monsters. As the crowd attempts to escape, a giant white monkey blocks their path. They fear death, but the giant monkey attacks the shadow beasts instead. Its assault wipes out many shadow beasts. More monkeys then appear, joining the fight and counting the remaining foes. The refugees are bewildered, unsure whether these beings have come to save them. Some, however, suspect the monsters are merely competing to make a meal out of them. The enormous monkey then inquires if anyone present has worked at the zoo. This question deepens the refugees' confusion. Later, the monkey reports to its master that all humans in the vicinity have been accounted for. The master commands a citywide evacuation. Meanwhile, a giant boar momentarily forgets their mission until reminded by another boar. Their task is to protect the humans and rescue the zoo staff. Some people begin to question whether the creatures can truly keep them safe. Elsewhere, a swarm of flying insects carries civilians to safety. Zinquin watches the city and receives an update from Thorn, confirming that all survivors have been located. Qingquan orders the immediate evacuation, as the remainder of the plan relies on Yuzu and the 9 great beasts. 7 teams are deployed across the city. These teams include Qingquan's squad, the Ant Queen's group, the Green Praying Mantis team, Ninetales, and the combat unit. Also active are the Wild Boar Kings, the Monkey Kings, and our hero confronting the giant beast. Meanwhile, Ninetales suffers a severe strike from the red beast. She is wounded and drenched in blood. The other great beasts also face relentless attacks from a massive number of shadow beasts. Despite the overwhelming odds, they continue the fight. Meanwhile, the hedgehog and spider narrowly escape being eaten by a huge shadow beast. The flying white tiger swoops in to save them. That giant shadow beast is then struck hard by Flash. After defeating it, our protagonist realizes these monsters are fundamentally different from humans. They lack emotions and fear, attacking relentlessly without concern for their own survival. Soon, one of the vulture brothers is hit hard by a flying shadow beast. On the ground, Demon Bull is fatigued from the ceaseless combat. He wonders how much longer the battle will continue. A falcon arrives to report that no humans remain in the area, allowing them to fight without restraint. The Emperor Crocodile unleashes his Echo Wave at full power. Demon Bull employs gravitational force to wipe out the enemies. Meanwhile, Whitesnake uses its Icebound Domain ability, while King Joe fires his Inferno Ray Beam to annihilate foes. Elsewhere, Ninetales reflects on how our hero took on the mission alone, assuming others could not assist. She resolves to teach Uzu a lesson once the conflict ends. Nine Tails prepares to confront the red beast, mirroring the lesson intended for our protagonist. She activates her flame body ability, generating a massive sphere of fire around herself. Nine Tails forms a colossal fire orb. Meanwhile, a broadcasting department helicopter hovers above the city. The cameraman notes that they are unlikely to be attacked, as everyone else is engaged in combat. Holding his camera, he notices something that leaves him stunned. On the battlefield, Glacier strikes enemies with rapid collisions, while Arctic bears unleash their 100-clap roar. Flash amplifies his strength to deliver a triple strike against a pack of shadow beasts. Vultures and falcons strive to eliminate as many monsters as possible. Meanwhile, the hedgehog, spider, and white tiger form a team to counter the growing enemy forces. A reporter remarks that these are the strongest beasts from the Misty Mountain. The broadcasting team is shocked to see shadow beasts attacking one another, unaware they are controlled by the divine flower. She suffers greatly because her partner has been injured. The broadcasting department announces that reporters from Jeer City are back online. They were rescued by surviving Iron Knights. Live footage shows a reporter explaining that, although hard to believe, all civilians are being protected and escorted from the city by the monster. These creatures actively prevent shadow beasts from harming humans. Those once feared are now shielding the people. At headquarters, the Prime Minister is stunned by this report. He and his officials pause to deliberate. They note that the demon tree is only at the transcendent Third Order, while Australith has reached the Fourth Order. The disparity in power is immense. They realize that safeguarding lives is futile if Australith is not defeated. They begin preparing a backup plan should the demon tree, their strongest monster, fail. Unexpectedly, the Prime Minister inquires about the spiritual missile. An official report follows. It has been reported that the new weapon is far more potent than the one used against the demon tree previously. This weapon was created by harnessing the spiritual power of the nation's most powerful being, though only one missile is available for use. The Prime Minister plans to launch the missile at Australia once UZU is defeated. The twist is that the being they once sought to destroy has now become the one they depend on for salvation. Their only hope rests on him. In battle, UZU unleashes his willow leaf blade, but the destruction monster shields itself with its wing. It then activates its fire scale ability, striking our hero shortly after. Australith remarks that the hero's vulnerability is too obvious, as the creature never anticipated the tree's fire-based power. In the very next moment, UZU counters, commenting that if his weakness were truly so clear, the attack should have hit. After taking a severe blow, the monster notices a fire attack in the air. Our hero also wields fire powers, a revelation that terrifies the beast. Realizing the danger it faces, it soon takes another massive hit. Despite the monster managing to break free, it is seething with rage, glaring at the tree with murderous intent. Unexpectedly, UZU vanishes and reappears right behind it. UZU comments that despite Australith having fire abilities, it remains highly vulnerable to his attacks. The destructive beast cannot block the next strike, as UZU pierces it with a sharp, root-like spike. The strike causes Australith to vomit blood, and through this, our hero reaches Cheesy, who is trapped inside an orb. The monster attempts to retaliate with scale powder, but our hero deflects it, sending the beast reeling. Now, Australith is completely drained, and UZU successfully rescues the panda, who is still in a dormant state, planning to talk to him later. The hero throws the orb with great force. As it flies, Ninetales notices it and alerts everyone that Cheesy has been found. Demon Bull catches the orb using his anti-gravity power, and the fox directs them to remove the panda from the battlefield. The white snake grabs the orb and attempts to flee, but she is blocked by a swarm of shadow beasts. Suddenly, a beam of light strikes the monsters. It turns out the panda has awoken and eliminated the shadow beast himself. Though still in poor condition, he soon realizes his friends have arrived to rescue him. Filled with emotion, he asks why they came so far for him. Ninetales reveals that they were attacked and that their master saved them. The panda is stunned to find out that UZU has come to help as well. The fox clarifies that it's not just their master, but everyone has come to protect what matters most to him. Unexpectedly, Ninetales strikes Cheesy with her tail. Everyone is taken aback, reminding her that he is severely injured. Still, she is furious with him, demanding to know why he didn't call for help. The panda struggles to explain, but the fox interrupts, shouting at him for attempting to fight alone. She accuses him of not trusting them, or of thinking they were unreliable. Cheesy desperately tries to explain that he didn't want anyone to die, but the fox asserts that they won't die. The other beasts agree, shouting that he can rely on them whenever needed. Hearing this, Cheesy begins to cry. The white snake lifts him into the air and catches him safely on her back. Ninetales tells the panda to go and meet the one who has been waiting for him all this time. Meanwhile, across the city, Quan creates a large barrier to keep the shadow beasts away from the human. The other Misty Mountain beasts do everything they can to hold off the monsters from the other side. Thorn urges the people to evacuate immediately. They struggle to protect the citizens while fighting off wave after wave of shadow beasts. Unfortunately, a spider-like shadow beast clings to the wall and leaps into the protected area. Thorn grows anxious, fearing many will be lost. To everyone's surprise, the spider-like beasts are destroyed by a hail of bullets. The Federation has sent helicopters and ground troops to assist. The Misty Mountain beasts and help evacuate the citizens. Quan is shocked to see the human military aiding them. The shadow beasts have broken through the wall entirely. However, the human army is fighting back. As one of the shadow beasts lunges at the soldiers, a guerrilla fighter intervenes and kills it. Other shadow beasts move toward the civilians, including the child from earlier. Zio AI shoots the monster attacking the child. Her father then warns her to be careful, as another beast is about to strike her. Unexpectedly, Cheesy leaps in and takes down the beast with a single bite. Zioi feels as though she's dreaming, but quickly realizes that it's really Cheesy. Everyone else is frozen in shock at his arrival. Meanwhile, the white snake shows up to assist. Together with Quan, the snake joins the fight against the shadow beasts. Quan openly expresses relief at having this reinforcement. At the same time, the human forces struggle to keep the shadow beasts from reaching the civilians. Their captain soon commands them to intercept the reinforcement. Then, he tells the squad to ready the RPG. They begin firing at the spider-like shadow creatures. Amid the chaos, an RPG is launched at a larger beast. Unexpectedly, the monster swallows the rocket and hurls it back toward the civilian. Quan is too distant to stop it. Just in time, the white crane swoops in and snatches the RPG with its foot. Everyone watches in astonishment. The white crane flings the RPG back at the shadow beasts. Thorn and Quan commend the crane for its help. They note that its unobtrusive nature can be surprisingly advantageous, as it hides effortlessly. Meanwhile, the golden monkey wonders about the identity of the white crane. Once the civilians are safe, the human captain orders his troops to unleash maximum firepower. Soon, shadow beasts start dropping from rooftops, giving them the upper hand over the human soldier. Suddenly, Wang Hao arrives, wielding his Emperor's sword against a shadow beast. The soldiers recognize him immediately. More transcendent humans also appear on the battlefield alongside him. A large man with mechanical gear on his back, never expected to be allied with the beast. Fueled with excitement, he fires a spiritual cannon at the enemy. Meanwhile, another transcendent with green hair strikes foes using his twin blade. Wang Hao advances to eliminate a cluster of shadow beasts, while the bulky fighter revels in the battle, yelling at the shadow beasts. He targets both the shadow beasts and the Misty Mountain creatures with his attacks, thoroughly enjoying the fight. At that moment, Quan manipulates the terrain to corner the bulky fighter, threatening him if he harms comrades again. The bulky fighter protests, insisting he had no intention of hitting them. Right then, Baldhead arrives, demonstrating his strength to the large man. Meanwhile, Yuzuyu uses his 9-wood arboreal roots to strike Australith, forcing it to retreat while bleeding. Australith refuses to surrender, reaching out with tentacles to grab Yuzuyu's roots, lifting off with its wing. It intends to carry the hero into space to gain an advantage, but Yuzuyu considers this foolish and uses his skill. Gigantification enlarges Yuzuyu's body immensely. He then strikes the destructive beast directly. He savors attacking his foe. The beast crashes into the ground with nearby buildings, creating tremendous pressure. Even the distant news helicopter feels the shockwave. The reporter notes that a massive crater forms with a single strike. He reminds viewers that this is a battle between third and fourth order transcendent beings. Watching the footage, the Prime Minister admits humans are outmatched. On the battlefield, Yuzuyu stands firm before his heavily wounded opponent. He knows killing a fourth-order transcendent in one blow is unlikely. Nevertheless, he is impressed by the damage he has inflicted. Shockingly, the destructive beast detaches its own injured leg. Yuzuyu is stunned by this unexpected move. Australith explains that a damaged limb is a hindrance in battle. It also claims it will evolve further after consuming him, continuing its growth to survive. It aims to eventually manifest in perfect form, believing continuous evolution defines its existence. With that, Australith starts to amplify its power, raising its spiritual energy from 7,600,000 to 8,900,000. It assumed it could handle Yuzuyu with fourth-order strength, but the hero's power surpasses its expectation. Thus, it resolves to annihilate both the hero and the city immediately. Meanwhile, Yuzuyu is at a disadvantage, possessing only 3.3 million spiritual energy. Australith fires a devastating beam at Yuzuyu, who shields himself with crystallization. The beam pierces through, hitting mountains beyond the city. It creates a massive explosion. The helicopter covering the broadcast narrowly avoids being destroyed. At the command center, they note that the impact resulted in a 7-magnitude earthquake. The earthquake rocked Jur City. Without the protection of the divine tree, the beast's devastation would have completely annihilated the city. Meanwhile, in Jur City, Qing Quan is left wondering who is responsible for this catastrophic event. At the same time, Uzu survives the assault. He had no idea Australith was hiding its true capabilities. Now, the protagonist realizes that the earlier transcendent Fifth Order beast must have been eliminated by the same force. That creature was likely taken by surprise. For the first time in history, our protagonist finds himself in such a weakened state by another entity. Meanwhile, at the command center, the Prime Minister gives the order to prepare the spiritual missile. He intends to launch it once the divine tree is on the verge of falling or shows signs of weakening. With a stern expression, he commands them to fire immediately. On the battlefield, Australith is gearing up to strike again. It has now reached a near-transcendent Fifth Order level, with 9.2 million spiritual energy. Yutsuyu is stunned, realizing that it can unleash such a potent attack twice. Australith launches the same strike once more toward Uzu. Our protagonist yells in terror from behind his shield. Meanwhile, the beast conjures a horde of second-order transcendent creatures. They immediately charge toward our protagonist, who is already in a weakened state. Out of nowhere, Qing rushes in to aid her master. She swiftly uses her flame sword to take down a group of second-order transcendent beasts, causing massive fires to erupt. She quickly leaps back and lands on her master's body, her sword shattered. She looks sorrowful as she realizes that even the Great Flame Sword, developed by the Spiritual Power Research Institute, can only withstand one full-force strike. Most viewers recognize Qing as the Flame Princess from the Transcendent Unit. She tells Yuzu that they must end this swiftly, as the government plans to launch a spiritual missile here. This triggers a realization in our hero. He immediately asks her if there's a way to reach the higher authorities. Later, he communicates with the personnel at the command center. The Prime Minister hesitates, reluctant to speak with their former adversary. Unexpectedly, our protagonist seeks assistance from the Prime Minister, as confronting a transcendent Fifth Order creature is exceedingly challenging. Meanwhile, Qing approaches the beast with her Inferno butterfly ability. Australith grows confused, realizing it now has to contend with humans as well. At that moment, it releases a powerful attack toward Qing. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister is hearing an unexpected plea from Uzu. Our protagonist discovers this is exactly what they've been aiming for all along. The Prime Minister warns him not to regret his decision later. However, our hero is not one to make choices he'll later regret. On the other hand, after surviving the attack, Qing realizes that the destructive beast is far too strong for her to defeat. As a result, she decides to give everything she has to buy time for her master. With that resolve, she activates her butterfly fire technique, now sprouting a pair of fire butterfly wings. The destructive beast laughs wildly. It finds it fascinating to finally witness such an extraordinary human. Giving her all, she launches an attack at the creature. Qing is completely drained after unleashing such a mighty strike. To her surprise, Australith seizes her with its tentacle. Just as it's about to consume her, it notices a spiritual missile heading its way, though it has no idea what that is. Yuzu suddenly restrains its entire body. After rescuing Qing, our hero demands she leave immediately. The destructive creature confidently declares that it will not be destroyed and that only Yuzu will perish. However, our hero reveals that its purpose is not to destroy, but to observe. Unexpectedly, the spiritual energy missile approaches, and our protagonist uses his roots to stop it. He boldly proclaims that this is his bond with humanity. Yuzu lets out a painful roar as he merges with the missile. Flames erupt and Australith watches intently. As the fire subsides, the destructive beast senses a new spiritual presence from our hero. As the smoke clears, our protagonist emerges with a rejuvenated form filled with even more power. The beast immediately strikes, furious at our hero for defending humanity's strength. Unexpectedly, Yuzu stops the attack with his bare hand, sending it back towards the beast. The beast leaps to avoid it, but to its shock, our hero stretches his head forward, grabbing the creature to prevent its escape. Then, Yuzu uses the willow leaf flying blades which actually shoot out of his mouth. Australith acknowledges the danger from this distance. However, the beast fails to avoid the blades and they strike, severely injuring. Before the beast can retaliate, our hero delivers a powerful punch, sending it crashing into nearby buildings, coughing blood. The mask of the beast finally shatters, revealing its true fate. Yuzu finds its appearance repulsive. Soon after, the beast undergoes a complete transformation into a humanoid form, declaring the land as its domain. Our hero wonders if the beast is about to unleash its full power. Unfortunately, his energy reserves are running low. The spiritual missile he absorbed earlier continues to drain his strength. As a result, he knows he must end this fight quickly. He braces for the final battle, while Australith moves in for the attack. Both are now locked in an intense confrontation. After a series of clashes, Yuzu summons 9 wood roots. The beast uses a magnetic shield to defend itself. Then it unleashes a tsunami. In response, our hero counters with Ice Age, freezing the entire area. the beast retaliates with a sonic attack. After taking the hit, Yuzuyu counters with an earth attack, forming a massive spike to strike back. The beast takes the hit hard. Our hero then hurls large buildings at his foe. Ching watches the destruction from a distance, filled with concern. Australith, exhausted, cannot understand why Yuzuyu is protecting the human. It suggests that our hero must have grown stronger by eliminating others. However, our hero makes it clear that his actions have never been for humanity's sake. He fights because this is what his comrade desired. Since the beast harmed that comrade, revenge is his only goal. Australith mocks Yuzuyu for fighting over a comrade, calling it a foolish reason. It laughs maniacally, calling our hero arrogant. It vows to make him regret challenging it for such a trivial cause. With that, it conjures a massive destructive orb. Nine Tails orders the others to retreat. Meanwhile, Ching anxiously watches her master. The helicopter cameraman wonders if they can get closer. The pilot insists that they will be destroyed if they approach any further. People around the world are watching the battle unfold. Everyone wonders if humanity will survive. The massive orb exudes immense pressure in all directions. Australith prepares to launch the orb at our hero, declaring that this will be the final strike. It wants our protagonist to vanish and perish. With those words, the beast hurls the orb towards him. Yuzuyu, cornered, decides to block the attack at all costs. He grabs the orb to stop it, but his regeneration cannot keep up with the destructive force. The reporter notes that the divine tree has successfully stopped the attack. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, everyone prays that our hero won't fall, as he carries their spiritual energy. People across the globe cheer for his victory. All their hopes are riding on him. On the battlefield, Yuzuyu is still holding strong, blocking the attack. Australith is growing frustrated, wondering why it can't defeat him. Under the pressure, the ground beneath our hero begins to crack. With unwavering resolve, he declares that he will not lose and he will not die. And they believe they will overcome it and move on with their lives. Our hero, however, intends to leave this place with everyone permanently. He shouts in wild laughter, vowing not to let his adversary prevail. After a brief pause, the destructive orb is launched. Engulfing the area in thick smoke, Australith laughs manically, thinking it has finally defeated our hero. To its shock, our protagonist steps out of the smoke, ready to counterattack. He uses time manipulation, followed by rapid summoning of 9 wood roots. The roots immediately pierce through Australith's body. As a result, the beast loses its limbs and cries out that it's all over. Yuzuyu strikes with his special root, delivering a fatal blow. The system then announces that the target's life signs have ceased. Australith lies motionless on the ground. Our hero declares victory and suggests it's time to head home. Thus, the battle with the transcendent Fifth Order beast has finally ended. After almost 2 months of battle, Australith is finally defeated. The citizens of Jur City can breathe easy now, and so can people across the world. At the headquarters, the celebrations erupt, as everyone cheers in triumph. Yuzuyu returns to his original form, yet he never anticipated the city would be in such ruin. Beside him, Cheesy comments that human conflicts are far more terrifying than this. Our protagonist then asks if the panda has found the person he was looking for. Cheesy shakes his head. He was busy helping people evacuate the city, so he didn't have the chance to search for her. Just then, Nine Tails arrived. Unexpectedly, she has some regretful news to share with Cheesy. The panda pales as he learns that Zio AI was helping civilians evacuate when a shadow beast attacked her. Jing Quan and his team are not to blame for this, as the situation was chaotic and they had many people to protect. Later, Chizurita appears in dragon root form. The panda stands in stunned silence at her grave. Yuzuyu suggests he gather his courage and bid his farewell. Zio AI was strong, and she wouldn't have wanted him to be sorrowful. Cheesy understands, acknowledging that acting otherwise would be cowardly. The next scene shows the panda standing before her grave. Surrounded by a sea of flowers, he admits his deep gratitude to everyone. He tells Zio AI that he's become much stronger. Thus, he won't be in danger anymore. He never imagined they'd meet like this, and perhaps this is the final time they'll ever meet. Cheesy vows not to cry again, choosing instead to live with courage, knowing that time moves forward relentlessly. Crying won't help. Growth comes only from moving forward. All of this wisdom was imparted to him through her protection. As he continues speaking, someone calls his name from behind. Our protagonist's companion is stunned to turn around and see Zio AI alive. He recalls his earlier conversation with his master and admits he wants to say so much to her but struggles to find the right word. Tears well up as he rushes toward her. Despite our hero's advice to stay strong, Cheesy can't help but cry as he embraces Zio AI tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. The panda, however, intends to confront Yuzuyu and give Nine Tails a piece of his mind for their prank. Meanwhile, the old man watches from behind. Standing atop a cliff, our hero sees this as a minor part of his revenge. Next time, he plans to make the panda pay more dearly. He then instructs Nine Tails to ensure that all civilians are handed over to the human army. Afterward, they will head home. Our hero decides to let the panda choose his path moving forward. Elsewhere in the city, Ching receives news that all the beasts in the city have been wiped out. She immediately orders a retreat. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, the Prime Minister is informed that, although the destructive beast has been vanquished, there are still beasts from the Misty Mountains lingering. The officials are concerned. They worry about what will happen if those beasts refuse to leave. They also note that a large number of civilians have been captured. The captured are likely being used as hostages to exert pressure. Soon, an assistant enters and reports that the divine tree has left the city, leaving the citizens to the army. Meanwhile, people begin to wonder if the beasts of the Misty Mountains might not be as threatening as they once thought. They wonder whether their country will continue to fight against them in the future. Since the beasts have saved so many lives, many feel indebted to them. However, the Prime Minister views it as a scheme. Your city lies in ruin. Unexpectedly, a clone of Australith rises from the ground, seeking revenge. To its surprise, a massive panda captures it. This panda is the sibling of Cheesy, whose little brother was harmed. As a result, the panda swiftly eliminates the clone of Australith. The large panda informs him that Cheesy is currently with the human girl. The older brother of our hero's companion leaves him alone, confident that they will eventually reunite. Meanwhile, in front of the tomb, Xiao AI and Cheesy chat about Flash and Thorn's romantic situation. The panda mentions that the praying mantis is causing problems. Surprisingly, the old man believes that the white tiger and Thorn are a couple. However, Cheesy is confused and admits that the situation in the Misty Mountains is far from simple. Xiao AI then asks if he intends to return to the Misty Mountains, urging him to stay. But Cheesy explains that he owes everyone too much. Without the divine tree, they never would have met again. He clarifies that his return isn't just to pay back a debt. He's returning because it's his home. He smiles softly. Afterward, the panda hands back her flute, which he had been keeping safe all this time. Unexpectedly, Xiao AI refuses to take it. She says she's no longer used to carrying it after all this time. So she asks him to keep it. She cheerfully tells him to return it the next time they meet. After that, Cheesy returns to his master, riding on a vulture. After a while, Yuzu Yu finally makes his way back to the Misty Mountains. He feels extremely comfortable there. Ling Feng greets him with respect and reports that everything has been calm during their absence. Our hero checks his status window and is puzzled by the lack of increased evolution points after defeating Australia. He panics, wondering if the beast is still alive. Just then, he feels something, and after a brief moment he finds himself back in the place where he first encountered the system. The system informs him that dark forces have begun to manifest. It warns that the next one to come forth will have unimaginable power. Our hero wonders if the ancient creature he had defeated was the crisis the system had predicted. The system explains that he will face great despair in the future and lose everything. If he fails, he will enter reincarnation. But if he wins, he will end up alone. The system just wants him to prepare for a battle to the death. Afterward, Yuzu Yu returns to reality. He contemplates the arrival of darkness. However, our hero is confident in his strength and believes he won't be defeated. Far away, there lies an island in the middle of the ocean. In reality, it is a massive aquatic creature that resembles an island. From a distance, it appears to be an island, but it is actually a giant aquatic creature moving through the water. The island whale creature dives deep into the ocean until it reaches a symbol resembling a cross circle. It prays to the leader of the sea tribe to guide them toward the true path of evolution, hoping to elevate the sea tribe to be the strongest among all races. Back in the Misty Mountains, an ice spirit flower appears on Yuzu Yu. He has absorbed countless ice spirit stones. Because of this, an elemental spirit flower has formed on his head. Our hero wonders who he should give the flower to. Ninetails shows up and suggests he go out and explore. She believes now is the time for him to venture into the world, as he can now change his size and control vast lands. However, he thinks it's not the right moment. At that moment, the divine flower approaches and asks to accompany him on his journey. Our hero happily agrees, knowing she will help him grow faster. Just then, Cheesy walks by and calls Xiao AI, telling her he has arrived. Next, he takes a selfie with the three of them. Yuzu Yu remarks that the panda is acting strange lately. Ninetails agrees. When the ice spirit flower fully blooms, our hero summons Little White. The white tiger enters confidently, but our hero explains that he actually intended to summon the white snake. He then offers the ice spirit flower to the white snake. She eats it with pride while thanking her master. After consuming it, the white snake evolves into a more beautiful form. With the new upgrade, she gains the ability to fly using cloud-soaring mastery. Yuzu Yu wonders enviously why they all start flying as soon as they evolve. The bald man and his companions are amazed as they watch the white snake cuddle her master in gratitude. Our hero then checks her attributes. She is now an Aqua Draconis Transcendent Second Order. Unexpectedly, she has two inner abilities, both of which are formidable offensive skills. In addition, she possesses unique ability. If our ally takes her under his wing, she could eventually become an unstoppable force. He pushes the white snake to train rigorously, hoping she will one day reach dragon status. Dragons are the supreme beings in this world. If she transforms into one, she will reign as the most powerful creature in the Misty Mountain. A month has passed since our protagonist defeated Australis, and he remains in the Misty Mountain. He has dispatched Kinquin, the Arctic bear, and the whale group to the northern region to safeguard it. 8 days later, an event occurs in Australia, a land full of fossils. It has turned into a haven for monsters and the most perilous spot on Earth. On the 38th day after Australis was defeated, a thunderous roar shakes the Earth. In that moment, the world's first dragon is born. It's a third-tier transcendent being, its roar like thunder and its body massive like a mountain. Its wings stir up a 12th-degree hurricane, and a team sent to investigate perishes in the attempt. Soon, news spreads to the Freedom Federation, the Hoxia Federation, the Lua Kingdom, and the 10 Nations Alliance, plunging the world into another crisis. In a meeting room somewhere, officials discuss the immense dragon, the legendary evil dragon. They wonder if such beings will now regularly appear in the world. After observing, a doctor concludes that this dragon has not yet fully evolved, as its arms are still underdeveloped. It's only a sub-dragon level creature. An official inquires about the distinction between a sub-dragon and a full-grown dragon, and the doctor explains that their powers differ significantly. Colossal dragons are fully matured, while sub-dragons are just beginning their transformation. Simply put, if they want to destroy it, they must do so now before it reaches its full potential. If it does evolve, they will face a more brutal conflict than what the Huaxia Federation experienced with Australis. The doctor adds that if they manage to capture the dragon's body, it would greatly aid their research into evolution. Killing this dragon has now become a necessity. Back in the Misty Mountains, our hero receives a letter from Ching. He learns that a sub-dragon has appeared in Australia, and that Ching has already been dispatched to handle the situation. Our protagonist thinks that after the Australis incident, all nations should cooperate. If anyone acts alone, they will have to bear the consequences. He decides to let it slide but instructs the whale to keep tabs on the situation. Then, he wonders if the sub-dragon might one day join his forces. Meanwhile, the Federation prepares its elite troops, including Ching, to confront the dragon. Yuzuyu assembles the Misty Mountain Army and gives orders to ensure they are ready for the upcoming battle. He then summons Ling Feng. Our hero checks with him to confirm that the previous information was accurate. Feng acknowledges and adds that this news has been verified. Through the sacrifice of thousands of rats, there is a medium-sized fire attribute spirit stone mine located in the abandoned town of the Western Wasteland. Our protagonist notes the tribe's great sacrifices, as they have also sustained severe injury. He reassures Ling Feng that their efforts won't go unrecognized. Curious about the Western Wasteland, Yuzuyu decides to investigate the area for himself. He recalls what the system warned him about the darkness soon to engulf the world and how he might fall into despair after losing everything. However, our hero confidently resolves not to succumb to despair and to keep evolving until he stands at the pinnacle of the world. The Western Wasteland, also called the Western Desert, was once a vast desert from the ancient times. With the advent of the Transcendent Era, it transformed into a hostile and harsh terrain. After some time, our hero reaches the desert with his army. Flash, noticing the sand closely, points out that its color seems unusual. The praying mantis, King Feng, explains that the reddish hue is due to blood mixed with the sand and that the air carries a faint scent of death. Meanwhile, Ninetails surveys the red sand and wonders how many fierce battles this desert has witnessed to reach this state. On the other hand, the white tiger and the twin wolves feel drained and desire a break. At that moment, they receive a reprimand from their master. In truth, our protagonist has them engaged in special training in the vicinity. A monster emerges from the sand, attempting to strike the panda. With a single punch, Cheesy knocks the creature unconscious. Meanwhile, the panda continues his call with Zio AI. Yuzuyu quickly finishes off the beast with a simple stab. In return, he receives 50,000 evolution points. The twin wolves and the white tiger gaze at the slain creature, salivating. After devouring it, they proceed onward. As they move forward, they eliminate every beast that crosses their path. Eventually, our protagonist's evolution points reach 420,449. Unexpectedly, the panda and the white tiger approach him with excitement. Cheesy presents a small mutated black scorpion, which is at the 6th entry level. Its power lies in using toxins to immobilize its enemies and drain their life force. The divine flower finds the scorpion to be quite charming. While our protagonist searches for the spirit mine in the Western Wasteland, the humans are locked in a fierce battle with a dragon on the opposite side of the continent. When the dragon unleashes its might, the ground cracks open. The human warriors struggle to overpower the beast. The Iron Knight squad is also involved in the fight, and Qing uses her butterfly flames to assist. She is aware of the strength of this sub-dragon species. Thus, she decides to give it her all. Just then, a female knight with blonde hair steps forward, telling everyone to stand aside. She hails from the Sunstead Empire. With her sword, she activates the knight defense skill, which can block any physical attacks. When the dragon strikes, her shield absorbs the blow. Nearby, a group of different beasts watches the battle unfold. Under the orders of the blonde fighter, many knights charge into the fray. The Federation's forces join in the effort to defeat the dragon. From afar, a group of beasts closely observes the battle. After countless attacks, the dragon finally collapses. It is bleeding heavily and near its end. Everyone moves in to attack simultaneously, but to their surprise, an overwhelming force fills the air. Everyone panics, wondering if the aura is emanating from the dragon. However, Qing doesn't believe it comes from the beast. Looking back, they see an army of creatures observing them, much like the one from the Misty Mountain. To their shock, the wounded dragon reveals that these beasts are merely using the humans to take it down. Once that's done, they plan to eliminate everyone else. A mutated kangaroo steps forward and calls the dragon Ned. The fighters are confused as to why it suddenly approaches so closely. But the kangaroo speaks only to the dragon, revealing that the king is enraged with Ned for his action. Not only has he attempted to enslave the entire race, but he's also come into the mortal world, exposing everything to the human. When Ned asks if they have allied with the humans, the kangaroo nods, revealing that it was done without human consent. Without this, the beasts wouldn't have been able to land. The fighters begin to panic, realizing this was the beasts' plan all along, and that they located the dragon right after landing. Meanwhile, the kangaroo states that their king won't stand for such suffering, nor will he allow the humans to take the dragon's body. As a result, they demand the humans' deaths. With a stern expression, the kangaroo declares that this cannot be allowed, whether it is because of Ned's betrayal or the existence of the Misty Mountain. However, Ned disregards all of this, considering himself the true king. The dragon's aura intensifies once more. The kangaroo is unfazed, having expected Ned to make a move. At that moment, Ned gathers his energy to strike down the kangaroo, but just before he can, one of the kangaroo's subordinates bites him sharply. In that instant, another of the kangaroo's subordinates strikes the dragon with an energy ball. Ned roars in pain but doesn't relent, heading straight for the kangaroo. The kangaroo remains confident, sure it will eliminate the dragon and feast on its body. A massive explosion occurs, and the entire area is engulfed in the blast. The fighters scramble to retreat, fearing the entire army could be wiped out. Meanwhile, the Sakura Kingdom's team takes the dragon's eggs. Their priority is to protect their team and evacuate safely. Two beasts attempt to steal the eggs, but Qing strikes them to stop them. Meanwhile, Ned, still battling, wishes for his child to escape as far as possible. Back in the Western Wasteland, Yuzuyu has discovered the Fire Spirit Stone Mine. The mine is protected by 4 second-order fire pythons. When the pythons approach to attack, our protagonist leaves the battle to his army. Ninetales uses fire to eliminate one of the pythons. Flash uses his fist to take out another. Cheesy, the hero's companion, uses a frozen fist to defeat a third python. Unexpectedly, a strange woman watches them from a distance. She wonders about our protagonist. Flash, Cheesy, and Qing Feng land powerful blows on the pythons, but the twin wolves struggle. Yuzuyu frees them by defeating that python himself. As a result, our hero gains 80,000 evolution points and absorbs 50,000 spiritual energy. As another python prepares to attack, he enlarges himself, causing the python to hesitate. He then unleashes a radiant power that forces the pythons to bow before him. Our protagonist realizes they aren't entirely foolish. Meanwhile, Ninetales observes that the number of fire-type companions has increased. From a distance, the green-haired woman is astonished to see the fire pythons defeated so effortlessly. Our hero notices her immediately. The woman freezes in shock and tries to flee, but Yuzuyu reaches her instantly in his dragon root form. He scares her with a single gaze. It turns out she is a half-human, half-snake hybrid. At the same time, the panda comes around to flank her from the opposite side. Our protagonist thinks she might be a ladyboy, but she snaps at him and corrects him, saying she's a snake woman. She activates her divine technique, petrification, letting her turn anything she looks at into stone. To his shock, our guy is the one who gets turned to stone. Before long, Ninetales shows up and blasts her with fire, but the snake lady slips out of the flame. Then she tries to petrify the fox instead. As Cheesy pulls back with the twin wolves, a small section of his cloak hardens into stone. Meanwhile, the snake lady has trouble keeping up with the fox. An explosion soon goes off and she calls forth her massive spirit serpent. At the same time, Ninetales shifts into a stronger form, and the two square off face to face. The fox unleashes an inferno blast while the snake lady channels a stone-making stare through her serpent. Amazingly, she can even turn the fire to stone. The fox answers by summoning a pillar of flame. The snake lady grows irritated at the fox's seemingly bottomless spiritual power. Meanwhile, the scorching heat drives the panda and the twin wolves to fall back from the scene. Our protagonist can tell Ninetales has become much stronger. The entire area is swallowed up by towering flame pillars. With no better choice, the snake lady attempts to escape using the smoke as cover. But in an instant, our protagonist's roots seize her. Much to Yuzu's surprise, she has passed out from sheer terror. Yuzu has now successfully taken over the fire spirit stone mine. The stones here are far superior to the ones from the panda's territory. Even Ninetales, who usually dislikes cultivating, is quietly drawing them in. While our boy searches for anything else of interest, he notices the snake lady acting unusually warm toward Cheesy. As he checks the phone Xiao AI gave him, the panda plays music from his phone, and the snake lady becomes completely absorbed by it. Our protagonist admits Cheesy is surprisingly good with people. The snake lady belongs to the snakeman race and is at transcendent second order. Our hero is curious to find she possesses a minor divine ability. Since she's now an ally, our boy decides to prepare a present for her. She lights up with excitement and asks for a phone, but Yuzu says he has gifts far more precious than a gadget. The snake lady pouts sadly, insisting she wants a phone. The panda then murmurs to her that the divine tree is just a clueless country hick who doesn't understand things like that. She keeps shouting for a phone, and the panda stirs things up by repeatedly calling our protagonist a country bumpkin. Later, the panda stands there with a swollen head after being scolded, while our hero hands the snake lady the essence of life. Power surges through her body as she changes slightly, convinced she's become stronger. Yutsuyu warns her that now that she's joined them, betrayal is no longer an option. Afterward, Cheesy and the snake lady decide they want to go pick a fight with Ninetales. Our boy gets fed up and bonks them both on the head, telling them not to cause problems. Just then, a falcon lands beside our hero. It's completely worn out after flying day and night to reach its master. The falcon then relays everything that happened with the sub-dragon. Hearing about the dragon eggs, our protagonist sees it as troubling news, even if the current generation of humans wouldn't dare challenge him. What worries him is the next generation. He immediately sends Cheesy and the snake lady to the eastern mainland, tasking them with stealing the dragon egg from the Sakura kingdom. As for the Federation's dragon egg, Yuzu can't dispatch Ninetales because she's in the middle of breaking through. He tells Flash and the others to remain behind to guard her, choosing to handle negotiations with the Federation personally. It turns out humans have secured 4 dragon eggs in total. One was seized by the Night King of the Midnight Sun Empire. One went to the Federation, another to the Sakura Kingdom, and the last to the Huaxia Federation. East and West each ended up with 2 eggs apiece. Over in the Misty Mountains, Bull Demon and Emperor Crocodile also hear the news. It's a grim development that humans now possess transcendent third-order dragon eggs. The current human-panda alliance is already a major nuisance. If humans manage to cooperate with dragons down the line, it will become a huge threat. Elsewhere, a massive ship from the Huaxia Federation Forces makes its return from the fight. Many transcendent warriors are there to greet it. One warrior never thought they'd truly come back with an egg, and says the beasts of the Misty Mountains won't be able to threaten them once the dragon matures. At that moment, he gets word that the ship has gone completely silent. Before the captain can respond, a massive explosion tears through the vessel. They spot Ching battling a beast while holding an egg. Soon, 2 sea monsters rise from the ocean, both of them transcendent second-order creatures. The ship's Iron Knight commander realizes these beings traveled all this way without acting until now. They intend to seize the egg as the ship approaches the shore. These creatures hail from Australia. When the leader of the Iron Knights asks why they didn't act sooner, the kangaroo explains that they had a message to deliver to the king of this land, which is why they followed them to the very end. The kangaroo then apologizes for its previous rudeness. However, the leader shows no intention of letting them reach the shore. Meanwhile, more sea creatures begin surfacing from the ocean. The transcendent warriors attempt to suppress them. Each of them launches their attacks on the beasts. As the starfish monster is about to wipe out a group of fighters, one fighter releases arrow-like strikes toward the creature, sending it crashing back into the sea. At that moment, something falls from the sky. It's Ching, though she is somewhat injured. She reveals she had been battling a rat-like beast. The rat creature sees humans as weak and wonders how they've managed to rule the world for so long. When Ching asks if the rat is jealous, it becomes enraged and declares it will end everything. A transcendent fighter on the ship warns those on the shore that these beasts are not to be underestimated. They've followed them from Australia and are here for battle. The captain at the shore wonders why they are now targeting the Misty Mountain as well. As the sea creatures prepare to attack, the captain creates a shield to protect himself. He barely manages to block the strike as his hands turn completely black. He's only able to block one attack as it was his limit. therefore, he won't be able to defend again. Meanwhile, the kangaroo successfully snatches the egg. Standing on top of the fallen fighters, it admits that not all humans are weak. However, the time has come for the ruler of this land to change. After that, more enormous creatures emerge from the ocean. The transcendent fighters are stunned at the sight. Sadly, all of them begin gathering energy to wipe out the remaining warriors in one strike. But before they can do so, all of the massive beasts are instantly eliminated. Kangaroo is stunned as someone makes their entrance, and it immediately recognizes the figure. That being is Yuziyu, the king of the Misty Mountains in humanoid form. The transcendent fighters recognize the demon tree, but they wonder why it's so small now. In truth, the main body of their king is elsewhere, while his massive root stretches all the way to the shore. Here, Yuzuyu appears in a small form through his root. Our protagonist demands to know the identity of the kangaroo. The kangaroo explains it comes from Australia and that its king has always wanted to meet Yuziyu. Our hero is confused, asking why the king would want to meet him. The kangaroo reveals that the king seeks an alliance with Yuzuyu to take control of the entire continent. The transcendent fighters panic. The kangaroo then adds that they aim to create a world of their own. It offers Yuzuyu the opportunity to join them and help eliminate humanity. However, Yuzuyu shows no interest in joining their cause. As Yuzuyu turns down their offer, the kangaroo declares them enemies from now on. Consequently, the army of beasts unleashes an attack on the shore. The captain of the transcendent fighters believes this will be their end. However, these attacks are nothing compared to our boy. Our hero effortlessly counters all of the attacks at once, while the transcendent fighters barely hold their ground against the pressure. Yuzuyu then grabs the enemy creatures with his roots, intending to crush them. He destroys every single one of them. Afterward, he successfully retrieves the dragon's egg. Surprisingly, the kangaroo is still alive. Despite being severely wounded, it attempts to strike our protagonist, but Yuzuyu counters it. The kangaroo is impressed by how close it came to death at the hands of our hero. In response, Yuzuyu comments that it should be him who is impressed, since the beast somehow survived. Seeing this, the kangaroo leaps back and lands on the shark beast in the ocean. It then states that it understands his intentions, addressing the tree as the king of this land. The kangaroo intends to report all of this to its king and looks forward to their next meeting. It claims that when that day arrives, its side will emerge victorious. With that, the kangaroo orders its army to retreat. The rat beast also retreats, opting to save the final clash with Ching for another time. It lands on the shark beast alongside the kangaroo, and both of them retreat together. The transcendent fighters are left in disbelief at their sudden departure. It turns out the Iron Knights are still alive. Meanwhile, Yuzuyu decides to take the dragon egg for himself, believing that humans can't control it on their own. He adds that the enemy beasts have an army, and once they strike again, humans will be unable to defend themselves. Therefore, the Misty Mountains will nurture the dragon egg to make it even stronger. Captain realizes that opposing the decision will not make any difference. Our protagonist nods and adds that the creatures have polluted the atmosphere with toxins, which human technology cannot purify. He prepares to depart. He offers them the opportunity to head to the Misty Mountains if they wish to survive, but he warns them that the treatment won't be free. Meanwhile, on a different battlefield, the Snake Lady defeats a massive creature. These monsters have mysteriously emerged from the ocean as well. All the soldiers on the battlefield are dead, having been slain. Another enormous creature, coughing up blood, demands to know who the lady and the panda are. It reminds them that its king will seek vengeance. The panda asks about the king, then reveals that the king is already dead. The panda is delighted to have found the egg. Though the egg was damaged during the battle, the panda believes his master will be able to fix it. Elsewhere in Australia, the kangaroo informs its leader that the talks were futile. However, the king dismisses the thought, convinced that the continent will eventually be destroyed. He has made preparations for that inevitability. Behind him, a legion of creatures resembling Australis stands ready. Back in the western wasteland, Ninetails is nearing a breakthrough. From afar, Flash and the Divine Flower observe the beam of light emanating from her. Drawn by her spiritual aura, a horde of monsters begins to approach, but Flash and the Divine Flower remain vigilant, prepared for combat. In a far-off place, a mysterious figure cloaked in a robe stands holding a staff, watching the scene unfold. Flash and his ally charge toward the incoming wave of beasts. The Divine Flower uses her powers to manipulate some of the creatures. While Flash slices through a giant beast with his sword, it regenerates itself. He steps back and wonders if it is connected to the earth element. Just as it is about to strike, Flash hits it again, but the creature begins to heal itself once more. The others continue eliminating monsters until a clan of armadillos arrives. The colossal beast lets out a roar, and the leader of the armadillo clan rolls toward the Divine Flower. Fortunately, she quickly takes control of its body with her mental ability. She sends it back into the mass of beasts, and soon, another large group of monsters gathers on the right side. Although they are not particularly strong, their numbers are overwhelming. Moreover, it is crucial for Nine Tails to continue uninterrupted. The divine flower recalls that she promised the divine tree to protect Nine Tails. With that, she releases a mesmerizing fragrance. The scent causes all the creatures to halt in their tracks. The divine flower quickly directs the snow leopard to the left. To divert them, the leopard sprints in that direction. As she rides on him, the creatures begin following their path. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure cloaked in darkness watches the entire scene from a cliff. He hadn't expected so many capable allies to rally around Yuzu. Sadly, the white leopard and the divine flower reach the territory of a second-tier sand snake transcendent. It turns out there are two sand snakes. Just as the sand snake prepares to strike, the cloaked figure uses his staff to summon a storm. A powerful tempest arrives, disrupting the tide of beasts. Meanwhile, Nine Tails senses the presence of a third-order transcendent as she continues her breakthrough. On the other hand, all the enemies outside have vanished. The mysterious figure finally reveals himself before Flash and the others. As time passes, Nine Tails is still in the process of breaking through. Half a month goes by, and the cloaked man remains motionless in the vicinity. Flash finds it hard to believe that the man easily stopped an entire horde of beasts. Simply by raising his hands, soon our protagonist returns. The cloaked man recognizes him and finds him remarkable. Yuzu also detects an unfamiliar presence. Later, the mysterious man discloses that he has learned the divine tree symbolizes the sky, while its leaves and fruits represent the sun, moon, and stars. Our hero feels a sense of pride upon hearing this, but Yu clarifies that he doesn't bear any fruits. He feels indebted to the cloaked man as he assisted Nine Tails and the others. Then, the man reveals his true purpose for being here. He needs their help with something. The cloaked figure is not human. His name is Seth, and he ranks fourth among the continent's 10 great beasts. Due to his appearance, he was once regarded as a divine entity. Known as the king of deserts and storms, he was given his name by a human elder. Strangely, Seth's behavior changed drastically. He ended up wiping out half of his country's population. Now, he is in talks with Yuzu, the highest ranked of the mainland's 10 great beasts. Seth aims to acquire a branch from the divine tree. He also mentions having an adversary who is a creature of the dark element. The beast wave they encountered weeks ago was just a fragment of the soul of that very foe. Despite being just a fragment, its strength rivals Seth's own. Every shard of this enemy's soul is now embedded in wild beasts or objects scattered across the desert. Seth then surprises everyone by revealing that this enemy is actually an immortal. Hearing this, our hero recalls that the system had also warned about an emerging darkness. Seth insists he must find a more fitting weapon to destroy this foe before it gains more power. When our hero asks if this is the only issue at hand, Seth briefly pauses and nods. Following this, our protagonist fashions a staff-like weapon from his branch and hands it to Seth. Seth hesitates, feeling it's too much, but then adds that there is one more thing to consider. Something has occurred in the ocean that they are unaware of. He warns Yuzu to proceed cautiously and then leaves. Our protagonist realizes there are numerous threats to watch out for, such as humans, the beast army from Australia, changes in the ocean, and the dark element. This emphasizes the need to advance to the fourth level. Meanwhile, Ninetales successfully breaks through. She becomes significantly stronger and even grows a fourth tail. She's far more powerful now, having gained a new tail. Our protagonist immediately checks the attributes and sees that she has become a second-order transcendent and acquired the Flame of Origin. Ninetales explains that it's not just the flames. Her body now feels invulnerable. Once these flames ignite, they cannot be extinguished. This is the power granted by her fourth tail, the indomitable flame, showcasing the extent of her newfound strength. Excited by her progress, Flash is determined to break through to the third order as well. Noting Ninetales' success and the acquisition of the dragon egg, Yuzu decides to return to the Misty Mountain. The divine flower worries about the fire spirit stones, but our hero seems to have a plan. They proceed back to the mountain. To everyone's surprise, Ninetales carries the massive fire spirit stone by herself, while the other beasts relax on it. Upon reaching the Misty Mountains, our protagonist directs Ninetales to place the stone in the designated location. Suddenly, Cheesy waves and greets our hero as they return. Later, the divine tree holds both dragon eggs. Yutsuyu never imagined Australia's beast army would pursue them all the way there. He is also certain that the other two dragon eggs have encountered similar obstacles. Holding the damaged egg, our protagonist senses immense spiritual energy emanating from it, though there is no vitality. He assumes it must be a stillborn. Despite this, they still have one remaining egg, which must be protected at all costs. Meanwhile, the Federation learns of a viral infection caused by poison from Australia's beast army. Unfortunately, the doctors lack the necessary equipment to treat this virus, and they wonder if they should seek our protagonist's assistance. Suddenly, a nurse calls out to Ching, stopping her as she stumbles, sweating and weak. Ching remarks that they will not be able to save the infected on their own, and orders preparations to head for the Misty Mountain. The Divine Flower also experiences a breakthrough, transforming into a human form. She now possesses a unique ability called the Sounds of Nature. This ability allows her to hear the voices of all living beings and manipulate others with sound. Seeing her in this new form, Yuzu Yu is taken aback by her human appearance. Afterward, the Divine Flower begins playing a flute. However, the sound is harsh and grating, making everyone uncomfortable, so our protagonist quickly stops her. The Divine Flower then approaches the panda. She expresses her wish for them to perform together next time, but the panda, irritated, prefers to avoid her. Our protagonist decides that he must find a music teacher for them in the future. Shortly after, the Divine Flower notices humans approaching. Surprisingly, these humans are not from the Federation, but they are not weak either. There's no cause for concern, however, as Thorn and the White Tiger have already positioned themselves to block them. A man steps out of a vehicle and introduces himself as Benson from the Luo Kingdom. He explains that he was poisoned in a battle with Australia's Beast Army a month ago. Having heard that the Divine Tree holds a cure, he has come seeking the antidote. The group has brought offerings, vehicles full of spirit stones. Thorn recognizes them as Thunder Spirit Stones. Receiving a signal from her master, she allows the travelers to follow her. As the human vehicles approach, the passengers are startled by ghostly figures blocking their path. Benson reminds the driver that this forest causes hallucinations, but soon realizes that Thorn is leading them into darkness. He wonders whether this is a trap. Soon, they realize Thorn and the White Tiger have deserted them. With no other choice, they must press on, as retreating would mean death from the poison. As they venture deeper into the endless darkness, they finally discover an escape. Outside, Thorn and the White Tiger are waiting near a flight of stairs. The group disembarks from their vehicles and the Divine Flower beckons them to ascend. Benson carries the Thunder Spirit Stones upstairs. The Divine Flower assures them they will receive what they desire after they cast their offerings into the Spirit Stone vortex. Benson tosses the stones in, and the roots of Yuzu seize them. This leaves him wondering if he is standing at a sacrificial altar. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy bursts from the stone, but it is actually the essence of life itself. With that, the exchange is complete. The protagonist gives Benson his life force, which not only neutralizes the poison but also enhances his strength. Benson feels himself on the verge of breaking through to a new level. Greedy for more life essence to speed up his progress, he proposes another exchange. Yuzu anticipated this from a selfish human. Even though the poison is gone, the man is still unsatisfied. The Divine Flower informs Benson that each person has only one opportunity. She tells him to leave, but Benson hesitates. She offers him the option to sign a blood pact to gain more life essence. The blood pact is an agreement bound only by the Divine Tree, using blood as the medium for its creation. The first condition is that he must not oppose the Misty Mountain. The second demands his assistance if the Misty Mountain faces danger. The third stipulation ensures that he will not force the contracted person to act in disloyalty or against justice, nor will he make them an enemy of humanity. Benson agrees to the pact, as it doesn't require him to betray his own kind. Yuzu reflects on how he once used a blood pact to control the saintess of the Brahma religion. However, that method only allowed him to control a few individuals, and he has no desire to enslave humans completely. Instead, he hopes that more powerful humans will choose to enter into the pact. Yuzu considers how he previously controlled the Brahma religion's saintess using blood bond. That approach only allowed him to control a small number of people, and he doesn't wish to fully enslave humanity. Rather, he hopes that capable humans will willingly enter into the contract. He intends to work with humans to influence their society. Over time, he believes they'll stop viewing him as an adversary. The Divine Flower remarks that if Benson violates the agreement, he will perish in an explosion. By giving up everything he's brought, he can take 3 drops of life essence. Benson agrees to the trade with a sly grin. After receiving the life essence, the human group departs the mist-covered mountain. The Divine Flower is upset, questioning why her master is assisting the human. She doesn't see any advantage to them growing stronger. Yutsu explains that if a second-order transcendent human becomes more powerful after leaving this place without any connection to him, humans will doubt him. He asks how he could have gotten so much stronger if he only came to cure the poison. Our protagonist observes that humans are contradictory, always suspicious of one another and full of distrust. If everyone believes someone is bad, their good actions won't matter. Humans are not foolish. It's just that they're more focused on maximizing their own gain. Eventually, humans will gradually exclude Benson, pushing him back to the Misty Mountain. But our hero isn't solely concerned with that outcome. He wants Benson to rise as an independent ruler, overseeing his own territory. This will apply to all future humans who come to the Misty Mountain. Before the coming battle with the darkness, our hero plans to harness the strength of various races. Unexpectedly, the Divine Flower points out that his recent manner resembled human. To cover it up, Yutsuyu says it simply because he's been spending too much time with Thorn. He swiftly changes the topic, saying he's going to inspect the items he just acquired. It turns out that our protagonist has obtained an impressive number of Thunder Spirit Stones. He thinks trading 4 drops of life essence for 8 truckloads of Thunder Spirit Stones wasn't a bad deal. What excites him more is the Thunder Spirit Herb, a spirit flower created from the Spirit Stone. This flower is the same one Thorn absorbed earlier. Additionally, our hero has left behind 100 drops of life essence on the sacrificial altar. If any humans arrive in the future, the divine flower will deal with them. Our hero then reflects that he needs to break through to the 4th transcendent level. Suddenly, he notices Bald Head devouring the Thunder Spirit Stones. Afterward, Yutsuyu decides to save some for the Thunder Element Beast so they can use them to break through. Soon, Bald Head receives a massive Thunder Spirit Stone, which makes it feel deeply moved. Next, our protagonist begins absorbing the Thunder Spirit Stone. Thunder strikes him as he embarks on his breakthrough. From a distance, Ninetales notes that her master will be vastly different once he awakens. She then calls forth Demon Bull to give the damaged dragon egg to the Emperor Crocodile. At a nearby lake, Demon Bull approaches the Emperor Crocodile. Unexpectedly, the crocodile emerges looking vastly changed and enormous. Demon Bull hands over the damaged egg. He believes the crocodile deserves this, since he has always been guarding the Misty Mountain in their master's absence. The crocodile devours the dragon egg in an instant. Consequently, the Emperor Crocodile starts to transform. Demon Bull decides to stand guard until the crocodile fully absorbs the egg. From afar, Ninetales observes that now 2 of them are breaking through. Meanwhile, Thorn and the White Tiger are guarding the 2nd dragon egg. Elsewhere, Ling Feng, noticing the beam of light, believes that our hero's breakthrough will alter the world's structure. Soon, the Emperor Crocodile begins to change shape. A massive amount of spiritual energy radiates from the crocodile. Now, the Emperor Crocodile has completely transformed. Demon Bull is thrilled to witness the new form of the Emperor Crocodile. However, the crocodile believes it can evolve further. It roars with great force as it begins another transformation. Soon, it changes into a dragon, specifically the mythical Dragon of Rock. Transformed Emperor Crocodile unleashes a powerful attack that charges straight ahead. Demon Bull is left stunned by the sheer strength on display. On the other side, Ninetales notes that the crocodile has succeeded. The attack sent by the crocodile has caused a massive crater. However, that move drained much more energy than expected. Ninetales realizes that the energy consumption was far higher than anticipated. Soon, she senses a powerful presence. It appears to be coming from a human transcendent who previously battled against Australia's beast wave. He is astonished that a single drop of life essence was enough to cure the poison. He remarks that humans were unable to cure the poison no matter what they tried, yet the divine tree did it effortlessly. With that, he realizes that the essence of life holds immense power and potential, leaving him astounded at the effectiveness of such a simple cure. He departs from the altar. The white leopard observes that he didn't sign the agreement. The divine flower responds, saying he wasn't seeking additional life energy. The fighter who was just present is formidable, and certainly not one to submit easily. As the fighter descends, he remarks that he will be leaving ahead of everyone else. He explains he has a mission to complete, and tells Qing to join him once she is done. The divine flower softens her expression when she sees Qing. Shortly after, Ninetales and the Grey Wolf arrive to greet her. Now everyone can meet without secrecy. Qing announces she has brought valuable items, noting her butler will catalog all supplies later. She instructs a cloaked individual to follow her. They soon encounter Yuzi Yu, who is in the middle of a breakthrough. It's revealed that he has been in this state for nearly a month. Meanwhile, the Snake Lady wonders about the identity of a certain girl. Ninetales explains she is the Master's biological daughter, and the one he trusts above all others. Seeing the protagonist deeply immersed in cultivation, Qing holds the essence of thunder, a rare treasure created from countless thunder element artifacts. This surpasses the power of Thunder Spirit Stones. She offers it to her master and it merges with him. Then, Qing notices Ling Feng nearby. He sternly asks why she is staring. Qing reveals she brought his sister, who is waiting in the bamboo forest. Ling Feng is stunned and rushes off immediately to see her. Qing decides to leave, aware that many are watching, and also needing to attend to other matters. Our hero gifts her a willow leaf, which will protect her from danger once in the future. She thanks him sincerely. Elsewhere, Benson faces resistance from his own ally. They suspect he betrayed humanity, yet they notice he has surpassed his limit. They associate his strength with the Misty Mountain. An official questions why, if the cure alone increased his power, Federation members did not grow stronger. Thus, they distrust Benson. In response, he displays the life essence he obtained through the cure exchange. The crowd is bewildered by the life essence. Benson offers it to them, instructing them to take it and leave him alone. When he tosses 2 bottles toward them, everyone scrambles to seize the life essence. Meanwhile, Benson departs with a cunning grin. On the return to the Federation, Qing learns that Benson publicly revealed the life essence he got from the Divine Tree with their assistance. Benson has broken away from the Luo Kingdom and is now independent. Ching gives a bottle of life essence to her assistant. She instructs him to use 5 drops for himself and the rest to strengthen her key ally. Her sister is thrilled to form their new group and names it the Darkness Assembly. After the life essence becomes public, more factions rush to Misty Mountain seeking opportunity. Many weaker individuals cannot enter, blocked by mist beasts. From afar, the divine flower observes humans fearful yet still pursuing power. Meanwhile, Thorn worries about what they will do next and whether those who pass the mist are qualified. The divine flower shakes her head, noting only transcendent second order or above can get close. Additionally, the resources they carry must suffice, as UZU is unwilling to distribute life essence lightly. Suddenly, Ninetales summons them. Within minutes, all the beasts gather, curious about the reason. Ninetales asks the Snake Lady to explain. She mentions that besides Misty Mountain, many other mutant beast factions exist on the continent. One example is Australia's Beast Army. Their strengths vary, yet they dominate their territories. These include the Baron Tyrant, the Western Barrenland Depths, the Black and White Fox duo of Green Mound, and the Black Crow ruling the northern ocean skies. Also, the Blood Wolf of the Savannah and the Arctic Kings in the northern region. The White Leopard remarks it has lived in the northern territory long enough, yet it never heard of the Arctic Kings. The Snake Lady explains that it's because of the protagonist's presence that they dare not reveal themselves. Among all the factions, only Australia's Beast Army has the strength to challenge them. They might even surpass the Misty Mountain in power. Ninetales explains that everyone is gathered here to become aware of these factions. Particularly, Australia's Beast Army is preparing to declare war, so they must strategize and communicate with other factions in advance. They can't just remain passive and wait for an attack. Ninetales emphasizes that they can't rely on our boys' protection indefinitely. Glacier, understanding the urgency, asks what their next steps should be. Peregrine Falcon reports discovering that the green mound beneath the Fox tribe is embroiled in a war, with numerous mutated beasts killing one another. Ninetales points out that since they don't yet know why the beasts are fighting, she is still debating whether to intervene. Demon Bull adds that these battles aren't always about land or resources. There might be a treasure involved as well. Thorn reflects that it would be remarkable if the Green Mound's Fox tribe allied with them. However, the Green Mound beasts are extremely dangerous, which means joining forces could pull them into the conflict too. Unexpectedly, Flash steps forward, volunteering to go. He is confident he can handle the situation, whether it concerns territory or the possession of a treasure. He believes he cannot rely on their hero's protection forever, which motivates his decision. King Joe also steps up. Tired of peace, it craves combat and looks forward to shredding their enemy. Meanwhile, Thorn offers to accompany Flash, knowing he can be impulsive. Hearing this, Ching Feng asserts that he and Flash are true partners. The White Tiger also steps forward, wanting to join them. With his limited vocabulary, he tries to communicate, while Ninetales simply asks if everyone understands the risks involved. All nod in agreement, their expressions resolute. Ninetales instructs them to promise to return alive, no matter what. As the team sets off, Demon Bull shows concern from behind. Yet Ninetales remains calm, having anticipated this moment. She trusts Thorn will protect them and tells Demon Bull to send the team out. Demon Bull internally notes that their big sister appears composed on the outside, but must still be worried. Even though the destination is just a small mountain nest, a red demon's appearance could spell disaster. Meanwhile, the spider and hedgehog comfort the White Tiger, who wasn't allowed to go due to difficulty distinguishing friend from foe. Now Demon Bull instructs the gorilla tribe to finally take action. Elsewhere in the ocean, aquatic beasts assemble before a massive, island-sized whale. The whale declares it has little time before falling into a deep slumber and hopes to witness the sea tribe's glory before them. It orders its followers to conquer the continents by any means necessary, regardless of the cost. Thus, the island whale commands them to declare war. In a city, Ching's assistant and a woman monitor the progress of a new powerhouse. It is their first time modifying a transcendent second-order powerhouse. They are observing a warrior enhanced with the essence of life, genetically modified to increase his power. The research comes from elite teams within the Darkness Assembly, and King's assistant is determined not to let the project fail. Suddenly, the powerhouse's energy fluctuates as his cell fusion overloads. If this continues, he will die. After a massive energy surge, he manages to survive. His body is now lighter and stronger. Suddenly, someone attacks from the sky. Wondering if it's an enemy, he realizes it's Ching. She came to spar with him, and they fight evenly. The pink-haired girl is astonished, not expecting him to be that strong after fusing with the genes of the blood-colored Skywolf. Meanwhile, the powerhouse defends from above. Ching is greeted by her assistant and the pink-haired girl. Seeing his newfound strength, Ching instructs him to follow her from now on. She gifts him a demonic sword made from the bones of a transcendent second-order mutated blood wolf, which he accepts gladly. Later, Ching receives a report that the Misty Mountain selects only one person for trade, every 3 days. Top officials of each country notice the Misty Mountain's precautions, preventing strong entities from entering. Despite this, Qing remains untroubled, commenting that the Federation isn't conducive to their growth. As a result, she has decided to relocate the Darkness Assembly to a small nation near the border. In 6 months, the Darkness Assembly's size will increase dramatically. During this time, Yuzuyu finally awakens. He immediately asks how long he has been in cultivation. Ninetales informs him it has been a month and 30 days. He reflects that a breakthrough to the transcendent Fourth Order is imminent. He now plans to consume the Thunder Spirit Herb. Seeing the dragon egg, he believes it will hatch soon as well. Our protagonist decides to divide the spirit herb he obtained from the transaction with Benson of the Luo Kingdom, giving half to the dragon egg and keeping the other half for himself. A new innate ability, Thunder Gathering, is added to his talents. He enhances it directly to level 4. With this ability, he will be able to harness heavenly thunder on a much larger scale. He believes this will improve his cultivation efficiency. However, there's a risk that it might accidentally harm everyone in the Misty Mountain. So Yuzuyu tells the fox to lead everyone away from the area to keep them safe for now. Once everyone is clear, our protagonist begins to upgrade his ability as heavy thunder appears nearby. From a distance, Ninetales observes that this heavenly thunder could easily wipe out a transcendent first-order being. Then suddenly, Ninetales notices that the white tiger isn't holding the dragon egg, but the white tiger doesn't seem to react properly. This prompts the fox to go get the egg herself. The dragon egg stays near Yuzuyu while he works on his thunder ability. The thunder strikes down, preventing Ninetales from approaching the egg, and she worries that it might get damaged if this continues. Unexpectedly, our protagonist tells the fox not to be concerned. He explains that the egg will benefit from the thunder's power to purify its bloodline. This will help it transform into a true dragon, and it will soon hatch. Meanwhile, in the Green Mound, a powerful tiger from the tiger tribe, Fourth King Bowing, a transcendent second order, is busy eliminating beasts. He demands that the fox tribe hand over the spirit flower, claiming it pains him to take any more lives. The black fox responds that the spirit flower is the fox tribe's most prized possession, and they cannot give it up. Consequently, the tiger tribe moves forward with murderous intent. The fox tribe stands firm and both tribes clash in battle. Unfortunately, Bowing delivers a heavy blow to the black fox. Seeking revenge, the white fox steps in, only to be struck down by Bowing as well. The tiger laughs maniacally, planning to wipe them both out to settle things once and for all, while the rest of the tigers overpower the remaining foxes. But Bowing points out that they cannot win with their small frames, as battles between beasts are decided by their sharp claws and teeth. He squeezes the black fox's body, while commenting that the main factor in deciding the victor is their size. Before anything else can happen, Bowing is struck from behind. It's Flash who has arrived to assist the fox tribe. Our hero's subordinate mocks Bowing's claim, saying that size isn't the deciding factor, and dares him to defeat someone with a smaller body. Bowing, furious, believes the fox tribe has outside help. Noticing the golden light coming from Flash, the black fox realizes that this is the golden ant from the Misty Mountain. As a couple of tigers prepare to attack Flash, Thorn arrives and takes care of them, when another tiger from behind tries to attack her. King Joe crushes him underfoot. Now the three of them stand against Bowing. The black fox wonders why the beasts from the Misty Mountain have shown up here. Just then, King Feng explains that they are here to expand their team. In exchange, they will ensure that no enemy can invade their land. Flash gives the tiger tribe leader two choices: join them or perish. Bowing chooses a third option, declaring that they will all die here. He charges forward, unleashing his immense spiritual energy as he approaches Flash and his group. The white fox warns the group that Bowing's physical strength is extraordinary, and they must not be careless. Flash counters with a triple strike. Unexpectedly, the gorilla tribe shows up. Seeing the situation, their leader decides they need not intervene just yet. In a shocking turn of events, Flash defeats Bowing with a single blow. However, this is far from over. Beneath the ground, another tiger, Hu Wang, at the peak of the transcendent second order, is burning with a desire for revenge. Hu Wang receives a report that Bowing has been killed. The fox tribe's supporters arrived and turned the tide instantly. Hu Wang orders Lao Wu to be summoned, as the Dark Leader decides to join them this time. Back at the Green Mound, Thorn observes a strange being threatens her life. The white fox clarifies that it is the blood spirit fruit. This fruit, when eaten, revitalizes the blood and fortifies the body. Noticing their homes, Thorn remarks that they have absorbed many aspects of human culture. Although the fox tribe isn't friendly with humans, they have clearly learned from them. Thorn then opts to offer the blood spirit fruit to Flash, as she cannot bring herself to eat it, and King Feng agrees. Flash, however, refuses, insisting they should consume it themselves. A memory flashes in the black fox's mind, where Flash asks if they will join Misty Mountain or perish in the Green Mound, preferring Misty Mountain over surrendering to the 5 tiger clans. The black fox consents. Back in the present, Flash inquires about the strength of the surviving Tiger King. Following Ba Wang's death, the Black Fox explains that aside from Ba Wang, 4 other tiger leaders remain. Of these, the strongest are the Chief, Dark Tiger, and Lao Wu, who has taken human form. Thorn observes that this resembles the demon bull. The Black Fox adds that currently the tiger tribe has more beasts than they do. If a full war breaks out, the outcome would be unpredictable. Cutting his explanation short, Thorn plans to summon another ally. Flash is puzzled. But Thorn clarifies that this new ally is far better suited for the mission than anyone else. At Misty Mountain, the white tiger is elated. It appears he is the one Thorn mentioned. He boldly flies toward the Green Mound. However, he soon returns needing direction. The falcon advises heading east. After flying a short distance, he returns again confused by the path, so the falcon decides to accompany him. The spider and hedgehog suspect this will cause issues. At night, Hu Wang arrives with his forces at Green Mound. Fortunately, Flash and his team are prepared to confront them. A subordinate recognizes Hu Wang as Dark Tiger, while Dark Tiger identifies them as Fox Tribe allies. The White Fox points out the 3 tigers beside him. One is the second leader, the Blood Tiger King, known for his cruelty. Another is the 3rd king, Mao Wang. The 5th king, the most fearsome, has no name. Without their intelligence, the Fox Tribe would not have known of him. Hu Wang shouts that they only defeated Ba Wang because of their supporters. Determined to prevent escape, Hu Wang releases supersonic wave. A tiger roar aimed at them, but King Zhou counters with his own supersonic waves. Then Hu Wang commands his tribe to exterminate the foxes. The foxes defend their land, unwilling to let the tiger tribe destroy their peace. Thus, the battle between foxes and tigers erupts. King Feng is engaged in fighting when Mao Wang confronts him. Thorn intervenes, blocking Mao Wang's attack, and now both face off. Meanwhile, Flash strikes with full power against the 5th Tiger King. Simultaneously, the black and white foxes clash with the 2nd Tiger King, while King Zhou faces Hu Wang. Hu Wang boosts his spiritual energy from 10,000 to 50,000. King Zhou unleashes flames, but Hu Wang emerges unharmed. In midair, he fires a roaring wave at King Zhou, but it strikes King Zhou, prompting Hu Wang to boast. King Zhou survives, emerging from the smoke to bite his opponent. Unexpectedly, Hu Wang's poison enters King Zhou through the bite, forcing him to release Hu Wang. It turns out Hu Wang wields Dark Element, gradually corroding King Zhou's body. Hu Wang seizes the moment, grabbing King Zhou by the neck and hurling him away. His body darkens from the Dark Element. King Feng sees King Zhou in peril. Hu Wang, intent on finishing him, strikes powerfully, but as the smoke clears, the white tiger appears. He has shielded King Zhou from the last blow. Allies are shocked to see him enter the battlefield. Seeing his wings, Hu Wang realizes the white tiger may be stronger than King Zhou. The white tiger declares that everyone will perish. He then charges directly at Hu Wang. After a brief clash, he lands a massive blow. Hu Wang crashes back, smashing trees as he goes. He is left injured and enraged by the blow. Before he can retaliate, the white tiger vanishes and reappears above, striking him with a powerful attack. The fox is stunned by the sheer destruction caused by the tiger's strike, realizing just how formidable the white tiger from Misty Mountain is. The attack leaves a massive, deep crater in the earth. To everyone's surprise, Hu Wang survives, though severely wounded. In response, he activates his special ability, Shadow Tiger. This ability allows him to create a shadow clone that retains 70% of his original power. Confident that the white tiger cannot deal with 2 of him, Hu Wang prepares for the next move. The white tiger, however, only growls that all of them will perish. Hu Wang is certain the tiger knows it lacks the strength to defeat him at this moment. Meanwhile, the nameless tiger, battered by the golden ant strikes, is injured but still determined to destroy Flash at any cost. Flash, one of the protagonist's allies, remarks that despite the tiger's strength, he is still stronger. Then, the protagonist's loyal ant delivers a triple strike, boosting his power and attacks from all angles. Together, the black and white fox manage to defeat the 2nd Tiger King. Meanwhile, Thorn toys with the 3rd Tiger King. Thorn expresses a desire to become his master. King Feng, standing triumphantly over his fallen foe, surveys the situation. Only the fight involving the white tiger remains unresolved. Hu Wang launches a dual roaring sphere that hits the white tiger squarely. Before Hu Wang can claim victory, the white tiger emerges from the smoke. Wang is taken aback as his most powerful attack merely dirties the tiger's fur. The tiger, enraged, roars that all will perish. Yu Wang begins to understand the true meaning of the tiger's words. It doesn't imply their death, but that all their enemies will be wiped out. As the white tiger charges to land a devastating blow, Hu Wang admits he recognized their strength from the outset. The white tiger is not only powerful but highly intelligent. Admiring the tiger's exceptional nature, Hu Wang succumbs to the final strike. As the smoke clears, Hu Wang lies defeated, while the white tiger stands unwavering before him. When When the white tiger readies to finish him off, Hu Wang's allies plead for his life. Thorn offers them two choices. One is to join them and the other is death. The leaders of the tiger tribe agree to join as long as Hu Wang is spared. However, Huang, despite his injuries, insists he has not been defeated. He refuses to allow them to take his comrades. His brother argues that victory is impossible. 2 days later, the white tiger, the tiger tribes, and the fox tribe's treasurer depart from the Green Mound. The white fox inquires with the black fox whether their decision to give away the treasure was wise. The black fox explains that they cannot protect it, so it's better to offer it as a gesture of allegiance to the Misty Mountain. Moreover, they will gain an endless supply of life essence. Meanwhile, Thorn remarks that they have subdued 3 of the 5 Tiger Kings, along with numerous others in the first Transcendent Order. Additionally, the white tiger is pleased because there will now be others from his tribe at the Misty Mountain. 2 days ago, the white tiger had attempted to stop Hu Wang from leaving, repeating that everyone would die. Thorn then clarified that he would await Hu Wang at Misty Mountain in 3 months. If Hu Wang defeats him there, his tribe will be restored, but if he loses, Hu Wang will join Misty Mountain in the coming days. Thorn, Flash, and the others are preoccupied with battles to expand their influence. Meanwhile, Yuzu Yu is focused on cultivating to break into the Transcendent Fourth Order. During this period, the Misty Mountain enjoys a brief respite. The scene transitions to the Magic City, a bustling coastal metropolis of the Federation. Inside a car, a blue-haired woman named Lin Zi, a First-Order Transcendent and one of the 10 Great Heavens, sits gazing at the ocean. She notices something strange about the sea today. After receiving approval from her teacher beside her, she disappears from the car to investigate the ocean. Her teacher, wearing glasses, is surprised to see Lin in such a rush and hopes everything is all right. Lin teleports to the coast. As soon as she opens her eyes, she faces a massive swarm of sea beasts. One of the creatures launches a spike-like horn towards the mountain, which immediately explodes. Lin shifts her focus from the creatures to the immense destructive force of the attack. Meanwhile, one of the monsters detects her presence. The giant sea creature attempts to swallow Lin, but she quickly teleports back to the car, breathing heavily. Her teacher asks if she's okay. Lin urgently warns that they must leave the city immediately or they won't make it out in time. Shortly after, the city's residents are ordered to evacuate as a high-level alert is issued. An enormous invasion is approaching from the coast, as reported by the Spirit Energy Monitoring Bureau. Officials confirm the arrival of several third-order transcendent sea beasts, with their combined spiritual energy reaching up to 4 million. Soon, they realize something else that causes the bureau chief to lose color. It's not just them, Magic City is also under siege. The 7 Nations Alliance, the Luo Kingdom, coastal states, and various locations around the globe are being overwhelmed by sea monsters. It seems the ocean is launching a war against the land. In the northern region, Qing Quan also gets the news about the emergency. The orca advises him to steer clear of the coast, or they could be affected too. It urges them to retreat to the Misty Mountain. The invasion by the sea beasts has been initiated by a few kings from the deep ocean. As a result, all sea creatures have been summoned to strike, including the orca itself. Qing Quan grasps the situation and warns the orca to be cautious. With that, he begins his journey back on the Arctic Bear. Australia's beast army also prepares to confront the sea monsters. Facing them are the King of the Seven Seas, the Flood Dragon King. Peak Transcendent Third Order, the Vermilion Monarch, and the Azure Sea Serpent, both Transcendent Third Order beings. Flood Dragon King claims to be one of the 7 kings of the deep sea. He demands that Australia's beast army surrender and give them control of the land. The kangaroo, acknowledging the threat of the deep sea, had not anticipated such an extensive invasion. He calls them the reptiles of the abyss, confident they will regret this later. Back in the city, a doctor seeks information, but his assistant informs him that they still haven't managed to establish a communication line. Both stand in front of a large dragon that has remained silent up to this point. The doctor believes this dragon may be their only hope against the sea beasts, as they've lost all coastal cities within just half a day. The doctor possesses the ability to communicate with mutant creatures. He thinks that if they can control this dragon, there might still be a chance. To his surprise, the dragon begins to speak. It responds, saying that it can't easily defeat those beasts, and that humans are destined for destruction. However, the doctor refuses to believe that humanity will fall. According to him, the number of sea beasts and their power levels aren't overwhelming enough to guarantee defeat. The dragon before them is the result of their research. Its bones are made of metal fibers, and its cells function like electromagnetic coils. This allows it to generate a multitude of electromagnetic fields. Its body exceeds human limitations. The doctor then shows the dragon an egg. He explains that if it helps them during this crisis, the egg will not only restore its energy but also enhance its strength. However, he reminds the dragon not to destroy their country after repelling the sea creatures. In the Luo kingdom, sea beasts have already infiltrated and are wreaking havoc. The same situation is unfolding in the Huaxia Federation, though the continental fighters there are attempting to fight back. Still, they struggle as the number of sea beasts increases with every passing moment. Meanwhile, Inferno City has already been submerged, and sea monsters roam unchecked. In the meantime, a transcendent fighter notices a thick mist rising from the heart of the city. Another fighter corrects him, saying it's not mist but steam. The steam is actually coming from the seawater. As it boils, from a building, a beam of light shoots out. It is none other than Qing, who is already engaged in eliminating several sea monsters. At Celestial Mountain, a giant white elephant learns of the current crisis. It's clear that the world's creatures are suffering. It decides to take action to resolve the conflict. Meanwhile, the sea waves have reached Africa's shore. Sea monsters invade the continent, starting to wipe out the local creatures. The people of Africa gather around their leader, but before he can speak, a group of sea monsters appears, spreading chaos. Back at the Misty Mountain, Yuzuyu finally opens his eyes. Nine Tails is thrilled to see him awake. However, he's still one step away from completing his breakthrough. He hadn't expected the resource consumption to be so high, and he still requires 10 million evolution points to reach the final stage of his transformation. He asks if anything is happening outside, as he's been feeling intense spiritual energy emanating from the nearby area. Nine Tails tells him about the global invasion. Now, the protagonist realizes the sea beasts have begun their assault on the land. He never expected such a large-scale invasion. But our hero has a plan. He has found a way to earn more evolution points. Additionally, by aiding humans during this crisis, his standing among them will increase. He plans to achieve multiple goals at once. He then commands Nine Tails to gather some land beasts and subdue the sea monsters to strengthen the Misty Mountain army. As for himself, our hero decides to confront the deep-sea creatures personally. Back in Magic City, sea beasts swim freely below the surface. Meanwhile, some of them are attacking Lin. She uses Space Slash, successfully defeating one of the monsters, but unfortunately, she's nearly drained of energy. She has no strength left to flee, yet she hopes that drawing the sea monsters toward her will buy others a chance to escape. Suddenly, a massive monster appears right behind her, ready to devour her. To her astonishment, it gets struck by a powerful blow. The enormous creature crashes violently to the ground. The attack comes from the giant white elephant from Celestial Mountain. This is the White Jade Elephant, a transcendent third-order being. Lin is amazed to see a colossal white elephant hovering in the sky. It gathers energy and launches another strike at the fallen monster. Meanwhile, Lin teleports to the roof of a nearby building, aware that if she doesn't get away quickly, she will die. Exhausted, she can barely move. Qing appears behind her and instantly recognizes the white elephant as a transcendent third-order creature. The captain from the Transcendent Fighters arrives with his squad. Acknowledging Qing, he reports that 27 coastal cities have fallen to sea monsters so far, with 5 already utterly destroyed. The remaining cities continue to resist, but they are doomed to the same fate. He believes their only option is to slow the sea monsters' advance. Fearing this could spell the end, a sea beast king, a peak third-order transcendent, emerges nearby. Qing disregards the captain's warnings and chooses to confront the threat. The captain insists they should await orders from the Federation to devise a proper plan, warning that with their current strength, they will perish. Additionally, the nation is ready to deploy the Spirit Orbital Cannon, which would completely resolve the crisis once activated. But Qing points out that people cannot afford to wait, so she flies forward using her spiritual wing. These wings are exclusive to third-order fighters, and Qing herself is already a transcendent third-order cultivator. She charges straight at the massive sea monster and strikes it forcefully. Behind her, the ocean begins to churn violently. The sea monster notices Qing, who shouts in fury. Their fierce battle begins. Qing attacks with her purple flames and veneration techniques. The creature lets out a pained roar. Yet when the smoke clears, the giant beast appears unharmed. Due to its immense size, Qing's assault isn't enough to inflict lasting damage. At that moment, the White Jade Elephant intervenes, shielding Qing from the sea monster's counterattack. He returns to her side, asking if she is safe, though Qing is more concerned with discovering his identity. The elephant intends to explain later, but reassures her that he is not their enemy. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted as the sea monster fires a beam of light at them. Qing and the elephant are both struck by the attack almost immediately. The elephant survives but is badly injured, puzzled how the sea monster could mimic his skill. Qing, protected by her defensive shield, notices that the creature now resembles the elephant. Moreover, her flames appear on its body as well. The jade elephant realizes their opponent is absorbing other beings' powers. This is highly dangerous. The sea monster bellows triumphantly. Elsewhere, humans are being devoured one by sea creatures. People struggle desperately to survive, as a monster targets a mother and child. Mist monsters intervene to rescue them. Yuzuyu had dispatched these mist creatures to fight the sea beast. The humans recognize the divine tree, believing their savior has arrived, and cheer for him. At Yuzuyu's way, the hero witnesses the severity of the nearby sea monster attacks, understanding that the situation could worsen dramatically. Back in the Magic City, the giant sea monster launches a barrage of thorns at Ching, who defends herself with a shield. The white jade elephant approaches the monster and slams down on it powerfully. The impact causes fluid to spurt from the creature's mouth, while Ching moves closer. She strikes with her purple flame sword, yet the monster remains alive, preparing a breath attack. Before Ching can retreat, the beast unleashes its blast, hitting a building along with her. She survives the impact, though she confesses to the elephant that this creature seems impossible to kill. The elephant remarks that it isn't an ordinary sea creature. It ranks among the 7 kings that command the deep ocean and plays a key role in the land assault. Recognized as the sea beast king, it bellows and launches an attack, hurling a barrage of sharp thorns. After shielding itself, the elephant strikes again with sky-piercing hoof, delivering a crushing hit that sends seawater spraying in all directions. Meanwhile, Ching observes that the creature has actually broken space itself. Apart from her master, this is her second time witnessing such spatial destruction. After completing its attack, the white elephant positions itself near the whirlpool, curious if the battle has ended. It asserts that no matter how powerful the foe, surviving that blow is impossible. Yet unexpectedly, the massive monster rises above them and replicates the elephant's own skill. Using sky-piercing hoof, the strike lands squarely on the white elephant, leaving the jade elephant immobilized by severe injury. Ching realizes the beast is too formidable to defeat. The sea beast king proclaims that the land belongs to the ocean, and all dissenters will perish. As it aims to strike Ching again with sky-piercing hoof, Yuzuyu arrives just in time to rescue her. The hero identifies the creature as one of the deep-sea kings. However, he finds it exceedingly ugly. The sea beast reacts aggressively, using sky-piercing hoof once more. Ching warns the protagonist to stay alert, as the move can rupture space. Yuzuyu blocks it with a thick root. The resulting pressure pushes Ching backward, but the white elephant grips her firmly, preventing her from falling. He acknowledges that the sea beast king's attack far surpasses his own power, yet it proves nearly useless against the divine tree. The spiritual energy radiating from the hero is overwhelmingly strong, rendering the attack ineffective for Yuzuyu. Consequently, the king launches repeated assaults, until the hero lands a forceful counterstrike. Recognizing it as a borrowed skill, he ensnares the monster with thick roots and employs a divine technique. Thunder execution. Blinding lightning and booming thunder strike the foe directly. After sustaining a massive thunder strike, the sea beast finally reverts to its original form and collapses heavily. The white elephant and Ching stare in disbelief at Yuzu's victory. The hero notes that the destruction inflicted on the coastal city exceeds even that seen in Australia. He quickly restores the city with his trees. Citizens gather, recognizing the divine tree from Misty Mountain. Meanwhile, in the Freedom Federation, a giant octopus. The Octopus King, another of the 7 sea kings, continues demolishing buildings one after another. Seawater floods into the city. At the same time, the commander at the Freedom Federation Military Command Center learns that 5 of their cities have already been devastated. More sea monsters are advancing toward the inner city. He then receives another briefing with intelligence from the White House. The report indicates that the Divine Tree has vanquished one of the 7 Sea Kings. Thanks to the Divine Tree protecting the coastal city, the Federation's allies are no longer in critical danger. However, further assaults may occur. The commander realizes that other cities lack a powerful mutated beast like the heroes for protection. Facing this reality, the odds of success are uncertain. Soon, a doctor arrives, revealing there is still hope. They've dispatched their dragon to the battlefield. It now confronts the Octopus King. The doctor explains that the real fight is just starting. Meanwhile, in Africa, the Twin King, another Sea King of the 7, a transcendent Third Order, faces an African warrior who appears to be the leader of his people. In Australia, another Sea King contends with a kangaroo. The kangaroo urges its army to prioritize defending their land from the sea creature. The Sea King declares that it, too, is a being evolved from the ocean. During the battle, the Sea King senses that the king of the sea beast spiritual energy has vanished. He wonders if his counterpart has been defeated and starts to worry whether a land-based entity can challenge the 7 Seas. Back in Magic City, Lin strolls through the forest created by the protagonist, acknowledging human inferiority when facing him. From behind, a strange child asks if her skill is teleportation. She turns, surprised to see a kid there. Shockingly, the child is actually Yuziyu in human form. Lin is taken aback. Later, our hero and his child bring Lin to his main body where Qing waits. She is equally surprised to see him as a child. He laughs it off, explaining he recently gained this new ability. King is pleased to see him appear fully human. Our hero clarifies that he applied a hallucination effect, causing observers to perceive him as a human child. There are, however, certain limits, since he cannot stray far from his main body. Once reunited with it, Yuzi intends to handle the CBC that has been trapped within his roots. Among these is a mutated giant turtle, a transcendent second-order creature. Besides its formidable defense, it possesses no other notable powers. The same applies to numerous other sea creatures. Most prove to be ineffective and not worth commanding. Therefore, he moves directly to the significant one, the sea beast at the peak of the transcendent third order. This creature's evolution mirrors his own. From Qing, our hero learns that it only took a few minutes for this beast to transform into a giant elephant. This marks the initial stage of its evolution toward resembling his main body, likely integrating the abilities it had acquired previously. He wonders if, after completing its evolution, it will truly become a willow tree, and whether consuming it immediately post-battle would have granted him its innate ability. For now, he opts to retain it and utilize the others to accumulate evolution points for himself. After vanquishing the remaining sea creatures, Yuzi prepares to trigger his fourth-order evolution. For this fourth-order advancement, Yuzi expends 10 million evolution points, leaving Qing to guard him while he undergoes the transformation. With that, the breakthrough begins. At that moment, the white elephant appears, sensing that Qing's master is about to evolve. It detects the spiritual energy radiating from him, absolutely mesmerizing. Meanwhile, Qing observes that the white elephant can adjust its size at will, which impresses her. She then inquires about its origin. The white elephant explains it hails from Tiantian and is a simple being combating corruption. Meanwhile, in the western region, Seth continues his journey, pondering whether the hero's breakthrough will occur soon. At the same time, on Tianyu Mountain, a bird senses energy fluctuations caused by Yuzi simultaneously in the northern region. The local beings also notice the shift in the atmosphere. Deep under the ocean, the colossal island whale opens its eye. It perceives the change too, recognizing it as an energy wave from someone breaking through to the fourth order. Yet it believes. It's clear that no one should ascend to the fourth order this quickly. As a result, they plan to act swiftly themselves. From a distance, humans watch as our divine tree grows larger, towering even over the nearby structure. Before long, thunder roars, but it's actually heavenly thunder, a sign that our hero is releasing an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy. Two monstrous creatures emerge nearby. One is the Dragon King, a mighty peak-level transcendent of the Third Order. The other is the Conch King, another transcendent Third-Order peak being. The Dragon King realizes that our protagonist is responsible for slaying their fellow king of the seas. The Conch King comments on the massive spiritual energy emanating from our hero. It believes this is the perfect moment to eliminate him. Suddenly, Qing and the white elephant sense the presence of these two formidable monsters. They are both horrified to discover that these are two of the 7 Sea Kings. The kings approach Yuzuyu by swimming through the sea. The white elephant begins to sweat, doubting their chances of victory. More troublingly, our hero has not yet broken through. These two kings are so powerful that they could eliminate them in mere moments. A single strike could be enough. The elephant knows it will take at least an hour for our protagonist to wake up. Qing urges him to stay calm while preparing for battle. She wants him to think clearly, not panic. She explains they won't follow him if he tries to escape, as their real target is not him but her master. So she insists that he leaves immediately, since if she dies in this battle, he won't get another opportunity to escape. The white elephant is taken aback by her decision to fight. Nevertheless, he follows her, resolved to join the fight as well. Without warning, the Dragon King strikes, launching a water vortex toward them. Qing counters with her flame power. Dragon King seethes at the interference of a human. In retaliation, the Conch King releases a toxic liquid to assist his comrade. However, Qing breaks through the attack and strikes at the Conch King with her spiritual flame sword. Regrettably, Conch King's defense is among the strongest. Even so, Qing manages to cause some damage. Just then, Dragon King appears behind her and delivers a fatal blow. Fortunately, the white elephant intervenes, striking Dragon King to protect Qing. The elephant refuses to let her fight alone. Around the world, officials gather for a global conference. Everyone is discussing crucial matters. Some suggest abandoning the coastal cities and retreating inland to prepare for a counteroffensive. Others argue that the inner territories cannot support so many people, and a lack of resources will lead to internal strife. One person proposes that it may be necessary to sacrifice some citizens to ensure the survival of humanity. This offends some, who point out that sacrificing citizens will be pointless if they are doomed to be destroyed by the sea creatures anyway. Another participant insists that this is not the time for moral debates. The Federation Prime Minister is also attending the meeting, but he remains silent, absorbing the various opinions. Meanwhile, in the Magic City, the chief of the Monitoring Bureau learns of the two transcendent sea monsters that have arrived. She wonders why the Divine Tree has chosen this moment to break through. She also suspects that the Deep Sea King fears Yuziu's growing strength. This could explain why the attack is happening now. The entire world is being overrun by sea monsters, yet humanity is powerless to stop them. Then, the chief receives a report that they have captured an image of a human amidst the sea monster. Upon examining the image, they discover it is none other than their flame princess. Xiao Ling, the chief, is perplexed as to why she is there and wonders if Xiao Ling is planning to confront the sea monsters. After rejecting other possibilities, the chief concludes she is fighting to protect their protagonist. Back on the battlefield, Qing swings her enormous spiritual flame sword and lands a hit on Dragon King. She successfully injures him, prompting Dragon King to reconsider his earlier stance and treat her as a significant threat. Meanwhile, the white elephant strikes Conch King directly. He then follows up with a charge using his tusks. As Conch King retreats, the elephant seizes the chance to deliver an attack with his sky-piercing hook. However, Conch King retaliates by releasing a massive amount of sulfuric acid. Their attacks clash as both pull back. Conch King is shocked that his shell is damaged by a single stomp. Yet the white elephant is also in a perilous situation. His skin burns from the acid, and parts of his left side are severely affected by the liquid. Both of them prepare for their next move. Qing retaliates with delicate butterflies to counter the Dragon King's stream shield. However, it has no effect on him. He orders her to move aside as she's obstructing their path, but soon he traps her using the stream shield. Qing is frustrated, realizing that the defensive skill is being used to imprison her. At that moment, her opponent activates the stream cannon. Initially, Qing dodges all the shots, but she soon discovers that the cannons are reflecting off the shield. Despite shielding herself, the cannon's impact still reaches her. As Qing struggles with the cannon, Dragon King advances towards the hero. He plans to end this quickly. Just before he fires, Qing strikes him hard, causing damage to his eyes while she herself is left gasping for breath. In a furious rage, Dragon King moves in to finish her off. He orders Conch King to use the next skill. The white elephant is left puzzled, wondering if they have a stronger technique at their disposal. The two kings combine their powers to form a new, formidable technique. This is their most potent combination skill. Together, the kings aim to obliterate Qing and the hero, creating a massive orb filled with destructive force. They launch it at Qing and the hero. Meanwhile, transcendent humans are engaged in battle with the sea monsters. At the Spiritual Energy Research Institute, the chief observes that the sea beasts' advance towards the coastal cities has slowed down. The transcendents in these cities continue to hold them back. However, this merely delays their progress. The real challenge lies in dealing with the Sea King. The transcendent leader eliminates a large sea monster, but others keep emerging, an endless onslaught. Suddenly, a massive and terrifying spiritual energy fills the air, and even the sea monsters sense it. The team leader senses that it's coming from Qing's location and wonders what kind of monster she is up against. Back in Magic City, the kings are preparing their ultimate attack. If it lands, neither Qing nor the white elephant will be able to withstand it. This attack will not only destroy the Divine Tree, but will also obliterate all the cities and their inhabitants. The elephant urges Qing to unleash her full power, with no restraint. Qing, however, already knows this and refuses to be told what to do. The kings then release their ultimate move, Twin Stream Cannon. Both Qing and the white elephant create a massive shield to block the incoming assault. Unfortunately, their shields start to crack while Qing begins to bleed. Meanwhile, the kings yell with all their might, confident their attack will succeed in annihilating everything. A colossal explosion ensues. When the smoke clears, Yuziu stands unharmed right between the split cannon blast. The white elephant, severely wounded, still manages to protect Qing. The kings, enraged that the elephant has shielded the girl, begin to charge their combined technique once more. But they are confident they will succeed this time. With the protagonist now alone, they resolve to finally take him down. Qing steps forward to stop them once again. The white elephant tries to halt her, but she pushes on despite her dire state. As the kings launch another destructive orb at the hero, Qing remains focused on guarding her master. She recalls the time she lost him before. The cries of humans and the wails of beasts echoed endlessly. She wonders if these territorial battles are truly worth it, whether it's the humans fighting for expansion or the sea monsters invading for power. To her, all of it is meaningless. She believes the only one capable of ending this cycle is her master. That's why she will protect him, no matter the cost. Not just because he is her master, but because he is the guardian of Earth. As the kings unleash their devastating attack, Ching steps in. She does her utmost to shield the protagonist. From afar, the white elephant grows increasingly anxious for Ching. To everyone's surprise, Ching successfully blocks the attack, despite her exhaustion and weakened condition. Dragon King is stunned. He scoffs, claiming her efforts are futile, but Ching quietly insists that it's far from useless. She begins to collapse, believing she's bought enough time. As she falls, the white elephant races to catch her, but unexpectedly, it's the hero's root that catches her safely. It appears Yu has successfully completed the breakthrough process. Thank you. The transformation is complete.